to make data-driven decisions that can shape your career. Excel isn't just for spreadsheets, it's a dynamic tool that can help you organize, analyze, and visualize data like pro. Now, whether you're into analytics or looking to sharpen your skills, you are in the right place. Here's what you can expect. We will start by laying the groundwork where you will understand different types of analytics and understand how data structures and AI come into play in the analytics world. Next, we will get hands-on experience with Excel. You learn how to manage and format your data, explore worksheet views, and use conditional formatting to highlight important information. Master data validation and advanced filtering techniques. Now, these will help you clean and organize your data so it's ready for analysis. Get into the heart of Excel analytics with pivot tables. We'll also introduce you to macros and learn how to automate your task to save time. Then you can explore lookup functions and what if analysis. Now, these tools will help you make better predictions and decisions based on your data. Finally, we will apply everything you have learned by building an interactive e-commerce dashboard in Excel and performing statistical analysis on a restaurant data set. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered Business Analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, and SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babcock V3 aligned and helps you prepare for certifications like CBAB and CCBA. You'll also engage with 10+ industry project, practical activities, benefit from live online sessions by experts. And with Simplilearn's Job Assist program, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. Now, before we get started, let's test your knowledge with a quick quiz. The question is, what does Excel mainly help you do? Your options are watch videos, manage and analyze data, draw pictures, or play games. Take a guess and we will reveal the answers at the end of the module.
So, introduction to business analytics. So, let me share my screen now. Yeah. So, first of all, in all my this webinars also, as I mentioned earlier, that I have conducted a lot of webinars on big data, data science, data analytics. So, I always start with this particular quote, which says that information is the oil of the 21st century and analytics is the combustion engine. Yeah, so here it has been given by this person, Peter Sondergaard, and he is from the Gartner company. Now, Gartner, I don't know how many of you know about this company, but it's a very famous research company, and they are coming out with a lot of reports. You can also search on YouTube, Gartner. Okay, they are giving you a lot of trends, that what are the AI trends in 2025, and likewise. Okay, I'm also Gartner is every year they are coming out with their own conferences. So I know that there are two conferences which they are regularly conducting. One is in US and one is in Europe. And this time in Europe they are conducting in London, and it is a 3 days of conference where it is known as Data and Analytics Summit. And yeah, let me see if I would like to surely go to their conference, but let me see. But yeah, this Gartner is coming out with a lot of reports. So you can refer those reports. Sometimes you may have to pay for that report, but you may also get some kind of, let's say, free versions of those reports on some other website. So from this Gartner company, this Peter Sondergaard, he has given this quote, and it says that information is the oil of the 21st century and analytics is the combustion engine. Now, you must have also heard another quote which says that data is the new oil. Data is the new oil. So, can you let me know that what do you mean by that particular quote? Data is the new oil. Yeah, what kind of, let's say, information we get from that quote? That's my first question. As I said, that it will be an interactive session. So, yeah, you must have 100% heard data is the new oil. Yeah? Even in India, we have Mr. Mukesh Ambani, who is the head of the Reliance Industries. So he is also using this quote on a regular basis. So what do you mean by this quote? Data is the new oil. So see, first of all, those countries, yeah, who are having oil, they are having a lot of money. Okay. I was, I think so. Last week I was seeing the history of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain. Okay, all these countries. Especially, I was seeing the history of Kuwait. Yeah, Kuwait is a small country in Gulf, and uh, yeah, I think so. Before that oil exploration, yeah, there was not that much in Kuwait. Okay, there were some small tradings which were taking place. Yeah, Kuwait was famous for the pearl and I think so the other ornaments. So that's why what was happening that as soon as that oil was explored, okay, then what happened that Kuwait became rich, and currently it is the sixth largest, or say it is the sixth largest country which is having those oil reserves. So yeah, now if you see Kuwait and other countries, they are fully rich and they are having a lot of money. So that's why what we are doing here, that nowadays those countries or those companies which are having data, they are much more richer, yeah, than those countries or those companies which are not having that much of data. So that is one thing, that we are comparing the data with the new oil, okay, with the oil, yeah. And yes, what you have said up till now, it is all correct. And plus, what is happening here, that see, from data we get information. When we process data, we get information. So, uh, see, simply keeping the data or simply keeping the information with you will not help you. Suppose those countries where this oil was explored, okay, they were having the raw oil, okay, or crude oil. Now, if they would have kept that crude oil, they would have not got that much of money. So what they did, that they processed that oil, and then they generated diesel and petrol and other products. Then they sold those products to the other countries, and that is how they got that money. So here also, if you are just keeping those data and information with you, it will not help you. You have to process that data. When you process data, you get information. When you process information, you get knowledge. So here, for processing, we require a engine. Okay. So here our analytics is the engine. We use that data as a raw material. We process it and we get information, and then based on the information, we can take a decision. Or if we are already having the information, we process that information and we get knowledge out of it. Okay, and then we use that knowledge for our decision making process. So that is how the things are working here. So here, just having the data or just having the information is not important. What is important here is the engine part, and here the engine is our analytics. Okay, so we require analytics, and then only it will get converted into a really a uh, important thing. Okay, so yes, we have written here, greases the wheel, make it more faster, move faster. Here data is considered the new oil because it is a valuable resource that when refined and utilized effectively can drive significant economic growth and innovation. Thank you very much. Raw data used for variety of wide variety of applications, like oil can be used for various products. Yes. So one thing is very clear, that you should know the business analytics. Okay, I always say that even if you are in the marketing area, finance area, HR area, everywhere the data is available. Okay, so now we cannot say that data analytics or business analytics has to be learned by only those people who are in the IT department. No, it has to be learned by everybody, and that's why I think so you are over here. Yeah, so whichever specialization you are having, and see, if you are having this kind of combination, that you already are in the marketing area or finance area or HR area for last 10 years, 15 years, and if you have this combination of this business analytics or data analytics, then that's the deadly combination, because you already know your area very well, what are the issues of your area, and then if you try to let's say remove those issues with the business analytics, then that's the great thing. Okay, nowadays companies, they require this kind of a combination. Okay, that you know your area also, your domain also, and you know the business analytics, and then you can survive very well. Okay, so that's why you should be very focused over here. So this is the quote. Let us go further. Now we'll see the definition of business analytics. So business analytics here, yeah, it's a long definition, but this is one of the version which I'm having here. So business analytics is the use of data, information technology, statistical analysis, quantitative methods, and mathematical or computer-based models to help managers gain improved insight about their business operations and make better fact-based decisions. So let us go one by one. First of all, in business analytics, you require data. Yeah, data is the raw material. Without data, you cannot do anything. So use of data is there definitely. Then comes information technology. Now here I would like to ask you one more question here, that is, see, we are having two words, information technology and information system. I repeat, there are two words, information technology and information system, but they are not similar. So IT is more related with the definitely the hardware, software, and the networking that we use, to store the data, transmit, retrieve, whatever you say. While information system is talking about the process. Okay, the system which is using all these things, hardware, software, and all those things, and then how we use this technology to process our data, and finally we get some information out of it. Okay, so in IT you can say that IT is what we can see and we can feel, but is we can just visualize, you can say like that. Okay, I cannot see IT, I cannot see any is information system, I can just visualize it. Okay, so that is what according to me is also the difference between IT and is. So here we are having the use of data, IT. Then we use statistics here, some mathematics, quantitative techniques. Okay, we use some models here. And finally, why we are doing all those things? To help managers gain improved insight about their business operations. See, today we know about our operations, but we are not knowing that much of detail. But suppose if I go into the depth and if I try to know more about my operations and what is going behind my operations and what kind of analysis are done, then definitely it will help me. Yeah. So we want to know more about our business operations, and plus we want to make better fact-based decisions. Okay. Whenever we are taking a decision, people will ask us that why you have taken the decision. Okay. Suppose if people will ask you that why you have joined this particular course, this PGPA course. Okay. So then you will say that, okay, I've seen the reviews of this course, and plus I've yeah, seen the content, and yeah, so these are the facts which are available. Okay, it is not just based on a feeling that no, I feel like this course is very good. No, because you have decided based on some information which you have collected. Yeah, either from the Simplilearn website or from some other platform, feedback platforms, where you can see that what people have written. So whenever we are taking a decision, we have to be yeah, perfect over there, and we have to take the decision based on some facts. Yeah, so this is what we mean by the business analytics. Now we have another word also which is known as business intelligence. So business intelligence, it was given by this person, Howard Resner. Again, you can see that he was from the same company, Gartner company. So see, Gartner has given a lot of great, I would say, persons, yeah, learned persons. And yeah, so he gave this word BI in 1989. So BI is a very old word. Okay. So let us see what definition was given by Howard. He defined BI as a set of concepts and methodologies to improve decision making in business through use of facts and facts based systems. Now, see, this definition is not easy to understand. So, what we'll do, we will go to the differences here. Let us see the differences, and then we'll be able to understand really what is BI and what is BA. Be similar to what has been given by Bali. So business intelligence, it involves the process of collecting the data from all sources and preparing it for BA. Yeah. So first of all comes business intelligence. Okay. So business intelligence, what it does, that it collects the data, definitely the past data from various sources, and it also prepares it for BA. Preparing for BA means that it try see, whenever we are getting the data, the raw data, if I'm talking about, the raw data is not in a proper shape. Yeah, it is having lot of null values, errors, duplicates, yeah, a lot of blank columns, blank rows. So data cleaning is very important step over here. We have to do the data cleaning. We cannot just take the data and start doing the analysis. Data cleaning is very important here. Even in my this training on Power BI and Tableau, I always mention this point, that these people like data analyst, data engineer, and data scientist, yeah, normally we have a feeling that they are doing great work. Definitely they are doing great work, but their majority of their time goes into the data cleaning and data transformation. Yeah, around 80 to 85% of the time of data analyst, data engineer, and data scientist, it goes into data cleaning, because they know very well that if my data is not clean, whatever the visualization I create or whatever the machine learning model which I create, they are all nonsense. Okay, it will not give me the correct information. So that's why their first focus is on the cleaning part. Yeah. So this business intelligence people, what they do, that they get the data from various sources. Sources can be anywhere. Yeah, if suppose if we are working in a big organization, then we will get the data from various branch offices. Okay, from the headquarter and from the branch offices, and then we have to integrate the data. We have to do the data cleaning, we have to remove some columns, add some columns, etc. So that is what we mean by the business intelligence. Okay, and then once we prepare this data, then that data is taken by the business analytics people, and then based on that data, the past data, they can do the prediction. Okay, they will try to forecast that what is going to happen in next, yeah, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So that prediction part comes in the business analytics here. Business intelligence, it answers the question what happened. What happened means we are talking about the past. What happened in 2024, what happened in 2023. So we'll be able to see that okay, our sales has gone down, or the our production had gone down. So that is what happened in the past. So that is BI. Then comes BA. In BA, we try to answer two questions, that is why did it happen. Suppose if last year if your production was down, then you have to 100% analyze that why the production was down, what was the reason for that. Okay, so why did it happen and whether it will happen again or not. See, today also we remember COVID period very well, and today also people are still having that kind of a fear that, oh, if COVID will come again, then what will happen. Nowadays definitely we are much more prepared for these kind of situation, but yeah, still here and there we are hearing some news that, oh, this variant of COVID has been found in so and so country, or that country, this country. Okay, so we are still having that thing, but we always have this kind of thing that whether that COVID period will come again or not. So here also in business analytics, suppose if last year the production has gone down, then we have to answer the question that whether it will happen again or not, whether it will happen again in this 2025 or 2026. Yeah, currently, as you know, that the overall the market is very down. Yeah, just to tell you that in Germany, for the first time, I've seen the recession. I've been here for last 8 years, and this last year, you can say from last year onwards, September, October onwards, yeah, I have seen that the market has gone down like anything. Many of the people have lost their job. In Germany, losing a job is a very typical thing. During the COVID also, I would like to tell you that in COVID also, we did not lose the job. What they did, the German companies, they reduced the number of hours. Suppose if I'm working 40 hours in a week, what they did that they reduced to, let's say, 30 hours. So they'll be definitely paying me for the 30 hours only, but at least I was having salary. I means I'm talking in general. Okay, so yeah, people were having the salary, and they sustain their expenses. That was the situation in COVID. Yeah, in US and Canada, many people they lost their job, simply they were fired. But luckily in Germany they did not do this thing. But now, since last in this last 6 months, things have changed like anything. Okay, and there are many cases. Okay, there are many issues related to whatever you say, the Russia Ukraine war or whatever. The overall the market is down. The automotive sector here, one of the biggest sector in Germany, as you know, that it's the automotive sector. It has been affected like anything, and that's especially the electric vehicles from China. They have also affected the German automotive market. Okay, so there are a lot many reasons over here. So many people they have lost the job. So currently, I would say that if anybody is planning to come to Germany, you have to think twice. In the current situation, I'm talking about. Okay, I don't know what will happen in 2026, but currently it is not a good period. So you may get a job. I'm not saying that all the companies have stopped, yeah, highlighting the jobs, but at least I know that the overall automotive market is down. Okay, luckily I'm in the reinsurance sector. That sector is doing very well, but automotive and all the suppliers who are connected with that automotive companies, they are in a bad shape. Okay, so that is the current, but it's not a, let's say, a effect which will be there for a longer period, but this is the situation. So here, coming back to this thing, that uh, yeah, business intelligence, it includes the reporting, automated monitoring and alerting, dashboards, scorecards, and ad hoc queries. So normally, in case of business intelligence, we create reports, and most of the things are automated because we know the things in advance that okay, this is going to happen, yeah, and this is what has happened. So we create those kind of reports, and then people, they use those reports and they take decisions. While in case of business analytics, we are using more of statistics, analytics, yeah, a lot of models, yeah, prediction, all those things. We are going for a very advanced technology over here, and we are trying to do the prediction, because for prediction you require advanced tools. Yeah, with the normal tools you cannot do the prediction. So that's why business analytics is using those advanced tools over here. So this is the some few differences between the business intelligence and business analytics. Now remember that, see, this presentation which I'm currently sharing with you, that all I'll also upload in the LMS. Okay, so you'll find this thing in the LMS. So you don't have to write anything just now. Yeah, don't worry about that. But at the end of the today's session, I'll be uploading in the LMS. Now, types of analytics. Maybe yeah, you must be knowing all these four types of analytics, but let us have a quick revision here. So first of all, we are having the descriptive analytics. So descriptive analytics is talking about what happened in the past. Okay, descriptive. Then comes diagnostic analytics. Diagnostic analytics, it says why did it happen. So suppose if you are going to a doctor, and if you say that okay, I'm having cough and cold, so doctor would like to know that so why are you having this cough and cold. Okay, so doctor will ask questions, and doctor will try to diagnose you that what is the exact problem. Okay, why you are having cough and cold. So that's why it is saying why did it happen in the diagnostic analytics. Then comes predictive analytics. So in predictive analytics, we are now talking about the future. Okay, so what will happen? Yeah, see, nowadays we are living in a very dynamic world. So today, if we are number one, that doesn't give you a guarantee that next year also you'll be number one. Yeah, because things are changing very fast. Yeah, you must have seen some of the companies, especially when I see the COVID period. Yeah, that many of the good restaurants in my city, yeah, they were closed down. They were there in my city for last 20 years, 30 years, but they could not sustain that particular period. And some of the new restaurants also got opened during that COVID period, and they are still there. Okay, so you cannot say that because of the COVID period, it affected the restaurant business. It affected definitely, but some of the new restaurants were also there, and then they also adopted the new technology. Yeah, those old restaurants, they did not accepted the new technology, and that's why they were out of the market. Yeah, many of the people, they could not handle this situation. Yeah, so see, nowadays we are living in this kind of dynamic world only, and we have to get accustomed to this thing, and we have to be ready for that. So in predictive analytics, we are focusing on what will happen in the future, and then the prescriptive analytics is giving you the answer how can we make it happen. Suppose if I tell you that okay, in next 5 years your company is going to become number one, then you will ask me question that Samir, can you tell me that how it is going to become number one. Yeah, because if I do the prediction, that doesn't mean that it will be happening like that. Yeah, your company, your colleagues has to work hard, then only it will become number one. So then I have to also tell you that what things are required. Suppose if you are currently your competitor who is number one, they are producing, let's say, 1 metric ton of production, and you are having, let's say, half metric ton of production. Then definitely, if you cross that 1 metric ton of production, then only you'll be number one. If your competitor is having 1,000 employees, you are having 700 employees, then if you want to become number one, you have to also increase your number of employees. So likewise, I have to tell you that what things are required. Okay, if you want to become number one in next 2 years or next 3 years. So that is what we mean by how can we make it happen. Yeah. So these are the four types of analytics. Now here we are having this hindsight, insight, and foresight. So hindsight means we are talking about the past. Insight is the current one, and foresight is the future one. And in terms of difficulty and value also, you can say that to do the descriptive analysis is very, very easy. I get the past data, yeah, put it into some tool, and then I can see the visualization. I can get the information very quickly. So doing the descriptive analytics is very, very easy, and the value is also very less. Okay, though it is easy, but the value of this descriptive analytics is also very less. But if I'm doing the predictive and prescriptive analytics, definitely it is the difficulty level is very high, but the value is also very high. Yeah. So nowadays you must have seen that many of the companies, they are hiring AI engineers, okay, or AI researchers. They are removing those people who are doing their routine job, and they are now recruiting these kind of people. Okay, so if you are not in this particular race, then definitely you have to also learn these new tools and techniques. Otherwise, you'll be out. Yeah, so I've seen some of the banking organizations. Yeah, they one of the bank, I think so. It is based in Singapore, if I'm not wrong. I forgot the name of the bank, but they are planning to remove around 6,000 to 7,000 people who are on the contract basis. They are not the permanent employee; they are on contract. Up till now, they were doing very well, but now the bank has decided that yeah, in phase by phase manner. Yes, DBS Bank. Yeah, correct. DBS Bank. Yeah, this is what I read in the article also. So this DBS Bank, yeah, they are trying to remove those people who are doing their manual job, and they'll be replaced by around 1,000 or 2,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but around 1,000 or 2,000 AI engineers they'll be recruiting. And this change is not just in this DBS bank, it is overall in the whole market. This is going to change. Yeah. So today, whatever the things you are doing, you should have definitely that knowledge about your area. But apart from that, you should also learn these new tools. Okay, so that you can say that, oh, yes, I know this thing, and you can keep me within your organization. Otherwise, yeah, your job will be like that only. Types of analytics. Now we come to the another topic, which is big data. Yeah, because you see this big data, data science, these are all integrated with each other. Okay, you cannot separate them out. So now let us see what is this introduction to what is this big data. Many of you you already know the definition, but very quickly we see here. So first of all, here you can see that why we are talking about this big data. Since last, you can say 7, 8 years or 10 years maximum, we have been talking about big data. So why we are talking about big data nowadays? One of the reason is shown over here, and in this diagram you can see that what happens on internet in 1 minute. I repeat, what happens on internet in 1 minute. So in 1 minute, you can see that 16.2 million texts are sent. SMS I'm talking about. Then 231 million emails are sent. How much? In 1 minute only. 231 mails are sent. Okay. 13.2 some active listeners are there on Spotify. Yeah, my daughter is having a Spotify account. So yeah, likewise there are 13,200 people over there. 6 million people are shopping online. Yeah, so on. Okay, we can go on and on here. See, 625 millions videos are watched on TikTok. I don't use TikTok, but yes, many of you are having that TikTok. So these many videos are seen. Yeah, these many videos are watched on YouTube. 3.47 million videos are watched. Now, if you see that if this is the situation in 1 minute, then you can just imagine that what is going to happen in 1 hour or 1 day or 1 year. Huge amount of data is generated. Okay. And today we are having more of the let's say people are uploading lot of videos and yeah, audio and many other things. So definitely those audios and videos they are occupying lot of space. So this is one of the reasons that why we are talking about big data. Another thing which is also responsible for big data is this Internet of Things, IoT. This is not a new word. So if someone asks me, Samir, what is IoT? I can say like this in simple words that it's a network of devices which are connected with each other so that there is easy information exchange. I repeat the definition that is a network of devices. As you can see here, that all these devices are there, they are connected with each other. Yeah? So it's a network of devices which are connected with each other. And why they are connected with each other? So that they can share their information. Yeah, they can share their information, they can receive the information from different devices, and this is what we are doing currently. Yeah, whenever you purchase a mobile and as soon as you put the SIM card and you are having the right amount of applications in your mobile, as soon as you start the internet connection or you start your Wi-Fi, immediately you will start receiving the messages. You will also send some messages to your colleagues and friends, and that is what is happening. Yeah, this is what is IoT. So this is IoT. Now, how IoT is also contributing to big data. So here you can see that this is one of the little bit old graph where on the x-axis you are having the years starting from 1990. It is having the data till 2021. So here you can see that in 1992 there were 1 million devices were there. How much? 1 million worldwide in 1992. And then you see that over the period of time, see the number of devices have increased like anything. And here you can see the exponential growth. In 2020, it was 50.1 billion devices. How much? Approximately 50 billion devices. Yeah, I don't know what is there, how many devices are there in 2025, but at least I'm expecting that around approximately more than 100 billion devices will be there. Okay, minimum I'm talking about. So what happens that when the more number of devices are coming in the market, let's say nowadays if you see any person, an average person will be having at least 3 to 4 devices. The person will be having a laptop, mobile, these two things are there. Then the person may have a smartwatch. Nowadays smartwatch is very very common. Okay, and maybe the person may have some a digital camera, or maybe let's say iPad, okay, something like that. So on an average 3 to 4 devices are now available with one person. And when a person is adding one more device, what is happening that that device will generate lot of data. Yeah. So overall, this you can say this IoT is also contributing to the big data. The more number of devices coming to the market, the more data they generate. Okay. So this is where this IoT is also connected with the big data. Now, before I give you the definition of big data, yeah, you must be knowing these three types of data. We are having structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. So structured data, as the name suggests, that it is having a structure. So here we are talking about Excel files, CSV files. Yeah, CSV you must have heard, comma separated value files. Then we have DBF, that is database files. So up till now we were using these kind of files. We are still using it. I would not say that we have been using, but we are still using these kind of files. And what is the special characteristic of these files? That these files are having a structure. Yeah, if you are opening a Excel file, in an Excel file we are having the rows and columns. So here, whenever we are putting the data into a proper structure, that is known as a structured data. Then we come to this unstructured data. Unstructured, as the name suggests, there is no structure. So here we are talking about picture files, that JPG files, MP3, that is audio files, MPEG, that is video files. So whenever we are having a photo, a picture, or a audio file or a video file, definitely I cannot divide that audio file into various parts, and I cannot put it into a structure. I cannot put it into rows and columns. Whenever I want to analyze the audio file or video file, I have to take that audio file or video file as it is. I have to keep it in one format only, okay, on one structure, and then only I can analyze it. So here, that's why whenever we are having these kind of files, it is known as a unstructured data. We cannot put it into a proper structure. Then comes the semi-structured data. So in semi-structured data, as that word suggests you, semi-structured means it's a combination of both structured and unstructured. Yeah. So in case of semi-structured data, we are having an example of email. So suppose if I want to send you an email, let's say I want to send an email to, let's say, Apurva, suppose. Then I'll be writing in the two column email of Apurva. Okay. Then if I want to send that same mail to all of you, then I'll be using that CC and BCC. Then I have to write down the subject, and then I write down the message. So whatever the thing that you see on the top area, to CC, BCC, and structured, sorry, the subject, this is your structured part. Yeah, this we have to follow. Whatever the things that we write down below, that is in the message part, that is totally unstructured. Yeah, because suppose if I'm writing a mail to my friend, it will be totally informal. If I'm writing a mail to my boss, it will be a very, very formal mail. Yeah, so those messages are changing, but the top portion is the structure is remaining same on the top portion, okay, in the mail. So that's why here in the case of email, we are having a combination of the structured part and the unstructured part. That's why it is known as a semi-structured data. Okay, it is known as a semi-structured data. Similarly with Word file also, in Word file, what I do that whenever I start creating the report, yeah, if I want to create a Word document, first of all I fix up the structure. I fix up the top margin, yeah, bottom margin, left margin, right margin. I also define that how much space I have to have between those two lines, okay, or how much space has to be between the two paragraphs, what kind of font type I have to select, what kind of font style and font size and all those things. I prepare it in advance. and then I start typing those things. So here in case of Word document also, you are having both the structured part where you define the margin and all those things, and plus you are also having the unstructured part. Unstructured part means whatever you are putting in within that Word file, that is the unstructured part. Yeah, because it varies. So that's why Word document is also a combination of both structured and some and unstructured. That's why it is known as a semi-structured data. Yeah. So in organizations we are having these kind of data also. Okay. So these are the three types of data. Now what is big data? So big data, this is one of the definition which I found out. Big data is defined as a term which handles the combination or also single parts of volume, variety and velocity of data with cost effective, innovative forms of information processing to enable enhanced insight, decision making and process automation. Now see, as such it's a very long definition, but let us go step by step here. So first of all, you can see that I have highlighted these three words here: volume, variety and velocity. So we are having this separate slide over here, which are talking about the three V's of big data. Yeah, these are very, very important. So the first V is volume. Now, see, whenever this word big data comes into your mind, you come to know that yes, we are talking about large volume of data. Okay, we are not, yeah, because then only it is known as big data. So we are having large volume of data. Then we comes to another V, which is known as variety. In variety, yeah, we just now only I mentioned the structured part, unstructured part, and semi-structured part. So in case of big data, we always have this variety of data. Okay, we don't have just unstructured or structured. Nowadays, we know that 90% of the data which is generated by people like us, it is mostly unstructured data. Before 10 years, it was different. Yeah, before 10 years or before 15 years, 90% of the data which was generated was structured data, while only let's say 5 to 6% was unstructured data and remaining was semi-structured data. But now the things have totally changed. I even jokingly say this thing to the students also of the university that nowadays, if I want to, if I'm going outside, if I'm going for a holiday, definitely I have to put the photos and videos of my holiday destination. Otherwise, people will feel bad about it. Yeah, people will how people will come to know, or how my friends will come to know that I'm on a holiday. But remember, nowadays I'm also warning the students also that we should be very, very cautious whenever we are putting the videos and photos on the social media platform, because now we are living in the generative AI world, Gen AI world. If I want to really harm you, I can misuse your photos and videos like anything. Yeah, you must have read the stories also. We are talking about the deep fake technology, and likewise there are many others. So see, every technology is having its positive part and negative part. But when the technology goes into the wrong hands, definitely it is creating a problem for us. I'll give you one example. It's a live example. When we had this 9/11 attack in US. Okay, 9/11 attack, you know very well. In 2001, it was there. Uh, you must be knowing the story that there were some terrorists who were in Afghanistan and some terrorists were there in US. Okay, and they were communicating with each other before this incident. There was a lot of communication which was there between these two groups. Now, when this thing happened, okay, later on, FBI, yeah, Federal Bureau of Investigation, which is the topmost institution in US, they started investigating the whole thing, and they saw, the FBI people, they saw that there was a lot of email exchange between these two groups. Now when okay, they could get that emails also, yeah, between these two groups, and when they saw that email, they were surprised to know that in all their emails, there was a photo of a young girl. Only there was a photo, no text. Okay, there was only a photo of a young girl, and in all the emails they were having the same girl's photo. Suppose if you are sending another girl's photo, it means that you may have some idea that yes, some message, some coding is used over here. Okay, they are trying to say something different. But here in all the emails, whether the email was sent from the US terrorist to the Afghanistan terrorist or Afghanistan terrorist to the US terrorist, they were using the same girl's photo. Okay, and only photo was there, no text was there. So FBI could not understand this thing. I'm talking about 2001. Okay. Currently we are in 2025. In 2001 this happened. Then what they did, that FBI, they took the support of the hacker, ethical hacker. You know the ethical hackers. They also help our police also nowadays. So one of the Indian hacker, yeah, I'm very very proud to say this thing, that one of the Indian hacker, he was called. His name is Ankit Fadia. Yeah, you can also search his name on Google. Ankit Fadia, Fadiya. Ankit Fadia, at that time, he was around 15 or 16 years old only, less than 18 years. He was a young chap. He was called by FBI. Can you imagine this thing? Yeah, FBI called this person to solve this case. And then Ankit Fadia, he saw a technology, he identified one technology which is known as embedding technology. So what that terrorists were doing, that suppose if they wanted to send a message to another group, they were having one software, they were writing that message, yeah, tip normal message, okay. Then that message was embedded in that photograph of that girl's photo. Okay, it was embedded. So when you see that photo, you will not be able to see anything. Just except that girl, you will not be able to see anything. Yeah. So they embedded that photo, that message into that photo, and then they were sending that photo through email to that other group. The other group was having again a software which was trying to decode that message. So it was separating that message from that photo, and then they were reading that message, and then if they want to say again send some reply, they were doing the same thing. Okay. So the embedding technology was used by terrorists in 2001. Now just imagine that what kind of technology they must be having now in 2025. Yeah, I'm really worried about that. So these are the things which are this has happened earlier, and nowadays we are hearing lot of things that people are, yeah, sending you the photo. Even my father on WhatsApp also, he got a message. Yeah, it was my photo. Yeah, it was so it was a WhatsApp account. It was created just by me, something like that. It was shown like that. Okay, my photo was there, and then my father had received a message that, "Hello, Papa. Please, I'm in a big trouble, and please send me so much of money." Yeah, so it was good that my papa had called me immediately, and then we clarified this thing. But yeah, this is the old system, I would say. Nowadays, you may get a video maybe from my side, and you will hear me, you will see me, and I'll beg you that please, I'm in great trouble, yeah, and you will see some background thing also, and then you can see me and you can hear me also. That kind of video will very very soon be available, yeah. Because see, to get my voice and my photo on this social media platform is very easy. Yeah, I'm conducting a lot of training programs. Maybe I've done some recording. My recordings are also available on YouTube. So if anybody wants to do any wrong work, they can take a small portion of my audio. Okay. They will have my photo. And then based on these two things only, they can create a AI video and they can do any wrong thing with that thing. Okay. So that's why nowadays we should be very, very particular whenever we are sharing anything. Yeah. We should, I'm not saying that you should not share anything, but especially the family photos and those things, we should be little bit cautious, I would say. Yeah, as such we are having that kind of instinct that no, we have to share all those things, okay, on the social media platform. People should know what I'm doing, but nowadays there are a lot of repercussions here. So coming back over here, that variety, volume and velocity. So velocity means the rate at which the data is generated. Okay. So nowadays the rate is so fast. Just now you are listening to me. That doesn't mean that you are not receiving any WhatsApp messages. Even I may be also having some WhatsApp messages on my mobile. Yeah. So data is generating every day and every second. So the velocity. Okay. So these are the three V's. Now coming back to this thing. So again we read this definition. Big data is termed. Uh, is a term which handles the combination or also single parts of volume, variety, and velocity. Now, see, many of you must be knowing these three V's. Yeah, this is not something new. But people, they have a misconception that when you are having all the three V's, then only it is known as big data. And this is wrong. Remember that even if you are having one V, let's say you are having volume, or maybe volume and velocity. Suppose if you are working in a very big organization, you may have a large volume of data which is generated. Let's say you are working in Walmart. Walmart is having lot of data generated every second, and the velocity is also very high. So you may have volume and velocity, but you may not have variety. Then also it is known as big data. Or suppose if you are working in a small organization, and that organization you are having just variety of data, let's say. Yeah, you may not have a large volume of data in a small company, you may have just variety of data. Then also it is known as big data. So remember this thing, either if you are having one V or two V's or all the three V's, in all the scenarios, it is known as big data. Yeah. So volume, variety and velocity of data with cost effective, innovative forms of information processing. See, nowadays you must have seen all these softwares. Yeah, I already talked about Python, R programming, even this Power BI also. Most of the tools which are now available for the data analytics, they are mostly open source tools. You know the open source concept very well. They are free tools. Okay, anybody can use those tools. You can, if you want to use Python, you go to the Python website, download the software, and start using it. Yeah, it is so easy. Yes, if you want to have some very special features of Python, if you want to use some special libraries of Python, then definitely you may have to pay some money. Okay, but otherwise nowadays most of the tools are very cost effective. They are low cost or they are free of cost. Yeah, so you can use it very well. So cost effective, innovative forms of information processing. You can have many. Yeah, there are a lot of tools which are available nowadays. Even if I just talk about data visualization also, in data visualization you will find more than 100 tools available. Some are free, some are paid. Yeah, some are hybrid, you can say like that. And why we are doing all those things? To enable enhance insight. Again, this insight what has come here, we have to use it for decision making process and process automation. Process automation means if I want to convert that manual process into automatic process, then definitely there also big data can help you. Yeah, so in general big data you can define with the help of these three V's: volume, variety, and velocity. Yeah, now after three V's, another person came with the seven V's of big data. Suppose if you are not happy with the three V's of big data, here this is another seven V's of big data. In the seven V's of big data, you can see that we are already having the three V's here from the earlier one: volume, velocity, and variety. So these three V's were there. And the another author, he added four more V's here. Yeah, I'll not go into that much of detail here. You can check it online also. Veracity, variability, visualization, and value. So these are now seven V's of big data. Now, still, if you are not happy with these seven V's of big data, the third author came with 10 V's of big data. Okay, 10 V's of big data, where again we are having many of the V's which are same: volume, velocity, variety, veracity, etc. And some other V's have been added. So whenever I am teaching this subject to the students, I always tell them that please complete your studies as fast as possible. Why? Because today I'm having 10 V's of big data. Tomorrow you never know that I will come with 14 V's of big data. Yeah, 10 V's I are already available over here. I have to just add 3 4 more V's, and then I can say that yes, now these are my 14 V's of big data. Yeah, likewise in case of marketing also, you know that when I did my MBA, I completed my MBA in 2000. So at that time we were having 4 P's of marketing. Yeah, price, place, promotion, product. Now there are, I think so, 7 or 8 P's of marketing. Yeah, so these P's are increasing, V's are also increasing. So that's why I always warn the student that complete your studies as fast as possible. Yeah, so that otherwise you have to remember those P's and V's. Yeah. Okay, there is a one question, information here. Few days back, I got scammed while travel ticket booking from Expedia. We shouldn't call any phone number. It's crazy world around. We have to be very, very careful. Yes, yes, yes. See, nowadays the scams, I think so. Sometimes I'm also having, let's say, worry for my parents who are living in India that bec- especially my father is very, very tech savvy, so he knows all those scams very well. But sometimes you never know that sometime, yeah, you may get a call and then the person will say, oh, I met your son and your son is having trouble, blah blah blah, yeah, please give some money. Okay, so you never know this thing, so people are playing with your feelings. Yeah, so likewise I'm not saying just in India there are scams everywhere. Yeah, so even in Germany also we get a call. The call is coming from the or say the phone number, it is from our Indian embassy in Germany, but the call is coming from some different area, and then they try to play with you, and they say, okay, we have got this information that you are doing some nonsense activity in Germany. Okay, so we are, or maybe a call may come from some fake police also. So it is not that in Germany we don't have scams. The number of scams are a little bit less, that is for sure, but at least scams are always everywhere, so we have to be very, very particular. Yeah, especially sharing the information, and yeah, putting those, yeah, even those pictures and photos also, they are very easy to target, so we should be very particular. Yes, so 10 V's of big data. Okay, now finally, uh, in the last batch I also talked about these three things. Maybe, yeah, definitely you know this artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning, but I'm having my own way of defining these three technology over here, yeah, in a very simple words. Suppose tomorrow if you want to explain your younger brother or your younger sister this kind of technology, or anybody who is very small, okay, if they want to know what is AI and ML or deep learning, then you can explain them in a very simple word. Or those who are not having any technical background, okay, I'm saying that even if you want to explain to your parents also, they may not have that kind of a technical background, you can also explain with this example. So in general you can say that AI, okay, sometimes people get confused between AI and machine learning. Okay, now here the clarification is this: as AI is the big circle, you can say, and within AI you are having machine learning, and within machine learning you are having deep learning. Okay, so that is first thing that you have to remember if you don't know this thing. AI is the biggest bubble, and within AI we are having machine learning, and within machine learning we are having deep learning. Now here some of the technical definition has been given. Okay, but I'll not go with the technical definition, I will go with a simple example here, that is apples and oranges. Yeah, so what is AI? Let us understand this thing with the help of apples and oranges. So let us assume that you are having a basket of fruits where there are some apples and there are some oranges, but they are mixed together. Okay, they are in one basket, they are mixed together. Now what is the target over here? That you want to separate these two fruits into two different basket. You want to keep the apple in the apple basket, and you want to keep the orange in the orange basket. You want to do the segregation here. So definitely as a human, you can do this segregation very well. Suppose if there are 20 apples and 20 oranges, you can segregate. Yeah, you know how an apple looks like or how an orange looks like, and you can do the segregation. But let us assume that you are having now 1000 apples and 1000 oranges. Now to segregate that 1000 apples and oranges, it's a big task. It will take some time. And definitely we as a human, yeah, we don't like this repetitive task. Yeah, we get bored easily. So what we do now, we think about a machine, that okay, I'll create a machine or one kind of a small robot, and that robot will do the segregation, and robot can work for 24 hours. Yeah, so suppose if I want to tell a robot or a machine to do the segregation work, now definitely those machines or those robots are not having their own intelligence. Yeah, we the humans are having natural intelligence, but machines and robots, they are not having any natural intelligence. So what we have to do, we have to create some kind of intelligence within them. How we create the intelligence? We create software. Yeah, and we in the software we put the data that how an apple looks like, what is the color of the apple, what is the size of the apple, yeah, what is the shape of the apple, and then similarly we also do it for the oranges. Yeah, so I have to feed that data into that robot or that machine, and then that robot will take one fruit from that mixed fruit basket. It will first of all compare with the apple. If it gets compared, yeah, if it is same, then it will identify that okay, this is an apple. It puts into the apple basket, and likewise it will do the process on and on. Yeah. So this is what is known as artificial intelligence. In simple words, I can say like that. Yeah, that we are creating a intelligence, okay, with the help of software and some data, and then that machine will do those work on its own. So this is artificial intelligence. Yeah, likewise, we are having artificial intelligence in our TV and refrigerator and washing machine and yeah, dishwasher and all those things. We just put some buttons, press some buttons, and the job will start. Okay, because there is a coding part which is there in that machine. Now comes machine learning. What is machine learning? Now, see, we know that apples, as such, there are various varieties of apple, but if I talk in terms of the color also, then normally we are having two types of apple. You can say like green apple and the red apple. Yeah, we also have different shades of red color also for the apples. But just now let us understand that we are having green apples and we are having red apples. Now earlier when I created that machine, I gave the data about the red apple. I said that apple is red in color, apple is of this shape, this size, this much weight, etc. I gave that kind of data. Now in my mixed fruit basket, I'm having green apple also and red apple also. So when that machine will take that green apple, it will compare with the data of the apple that we have given. So then it will identify that yes, this is looking like an apple, but the color is different. Yeah, the color is green color. So what it will do, it will think that this is a different kind of fruit. Okay, so it will put in the third basket, that green apple. But actually, apple has to be kept in the apple basket only, whether it is red or green. So here, machine is committing a mistake. Why machine is committing a mistake? Because machine is not having the data about the green apple. We have not told the machine that apple is also coming in green color. That's why machine is creating this problem. Now, if we want to rectify this problem, then what we have to do? We have to also give the data about the green apple. We have to also tell machine that okay, apples are also green in color. When we provide that data to that machine, then machine will take that, let's say, green apple. It will compare with the apple, and then it will identify yes, it is an apple, it is a green apple, and then it will put that apple into the apple basket. Similarly for orange also, we have the same issue that orange, there are various types of oranges. Let's say we are having one fruit known as Malta. Yeah, you must have heard about Malta fruit. Yeah, last February only I was there in the Malta country. You must be knowing that there is a Malta country in Europe, and that Malta fruit is coming from that particular country only. That's why it has given that, got that name Malta. So that Malta fruit is similar to an orange, but actually it is not an orange. So suppose if you are mixing up that Malta and orange together, then machine will identify, maybe the machine will create a mistake that it will identify that Malta as an orange. Yeah, though definitely Malta is much bigger than that orange, but because of that color and all those things, it will identify that Malta also as an orange, which is a mistake. Malta is a different fruit. So here we have to also provide the data about Malta to that machine, and then machine will try to let's say segregate this thing. So here initially machine was committing a mistake. Then we provided the right amount of data, and then machine learned from its mistake. What did machine had done? Machine had learned from its mistake, and now machine is doing those things very well. So this is what we mean by machine learning. Yeah. How we ensure that machine is learning? Because we have to provide more and more data. The more data you provide to the machine will be able to identify the patterns and all those things, and then machine will do those predictions and all those things. Okay. So this is what we mean by machine learning. The last thing over here is deep learning. Deep learning means as we have seen earlier in that circle chart, that deep learning is a part of machine learning. So now we are going to the depth. So suppose if I'm see now see what we do, that whenever we are going to let's say a shopping mall, and we are purchasing some fruits or some vegetables, especially suppose if you are purchasing oranges. Okay, now in India I know that oranges are coming from a particular state which is known as Nagpur. Okay, so Nagpur oranges are very famous. Or suppose if I'm talking about Europe, then oranges are uh, produced in Spain. Okay, I know one of the countries, Spain. So Spain, or I would say the Spanish oranges are one of the best quality. So whenever I'm going to the supermarket, if I'm seeing some oranges, I also want to know that from which region it has come, from which country it has come. Yeah. Accordingly, I may buy those oranges or those apples. So that's why here, in the case of this deep learning, you can see this presentation that this is the name of one of the orange, which is known as blood orange. Frankly speaking, I don't like this orange. It's a very, very bitter taste, but yeah, maybe some of you may like this orange. So the orange name is blood orange. Then this Citrus X sinensis, this is the Latin name of this fruit. Yeah, as you know that every vegetable and fruit, they are having their Latin name. So this is the Latin name. Definitely, we are not interested to learn this Latin name. Then this orange has come from, let's say, China, and then this it has also provided you the information that this fruit was plucked between 1700 and 1800 hours. Yeah, sometimes normally we are not interested in the number of hours. We are interested more that when it was packed. Yeah, when it was packed and what is the expiry date of that particular fruit. So whatever this extra information that we are getting, this is what we mean by the deep learning. We are going into the depth and we are trying to get more information out of it. Okay, this is the simple explanation of deep learning. Yeah, there are a lot of technical definitions which are available. So now how this information is coming up? See, this information is not coming from the surrounding. We are providing the information. We are inputting the information into the system, and then when anybody tries to purchase these oranges, they will be able to know that from where these oranges come. Okay, so this is what we mean by the concept known as deep learning. In deep learning, we are talking a lot of things about patterns and yeah, those recognizing the complex pattern, insight, and all those things. I'm not going to that much of detail, but this is the simple definition of deep learning. Okay. So I would say that that's all from my side for this business analytics course. Definitely, I'll be sharing this presentation in the LMS also. But here we have gone through the this detailed information about the what is business analytics, what is business intelligence, and what are the types of analytics that you have seen, what is big data. Yeah, so at least you are having some kind of idea. Yeah, and then we saw this AI, machine learning, and the deep learning here. Yeah, so this presentation also I'll share with you. Now we still have 2-3 more minutes, so just let me see. Yeah, see there are a lot of examples here uh, in this analytics. We have seen this descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics. Now area of analytics. So see, analytics can be applied anywhere in any area you name it, and we are having the example. Okay, so analytics, or you can say this big data, can be applied anywhere. Yeah, even this if I talking about the media, normally I give the example of media. So in media also we have a lot of applications. See, nowadays if you see this let's say Netflix, yeah, when you see one series, then automatically it will suggest you the another series based on on your interest area. Okay, suppose if you are liking, let's say, the money heist, then accordingly it will show you another program also which is of similar pattern. Yeah, so especially the Netflix, I know very well that they are doing lot of analysis. They always check that at which particular point the customer is trying to do the rewinding of the scene. Suppose if you like a particular scene, you will rewind. Yeah, so they will identify that what was the scene which was rewinded by you. Okay, which was repeated by you. Then sometimes what happens, that suppose if I'm talking about, let's say, Bollywood movie is having a lot of songs. Suppose if I'm not interested in songs, as soon as the song comes, I skip it. So they will also know that okay, this song was skipped by this particular customer. Yeah, so they will gather all this information when it was stopped, which scene was viewed very much. Yeah, so which dialogue was liked by you. Sometimes they will ask you this question. So they will collect all this information and then they will accordingly try to create programs. Yeah, you must have seen this the Squid Game. Yeah, both the parts were very popular. Earlier we had one series. Maybe I don't know whether you have seen that series or not. It is known as the House of Cards. Was the first series which made the things very this Netflix popular. Yeah. So House of Cards, if you have not seen this series, then please watch this series. It is having, I think so, 5 or 6 seasons, and every season is of 13 episodes, if I'm not wrong. I have seen that series for 3 times. Excellent series. I like that series very much. House of Cards series was the series which was very popular in UK. Before it came to Netflix, it was very popular in UK. So there was a company which was showcasing this particular series. Now what happened that Netflix at that time it was not so popular, so they wanted to get a series which is very famous, and then by that if they showcase it on Netflix, then people will become their member and then their business will grow. So that was the point over here. So what Netflix had done, that Netflix they bought the that particular series, House of Cards series in UK. Now, see, the company who was showcasing this House of Cards series in UK, they were also collecting lot of data from their customer. They were asking the customer that which is your best scene, which is your best dialogue, who is your best actor, which is who is your worst actor here. Yeah, all those questions they were asking. But what their company was doing, they were keeping those data with them. They were not analyzing that data. I don't know why. Then what happened that when Netflix had purchased that rights for that House of Cards series, what Netflix had done, that Netflix did not re-telecast that series directly on their platform. They created the whole new series of House of Cards. They also got that data from that company, yeah, the customer data. They analyzed that data by using the big data technology, and then they created their own House of Cards series. Yeah, it's a original series. You can check the title also. And that House of Cards series was so popular that up till now it has gone more than, I think so, more than 50 awards. And that too, it has got around 23 or 24 Emmy awards. Emmy awards are very popular awards. So House of Cards was the first series, yeah, which became popular on Netflix, and it is because of the big data analytics. And then onwards, they did all those things on a regular basis. Nowadays, even the Prime Video and other Hotstar and all those platforms, they are also doing this kind of analytics. But Netflix was the first company which started doing this thing in media and entertainment. Yeah. So likewise, there are a lot many other examples. I can go on and on. But now I would say that let us go for a break now, and after break we'll continue further. Yeah. And meanwhile, what I'll suggest you that you can just keep these two files open. Yeah, hopefully we'll be starting with these two files here. First one is this worksheet views.xls. Okay, so suppose if I go to this platform here, there is a file which is known as worksheet views.xls. So this you keep it open. And the second one is the uh, what is the second file here? Yeah, second file is the managing and formatting data.xls. So please keep these two files open and we'll continue further. Okay. First of all, we are still having some theory part. We'll complete the theory, but then we'll start with this one. Okay. So two files I'm saying, worksheet views.xls, there to keep it open, and another one is managing and formatting data.xls. Yeah. So I'll be also starting the uh, polling activity. You can go for the polling. Today we will go a little bit step by step, and we will be definitely today I'll be completing one of the Excel file, okay, along with you. So, but before that, let us talk a little bit more about the applications of, yeah, you can say big data or data analytics or business analytics. Yeah. So I hope that you are all able to see my screen. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So big data application area. So we have already started with the this house of cards, which I discussed. And if you have not seen this House of Cards series, then you can definitely watch it. It's talking about the American politics. Okay, so I'll not give you more hint over here, but this House of Cards series has got already 22 Emmy awards, and maybe it has got more awards also. I don't know, but yeah, this is the House of Cards series. Now, in the case of retail also, we have a lot of applications, but some of the applications which I can share with you, there is one very famous example from a superstore which is known as Target Superstore. In US, there is a Target Superstore. They are having a chain of stores just like Walmart. So this is a real incident which happened in the Target Superstore. So what happened that one young lady, she went to the nearby Target Superstore. She bought some item, then she went to the cash counter and then she paid the money and she went home. Then what happened that after 2 days, she received a mail, a physical mail, not an email, but a physical mail from that Target superstore. Now, what happened that at that time, her parents were at her home. They were visiting her daughter. So they were there at their home, and then they opened that envelope, and in that letter, it was written that Miss So and So, hearty congratulations on being pregnant. Yeah, hearty congratulations on being pregnant. You are in the initial phase of pregnancy, and we would like to suggest you a few products which you can use it during this pregnancy period. And then they highlighted those products, and they also mentioned some discount. That okay, this product is available at 10% discount, 20% discount, 30% discount, likewise. Now, what happened that the the girl's parents were not knowing that their daughter was pregnant. Okay, they came to know through that letter only from that Target superstore. So in the evening, when yeah, their daughter came to home, and then they showed this letter, and then they inquired that, "Are you really pregnant?" She said, "Yes, I'm pregnant," because she was in the initial phase of pregnancy. So from her physical look, it was not possible to identify that thing. So the the girl, when she saw that letter, she was very furious, and she said that, okay, how can this Target superstore write such kind of letter? So she went to the Target superstore where she had purchased those products, and then she said, okay, I want to meet your store manager. And then she met the store manager, and then she said that, how did you come to know that I'm pregnant? Okay, and how did you write this letter to me? So the store manager said that whatever the products you purchased in your last visit, normally those products are purchased by a pregnant lady. So then she asked that, how did you know that these are the products of pregnancy, and how did you compare that thing? So they said that we are already having the data of our other customers who are pregnant or who are currently pregnant, and then we compared your products which you bought with those products of those other pregnant ladies, and then we identified that okay, these are the products of yeah, these are the products which are purchased by the pregnant lady, and plus they also identified that you are in the initial phase of pregnancy. Okay, again they compared the data. So what this Target superstore they had done, they had analyzed the data of that particular lady, and then they identified that okay, now this lady is pregnant and she is in this phase of pregnancy, and then they targeted that lady with the different products. Okay, so first of all, whenever you want to target any customer, you have to first of all create a profile that who is their customer, what are his or her dislikes and dislikes and all those things. And then if you properly target that customer, then you will get some result here. So this was the a very unique case and very typical case. And later on, that lady had yeah sued that Target superstore, and then they said, okay, yeah, she said that how can they say utilize my private data? Okay, so the court had told that this is not wrong. Yeah, because see, the company, they use their own data and they used it for their own, yeah, marketing or promotion of their product. So it is not wrong. If they would have sold that data to some other company and then that other company would have targeted that lady, then it was wrong. Okay, then the data privacy and all those things come up. But here they collected the data and they used it for their own purpose. So this was the verdict which was given by the judge in US. Yeah, but this was a very uh, good example of application of big data in retail. Similarly, there is also one more application here that, see, whenever you are going to a, let's say, a superstore, normally we prepare some kind of a shopping list. Yeah, we prepare that, okay, I have to buy a toothpaste, a toothbrush, yeah, some shaving kit, blah 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 blah. Okay, so we prepare a shopping list. Now, when you go to a superstore, then we see the shopping list and accordingly we start putting those items in the shopping basket. Okay, and then we also normally purchase more products, yeah, which is not written in the shopping list, and then we buy those products and then we go home. Now, in most of the superstore, there are those CCTV cameras which are, yeah, placed in that every area. Now, the main purpose of keeping those CCTV cameras is to identify that who is, yeah, stealing the product. Yeah, it can be an employee also, it can be a customer also. Yeah, I have seen many videos of US and other countries, yeah, where the person will come to the store. Yeah, he will buy, he will get those products and then he will go away without paying anything. Yeah, and the store manager or store employee cannot do anything over there. Yeah, one of my ex-student is currently working in a superstore in London, and he said that we have been told, especially by our company top management, that we should not do anything with those kind of people who are stealing those products. Okay, let them leave. Yeah, whatever they want to get those products, they will get that product and then and they will leave. Okay, but do not harm that customer. I don't know that why these instructions are given, but yeah, this is the reality. So here the CCTV cameras will capture those moments, what you are doing in that particular area. Now, let's say I'm going to a superstore. I want to buy some few products. Now, suppose if I'm going through or if I'm passing through that shaving section, suppose. Yeah, so I see one Gillette electric shaver. Okay. First of all, I see from little bit distance, and then I'm little bit interested in that particular product. So I come near to that shaver, then I read those instructions and all those information on that box, and then I want to really know more about that electric shaver. So I take that electric shaver in my hand. Okay, I watch it, and then I realize that, okay, I'm already having one electric shaver at my home. So what I'll do, I will put that electric shaver back to the shelf. Now the CCTV cameras are recording all these things. So what will happen here, that at the end of the day, the people in that particular store, they will analyze those data, okay, or they will analyze that recording, and then they will identify that, okay, this person, yeah, they may also know my name, maybe, yeah, they are having my details also. So they will identify that, okay, Mr. So and so, he came to our store, he took that electric shaver in his hand. It means that this person was interested in this product, but then he put it back onto the shelf. So then what they will do, they may be having my email IDs and my WhatsApp number and all those things. So they will send me a message next day, and then they will mention that, okay, this Gillette electric shaver is now available at 30% discount. Now, see, I don't want to buy that product because I'm already having one electric shaver. But as a human tendency, I know that, okay, now I'm getting this product at 30% discount. So I will think that, okay, let me buy the product. Maybe I'll not use it immediately. Maybe I will gift it to my friend on his birthday or something like that. So let me buy it. Maybe afterwards I may not get that discount. Yeah, there's a human tendency. So what I'll do, next day I'll go to that superstore, I'll buy their product and I'll go away. Okay. So this is what that superstore wanted to have. Yeah. They use that same CCTV cameras which was used for a normal purpose of catching the thieves, but they use the same CCTV recordings to analyze that who is doing what. Yeah. How this person is moving within the section, which is the best section, which is the section where the people are not going. Okay. So they do all this analysis, and that is how they are, getting the information. And even if you have seen that the placement of the products is also very, very important. Yeah, some of the products which they feel that okay, this has to be sold immediately, they keep it in the front. They will put some discount, okay, 30% discount, or you buy one get one free, yeah, that kind of offer they'll put. But they will put that product as soon as you enter that particular store. Yeah, they will not keep it at the back. So these kind of placement of the products is also there. So how to place those products, where to place that product, there also this big data is application is used in detail. Okay, so there are so many other examples here. Similarly, for the banking and financial services, if I talk about banking, and one of the example which I come to know about this thing, that is the credit card. Okay, we are all using credit card, and we know that there are a lot of scams related to the credit card, frauds related to credit card transactions. Now, how can a bank identify that currently this transaction which is going on, this is the real transaction or this is the fraud transaction? Yeah, because the bank is having so many customers, and there are so many credit cards which are there in the market. So how they will be able to identify this thing? So what happens here, that these big companies like Visa company and this Mastercard and let's say American Express, they are now having a technology where they can 99% identify whether it is a fraud transaction or not. What they do, that whenever I'm purchasing a credit card, okay, and when I use that credit card, let's say for paying the bill in a restaurant, so as soon as I pay the bill, then what they will do, that Visa company will create my own profile. Okay, they will create my profile, and they will not be having my name and all those things. Maybe they will remove those names, but they will identify that okay, Mr. X went to a restaurant and he paid this much amount through the our credit card. Then when I purchase movie tickets also, that also gets added into my profile. And what will happen, that my profile will be connected with the other customers profile who are having the similar characteristic. Let's say those customers who are also using the credit card for, yeah, paying the bills of the restaurant or buying the movie tickets. Yeah, their profile and my profile are matching, so they will keep our profile together. Now what will happen, that suppose on an average, if I'm spending around, let's say in terms of euros, if I'm speaking, if I'm spending around 200 300 euros maximum, okay, for all these bills, so they will identify that okay, this person's normal transaction is of around 200 to 300 euros. Now this happened with me only, that it was in year 2022, after the COVID. Yeah, everything got settled. I wanted to visit India to visit my parents. So I wanted to purchase the flight tickets. Now in 2022, one person's flight ticket cost was around 500 euros. Okay, return flight ticket. So we are a family of four, so 2000 rupees I had to spend. So I used my credit card. So when I entered all the details and then when I clicked on the transaction button, then what happened, that within 1 or 2 minutes I got a call from my bank. Yeah, and then they asked me some few questions. They wanted to know that whether I'm really Samir Owadia. They identified me, and then they said, okay, they asked me that whether you are doing this kind of transaction. I said yes. They just asked me that okay, for what purpose you are doing this transaction. So I said okay, I'm buying the flight tickets for India. So then they said okay, then they authorized the transaction, and then I could buy the flight tickets. Now I was really surprised to know that, because see, I'm not the only customer of my bank. There are hundreds of customers or thousands of customers which are there. Okay, so how did they come to know that this person, Mr. Samir Owadia, is doing this transaction, yeah, of this much of amount? This was based on my profile, because normally I was doing a transaction of 200 300 euros, not more than that. But as soon as I was doing the transaction of 2000 euros, the system gave them an alert that something is now different here. Okay, something is typical here. So that system gave the alert to the Visa company. Visa company gave the alert to my bank, because my bank is having the tie with the Visa company for the credit card. And then they called me up. They checked that whether I am the correct person, and then they authorize the transaction. Because see, sometimes when your credit card is lost, or when this kind of information is with the hackers, yeah, definitely the hacker will not do a small transaction of 100 200 euros. Okay, they will go for a big transaction. So suddenly if you are doing a big transaction, it is good thing that they are checking with you that whether you are the correct person or not. Otherwise, if you are not doing that transaction, and if I get that call, definitely I'll say that yes, my card is stolen, or my detail maybe it is stolen, so please stop this transaction. So this is a good thing. Yeah, so likewise, all these transactions which are done. Yeah, there are a lot of thousands of transactions which are done, or millions of transactions which are done every day. So to identify that which is correct and which is wrong, that is also you done by these big data applications in banking. Okay, because they analyze all this data together and then they can say that okay, this is fraud transaction or this is correct transaction. Yeah, this is one of the example of big data in the banking here. Yeah, likewise, suppose if bank wants to introduce a new product in the market. Now see, if you are introducing a new product, you will also check that whether your competitors are having the similar product or not, or what kind of product they are having. Yeah, or what are the government rules and regulations related to a financial product. So you have to take care of everything, and then you have to finalize your own product. So here also big data can help you. It can collect all this information about your competitor, about the government rules and regulations, and then your own products also, what current products you are having or you are offering to your customer. And then based on that, big data can tell you that if you introduce, let's say, a mutual fund of this much of amount of this much of, let's say, this thing, yeah, this much of fund if you are having, then this will be one of the best product. Okay. So likewise, big data can also help you in suggesting you a new product that you can launch in the market. Similarly, the big data applications in insurance. So in insurance also, there are very good applications. Some of the applications, they are available currently in US and Canada. Maybe very soon it will come to other countries also. So one of the big data application in insurance is this. Let's say, suppose if I want to take a life insurance. Now, currently, if I want to take a life insurance, my insurance company will ask me my name, my birth date. They'll ask me that, okay, for how much period I want to have the life insurance. Yeah, for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, etc. Then what should be my insurance amount? Whether I want to have it for 100,000 euros or 200,000 euros or whatever. Yeah, 50,000 euros. Then they will ask me that how much premium you can pay per year. Yeah, because yeah, it depends upon the person's salary. So they will ask me these few questions, and then based on the answer, they'll be formulating a insurance policy for me. Now, say today, if I'm getting one insurance policy, and similarly, there is one of my friend, yeah, he is also of the same age like me, and he is also going for the same insurance policy. So today, in this 2025, let us assume that I'm paying, let's say, 500 euros as a premium, and my friend is also, yeah, he will be also paying the 500 euros as a premium because we are going for the same insurance product for the same period, for the same amount, etc. Now, my lifestyle and my friend's lifestyle is different. Okay. Let us assume, okay, this is just an example. This is not the reality. Let us assume that I'm not taking care of my health. I'm not doing any exercise. I'm eating a lot of junk food. Yeah, all the bad things are with me. But my friend is totally opposite to me. He is very conscious about his diet. He's doing a lot of exercise. Yeah, he's jogging, yeah, running, etc. Blah blah things. Yeah, so he is very conscious. But what is happening today, just now, that me and my friend are paying the same insurance premium. Yeah, even second year also will be paying the same insurance premium, 500 euros. But in US and especially other countries, I have seen that the insurance company, they are collecting your data, your health data. So I know one of the company, they give you a smart watch, and that smart watch will collect that how much steps you have taken together, what kind of exercise you have done. Suppose if you have reduced the sugar, okay, so if yeah, you have reduced the consumption of the sugar, then that also will be getting recorded, and then they will collect this health data for 1 year. So today, me and my friend are paying the same insurance premium, 500 euros, but at the end of the first year, they will collect this data. The insurance company will collect the data, they will analyze the data, and then they will finalize the insurance amount, insurance premium amount for the next year. So for second year, it is possible because I'm not taking care of my health. It is possible that I may have to pay, let's say, 700, 800 euros. Yeah, because I'm not taking care of my health, so there are full chances that I may have some disease. I may get infected by some disease. But my friend, who is very health conscious, maybe he has to pay less premium. not 500 euros, he may have to pay, let's say, 300 euros in the second year. Yeah, because company are very confident that okay, nothing is going to happen to this person, so let us reduce the insurance premium amount. Yeah, so this is already there in some of the countries, and maybe in other countries this will come very soon. Yeah, that it will collect the health data. Yeah, and it will then analyze the those things, and then it will decide the next year premium. The same example can be also applied to the car insurance. Yeah, car insurance today, me and my friend, if are buying the same car model, yeah, we'll be paying the same insurance premium. But my driving style and my friend's driving style are different. Yeah, I remember that in case of Germany, when I came to Germany over here, I have driven the car in India for like 15 years. But when I came to Germany and I started learning the car, yeah, how to drive the car based on the German rules and regulations, I was having a feeling that as if I'm learning from the scratch, I would say. Yeah, because there are a lot of rules and regulations that I had to see, and so it was really tough for me to get the license over here. So what happened that if my driving style is very rash, okay, so what will happen that these car insurance companies, they will collect your car data, that how you are driving your car. Okay, so there is one company in US which is known as All State company. It's an insurance company. So what they do that they put a chip in your car, and that chip will collect all the data. They will see that okay, at what speed you are driving on the highway, yeah, within the city, how many times you are applying the brake, how many times you are, yeah, using your horn and all those things. They will collect all this data for 1 year, and then they will analyze that data, and then for the next year, uh, yeah, for the next year they will decide the premium. Okay, so suppose if I'm driving very rashly, maybe my premium will get increased next year. And if my friend is driving very patiently and he's not applying that much of brake, maybe he will try to pay less premium for the next year. Yeah, so these are all the things which are really happening. So likewise there are many other examples here. Yeah, so we are talking about insurance. Then I'll not. I've already discussed about this forensic science, where I talked about that visa company, that how visa company is doing this thing. Okay, even for police department also. Yeah, police nowadays. Even I have seen some of the cases of the Indian police that they are using the technology, and they are trying to identify. They are using the AI to identify the culprit. Yeah, one of the use case which I know, that there were two people in India. Uh, one of the person, he killed his wife. Okay, this is the latest example. It happened, I think so, 3 4 months back only. So one of the person, he killed his wife because of some XYZ reason, I don't know, and he also took the support of his friend. Okay, and this happened almost 25 years back. Okay, before 25 years this happened. Then they, both of them, they fled from the scene, and then they were working in the same company. They also left their company, and they moved to some different city. Now at that time, before 25 years, the police, they were having their photo, that okay, these two are the culprit, but they were not knowing that where they are currently located. Yeah, and then the case got closed. After 25 years, one of the police inspector, he opened that case because it was not solved. Yeah, the culprit were not behind the bars. So he opened that case, and then what that police inspector had done, he had used the AI technology. He was having this photo because it was kept in their file. So he used AI to visualize that after 25 years, how this person will look like. Okay, and they used all those combination, that maybe in one of the combination, that person was having the mustache. In one photo he was having both mustache and beard. Okay, in one of the photo he will be having no hairs or very less hairs. Yeah, because 25 years, after 25 years, the person will look totally different. So they used this AI technology, and then what they did, that whatever those photographs which was generated by the AI, they compared those photos with the social media. They compared with the various social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram, because they were having a feeling that definitely these persons will be active on the social media. And then they identified one person whose photo was almost 90% matching with their AI photo. And then they get hold of that person. That person was caught, and then they also asked that person, and that person also gave the reference of another person, and that is how they were caught after 25 years. And that was possible with the help of AI technology. Yeah, so likewise, there are many other things here. In case of New York Police Department, also they try to identify the criminals. Okay, they can the software can also tell you that okay, today this criminal, maybe he is just very young, 15, 16 years old, and he is caught in some petty crimes. But that software can also predict that whether this person will be a big threat to the society or not in the coming years. Because today this person is doing very small crimes, but it's possible that if we don't take care of this criminal, then it is possible that this person may become a big leader, okay, of some organization, and he may give us more pain after, let's say, 10 years. So from today onwards, we'll be start focusing on that criminal. So that kind of prediction is also available nowadays. In police department, they are already using this kind of technology. Yeah, that doing the predicting the criminal. Plus, the police department, they also come to know that in 1 year, yeah, in the whole year, you'll not find so much of crime. There are some specific periods where the crime will be very, very high. There are also some areas where the crime will be very high. Yeah, the whole city is not having lot of crimes. There are some few pockets which are there in a particular city. So with the help of big data, definitely police, they are having those kind of experience that okay, I have to watch on this particular area, but during which period, okay, during which season there are more crimes. So here the big data will also tell you these things, that let's say in July, yeah, you have to focus on these areas, and you can put more police over there, so that the crime rate will be very, very low. Yeah, so those kind of things are also used by the police department. Similarly, we have healthcare also. In healthcare, there are many applications, but one of the applications which I want to highlight here is this one, that is predicting diseases like cancer and diabetes. See, today, if you go to your family doctor and if you ask them that, okay, yeah, doctor, please tell me that which kind of disease I'll be having after 10 years. Yeah, what kind of disease I'll be having after 10 years. Now, definitely your doctors will not be able to answer this question. Yeah, because the doctors cannot do the prediction. Okay. But big data can do this prediction for you. So what big data will do, that it will take your past record, it will take your current record also, plus it will also take care of your current lifestyle. Suppose if today in your current lifestyle you are not doing that much of exercise, you are eating lot of junk food, blah blah things, yeah, then what they will do, they can do this prediction that maybe after 10 years there is a possibility that you may have diabetes. Okay, if you follow this lifestyle, yeah, for 10 years also, then you may have diabetes after 10 years, or you may be affected by cancer. Okay, so today if you know that okay, after 10 years I may have so and so disease, then from today onwards you will be very, very particular. Yeah, because in some of the cases you must have seen that if anybody is having cancer, if the cancer is in a advanced stage, then definitely it is very hard to solve that kind of thing. Okay, if it is in the initial stage, it can be cured immediately. Yeah. So that's why if these kind of predictions are done in advance, then it can help the doctors also, it can help the patient also. Yeah. So likewise, there are other examples also of healthcare. Yeah. Healthcare, in the healthcare also, you can do the patient prediction for an improved staffing. This is also a good example. See, today, if I'm talking about the big hospitals, yeah, now especially I know during the COVID time, the hospitals were not ready for this many number of patients. Yeah, whether it is India or Africa or any European country, yeah, the hospitals were not ready. So here I'm not talking about the let's say, let us forget that COVID period, but in general thing also, in the general season, you must have seen that in some of the months, the patient visit will be more compared to the other months. So here the hospitals has to be ready. Yeah, the hospitals should know in advance that okay, now the May month is coming up. So in May we are having more number of patients. So let us now keep more doctors and nurses during that particular period. And let's say June, July, that's a very, let's say, a slack season in the or say off peak season in the hospital. So let us provide training to our doctors because some of the doctors will be free. So let us give them training. Yeah, when the peak season will be there, then we cannot send the doctors for training. Yeah, so they can do this kind of predictions also, patient prediction, that when the patients will be more, when the patient will be less, and accordingly they can prepare the staffing means improved staffing means how many doctors has to be kept, how many nurses has to be kept. Yeah, so the timetable, creation of the timetable can also be done by the big data application. Yeah, so this is about the healthcare. Similarly, we are also having lot of applications in agriculture also. Yeah, if you want, you can see this video also. Just type in YouTube precision agriculture and you'll get this video, and this video is talking about how the big data can be applied in agriculture. Yeah, big data can tell you that okay, if you're having a very big farm, now the farm will not have the similar soil. It will have some area you will have some black soil, some area will have some red soil, something like that. And based on the soil type also, you can grow different vegetables and different crops. So which crop requires less water, which crops require more water or more nutrients, all those things, it can be really analyzed by the big data. There are tools which are available, and that tool can suggest you that please try to use this much water or this much nutrient. Okay, and then you will have maximum number of, let's say, crop. Yeah, highest crop you can have it. So there are a lot of applications in the agriculture also. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to give you an idea about the big data applications in various areas. Like there are, yeah, you name when any one field, and there are applications areas here there. So in this is the file worksheet views.xls where we are having the three tabs over here. That is the freezing sheet, split screen, and outlining. Yeah. Now we'll start with the freezing sheet here. Okay, there is a concept known as freezing. So if you have not known this concept, then let us understand this concept, freezing. In this freezing sheet, we are having this data set where we are having the employee data. We are having the employee name, then in which building they are residing, yeah, what is the name of the department, their employee ID, phone number. Yeah, this is the US data, as you can understand. So phone number, then this is the social security number. Yeah, just as in India we have the Aadhaar card number. So social security number in US. Then their status within the company, whether they are full-time employee or half-time, you can say half-time or part-time, yeah, or they are on contract basis or hourly basis, whatever. Then their hire date is written here. Okay. Then the number of years of experience that they are having. Then these are some benefits here. Yeah, these are some short forms. Maybe some of you may be knowing this short form. In one of the batch, one of the person had given me this short form with the full form of this benefits, but currently I don't remember. Yeah, DM and DMRM. But let us understand that okay, these are the benefits which are given to these different employees. Then their salary is written here. Okay, the monthly salary here, and then there's some kind of a job rating is given here, and then they are having a new compensation, a new salary. So new salary is currently whatever is the old salary, you add 2.41 percentage here, and then this new salary is calculated. Yeah, here you can see that I have put up the formula here. Yeah, but we'll talk more about this formula later on. Okay, so this is, you can say that let us understand that this is the new salary or salary for 2025. There was some rise in the old salary, and this is the new salary. So this is the table. Yeah. Now this is a very large table, as you can see. Yeah, if I go down, I can see that there are total 742 records, or you can say that there are 741 records because the first record is the title. Yeah, in the first record or the first row, I'm having the column title. So definitely I have to ignore this part. But apart from that, I'm having total 741 employee record here. Okay. So this is one thing. Now, see, just now when I'm on the top area, I can see this title here very well. Employee building department, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as I go down, yeah, as soon as I go down, I'm losing the title. Yeah, suppose if I see this 12, okay, this 12 number, now I don't remember that what is this 12, what is this 15, what is this 16. So what I have to do, I have to go up here and I can see, okay, this is the number of years of experience. Then I understand, okay, this is the number of experience. Yeah. So this is the normal issue. When you are working with a very large data set, then when you go down, you are losing the title here. So what we want to do here that we want to keep this title, this row, yeah, this title row, we want to keep it as it is. We want to freeze it. We want to freeze this first record, first row, because even if I'm going at the end of the table, still I should be able to see the title. That is my requirement. Yeah. So here we'll be going for the concept known as freezing. So for freezing, what we have to do, we have to go to the view tab. Okay, now let me start my marker here. Okay, marker, where is my marker here? Yes. Okay, so what we'll do that we will go to the view tab. Okay, now see, regarding the version of Excel. Okay, now I am using the Microsoft 365 version of Excel. Maybe many of you may be having this version. Now remember that you should be having minimum Microsoft Excel 2019 version. 2019. In my previous batches, I have seen that people were having 2013 version also, 2016 version also. I would say that these two versions are very, very old. If you are having currently this version, then please go for the new version. Minimum 2019 you should have. Okay. Sometimes I also tell the student that you have to invest some money in this version. Yeah. Normally we have a thinking that, yeah, if I'm having iPhone 15, yeah, now we are having iPhone 16 and maybe now we are having next year, this year we'll have iPhone 17 also. So then we always have a craving that no, I should be having the latest version of my mobile, because iPhone 15 was launched last year only, last year or last year. Yeah, I can use that iPhone for 2 years, 3 years very easily, comfortably. But we have that mindset that no, I want to have the latest version of the iPhone. But when I'm talking about the Excel version or Word or Office version, we have a feeling that no, why I cannot use the 2016 version. Though we are in 2025, I still want to use the 2016 version. Now this is something very not easy for me to digest this thing. Okay, so if you are having old version of Excel, especially older than 2016 or 2000, yeah, let's say we are having 2013, please switch to the new version. I'm not saying that everybody should go for the Microsoft 365, but at least you should be having the 2019 or 2021 version of Excel or overall Office. Yeah. So try to do some little bit of investment in this thing. This will help you a lot. Yeah. If you are still using my iPhone 14 also, nothing is going to harm you, but at least you will be, yeah, because see, one of the reason for switching to the new version of iPhone is that we have a feeling that okay, I'll be having all the latest features, and the same thing applies to this Excel also. Yeah, because if I'm using the older version, if I'm showing you something here, you will say okay, Samir, your tab is different than my tab, because yeah, because of this version conflict. So that's why I would strongly suggest that please try to have the at least 2019 version of Excel. Okay, so check this thing and you can get that version. Okay, so coming to this, yeah, we'll go to the view tab, and in the view tab we have here the button here known as freeze panes. Okay, so the button shape and everything may change based on our version, but you will definitely get these freeze panes buttons in the view tab. So you click this freeze panes button. Now in the freeze panes buttons in the view tab, you get here three options, that is freeze panes, freeze top row, and freeze first column. We'll be using this freeze top row. Why? Because I want to freeze the first row here because my first row is having the title. So what it says here, freeze top row, keep the top row visible while scrolling through the rest of the worksheet. So I want to freeze the top row. So what I'll do, simply I have to click this freeze top row. That's all. So click this freeze top row, and now you can see that this top row is now freeze. How you can check that it is freezed? You just go down. Yeah, when you go down, when you scroll down, you can see that still this first row is available. Yeah, even if I go at the bottom area, let's say 742 row, I'm still having this first row. Okay. So though this is a very, very small thing, but this will help you like anything. Yeah, these are the small things, small techniques which I'll be sharing with you. Many of you may be knowing this technique. I'm not saying that this is something new. This has been there for many years, but at least you should be knowing these techniques. Yeah. So this is the freezing the top row. Now freeze top row is clear. Yeah. Now what happens here, that to the if I go to the right hand side here, suppose if I go on the right hand side and if I see this particular salary, let's say I see the salary 87,356. Now this is a very good salary. Yeah, this is in US dollars. So now I want to know that who has got this salary or who will be getting this salary. What is the name of the employee? So what I have to do, I select this cell and I go on the left hand side, and then I can see here that okay, this is the salary of, let's say, Liesel Phillips, if I'm not saying wrong here. So Phillips, okay, this is the salary of Phillips. Yeah. Again, I go on the right hand side. Again, I go down here. Yeah, somewhere I see some good salary here. Let's say this is the 90,121 US dollars. I want to know that who will be getting this salary. So I go on the left hand side, and then I see here this person Timothy Wallace is will be getting the salary. So see, whenever you are having more number of columns, and when you are on the right hand side and you want to see what is the name of the employee, what is the name of the customer in the first column or second column, then every time you have to scroll right to left or left to right. Now this is a very tedious process. So what you want here, that you want to freeze the first column here. You want to freeze the first column. Yeah, so that even if I go on the right hand side, I can see all the names of the employees. Just like our freeze top row, I want to freeze here the first column. Yeah. So what we do here, we again click on the view tab. In the view tab, we click on the freeze panes. Okay. And the freeze panes. Now what I can do, I can click this freeze first column because I want to freeze the first column. So what it says here, keep the first column visible while scrolling through the rest of the worksheet. So instead of freeze top row, now I will be clicking this freeze first column in the view tab, freeze pane button. Okay. So I click on freeze first column. When I click on freeze first columns, now see here, when you are doing the freezing, you can see a little bit here that there is one thin line which is created. Yeah, there is one very thin line which is created. See here, I cannot see the thin line. Yeah, here this is the grid line, but this is not like a little bit darker line. When you see a darker line like this, then it is like a that this column is freezed. Yeah, this kind of line. So what I do here, that now my first column is freezed. Now how can I check it here? I have to go on the right hand side. Yeah, if I go on the right hand side, you can see that my first column is freezed. So suppose if I want to know that who is getting this low salary, 18,162, I can see that his name is Ryan Strickland. Okay, I can go down also. I can see here 87,991. This is to be received by Angela. Okay, Mullins, and so on. Okay, so this is the advantage of the freeze first column. Yeah, you may have here employee name or customer name or supplier name. You can freeze it and then you can cross check with the other data. Yeah, so this is the freeze first column. Now, what is the problem here? That when I freeze the first column, and if I go down, what is the issue here? My first row is not freezed. Okay, when I freeze the first column, then what happens, that my first row is not freezed. Either I can freeze the first row or I can freeze the first column. Okay, but now what is my requirement here? My requirement is this, that I want to freeze the first column also. Yeah, I want to freeze the first column also, and I want to freeze the first row also. Yeah, both the things I want to do it over here. So that if I go down, I can see my first row. If I go on the right hand side, I can see my first column. That is my requirement. So for that purpose now, the important part comes over here, that here now you have to select one particular cell. See, up till now, when I was showing you how to freeze the first column or how to freeze the top row, I did not mention that please select this cell or this cell or that cell. I did not say anything like that. Yeah, when we wanted to freeze the top row or the first column. Now, when we want to freeze the top row and the first column, both, yeah, now the selection of the cell is very, very important. That which cell you are selecting, yeah, that will be very, very important here. So what I have to do now, you see here what I'm doing. I'm selecting this cell B2. Yeah, this B2 cell which is there where West is written. Yeah, you have to select that cell. Just select. Okay, so select this cell B2, B2. Then what you do, you go to the View tab. In the View tab, you click the Freeze Panes button. Now see, I don't want to freeze top row. I don't want to freeze separately first column. What I have to do? I have to click this first button here. What is the first option here? Unfreeze panes. First of all, I have to unfreeze. Currently, our first row is freezed. Sorry, our first column is freezed currently. Yeah, if I go on the right hand side here, yeah, my first column is freezed. So if I want to use the first option here, first of all, I have to unfreeze the panes. I have to click this option here. Yeah, click the first option here, unfreeze panes. So now freezing is gone. Now see, if I go on the right hand side, I can see here that my first column is not freezed. Yeah, if I go down, I can see my first row is not freezed. Okay, so what I do now, I select this cell, West region, this B2 cell. I go to now the freeze panes, and now in the freeze panes, we first of all click here the button unfreeze panes. So now the freezing is gone. Now what we have to do, we have to click this first option here, freeze panes. Keep rows and columns visible while the rest of the worksheet scrolls based on current selection. What is my current selection here? My current selection is B2 cell. So I'll be now clicking this first option, freeze panes. Okay, first of all, we did unfreeze. Now we'll be clicking this option, freeze panes. You click this option, freeze panes. And now this cell, sorry, the first row is freezed and the first column is freezed. Let us see. If I go down, see, if I go down, I can see my top row, it is freezed. If I go on the right hand side, see, if I go on the right hand side, still I can see my first row. Sorry, first column here. Yeah, if I go down also, still I can see my first row or top row. And if I go on the right hand side, I can see my first column here. So both the things are now available. Yeah, my top row is also freezed and my first column is also freezed. Clear? Yeah. And how it is possible? The selection of the cell is important here. B2 cell I selected. B2 cell. And then we clicked on this button, View tab, and the View tab we clicked initially on the unfreeze panes, and then we clicked on the button, again the same button, which was freeze panes. Okay, so this is how you freeze the top row and the first column. Now, suppose you want to freeze the first two columns. Yeah, you want to freeze the employee column also, you want to freeze the building column also. And you also want to freeze the first row or the top row. So you want to freeze the first two columns and the top row also together. So now, if I want to do this thing, I have to select a cell. So what I'll be doing now, I'll be selecting this cell. Yes, C2, true. C2 cell, C2 cell, okay. Why C2 cell? Because above the C2 cell, I can see the top row. This will be freezed. And on the left hand side of the C2 cell, whatever the columns are available, they will be also be freezed. This is the logic. You select the cell and whatever the rows which are above that cell, that will be freezed. And whatever the columns on the left hand side of the cell will be also be freezed. That's why I'm selecting here the cell C2. Clear? So now if I select the cell C2, if I go to this view tab, freeze panes, first of all, what I have to do? I have to unfreeze. Yeah, I click on unfreeze panes. So now my freezing is gone. Now I again click on freeze panes here and I click now freeze panes. Okay, I click on freeze panes and now my these first two columns are freezed and my top row is also freezed. Let us see. If I go down, I can see my first row or my top row. And if I go on the right hand side, you see, if I go on the right hand side, I can see both the columns here. Yeah, the first two columns are freezed. Okay, so remember the logic here. Suppose if we want to freeze the top two rows and the top two columns, yeah, let's say you want to freeze the top two rows and the first two columns. Yes, then C3. Yeah, then C3 will come here. Okay, then C3 will come here. And if you select the C3 cell, then whatever these two rows which are on the top of the C3 cell, they will be freezed. And whatever the columns which are on the left hand side of this C3 cell, they will be also freezed. Yeah, so I hope that the logic is clear now. Now let us go to the next sheet here, which is known as split screen. Yeah, this is also a good technique here, split screen here. So in the split screen also we are having the same data, same table of the employee data. Now, what I want to do here that in the split screen sheet, let's say I want to compare the data of this person, let's say Michael. Yeah, in Germany we spell it as Michael. Yeah, this is not spelled in Germany as Michael, it is spelled as Michael. One of the best thing about German language, what I have understood, is that whatever you see, accordingly you speak. Yeah, so whatever we are writing, accordingly it is spoken in German. Yeah, so this Michael or Michael, okay. Now I want to compare the data of Michael with another person. Let's say I want to compare the data of Michael with this person known as, let's say, Gary Jennings, suppose, or Scott Jennings, Scott Jenkins. Okay. Now say Scott Jenkins is over here and this person Michael is over here. So how I can compare? Okay. So one of the technique which we can use it here, that we can use here the technique of split screen. So what I'll do now, you can see here, I'll be selecting this cell here. Which cell? This A12 cell. Okay, because I want to compare the data of Michael with another person. So I'll select this cell where it is written Kevin Burnett. Okay, that is A12 cell. After selecting this A12 cell, I will go to the view tab here. In the view tab, I will go for the split button. Okay, we have here the split button in the view tab. So I click this split button here. As soon as I click this split button, you can see here that we are having here a splitting. Okay, here we are having a thick line. So here now after Michael or Michelle, there is a thick line here. And also you see here that on the right hand side here, you are having two vertical scroll bar. Yeah, initially we were having only one vertical scroll bar here on the right hand side, but now we are having here two vertical scroll bar because the screen has been splitted into two parts. So here Yeah, you can see that this is now splitted. Now what we can do here, that once the splitting is done, okay, what I've done here, again I'm repeating, you have to select the cell B12, sorry, A12, select the cell A12, you go to the view tab. In the view tab, you click this button here, split button, and then the splitting will take place here. Okay. Now what I can do, I can select, this Michelle is over here. Now I can go to this particular screen, the second screen. I can scroll down, and here I'll come to this jet, Scott Jenkins, and now I can compare the data of Michelle with Scott. Yeah, I can go to the second screen here. I can come over here and I can compare. Suppose if I want to compare with any other employee, let's say Eric, Eric Pratt, I can compare with Eric Pratt also. Yeah, so easy. So I've divided one screen into two parts here. Okay, so this is known as horizontal splitting here because the splitting is done horizontally here. Okay, this is horizontal splitting here. Now, if I want to remove this splitting, very easy. I have to click this button, same button, split button, because currently you can see that it is enabled. It is clicked. I have to click this split button again, and when I click the split button again, the splitting is gone. Yeah, now you don't have any kind of splitting here. So this is the split button here. Okay, so we have seen the horizontal splitting. Similarly, we can also do the vertical splitting here. I can divide the screen into two parts here. Okay. So if you want to do the vertical splitting between, let's say, C and D, suppose if I want to do the splitting here between C column and the D column, then what we have to do? We have to select the cell. Which cell here? Here the selection of the cell is also very important in the splitting. See here I told you to select the cell A12 if you want to compare the data of Michelle with another person. Yeah. So we selected here A12 cell. Now here if I want to do the splitting between the C column and the D column, then I have to select the cell which is D1. Select the cell D1. Okay, or you can also select the D column here, but I am selecting the cell D1. And now I go to the split button here in the view tab, click the split button, and now the splitting is done. You see here that there is a thick line here. The splitting is done. And now you can see below that we are having here two horizontal scroll bar here. Initially we were having here below only one horizontal scroll bar. Now there are two horizontal scroll bar because there are two screens now. The vertical scroll bar is only one. Yeah, there is only one vertical scroll bar, but two horizontal scroll bar here. So now I can compare, let's say one column with other column. Here there is, as such, it is not helping us to compare C column with D column, but yes, if I'm having, let's say, one is the, let's say the birth date column, and I'm having another column known as joining date column. Okay, I can compare these two columns also side by side. Yeah, so I can do this kind of comparison here, two columns comparison. Yeah, so this is known as vertical splitting, but because I'm doing the splitting vertically here. If I want to remove the splitting, again the same option. I have to click the split button here again, and now the splitting is gone. Yeah, now there is no splitting. Just click the split button again, it is gone. Okay, so this is known as vertical splitting. So we have seen the horizontal splitting, we have seen the vertical splitting. Now, if I want to do the combination of both, let's say I want to do the vertical splitting also, I want to do the horizontal splitting also. Then what we have to do? Then here, again, the selection of the cell is very important. Let's say, let us assume that I select this cell D10, suppose. Okay, I'm selecting this cell, let us assume that is D10. Okay, so if I select this cell D10, which is almost in the center, you can say like that just now. So I select this cell D10, and now what I do? I go to the view tab and I click this split button here. Okay, I click the split button here, and now you can see here that now our screen has been divided into two parts. This is the vertical splitting, and this is the horizontal splitting. Yeah, now the screen is divided into two parts here. Means total there are four parts. Sorry, there are four parts, but there's two kind of splitting here: vertical splitting and horizontal splitting. Okay, so that is what I said earlier, that whatever the cell you are selecting for splitting, the selection of the cell is very, very important. Okay, so if you see here that we are having now two vertical scroll bar here on the right hand side, and below we have two horizontal scroll bar here. Okay, there are two vertical scroll bar and two horizontal scroll bar because we have divided the screen into four parts. So this is known as the, yeah, let's say, the two types of splitting here. And if you want to here again, you will ask me that, okay, for what purpose it is done. Again, here the comparison. You want to compare one column with another column. You also want to compare one row with another row. Yeah, if you want to see the same data but in a different manner in four different screens, you can use this kind of splitting. Yeah, otherwise it is not possible. Yeah, so this is known as splitting, combined splitting, you can say like that. If you want to remove the splitting, as you know, we have to click the split button again, or here we also have one option where I can click here in the center area where these two splitting are intersecting here, this area. I can double click here with my mouse. I can double click here in the middle portion where the two lines are splitting here. I can double click and the splitting is gone. Or the simplest method is you can click the split button again to remove the splitting. I click the split button again and the splitting is gone. Yeah. Suppose if I select this cell here, that is C4 cell, and if I do the splitting, then you see here that the splitting takes place over here. Yeah, because I've selected the C2 cell, so the C4 cell, so the splitting is taking place over here. Yeah, so selection of the cell is very, very important here. So this is known as splitting. Now we go for the final topic for today, that is known as outlining. Okay, outlining. Thank you for the response. Outlining here. Now, if you come to the outlining sheet, you can see here that we are having, let us assume that this is not 2017 data. Let us assume that this is 2025 budgeting. Yeah, we change the title here. If you want to keep it 2017 also, that is fine, but I've changed the title here. Let's say 2025 budget projections here, suppose. Yeah, this year projection. So here we are having a very long sheet, having lot of columns, lot of data here. So we are having here the month-wise data starting from January 2025 till, let's say, December 2025. Okay, or if you can say like January 2017 to December 2017. We also have the quarter data here. Okay, so all this, the 3 months data are added over here, and then we get the quarter details here. So first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Then we are having here the gross revenue. Within the gross revenue, we are having the sales and shipping. Now see, normally when you hear the shipping is considered as a cost. Yeah, normally it comes under the cost, but here maybe this company is having some ships and they are earning money out of that. Maybe you can take like that. Then cost of goods sold. In the cost of goods sold, we are having the goods, freight, miscellaneous. Then we get here the cost of goods total. Here we get the gross revenue total. Then we calculate the gross profit. What is gross profit? Gross profit is equal to gross revenue minus cost of goods sold. Yeah, so this is gross profit. Okay. Then we have some expenses here like advertising, electricity, food, heat, blah, blah, blah. So here we get the total expenses, which is 427,050 for January. So this is total expenses. And then what we do to calculate the net profit is equal to gross profit, which is over here 855,000 minus total expenses. Yeah. So it is 427,950. So this is the calculation. Net profit is equal to gross profit minus total expenses. So these calculations are already done here. Yeah, so here similarly we are calculating for February, March, April, May, June, July, etc. Now the the problem comes over here. See, whenever I'm doing the presentation and whenever I'm highlighting this all these figures together to my colleagues, yeah, let us assume that I'm doing a presentation, I'm showing these figures together. So my colleagues will get confused over here. Why? Because they are seeing lot of data. Yeah, and somehow our human mind is not trained like that that we can analyze all this data together. Yeah, we are not robot. So what is the technique over here? Whenever I want to show the figures to my colleagues, what I'll be doing, I'll be showing them step by step. Yeah, slowly and steadily, I'll be opening this file, I'll be opening these figures one by one so that my colleagues are able to understand it properly. Yeah, otherwise they will see, oh, Samir is showing me a lot of figures here. What are all these figures? How these figures are calculated? Okay, so those kind of questions will come in my colleague's mind. So here, what is the technique when you want to do this kind of presentation of so many figures? So here we have a concept known as outlining, or you can say that there is a concept known as auto outline. Auto outline. What is this auto outline? Let us understand this thing, the final topic. So for auto outline, you have to go to the data tab. Please go to the data tab here. Okay. In the data tab, in my case, I'm having this button here. Maybe in your case, you have a separate button like group, ungroup, and subtotal. Okay. In the data tab. In my version, I'm having this outline, and within the outline, I'm having here group, ungroup, and subtotal. Maybe you may have here three buttons separately. So in the data tab, what you have to do, you have to go to the group button. In the group button, if you click the drop down here, in the drop down, you will see here group and auto outline. In the data tab, remember the data tab, group button, you click it, you have here group and auto outline. What you have to do, you have to click this auto outline. Okay, so click the auto outline. See, now when you click this auto outline, now you see here that our this format has changed. You see here there are about some few lines are available here. So when you click on the auto outline, the things change over here. Now what we have to do? See here you can see on the top area, top left corner here, we are having here 1, 2, 3, 4, and we are having another numbers here, which is this one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so vertically it is written here 1, 2, 3, and horizontally it is written here 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top left corner. Yeah, this has come because of that auto outline. Now what we have to do here, we click here this one and this one. Yeah, click one by one both this one on the top left corner. I click this one, okay, and I click this one. Okay, so when you click here one and one, then what you see here? You see here only one figure, that is net profit for the whole year. So the net profit for the whole year for this company is 5,787,670. So what you can do here, you can start with this figure. Whenever you are doing the presentation, you say that, okay, our 2025 net profit prediction for the whole year will be 5,787,670. Okay, then the colleagues will ask you, okay, how can we achieve this net profit for the whole year? Yeah. So I've clicked initially what I've done here, I've clicked this one and one. Then now if I want to go into the detail, so slowly and steadily I will open this file. Yeah, I'll open this whole calculation. So now what we'll do, we will click this 2 number, this horizontally which is written here 2. I click this horizontal 2. Now see, as soon as I click this horizontal 2, now you see here we are having now more figures. We are having 3 figures now. Overall gross profit is 11 million something. Total expenses is 5 million something, and net profit is again 5 million point something. Yeah, so now I can say, okay, this much gross profit we have to earn in 2025. this much will be our total expenses for the whole year, and based on that we'll be achieving this much of net profit for the whole year. So I've clicked here this 2 button, horizontal. Now what I do, I click this vertically 2. In this vertical line, whatever this 2 is written, I have to click it. You have to click it. Okay, so I click this 2. When I click this 2, vertical 2, now you see here, now the data is expanding. When you click the horizontal 1, 2, 3, 4, you will go down, it will expand down. Okay, when you click on this vertical 1, 2, 3, it will expand horizontally. This is the logic here. Yeah, so when I click on this vertical 2, now I can see the same information, that is gross profit, total expenses, and net profit for first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. And I see here also the total. Yeah, so now I'm expanding horizontal also, I'm expanding vertically also. So I've clicked here up till now 2 and 2. Now what we do, we click here 3, horizontal 3. I click here horizontal 3. When I click here horizontal 3, now you see that we are expanding down vertically. Now I can see the gross revenue, cost of goods sold. I get the gross profit, then these are the expenses. I get the total expenses, and then finally I get the net profit here for all the 4 quarters. Just now only the quarters are showing over here. Okay, so I've clicked here this horizontal 3. Now what I do, I click this vertical 3 here. This vertical 3, I click it. When I click the vertical 3, now you see I'm able to see all the months here. Now I'm not able to see only the quarter, I'm able to see all the months, individual months, because I've clicked this vertical 3. Yeah. So now almost my sheet is fully open, except what I have to do now, I have to finally click this horizontal 4. Okay, I have to click this horizontal 4. When I click the horizontal 4, now I'm able to see the whole data. So just click the horizontal 4, and now you'll be able to see the full sheet here. This is what we mean by auto outline. And how this auto outline is working, yeah, there is a concept known as here. See what we did here? We went to the data tab, and here we went to the group button. In the group button, I click the auto outline. So in the tomorrow session, we'll be talking more about this grouping and ungrouping. Okay, grouping and ungrouping, that how we can do it. Currently, you can see that whatever these things are done, yeah, this top area, whatever this arrow is shown, yeah, this is the grouping. This has been automatically done by Excel. We have not done anything. This is automatically done by Excel. So here you can see the minus sign. If I click the minus sign here, you see, now it has done the grouping. Okay, it has collapsed. If I click this minus sign, if I click this minus sign, it get collapsed. Minus collapse, minus collapse. If I click this minus sign, it get collapsed. Here also vertically also I can click this minus sign and it got collapsed. Okay. So see, currently you can see only plus plus. If I expand this plus sign, it get expanded. Here also this plus sign, it get expanded. Plus sign, expand, expand, and expand. Okay. So this is grouping. Why it grouped into four groups here? Because groups means we are talking about this kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. Grouping. See, here it is based on the quarter. Okay, and here it is based on these titles here. Gross revenue, there is one group. Cost of goods sold is another group. Expenses is third group here. And then we group here one more thing, that is gross revenue and cost of goods sold. They are grouped again together. Okay, expense is already there. And then we have the final group where it is grouping the whole thing. Okay, gross revenue, cost of goods sold, and expenses, it is grouping all the thing. Suppose if you don't want to use now this auto outline, you don't like this thing. You have already seen this auto outline. You have done the presentation. Now you want to remove this structure here. Okay, so if you want to remove the structure, what you have to do? You have to again go to this data tab, go to the ungroup button here. Okay, Just like group button, in group button we clicked on the auto outline. If you want to remove this auto outline, you have to go to the ungroup button. In the ungroup button, we have this option known as clear outline. Clear outline in the ungroup button. If I click on the clear outline, see the outline is gone. Okay, now I cannot see those outline here. Yeah, so very simple. When you want to bring the outline, go to the group button, click on the auto outline. When you want to remove the outline, you have to go to the ungroup button and click clear outline, and the outline is gone. Yeah, so this is known as auto outline. Yeah, so this presentation is giving you just a quick overview about the history of MS Excel and what are the other tools that are used currently for the calculation and the visualization purpose here. So let us quickly go for it. So first of all, you see that MS Excel is a tool, but actually the concept is known as a spreadsheet. Okay, yeah, we know it as a Microsoft tool, MS Excel, but actually it is known as a spreadsheet. So what is a spreadsheet? It is an electronic document in which data is arranged in the rows and columns of a grid and can be manipulated and used in calculations. So here we are putting, as we know that in case of Excel also, we are having the rows and columns, and we try to put our data into that format, and then we do some calculations, we do some manipulations. Yeah. So overall, that is the purpose of a spreadsheet here. Data in a spreadsheet can be numeric values as well as text, formulas, references, functions. Yeah, this also we have seen in case of Excel that we can input the text, yeah, any numerical values, date, formulas, references, functions, etc. Now the some of the examples of spreadsheet are Lotus 123. So Lotus 123 was a very famous tool from IBM company. Okay, and before Excel, that was the main hero. Okay, so everybody was using Lotus 123, and even I have also used that software, and I had done some calculations over there. I was earlier, as I talked about that earlier, I was working in university as a professor. So I had created once, like let's say, one kind of a software where that software will create the mark sheet for the students. Okay, I have to just input their marks, and accordingly the mark sheet will be created. All the calculations will be done, and finally I can know that okay, what is the percentage of that particular student. So that I had created in Lotus 123. But I think so now more than 15 years I have not used that tool. And what happened that after that Lotus 123 software, then I shifted all those things into Excel. Okay. So Lotus 123 was the first tool which became very famous for this spreadsheet kind of thing. Then came Excel, and now many of you are using Google Sheet. Okay. MS Excel is the most widely used spreadsheet, as I said earlier, available within MS Office suite of programs. Most common uses of spreadsheet are to create budgets. See, actually, all these spreadsheets and all these softwares, they were initially focused on the finance data. Okay, and then it was used for marketing and production and HR data, but initially the focus was on finance and accounting. So the spreadsheets are mostly used to create budgets, produce charts and graphs for storing and sorting data. Yeah, this is very common. Within the business, spreadsheet software is used to forecast future performances, calculate tax, completing payroll, producing charts, calculating revenues. Okay, these are the other uses of spreadsheet here. Now we come to the our main hero, that is MS Excel. So MS Excel is very popular, and it has been the world standard, okay, for many years. It is used for storing, organizing, manipulating data. Data goes into cells that are organized into rows and columns. Okay, so this all these things you know. Okay, so I don't have to explain you anything over here. Data can be text, numbers, formulas, references. So, yeah, that we know already. Formulas are used to calculate data found in other cells. Microsoft. Now this is something important for all of you. That is, see, Microsoft did not directly launch Microsoft Excel. Before Microsoft Excel, Microsoft has launched one tool which was known as Multiplan. Yeah, the name of the tool of the spreadsheet from Microsoft was known as Multiplan, and it was launched in 1982. But that Multiplan software did not gain that much momentum or did not gain that much of popularity because already that Lotus 123 was there. Okay, today also what we see that Google Sheet is there, it is having some advantages, but still it is not coping up with the Microsoft Excel. Similarly, the same situation was with Microsoft also, that Microsoft, though they launched this product known as Multiplan, but still they could not compete with this software that is Lotus 123. So then later on, after this Multiplan was a failure from Microsoft, then Microsoft they released that first version of Excel, and you'll be surprised to know that the first version of Excel was released for the MacBook. It was a Mac version. It was not a Windows version. Though we know that Microsoft is always more focused for the Windows, yeah, their own tool. But here in 1985, they launched the first version of Excel for the Mac users, you can say like that. Yeah, in those days, Microsoft and Apple, they were good friends, I would say. Steve Jobs and this Bill Gates, yeah. So they were very good friends. Okay, and then later on they had a then that enmity and all those things. So then they were strong competitors. But in those days they were friends. So that's why they first of all, and plus also in those days, Mac Mac version was very popular. Yeah, because Apple had already launched their computer over there. So that's why they released first of all for Mac in 1985, and the first Windows version was released in November 1987. So after 2 years, the Windows version was released for Excel. And since then, we have seen that over the period of time, the Lotus 123 popularity has gone down, and Excel has been the top leader. So this is all about, I think, so we'll not go into that much of detail here. Yeah, who uses Microsoft Excel, we all know. Yeah, so please open this file, that is worksheet_views.xls. Meanwhile, I've also opened another file that is managing and formatting data. So this also you keep it ready. And the third file which I've opened also, that is this relative absolute mix reference. Okay, so please also keep this file open. Yeah, so let us start here with this worksheet views. So in the worksheet views, you can come to this outlining sheet here. So in the outlining sheet, now I would like to show you here how to do the grouping and how to do the ungrouping here. Yesterday we used this outline, this auto outline. So I went to the data tab, if you remember. Then we went to this button here. That is, maybe if you are having outline button also, you can click that outline button, or you can directly click this group button. And in the group button, we clicked on the drop down and we clicked here auto outline. As soon as I clicked auto outline, we are having this auto outline. Okay, and then I can expand that sheet step by step, and I can show the data one by one to my audience. So this was the auto outline, and then to remove this auto outline, we went to this ungroup button. Yeah, ungroup button. In the ungroup button, I clicked on the clear outline, and then the outline was gone. Okay, the outline is no more here. Now I will also show you here that how to do the manual grouping, because when you click on the auto outline, what auto outline will do, it will do the grouping automatically. But I can also show you how to do the grouping manually. So let's say if you want to do the grouping of this January, February, and March, okay, one quarter. So what I have to do is, you can see here, I'm selecting these three columns with the help of the mouse. Okay, just select these three columns with the help of the mouse. And then after selecting these three columns, January, February, and March, I go to this group button. In the group button, I click the group option. I can also click on this icon here. Okay, I can click on this group icon here, or I can click on this group. And now you can see that these three columns have been grouped. Yeah, we are having here the minus sign. If I click on this minus sign, yeah, then it gets collapsed. So January, February, March, it get collapsed. And now I'm able to see only the first quarter here. If I click this plus sign again here, I can see this 3 months again. Yeah, similarly, I can select this April, May, June. These three columns, April, May, June. I can click on the group button. I can click on this icon also directly. And now this another group has been created. Likewise, July, August, September, again group. And then finally we are having October, November, December, again group. Yeah, so this is how the groups have been created manually. I can also select here from January till this one till fourth quarter. Okay, I can select all these columns here from January till fourth quarter, and I can click here group. Okay, so this is the biggest group starting from January till the fourth quarter. Okay, so likewise I can create these kind of groups. Similarly, I can also create the group for the rows also. Yeah, so yesterday we saw here that we were having some groups here. So what I can do, I can select here this gross revenue. I can select these two columns. Okay, sorry, these two rows, and I can click on the group icon here. Similarly, I can select here goods, yeah, goods, freight, and miscellaneous. I can again click on group and so on. Yeah, I can also select here starting from sales till I go here. Okay, so it starts from the sales and it goes till the cost of goods total. I can create another group here. Yeah, and so on. Yeah, so this is how we can create the manual grouping here. Now, if you want to remove the grouping, that is, if you want to do the ungroup, then again do the same process. We select this. Let's say I want to remove this grouping of this grouping here, small grouping. So I can select here sales and shipping again. These two columns, sorry, two rows here, sales and shipping. I can go to the ungroup button. Either I can click this ungroup option or I can click this icon here. I click on the icon and now you can see that this grouping is gone. Yeah. And one of the best method over here is that suppose if you have done all this grouping and you want to remove all this grouping in one go, rather than doing it individually, if you want to remove all this grouping in one go, then you can click here this ungroup button, and in the ungroup button we can click the clear outline. Yeah, clear outline. I can click on this ungroup button. I can click on clear outline, and now you see, okay, why it did not went away. Clear outline. Okay, maybe. Okay, let me select here this one. I think so. For column, I had tried here that for column it was doing very well. Okay, see if I do here these three columns, if I click on group button, this is grouping is done. Then if I select here April, May, June group, so these two groups I've created. Now if I click on outline and clear outline, you see in one shot both the groups are gone. Let me check here again for the rows why it was not doing that thing. Okay, I've created here one group for the rows, another group for these rows. Okay, now if I click here clear outline, yes, it is going. Maybe I had done some kind of selection here, that's why it was not doing the ungrouping. But now the whatever the grouping you have done, if you want to remove it, you can just click on this clear outline. Yeah, or if you want to remove only one grouping, then you can use the ungroup option here. Yeah, so this is how you do the group and ungroup. Clear? Yeah, easy. So I think so. This sheet is done. This Excel file is done. And now we will switch over to the another file, that is this one, that is managing and formatting data.xls. So please open this file, managing and formatting data.xls. So we will start with these remove duplicates. Okay, come to this sheet in the managing and formatting data.xls file. You come to this third sheet, which is known as remove duplicates. So here we are having a very simple example where we are having a small table which is consisting of three columns: hotel name, country, and rating. Yeah. So some of the hotels you can see here that some of the hotels are having the same name. Yeah, from the same countries. Hotel Sun Villa, Austria. The rating is 10. Then again Hotel Sun Villa, Austria. Rating is 9.2. And then Hotel Sun Villa, Austria, 9.2. Yeah. So there are three records of Hotel Sun Villa. Then you can see that there are these two records of Casa Fuster, Hotel Casa Fuster in Spain. Both are having the 10-10 ratings. Okay, so these two records are also same. Okay, and then we have Relaxin. Yeah, there is one Relaxin hotel, Relaxin Italy 8.5, and here also we have Relaxin Italy and 9.6. Yeah, so these are some of the hotel names. And I think so this Hotel Christine France, this is only one, and the Citadella France is also one record. So here, let us assume that you are having so many records here, and now you want to remove the duplicate. Yeah, you want to remove the duplicate records. So how to do this process? Yeah. So for removing the duplicate, we have to go to the data tab. Okay, go to the data tab here on the top area. Click on the data tab, and in the data tab, you click this. Yeah, remove duplicates. Yeah, here. So here, this is that button. You will see this data tab, and maybe you may see the title also, remove duplicates. In my case, it is showing me this kind of button. Yeah, so this is that remove duplicates button. Okay, so if I put my pointer here, it will show me that option, remove duplicates. So go to the data tab and you click on this. First of all, what I'll suggest you that uh, see, if you are selecting the cell outside this table, and then if you are clicking on this remove duplicates button, then it will give you this kind of message. This can't be applied to the selected range. Select a single cell in a range and try again. So what you have to do before you click this duplicate button in the data tab, you have to select one cell within the table. Yeah, select any one cell within the table, and then only you can use this duplicate button. Yeah. If you select outside, then it will give you that error. So please select one cell within the table, go to the data tab, and in the data tab, you click this remove duplicates. Yeah, this button. When you click on the remove duplicates, then here it is asking you to delete duplicate values, select one or more columns that contain the duplicates. So see here, we have a choice. Yeah, whenever I want to remove the duplicates record, then whether I should see only the first column, that is the hotel name, or I should see hotel name and country, or I should see only country column. In the country column, if the country are getting duplicated, then if I use this option of remove duplicates, then in the country column, it will show me only those countries which are having one record. The other records will be removed. So here I'm having a selection. Either I can use all the three columns to identify that yes, it is a duplicate record, or I can select one column, or I can also go for two columns. Yeah. So this is very, very important here. So just now what we'll do that we will keep these three columns. I want to only remove those record whose content in all the three columns is exactly same. Yeah, let's say this Hotel Casa Fuster, Spain, and 10. And here also it is written Hotel Casa Fuster, Spain, and 10. So both are exactly the same record. Yeah, yeah. So I want to use all these three columns, and now what I'll do, I will simply click on OK button. Yeah, click on the OK button. Now what it says here, one duplicate value was found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Note that counts may include empty cells, spaces, etc. So really what happened here? Let me undo this step. Okay, I undo the step. Now see here, we have another record which is duplicate. Yeah, this one. Hotel Sun Villa, Austria 9.2 and Hotel Sun Villa, Austria 9.2. So this is also exactly the same record. In all the, if I compare all the three columns, this is exactly the duplicate record. So now actually we are having here two records. Hotel Sun Villa, Austria 9.2 and this Hotel Casa Fuster, Spain 10. Okay, this is also duplicate record. Okay, so total we are having here four records. Out of four records, only two records has to remain here, and plus the other records are individual records. Okay, so here what we'll do now, we will go to this remove duplicates, and now I'll select all these three columns and I will click on OK button. So see, only one duplicate value was found and removed. So here we can see that Hotel Casa Fuster, it is still there, and the answer has been given by Apurva. Yeah, what is the answer here? Let's see here the spelling of hotel, Hotal, and here it is Hotel. So this is also treated as a separate record. If the spelling is different, okay, it will be treated as a separate record. It is not a duplicate record. As soon as if I change the spelling of this HOTL, instead of HOTL I put it here HOTL, then this Hotel Casa Fuster, the second record will be removed, not the first record. First record will be as it is, but whichever is the second record, that will get removed. But just now it is not getting removed because of the spelling mistake. So this is how I can remove this particular duplicate record by selecting all the three columns. Now, if you want to select only, let's say, hotel name and let's say just the hotel name, suppose. Okay, you want to keep only the hotel name, or you want to keep only country. Let's say you want to remove all those records where the countries are duplicated. So you want to remove based on this country column. So that is also possible. I can select one of the cell within the table, go to the data tab, click this button, remove duplicates. And here now I will keep only this country column tick mark. Okay, this country column tick mark, while the other two things are I'm removing it. I want to remove the duplicates based on only on the country column. I click on OK button, and now you see 6 duplicate records have been removed. Now you see only the 4 records here: Austria, Italy, France, and Spain. And remember that only the first record will be kept here. Yeah, suppose if I undo this process, you see here that Hotel Sun Villa, Austria 10, and here then we have another record of Sun Villa, Austria 9.2. So this 9.2 will be removed, not the first record will be removed. Whichever comes first, it will be kept over there, and the other records will be removed. Yeah, similarly here France also, you will see these two records here. Oh, there are three records here: Hotel Christine, France 9.2. Then we have Citadella, France 9.2, and Hotel Christine, France 9.6. So only this record will be kept here if I remove based only on the country column. Yeah, similarly for Spain, it will be this one, Hotel Casa Fuster 10. Yeah, so suppose if I go for remove duplicates, I remove this hotel name and rating. I keep only the country column, click on OK button, and now you see only these 4 records are there. Relaxin, Italy, Hotel Christine, France, and Hotel. This is that same spelling mistake, hotel. So this record is kept. The other hotel, HOTL, Casa Fuster, has been removed. So this is how you can use the duplicate. You can remove the duplicate records by selecting either one column, two column, 10 column, 15 column, whatever you want to do, and accordingly it will remove the records here. Clear? So this is the removing the duplicates here. Good. Now, what we do here, we can go to the next column, next sheet here. This sheet, come to this particular sheet that is known as amortization schedule. Okay, come to this fourth sheet here, amortization schedule. And in this amortization schedule, we are having a date column. Okay, this date is written in US format. Then we have the year, principal amount, interest, running principal, running interest, payment, and balance. Yeah, so total 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 columns are over here. Now here we'll be going for a topic that is known as subtotal. Yeah, subtotal. I want to do the subtotal here. So normally you must have seen that somewhere in between you will see some subtotal. Let's say here we'll be creating one particular row, a blank row, and then here we'll be doing some subtotaling. Yeah, so you can do it manually also by using the sum function or those things, but we also have one method here, one button here, where if we click that button, then we can automatically calculate the subtotal here. Okay, so let us do here the subtotal, and what we do want to do, that we want to have the subtotal after all the records of the year are changing. Okay, suppose if the record of the year is changing here, let's say currently this is 2020. After 2020, I should know the subtotal of the 2020 year. Then I should know the subtotal of 2021, 2022, etc. So I want to do the subtotaling based on which field? The year field. Yeah. So let us go for it. How to create this subtotal? So you can select one cell within this table, any one cell. Now what we do, that we go to the data tab, and in the data tab we click this outline button. If you are having the outline button, you can click the outline button, or you can directly see this after group, ungroup, you can see the subtotal button. Yeah, either you can see the outline, you can click the outline, and within the outline you are having subtotal button, or maybe directly you can see here the subtotal button here in the data tab. So you can click on the subtotal button here, and now when you click on the subtotal button in the data tab, it is now giving you this dialog box, and it says here at each change in. At each change in. Now here I have to select the, if I click the drop down here, I can select here date, that is the first column. After every date I want to do the changes, or I want to do the calculation, the subtotal. Yeah, it is not making any sense here. So what we'll do, we will select here year. At each change in year. Yeah, after the when the year is changing, I should have the subtotal. That is my target. So at each change in year, then here it is asking you that what you want to do, whether you want to use the summation, count, average, mean, max, product, standard deviation, variation, etc. What you want to do here. So let us go for sum here. Okay, sum. Then it is asking you, okay, you want to do the summation, that is fine, but now you want to do the summation, or you want to calculate the subtotal for which column? Because see, here we are having principal, interest, running interest, payment, and balance. So you can decide that for which column you want to do the subtotal. You want to have the subtotal here. So let us go for here, let's say balance, and then I go for here payment, uh, running interest. That's all maybe. Okay, you can decide how many columns you want to go for the subtotal. I'll select here 3 columns: balance, payment, and running interest, let's say. Okay. The other 3 columns I want to keep it as it is. I don't want to do the subtotal here. So at each change in year, the function is sum, and these 3 columns I have selected for the subtotal. Now below we have this option, replace current subtotal, then page break between groups, and summary below data. So currently what I'll do, I will remove this tick mark here, that is replace current subtotal. Let us see what happens here. Replace current subtotal. See, actually just now we don't have any subtotal. Yeah, if there was subtotal, then we could have used this tick mark, but just now there is no subtotal here. We'll be now creating the subtotal for the first time. So you can remove this first tick mark here, replace current subtotal, keep this third tick mark as it is. This we are keeping it as it is. Summary below data, that we are keeping it as it is here. And now let us click on OK button. That's all. Okay, so only one tick mark is over here below. I click on OK button, and now you can see here that we are having this is the subtotal for 2020. Yeah, this is the subtotal for running interest, payment, and balance. Yeah, again after 2021, we are having this 2020. Sorry, after 2020, we are having 2021, and their subtotal is written over here. Likewise, 2022, 2023, and so on. Yeah, I can go till here 2050, I think. So 2050 is the last one. And plus we have here the grand total. See, there is a subtotal, and finally there is a grand total. I can make this column bigger. So see, this is your overall grand total here. What I can do, if I want to keep this first row freezed, yeah, because see, just now what I'm doing, if I'm going down, I'm not getting this title here. So let us go for here, view tab. In the view tab, I go for freeze top row, and now it is very good enough. I can see all these titles here. Yeah, I can go down here, and now I can see that this is my overall running interest. Yeah, freeze panes, yes. So payment and the balance. Okay, so I'm having the subtotal also, I'm having overall grand total also. Now suppose if I want to do the subtotal based on the year only, but I want to do the subtotal for the principal, interest, and running principal, let's say. Yeah, these three I want to do the subtotal here based on the year change. So we can go for the data tab. In the data tab, I can click on the outline. Maybe if you are having, I can click on the subtotal here. Okay, what it says here. Okay, let me select one cell here. Select one cell, go to subtotal. Now, what we want to do, that we want to do the subtotal not based on running interest, payment, and balance. These I remove it. Okay, I remove these three tick marks here. I put here now the initial three tick marks: principal, interest, and running principal. Okay, we want to do the subtotal of principal, interest, and running principal. Let's say the use function is sum. At each change in year, we are keeping it as it is. Now here you can see that we are having this option, replace current subtotal. Okay, let me tick mark this one, replace current subtotal. Yeah, and this tick mark is already there. Remove sorry, summary below data. This we are keeping it as it is, but we have put here the one tick mark. I click on OK button, and now you can see that now we are having this subtotal for principal, interest, and running principal. Okay, now these three subtotals that we were having, it has been replaced by these three subtotals. Yeah, that's why we had that tick mark, replace current subtotal. So now those current subtotals have been replaced by these three subtotals. Yeah. Suppose if I don't put that tick mark, replace current subtotal, if I don't put the tick mark, then let us see. Let me select one cell here. I go to the outline subtotal, and now what I do here, that instead of principal, interest, and running principal, I select here running interest, payment, and balance. Yeah, I tick mark again these three things. Yeah, freeze pane. Okay, sure. So here I have put the three tick marks. Now what I'll do here, replace current subtotal. This I'm removing it. Okay, I'm removing this replace current subtotal, this option. I'm going for these last three options here for the subtotal. Everything, mm, the other things are same here. I click on OK button. And now you see here, you see that we are having now two subtotals here. The first subtotal is doing the subtotaling for running interest, payment, and balance, and the second subtotal is this subtotal of the principal, interest, and running principal. Yeah, so you can decide whether I want to keep both the subtotals like this. Actually, it doesn't look good. It is better that we create only one line of subtotal where I can see the subtotal of all these columns. But suppose if we don't remove the tick mark, suppose if we remove the tick mark that replace current subtotals, then here now we are having two rows here for every year. Yeah. So you can decide whether you want to keep both the subtotals or you want to keep only one subtotal. You can decide. Okay, now regarding that freezing panel, so I think so yesterday we had seen that if I want to freeze this first row, I have to go to the view tab here, and in the view tab, I have to click the freeze panes buttons here. Okay, I have to click the freeze panes button in the view tab. In the freeze panes button, suppose if I want to freeze the top row, I have to click this second option here in the freeze panes, freeze top row. Okay, if I click it, and now you can see that this freezing is done. Okay, I think so. This is what we had seen yesterday. And if I want to freeze the first column here, then I have to click here, freeze first column. And if I want to do both the freezing here, that is the top row and the first column, then I have to select this particular cell here. Okay, then I have to select here this B2 cell, and then I can go for this first option here. First of all, I'll click this unfreeze panes, and then I have to again click that freeze panes, and now I have to click the freeze panes here. If I click the freeze panes, so now my first column is freezed, and also this is freezed. Better C2 to show the years. Yeah, that is also fine. We can also select here C2. First of all, I unfreeze, and now I can click on the freeze panes. And yes, this is also a good idea here. Okay, so here I freeze both the date and the year column, and my top row is also freezed here. If I go down, I can see my top row here. So that's why I selected here C2 cell here. Okay, so this is all about the subtotal. If we want to remove the subtotal, we can click on the data tab, and we can click on the subtotal, and here what we can do here is, suppose if I don't want to see any of this subtotal, I can simply go to the subtotal button, and I can click here this option, remove all. Remove all. Let us click on this remove all here, this remove all button, and now all the subtotals are gone. Okay, so we don't have to undo anything. We can just go to the subtotal button, and then we can click here this option, remove all, and all the subtotals will be removed. Yeah, even the grand total is also gone here. Okay, you cannot see the grand total also here. So this is how we are using the technique of subtotal here. Removing the duplicates and the subtotal, if it is clear. Yeah, if anybody is still having any query, you can let me know. If this is clear, then we will go to another topic here, which is known as conditional formatting here. Okay, so let us see this conditional formatting here. So for conditional formatting, we'll be going to the host sheet here, host sheet. Yeah, come to the second sheet here, which is known as host sheet. Now see this data that we are having here, this is the data of, yeah. So this is the Airbnb data. It is available in these two, let's say, sheets here. One is known as places, and another one is the host sheet here. Yeah. So here in the host sheet, we are having the host ID, the host name, their email ID, uh, date joined. Okay. So here now we'll go for the topic of conditional formatting, and this is one of the very important topic in Excel. So see what we want to do here, that we are having here the columns of response rate and acceptance rate. Now in Airbnb, so yeah, suppose if you want to go to a particular city and you want to go for an Airbnb, let's say apartment, so you will see those apartments on their website, and then you will try to identify some 2 3 apartments, and then you will send the let's say one kind of a message to that host that okay, I'm interested and I want to rent this your apartment for 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, etc. Now here the response rate of these hosts, as you must be knowing that sometimes those whose response rate is 100%, it means that it is very quick, and plus it is also, yeah, say sometimes here also it is written the response time here, yeah, few hours, within a day, within an hour, but they will respond. Yeah, this 100%, as we can understand that they will surely respond. Yeah, some are 90%, 88%, etc. So this is the response rate, and then we are having the acceptance rate. Yeah, so it is not a guarantee that once you put the request, then it will be accepted. Even I remember earlier when I was there in Italy. So in Italy, I wanted to, yeah, visit some city, and there I went for this Airbnb, and one or two, yeah, my requests were not accepted. I don't know what was the reason. Okay, so this happens. Okay, so here the acceptance rate, yeah, those acceptance rate which are very high, then you can try for that kind of apartment or this kind of let's say house. Yeah, where the acceptance rate is very low, then you may have a doubt here. Okay, so these are the two columns here. Now what I want to do here, that I'm having, this is a very big record. Yeah, you can see that I'm having here around 4150 records are there. Okay, so it's a very big table here. Now I want to here identify, let's say, those response rate which are more than, let's say, 50 percentage. Okay, I want to highlight, or I want to highlight those response rate which is less than 50 percentage, and that I want to highlight with a red color, because the, the the host whose response rate is less than 50 percentage, it means that I should not see those hosts, I should not contact those hosts whose response rate is less than 50 percentage. So yeah, that is one of the things that I want to do over here. So I can do it manually also. I can go down, I can see here, oh, this is 50 percentage, that I can put here the color. Again I go down here, again I see 50 percentage, so again I put here red color, that I can do it. But yeah, here you are having more than 4000 record. So what we can do, we can go for here conditional formatting. Yeah, so let us start with the conditional formatting. So for conditional formatting, first of all, we have to select that column where we want to apply the conditional formatting. So select that column, let's say response rate column. Then we go to the home tab. Please come to the home tab here. The first, yeah, the second tab here, you can say like that, home tab. And then in the home tab, we are having here one button known as conditional formatting. Okay, so first of all, what I have done here, I have selected the response rate column. Yeah, you can click it from top area. Select the column, go to the home tab, and now you click this conditional formatting button. In the conditional formatting button, we are having many options here. Highlight cells rules, top bottom rules, data bars, color scales, icon set, new rule, clear rules, manage rules, etc. What we'll do, we will start with these highlight cell rules. Okay, highlight cells rules. In the highlight cells rules, we are having here options, that is greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains, a date occurring, duplicate values, and more rules. So what we'll do, we will select here this option in the highlight cell rules, that is less than, because see, I want to highlight only those cells whose response rate is uh, less than 50 percentage. Okay, so highlight cell rules, and I want to select this cell, this option less than. I click less than here. Now, as soon as I select less than, then automatically it will come here 50 percentage. If it is not coming 50 percentage, you can type here 50 percentage. You can also increase it or decrease this amount. You can decide. Now 50 percentage we are keeping it as it is. Now here it says format cells that are less than 50 percentage with. Yeah, now we want to apply what kind of formatting. So here we are having various options, that is light red fill with dark red text. So here we'll be using two things here. The text also will be shown in dark red color, and whatever the background of that text will be there, that will be shown in light red. Okay. Then we can go for yellow field with dark yellow text, or green field with dark green text, light red field, red text, red border, custom format. We can also give our own color here if you want. But let us go for the standard option here, light red field with dark red text. Okay, and we are going for the less than 50 percentage. Okay, so I'm keeping it both these things as it is. I click on OK button, and now you can see here, yeah, see, which is the response rate, which is exactly 50 percentage. They are not shown in red color, because what we have done, we have gone for the concept that is less than 50 percentage. Less than 50 percentage does not include 50 percentage. If I say that it should be less than or equal to 50 percentage, then 50 percentage will be taken into consideration. But here we have gone for the option less than 50 percentage, so 50 percent is not there. But if I go down, you can see here 33 percentage, 0 percentage, yeah, again 0, 0, etc. Okay, so now these are those cells which are highlighted in the dark red text. Yeah, the text is very dark and the fill is light red fill. Yeah, so we can easily identify. Okay, so this is how we are doing the conditional formatting here. Okay, similarly we can also go for here, let's say acceptance rate here. Yeah, I want to select here the acceptance rate. I want to highlight those acceptance rate which is, let's say, greater than 75 percentage. Okay, which is greater than 75, or we can go for, let's say, 80 percentage also. So for that purpose I will select this acceptance rate column, conditional formatting. Then I can go for here, highlight cells rules. Okay, I can go for here greater than. Okay, highlight cells rules, I can go for greater than. And now in greater than, I can write down here, how can I change the rule? It already applied. Yes, I'll come to that point. So here I can write down 80 percentage. You see here 80 percentage, and that I'll be highlighting with the green field with dark green text. Yeah, because they are good for me, which whose acceptance rate is greater than 80 percentage. So I want to highlight with green field with dark green text. Yeah, I can click on OK button here, and now you can see that all this percentage which is greater than 80 percentage, they are getting highlighted. Yeah, which are greater than 80 percentage. Okay, so this is what we have done here. Now how can I change the rule? We can select this column here. Let's say what response rate. If I want to change the rule, I can select this response rate, go to the conditional formatting here, and then I can go for here manage rules. Okay, manage rules here, and the manage rules here, I can select this rule. Okay, again I'm showing you what I've done here. I've selected this response rate column. Go to the conditional formatting. In the conditional formatting, there's the last option here known as manage rules. I click on manage rules, and then I can see this rule here, cell value less than 0.5, and this is the format. Okay, I can select this rule. First of all, you have to select the rule, and then you have here this option of edit rule. Okay, edit rule. I can click on edit rule, and then in the edit rule, it gives me this dialog box. It says here cell value less than. equal to 0.5. Suppose if I want to say here 0.7, suppose. Okay, instead of 0.5, I go for here 0.7. Okay, I can also change the color here if you want. Okay, let's say instead of this red color, let me click here. I want to show here yellow color, suppose. So I can click on here format. I go to the format, and then I can the format. You can see here this is the font. Font is dark color, dark red color. I can select here this color. I can go for here, let's say this yellow color or gold color. Yeah, gold color for the font. Yeah, gold color for the font, and then I can go for the fill here, fill. And the fill, instead of the red fill, I want to go for the this yellow fill. Yeah, yellow fill or light yellow fill here. I can click on OK button. So see, now the font is dark yellow color and the fill is light yellow color. And I've given here cell value uh, less than equal to 0.7. Okay, I click on OK button. So now this rule has been changed. I apply. You have to click on the apply button here. Apply. OK. And now you can see the this thing here. Okay. So this is how you can change the rule. See, I can go to the conditional formatting here. Suppose if I don't select any of this column, I can go to the conditional formatting, and here we have this option, clear rules. Okay, clear rules. Now in the clear rules, I'm having here two options, clear rules from selected cells or clear rules from entire sheet. Suppose if I want to remove only this rule, which I've applied to this response rate, then I have to select this response rate column. Okay, or let me try here. Yeah, let us select this response rate column. I go to the conditional formatting, and then I go to clear rules, and I can click here clear rules from selected cell. Okay, I can click on it, and now you can see that this rule is gone. And suppose if I applied here 4 5 rules, and if I want to remove all the rules, then also now you have got the answer that I can go to the conditional formatting, clear rules, and I can click here clear rules from entire sheet. I click on clear rules from entire sheet, and now this is also gone. Okay, so this is how you can remove the rules here. Okay, so this is what we have seen, the highlight cells here. Now what we can do here, that let's say we can also take this particular column here, response time. Okay, response time here, and in the response time column I can select this response time column. I can go to the conditional formatting and highlight cells rules. In the highlight cells rules, we are having this option which is known as text that contains. Okay, text that contains. So what I want to do, I want to highlight only those response time where it is written within a few hours. Yeah, because that is, or within an hour, let's say within an hour, that is very, very good for me, yeah, as a customer. So I want to highlight only those cells which are having that title or the text that is written as within an hour. Let us try over here. So I select this response time here, conditional formatting, highlight cells rules, and I select here this option, text that contains. I select here text that contains, and now here response time. Okay, cells that contain the text. Now here I'll be writing, instead of response time, I'll be writing here within an hour. Yeah, here I have to write down the text which I want to highlight in this response time column. So I have written here within an hour, and now you can see that all this within an hour is selected. But I don't want to use the red color. I want to use here the green fill because this is good for me. So I want to use here green fill with dark green text within an hour. I click on OK button, and now you can see that all these text are selected. Okay, within an hour they are selected. So this is how you can use the text also to get the things highlighted. Up till now, we have seen here the percentage, that is the numerical part, how we can use the number to highlight the cells. But now here in this response time, we have also seen how to highlight the text. Okay. So this is the response time. Yeah. Now what we'll do that we'll come to this places sheet. Okay. Please come to the places sheet here, the first sheet here. And here what we have the actual uh, places data, the Airbnb place data. Okay, so first of all, we are having the place name, then the host ID, some neighbor ID, neighborhood ID, that is the area, you can say like that. Then the room type, okay, whether it is private room, entire place. Yeah. Then we are having how many people it can accommodate in that particular place. Yeah. Then we are having the price, the rating, then the number of reviews that it has received from the different the customers here. Then when was the first review of that particular place? Yeah, the last review up till now, and how for how many days that particular place is available. Yes, you can see that some of the places are available throughout the year, 365 days, while some places are, let's say here it is written 19 days only in the whole year. Okay. So what I've done, what I've seen that in some of the places, suppose if I'm going on a vacation for one month, then definitely, yeah, for 1 month my house will be totally empty. Okay, so what people are doing that they are trying to put it on Airbnb, yeah, for 1 month. So yeah, you may get a request, either you may get for 1 week or 2 weeks, but at least you may earn some money. Yeah, rather than keeping that house empty. And yeah, sometimes there is also let's say you are having a fear of some kind of yeah, some thieves will come and something like that. So instead of that, you can also give it on the rent basis. Okay, on Airbnb for a particular period. If you are going on a vacation, if you are going, let's say if I'm going to India for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month or 2 months, yeah, rather than keeping it vacant, I can give it to the Airbnb and I can get some money here. So here we are having these kind of columns. Yeah, some of there's also one column which is known as instant booking. In instant booking, yeah, as soon as you book, instantly you will get the confirmation. You don't have to wait for the host reply or those things. Okay, so some of the places are there where you can get the instant booking. Now here also in this particular places sheet, we will have the we will use the conditional formatting here. Yeah, so first conditional formatting which I want to use is price. Okay, price column. Now I would like to just show you the what is the variation of the prices here. If I use this filter button, see the prices are starting from $15. This is first of all, just I would like to let you know that these are the Airbnb data of New York City. In New York City, you can get a, let's say, one kind of a shared room or private room, whatever. I have to also check it here. What are the room types? Room types are entire place, private room, and shared room. There is also a shared room. So suppose if you are going for a shared room, then it is possible that you may get it at $15 per day. So it is starting from $15 and it is going till $10,000 per night. Okay, so there are some places here. Let me see here which are those places where you can get it at $10,000. Okay, I'm putting here 10,000 and 9,990. Yeah, so you see here this 10,000, it says celebrity building. Maybe some Hollywood star is having their own apartment in New York and they are giving it on rent basis. So definitely it will be see, it is unfortunately it is accommodated only two people. Yeah, I don't know how it makes sense here, but yes. say celebrity building, panoramic, uninterrupted views. In if you have been to New York City, the Manhattan, yeah, yeah, 5K per head, yes. So Manhattan, there is a one particular street which is known as a billionaire street. Yeah, in the billionaire street there are all those top buildings which are there, and yeah, if you want to stay over there, you can stay over there. Pay this $10,000 here. And the another one is this sunny room with private bathroom in great location. I don't know what do you mean, what they mean by the great location. Yeah, but these are the two most expensive things. Okay, and yeah, this celebrity, you see, this is very interesting. The celebrity building is available 365 days. So maybe the celebrity has just invested some money and they are putting it for this purpose. Yeah, good. So now let us come back over here for the pricing. So what we'll do that this price thing, I want to, let's say, put it into different color shades. Okay, so those, let's say I want to uh, see as a tourist I cannot spend, let's say, more than 200 or $300 per night maybe. Okay, so I want to highlight here those accommodation whose prices are less. Yeah, and the prices which are high, they will be shown in the red color. Let's say this $10,000 and $9,990, those prices has to be highlighted in red color because it is not within my budget. Okay, so we can also use here one concept known as color scale for this price column. Okay, so first of all, you can select the price column here and you can go to the conditional formatting. In the conditional formatting, I can select this color scale. Okay, I can select the color scale here, and in the color scale, if I click this, sorry, color scale, I can have I'm having these various color scale like green, yellow, red, then red, yellow, green, then here we have green, white, red, white, green, and there are many options here. I can also go for my own rule here. So let me go for this option here, first option in the color scale, green, yellow, red. Okay, so I select this green, yellow, red. Now, when you select this green, yellow, red, so what is happening here? That let me show you one example. If I again go back to the 10,000 record, the 10,000 uh, apartment, you see that 10,000 price, it is shown in dark green color. Now, I don't want to go to this apartment. Yeah, I don't want to pay this $10,000. So I want to pay only for those apartments which are much cheaper. So what I'll do again, I'll remove the filter here. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to apply the green color for those prices which are lower. Yeah, those prices which are in middle, I want to apply yellow color, and those prices which are very high, I want to apply the red color. Okay, so I don't want to use this color scale. I want to go for a reverse color scale. So I'll select this price column, conditional formatting, color scale, and instead of this first option, green, yellow, red, I will use this second option, which is known as red, yellow, green. Okay, I'll use this second option here in the color scale, red, yellow, green. And now you see here that the prices which are low, let's say $40, it is very low. So that are shown in green color. And suppose if I go to that $10,000, okay, $10,000. So you can see that now the $10,000 apartment, it is shown in dark red color. And this is what I wanted. Okay, so you can decide. Suppose if you have a good paying capacity, you can pay $5,000, $6,000, then definitely you can highlight those apartments which are more than, let's say, some value. You can show it in green color, and the lower budget apartments you can put it in red color. So you can decide the color scale here. Yeah. So this is how we can use the color scale here. Okay. I can also manage the rules here. If I go for the manage rules, I can select this graded color scale. I can edit the rule. And now here in the edit rules, I can also decide that suppose if I'm having a fixed value that okay, those prices or those apartment prices which are less than, let's say, uh, 1000, they should be shown in green color. Between 1000 and let's say 5000, it should be shown in yellow color, and above 5000 it should be shown in red color. So you can also define here the values here. Okay, here it is taking the percentile, but I can also go for here uh, number. Okay, minimum number will be, let's say, yeah, number I put it here, let's say 1000. Let us try 1000. Then midpoint I will go for number, and midpoint I'll put here 5000, and highest value I'll go for number, and highest value will be 10,000. Okay, so let us try here. So see, all this green color, they are less than 1000. Okay, let me do the sorting here. Sorting smallest to largest. Okay, so see, this is starting from the $15 that, yeah, it goes down, down, down. Yes, and you see here that till, yeah, 1000, it is fine. It is showing me green color, and then from the green color, you can see that now it is showing towards the, it is going towards the little bit light green color. Finally, around 5000 approximately, it is showing you the yellow color, and then finally, these last two figures are showing the red color here. Okay, so till 1000, yeah, till 1000 value, it is exactly dark green. Then from this 1000 onwards, yeah, it is now little bit becoming lighter color, light green color. Okay, this is a shading here. Yeah, we are using here the gradient. So now you see here it is becoming light, light, light. It is becoming now yellow color, little bit, yeah, light yellow, yellow, and then, yeah, here we don't have that much of values from 5000 to 10,000. So we are having only these two values. So they are shown in dark red color. So this is also how you can define your own values here. Yeah. So yeah, this is the price column here. You can apply the color scale here. Then we can go to this ratings column here. Okay, ratings columns here. In the ratings columns, we want to apply here the top bottom rule here. Okay, so let me select the rating column here. I go to the conditional formatting. I go to this top bottom rules. Now in the top bottom rules, I can go for here top 10 items, top 10 percentage of items, bottom 10 items, bottom 10 percentage of the item, above average, below average. There are many options here in the top bottom rules. So suppose if I go for this option that is known as above average, okay, above average, and above average I can highlight with green fill. Okay, above average I highlight with green fill with dark green text. I click on OK button. So see, these are the, there will be some average here. Maybe it will calculate the average of all the values here, and then whatever, let's say, let us assume that it is 4.75. So whatever the values which are above that 4.75 value, it will be shown in green color here. So this is the above average value. Yeah. So here you can go for above average, or suppose if you are having values and you want to, yeah, you want to see only the top 10 here. Okay. You can also apply over here. Let's say this number of reviews. See, the number of reviews are going from 3, minimum is 3, and maximum it is 695. So suppose in the number of reviews column, if I want to highlight those, let's say reviews which are top 10, okay, which are coming in the top 10. So I can select this number of reviews column, conditional formatting. I can go for top bottom rules. In the top bottom rules, I will select here top 10 items. Okay, top 10 items here. And top 10 items, I can also go for here top 15, top 20, top 17. I can change this number also. It is not compulsory that I have to go for top 10. Yeah, I can go for top 12, top 15, top 17, top 20 also. And top 10, I want to highlight with again the same color, green fill with dark green text. I click on OK button. Now what I'll do here, I will do the sorting. See, I'll do the sorting here, largest to smallest. And now you can see here that these are the 5 records where the number of reviews are very high. It is coming in the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so these are the top 10 records which are having the highest number of reviews. Similarly, if I go for here, let's say I remove this rule. I remove the rule, that is clear rules from selected cells. Okay, so I remove the rule here. Now what I'll do, I'll go to the number of reviews here column. I've selected the number of reviews column. Top bottom rules. In the top bottom rules, I select here this option, top 10 percentage. Not top 10 items. I'll go for here top 10 percentage. I'll select this option, top 10 percentage. I can also go for here top 10 percentage, top 12 percentage, top 15 percentage. I'll highlight with the green field, the dark green text. I click on OK button. And now you see here that we have taken here top 10 percentage. Yeah. So suppose if I'm having, let's say 4,000 records, and 4,000 records, the 10% of 4,000 is 400 records. So here we are having how many records? You see here green color. Yeah, it is here. Yeah, till here. So yeah, 605 here. Okay, so there are 605 records. So these are the top 10 percentage of all the records here. Yeah, top 10 percentage. Okay, the number of records here are 6,000. You see here 6,000 records are there, and top 10 percentage will be 600. Okay, top 10 percentage will be 600. So all the 600 records in each, the top 600 records will be highlighted here. Yeah, there are some of the record, I think, so it may be removed here maybe. So this is how what we mean by the top 10 percentage here. Similarly, you can highlight the bottom 10 percentage or bottom 10 records. Yeah, you can play with this option. Okay, so whenever you get some time, please take this sheet, or you can go for any other sheet and you can play with these options here. Yeah, let me remove the clear cells. Sorry. Yeah. So here we have seen the number of reviews. We have seen the color scale here. Similarly, we can also use this data bar. Okay, let us see these data bars. So suppose if I select this number of reviews only, number of reviews column, and I want to use the data bars here. So I can go for the data bars. The data bars I'm having here different colors. Yeah, these are gradient field and solid field. Solid field means the color will be very strong here. So suppose if I go for gradient field and I use here this blue color. So see now these numbers are shown in the form of a bar. Yeah, sometimes this bar will give you more information. Yeah, whenever we see the number, instead of the number, these bars will highlight more information. Yeah, so 695, this is the highest number of reviews, so it will be shown in the big bar here. The bar is the longest one here, and accordingly it will get reduced here. Okay, so this is what how we use the bar here. If you want to change the color, conditional formatting, manage rules, and we can change the color here if you want. Yeah, edit rule, and here we can change the color and all those things. Yeah. So sometimes these bars is also giving us lot of information here, data bars. Yeah. Similarly, we can also use this icon sets here. Okay. Suppose if I remove this rule of bars, I can also go for here this icon set. So in the icon set, I can use these icons here. Suppose I can say that, okay, if the value is high, it will be shown in the green arrow, up arrow, or it will be shown in yellow arrow or red arrow. I can use these kind of directional things. I can also use this kind of traffic light here. Yeah, green, yellow, and red here. I can use these kind of indicator or this one. You can decide here. Yeah. So suppose if I select here this one arrows, I can select these arrows, and now I can see these arrows here. Now see automatically here Excel has created these arrows. These are the green arrows, then yellow arrows. Most of them are yellow arrows, and then we are having the red arrows. Okay, so this value is defined by the Excel automatically. The till which value? Till 473, it is shown in red, this green arrow. Then from 461 onwards till what? 461. Oh, this area is very small. From 461 till 232. From 232 to 461, it is shown automatically as yellow color. And then from 431 below, it is shown in red color. Now, this is automatically done by Excel here. But if you want to change the rule, you can change your rule. Yeah, you can say that anything which is above 400, it will be shown in green color, green arrow. Anything between 400 and 200, it will be shown in yellow color, and anything between below 200, it will be shown in red color. Yeah, so that I've already shown you here. Manage rules. You can use that manage rules here. Okay, good. So I think so. This is what I wanted to show you here. Yeah, so this is how we can use the conditional formatting. Okay, so let us save this file. If you want to save the file, save the file, and you can close the file here. And now please open this file, another file which is known as relative absolute mixed reference here. Okay, open this file here, relative absolute mixed reference here. Okay, so now we are coming to this new sheet here, a new file here that is known as relative absolute mixed reference. Now see, this concept of references, it is a very, very basic concept. But if this concept is clear, then definitely you can do wonders in Excel. Yeah, because if this concept is not clear, if the foundation, this is like a foundation in Excel. If this foundation is not strong, then definitely whatever, even if you have gone for a full course also in Excel, that will not help you. So that's why I've taken this topic of this references here. Yeah, so first of all, we'll start with the relative reference. Some of you must be already knowing this concept, but for those who are new to this concept, let us go for this option. So first of all, we'll go for the relative reference. Now here in the relative reference, we are having a table where we are having the month. There are 6 months over here. The total revenue is written. The total expense is written. Now see one thing which I want to highlight here. See in my case, how it is written here, 20.000, 20.300. Remember that in my case, this dot is not decimal, it is comma. Yeah. In Germany, the things are different. Whenever I want to write down 1,000 euros, in Germany we write down 1.000. Okay, that's the German format. If I want to write down 1 euro and 50 cents, then in Germany we write down 1 comma 50. So it is just opposite to what we do in India or what we do in other countries. Now, please don't ask me that why are you doing this thing in Germany. I don't have any answer. Yeah, but since many years it has been there, and initially I was under the impression that this kind of system is in the whole Europe, but it's not like that. It is only in Germany, and maybe I don't know any other country in Europe which is using this thing. But especially I've been to Austria, I've been to Switzerland and other European countries. There they have the normal system that thousand separator will be indicated by comma, and decimal will be indicated by dot. But in German it is just opposite. Yeah. So uh, these are all those figures in thousands, 20,000, 20,300, etc. Now see here, we have taken a very simple example where I want to calculate here the net income. So what is net income? Net income is equal to total revenue minus total expenses. Very, very easy. So here in this cell, that is D3 cell, I type the simple formula equal to what? I can select this B3 cell. I can also type manually B3, but I can also select the B3 cell minus and then I select this C3 cell. Okay, very, very easy. So in the D3 cell, I've written here equal to B3 minus C3. Press enter. And now here I'm getting the answer 6,500. Okay, 20,000 minus 13,500, that is 6,500. Now, here also I have to do the same thing. That is in the D4 cell, I have to write down here equal to what? B4 minus C4. I press enter, and now here I'm getting that answer 6,850. Now, suppose if you are having so many cells here, then definitely you cannot manually type these formulas one by one. Okay, it will take a lot of time. So, as you must be knowing that we are having the concept of dragging the cell here. Okay, dragging the formula down. So, whatever the formula that you have used here in the D3 cell, I can drag it down here. Yeah, I can come to this area and and with the help of my mouse, I can drag this down, and now I can see that all these calculations are done. Okay, you have to select over here. Click over here. There's a small plus sign here, and then I drag it down. Okay, so all these calculations are done. Now here, if I double click here in this cell, D4 cell, then I can see here the formula equal to B4 minus C4. I press enter. Then here in the D5 cell, if I double click here, it is giving me the formula equal to B5 minus C5. Okay. So what is happening here, that here it was B3 minus C3, here it was B4 minus C4, here it was B5 minus C5, and so on. So what is happening here, that we are having here a relative reference. So here it is written, a relative reference in Excel is a cell address without the dollar sign in the rows and column coordinates like A1. So you must have seen sometimes the dollar sign is placed. So whenever you don't put any dollar sign in the formula, yeah, and when you drag the formula down, then it is known as a relative reference because it is taking the references based on the relation. Yeah, if I go to the D4 cell, then it will go for B4 minus C4. If I go to the D5 cell, it will take here B5 minus C5. So it is taking the relative reference here. Yeah. So remember that in relative reference, we don't have any kind of dollar sign here. Yeah. When a formula with relative cell references is copied, here it is. So when a formula with relative cell references is copied to another cell, the reference changes based on the relative position of the rows and columns. Yeah. So when I select here this cell, then if I put the formula, if I drag the formula, then the reference will change. Yeah. By default, now the last sentence is very, very important. By default, all references in Excel are relative. So whenever you drag the formula, it will be always a relative reference here. Good. Now, one thing which I want to show you here, that suppose if I remove all these cells here, okay, I keep only my formula here in this D3 cell. Now I have already shown you how to drag the formula down. Now suppose if you are having let's say 10,000 record. Yeah, here we are having only 6 records, but suppose if you are having 10,000 record and if you drag it down, yeah, you will get tired. Okay. So what is another step here? Some of you must be knowing here that instead of dragging this formula, what I have to do? I have to click over here, double click. Yes, yes, okay. So Maja just said, so double click. So what I have to do? I have to double click here in this area. When I double click, yeah, the formula is coming over here. Okay, the formula is coming over here. So this is how we can, yeah. So even if we are having 10,000 record also, we should not worry. Just double click on the first cell here, in this area, and it will do the calculation for all the cells here. Good. Now let me try one more thing here. Uh, there is one trick here. B3 minus C3. Hmm. Yes. See what I've done here. There's one more trick here to do this calculation. What you have to do, suppose if I remove all these calculations, okay? If you want to fill up all these cells with those calculations and you want to use that relative reference, then what you have to do, you have to select all these cells here. Okay, whether you are having 5 cells or 100 cells or 1000 cells, you select all these cells. And now once you select all these cells, now what you will do, you will directly type the formula and the formula will be written over here in the first cell. So here I type equal to B3 minus C3. Okay, B3 minus C3. So here I have typed the formula only in the first cell and I have already selected all these cells here. Okay, now what I have to do after I type here formula equal to B3 minus C3, now what you have to do, you have to press shift and enter together. Shift button and the enter button together. You press shift and enter, and now here you are getting all these values. This is another trick here. Yeah, I also learned from one of the YouTuber here. So you can just write down the formula in one cell and then you already select all these cells here first of all, then you write down the formula in one first cell and then you press shift and uh, sorry, control and enter, and then the formula will be applied in all these cells here. Suppose if I double click this cell here, it will be B8 minus C8, which is correct. Yeah, so this is another trick here to get the calculation. So I would say that the cell reference, this relative reference is clear. Yeah, whenever we take the formula, it will take accordingly the relationship here, references here, and accordingly it will do the calculation. So this is relative reference. Now we go to the absolute reference here. In the absolute reference, we have one example here where we are having here uh, the scorecard. Okay, so maximum score is out of 100, and then we are having all these students. Okay, and they are having the score out of 100. Now I want to calculate here the percentage of each of the student. So Nikki has scored 80 marks out of 100, so definitely his say her percentage will be 80 percentage here. Yeah. So what I'll do here, I'll write down equal to in this cell C4. In the C4 cell, I'll write down here equal to B4 slash what B3 equal to in the cell C4 you write down equal to B4 slash, yeah, you can also use the divide function here, but I can also use the slash here for the division, slash and then I select here B3, yeah, press enter, and now I'm getting here 80 percentage. Okay, this is 80 percentage. Okay, so this is correct. Yeah, Nikki has scored 80 percentage out of 100. Now what happens here that when I drag the formula here, then all these calculations are wrong. Because here if I see for Richa has scored 65 marks out of 100. So Richa's percentage has to be here 65 percentage. But instead of 65, it is written here 81. Nita has scored 75. So Nita's percentage has to be here 75 percentage. Yeah, Nirav 35 marks is there, so his percentage is very very close, 37 percentage. But if you see this Raj has scored only 45 out of 100, and if you see the percentage, it is 129 percentage. Yeah, definitely you cannot get more than 100 percentage. Yeah, it is even I have checked lot many supplementaries in my 15 years of career, and still I'm also doing the paper checking and all those things. Yeah, it is really tough. Yeah, to get. I've seen only one student in my lifetime who scored 100 out of 100 in the finance paper. I would say exactly the accounting paper. Now, see, getting an 100 marks in accounting, it's a big thing. Yeah, because accounting is having lot of, let's say, problems. Okay, so the person has to solve the problem. All the step has to be correct. And that student, I still remember, he completed his MBA in I think so 2000, yeah, 2006 or 2007, and currently he is based in Canada. And yeah, he completed without any kind of cross check. Okay, he did not do any kind of checking. Yeah, he completed everything perfectly, and I had to give 100 marks. Okay, he not gone for any theory part, because if sometimes if you're writing a theory, then I cannot give you, let's say if the theory is having 10 marks, so I cannot give you 10 out of 10 in theory. Yeah, but yeah, if it is a problem, and if you're giving me the correct solution, then I have to give you 10 out of 10. So yeah, coming back to this thing, so these calculations are wrong. Why they are wrong? Because if I see this particular cell for Richa, what is now the formula here? Equal to B5 divided by B4. B5 is the 65. This is correct. So numerator is correct. But what is the denominator? Denominator is B4, which is 80. So this is wrong. I have to calculate the percentage by dividing B5 divided by B3. But here it is B5 divided by B4. Similarly, if I select this option of Raj percentage has to be 45 divided by 100. If I double click over here, it is B9. This is B9 divided by B8, which is this 35. It is wrong. So here what is happening when we drag the formula, then by default we know that it is a relative reference. So this is wrong. Now what we want to do, that every time we have to take the denominator, that is this one, B3. So now this cell I have to fix it. Yeah, my denominator has to be fixed. It is always has to be here B3. Whether I calculate the percentage for Neerav, Raj, Hari, Nita, Richa, Nikki, etc., the denominator has to be always B3, which is 100. So what I have to do now, I have to select this cell where I've already calculated the percentage of Nikki. Okay, I double click here, and now what I have to do, I have to fix up this cell B3. Now when you want to fix up this cell B3, you have to put the dollar sign here. Okay, so slash, after slash I put here dollar B $3. When you put here dollar B $3, when you put here dollar B means you are fixing up the column. Then you are writing $3. So the row is also fixed. What is 3? 3 is the row. So when you are fixing both the column and the row, it means that you are fixing up a cell. What is B3? B3 is a cell. So here you are fixing both the things. You are fixing the column also, you are fixing the row also by putting this dollar sign in front of it. So overall, we are fixing up this particular cell, B3. Okay, so here for Nikki, the percentage equal to B4 slash $B $3. I press enter. So this is 80%. This is correct. Yeah. I drag the formula down. And now when I drag the formula down, now I can see the correct percentage here. You see 35 marks, 35 percentage, 45 marks, 45 percentage, 50, 50, 60, 60, 95, 95. If I click here in this cell for Nirav, double click, see what is written here equal to B8 slash $B $3. So this $B $3 is not changing because we are fixed up. Yeah, here also 95%. If I double click, it is written here again in the denominator $B $3. Only the numerator is changing. B5, B6, B7, B8. This is changing. But the denominator is not changing because we are fixed up. And that is what we mean by the absolute reference. Absolute reference means you are fixing up a cell. You are fixing up the cell. An absolute reference in Excel refers to a reference that is locked so that rows and columns won't change when copied. Unlike a relative reference, an absolute reference refers to an actual fixed location on a worksheet. So here, see in relative reference, we don't use any dollar sign. In absolute reference, we use the dollar sign in front of the column also, in front of the row also. So two dollar sign are there in the absolute reference. Yeah, in relative reference, there is no dollar sign. Okay. So this is the absolute reference. Whenever you want to fix up a cell, keep it fixed, you have to use the dollar sign for both row and column. And finally, we are going for the mixed reference here. Okay. Come to the mixed reference here. Now in mixed reference, what is mixed reference here? That either we fix up the column or we fix up the row. Yeah. Either we fix up the column or we fix up the row, but we don't fix up both the things in case of mixed reference. So let us see here in the mixed reference sheet. See what I want to do here. I'm having some row headers. I'm having some column headers. So here I want to multiply the row header with the column header. So here in this cell, yeah, in this cell that is C5 cell, it will be equal to 10 multiplied by 1. Yeah, so I type here equal to what? Equal to B5 multiply, multiply it is star multiply by 1. That is C4 equal to B5 multiplied by C4. Press enter. So here we get 10. Okay, 10 multiplied by 1 is 10. I drag the formula. And now something is wrong here. See here it is 10. This is correct. 10 multiplied by 1. Now what should be here? It is 20 multiplied by 1. So here it should be 20. Here it should be 30 multiplied by 1 is 30. Here it should be 40. Here it should be 50. But what is happening here? Yeah, we have dragged the formula down. So what is happening here? That is we are having the relative reference equal to B6 multiplied by C5. Actually it should be B6 multiplied by C4. This is fixed. Yeah, this is changing 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, but this 1 is fixed. So 20 multiplied by 1, 30 multiplied by 1, 40 multiplied by 1, 50 multiplied by 1. But here it is changing. Initially it was 10 multiplied by 1, then it is 20 multiplied by 10. So here it is showing you 200. Then here it is 6,000. Why it is 6,000? Because it is 30 multiplied by 200. Then it is 40 multiplied by 6,000. That is 240,000. So this is wrong. So what we have to do here before we go for a break? In this cell, what I have to write down here equal to B5 multiplied by what? Yeah, I have to fix up this cell. So I write down here what? $C $4. Yeah, in this cell C5, I have written here equal to B5 multiplied by what? $C $4, because this cell I have to fix up. One I have to fix up. Multiply by $C $4, press enter. So now this is 10, this is fine. I drag the formula, and now you can see here it is correct. 20, 30, 40, 50. These calculations here, B5 multiplied by $C $4, and then we drag the formula. So this is done. Now what we want to do, that we want to now apply the formula over here. So here in this cell, that is D5, we want to have the answer, that is 10 multiplied by 2. Yeah, so here we'll be writing 10 multiplied by 2, it will be 20. Here it will be 30, 40, and 50. So what we can do, we can also select this cell here where we have already put up the formula, and then what we can do, we can drag this formula like this also on the right hand side. Okay, it is not compulsory that we have to drag the formula down. We can also drag the formula on the right hand side. So I have selected this cell, and then I can drag this formula, and here now let us see what is the answer. So see here it is 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Now this is wrong. Yeah, so here it should be 20, 30, 40, and 50. So what has happened over here in this cell, instead of 20 we are getting here 10. So if I double click here, what I get here equal to C5 multiplied by $C $4. So C5 is this one, okay, that is 10, and 10 multiplied by 1. So it is 10 again. Then here in this cell, if I double click, it is D5. D5 is 10. Again, it is multiplied by 1 only. So why it is multiplying every time with 1? Because we have fixed up this C4. Yeah, we have fixed the C4 because we have written here $C $4. So this is creating problem here. See, when we were going down, it was working very well. But when we went on the right hand side, when we dragged the formula on the right hand side, now it is giving us a trouble. So how to fix up these solutions? Already it has been mentioned by Shambhu here, but now those who are not able to understand, so let us now understand over here. So here now what we are doing, we are going for a mixed reference here. In the mixed reference, either we can write down like this, that is A $1, or we can write down here $A1. What is $1? $1 means we are fixing up the row, but we are not fixing up the column. In front of column, in front of A, there is no dollar. So this column can vary A, B, C, D, E, but the row is fixed here. That is $1. So it is fixed. So this is one example of a mixed reference here. In this example, we are writing here $A1. $A1 means we are fixing up the column, but we are not fixing up the row. In front of row, there is no dollar sign. So here we can have $A1, $A2, $A3, $A4. Yeah, so here also we are using $ones only. So this is also an example of a mixed reference. In mixed reference, either you fix up the row or you fix up the column. When you fix up both the things, then it is an absolute reference. Yeah. So now what we have to do here, that here, whatever we have done, we have fixed up here in these cells $C $4. So we have to change this formula. Yeah, we have to change this formula here. So what we'll do now, see how to identify that what we have to fix up and what we have to not fix up. So here, let us understand. In this cell, it is B5 multiplied by C5. In this cell, it will be B5 multiplied by C5. Then here it will be B5 multiplied by D4. Here it will be B5 multiplied by E4. Yeah, here it will be B5 multiplied by C4. Yeah, this is C4 here. So here, if you see the cell reference, this is C4, D4, E4, F4, G4. So here 4 is getting repeated, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, C4, D4, E4, F4, G4. So here 4 is getting repeated. So whatever is getting repeated, that you have to fix up. I repeat, whatever is getting repeated, either the row is getting repeated or the column is getting repeated, that thing has to be fixed. So now here, what we can do, in this cell, we have to fix up here the row because 444 is getting repeated. So I'll remove this dollar sign in front of this C. I will write down here only C $4 because 4 is getting repeated here when I go on the right hand side. So what I've written here equal to B5 multiplied by C $4. So I'm fixing up the row. Press enter. So this is 10. This is correct. Now if I take it on the right hand side here, so here it is 10, 20, 60. Okay, now here it is 20, this is correct. But now here it is 60, 240, 1200, which is wrong. Yeah. So now what we have to do now? We have to again change this formula. This portion is now correct, C $4, this is correct. But now you have to focus on this area, B5. Yeah. Now see here, what is this cell? This cell is B5, B6, B7, B8, B9. Yeah, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9. So here B is getting repeated. The B column is getting repeated. So here in this cell, I have to write down here what? Because B is getting repeated, so I have to write down here $B and phi. Phi I am keeping it as it is because phi is not getting repeated here in this cell. Only the B is getting repeated. B5, B6, B7, B8, B9. So now I have changed the formula here in the cell C5 equal to $B5 multiplied by C $4. So in this $B5, I'm fixing up the B column. In the C$4, I'm fixing up the row. Yeah. So this is the final formula here equal to $B5 multiplied by C$4. Press enter. So this is 10. This is correct. I drag the formula down. So this is also correct. I drag the formula on the right hand side. So this is also correct. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And now what I do here, I drag the formula down. And now I'm getting all the answers here. Yeah, remember that logic that whichever things are getting repeated, either the column is getting repeated, you fix up the column. If the row is getting repeated, you fix up the row. Yeah. So this is known as mixed reference because either we are fixing up the row or we are fixing up the column. That's why it is known as a mixed reference here. Okay. So type here equal to $B5 multiplied by C$4. And then you drag the formula down, you drag the formula on the right hand side, and then you drag the formula down again. See, I have selected all these things here. So see, all these cells are selected here, and when I drag all these cells down, then I'm getting these answers for all these cells here. Okay, so this is the reference is done. We close the file, and now you can please open this file that is logicalfunctions.xls. Yeah, so please open this file that is logicalfunction.xls. So logical functions we will see in detail, but just now here in this logical functions, when you open this file, then we are having here various sheets. We'll start with the logical test. Actually, it is very, very easy. So these are the logical operators. You can say like that. Equal to, not equal to. You can see that not equal to is written like this. Less than or greater than. Then greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Yeah, these are the various operators which are having. So normally here I show the participant that, okay, here let's say we are having these two numbers 30 and 50 and I'm comparing these two numbers. So here if I write down in this cell B7 equal to B7, yeah, equal to B7 equal to C7. Okay, I'm using here the equal to operator. This first equal to that we have to compulsory write in Excel function, but the second equal to operator is the comparative operator. So I'm writing here equal to B7 equal to C7. I'm comparing whether 30 is equal to 50. Definitely 30 is not equal to 50. So I'll get the answer here false. Yeah, the logical answer is here false because 30 is not equal to 50. Similarly, here I can type equal to whether 30 is not equal to. Yeah, not equal to means I have to write down here less than, greater than, less than, greater than. This is not equal to, whether it is not equal to 50. Yes, 30 is not equal to 50. The answer is correct. So this is true. Yeah, logical function will always give you either true or false. Yeah, and so on. We can also define whether 30 is greater than 50, whether 30 is greater than or equal to 50, whether 30 is less than 50, whether 30 is less than or equal to 50. Yeah, you will get to those answers here. So this I am not showing you again. Yeah, this is simple. You can put up all this, any of this operator here, and then you will get here either true or false. Yeah, depending upon what you're putting over here. So this is the logical test. Now let us go to the first function here, which is known as if function. If function. Okay, we go to the next sheet here, if function. Okay, so if function here. So if function, many of you must have already used it, but in the if function we try to here it is written that if function has three parts here: logical test, then value if true, and value if false. For the value if true and value if false, we can put numbers, text must be in double quotes, formulas, or cell ranges. Okay, so now we'll be seeing the different options of using this if function here. So if function is having three parts: logical test, what we are checking, and then if that logical test is true, then what it should show you, and if the logical test is false, then what it should show you. Yes, these are the three things here. So first of all, here in this cell, that is E7, this E7 cell, I'll be writing a if function. We'll start with a very simple if function. So I write down here equal to if, let me do one thing, I will make this cell bigger. Okay, so here I'm writing the formula equal to if, press tab, if, and then press tab button. So in the if function, as we have seen, we are having logical test, and then value if true, value if false. So what I want to do here also, I'm having the same numbers 30 and 50. I want to compare whether 30 is greater than 50 or whether 50 is less than 30, whatever. So let's say if I write down here if bracket, I select this cell D2, okay, whether D2 is greater than, whether D2 is greater than E2, suppose. Yeah, I want to check this one. If E2, if D2 greater than E2, comma. Now see one thing which I want to highlight here, that in my Excel, whenever I say comma, I'm putting here semicolon. But in your Excel, you have to put comma. Okay, why I'm putting here semicolon after E2? Because in the German format, we put here semicolon. Again, please don't ask me that why are you putting semicolon. Yeah, in the German version of Excel, we have to always use here semicolon. But in the other countries, you have to put here comma. Yeah. So whenever I say comma, you put comma only. Don't get confused here. Yeah. So I'm putting here comma. And then now if D2 is greater than E2, suppose, then what it should show you here, I have to write down in double quote, it should show me, suppose if I don't put anything, suppose, let us try over here, if D2 greater than E2. Okay, I'm not putting here value if true, value if false. If I complete the bracket, press enter, what it tells me here, there is a problem with this formula, not typing to the blah blah blah. So here now I have to put comma. Okay. Uh, let me press enter again here. Yes, now I'm getting here false. See what I've done here, after D2 comma D2 greater than E2, I put here comma. Okay, at least one comma has to be placed here, and then you complete the bracket, and here I'm getting the answer false. Why it is getting the answer false? Because I'm comparing whether 30 is greater than 50. 30 is not greater than 50, that is false. So I'm getting here the answer false by default. Okay. If I change this uh, symbol, now I'm typing here if D2 greater than if D2 is less than E2, comma, bracket, press enter. So now here I'm getting 0. Okay. Let me put here another comma. Yeah. So 30 here, 30 is less than 50. That is correct. Okay. Let me put now proper thing, comma. And suppose if I want to see a proper title here. Let's say I want to see the title true or false. Okay. Then I can also put here D2 less than E2, comma. Now if I want to see the title true or false, then I have to write down here in double quote, because true and false are text which I want to see. So it has to be placed always in the double quote. So double quote, and then I write down here true, double quote complete, comma, and then I write down in double quote false, double quote complete. Yeah. So if I want to specifically see whether this, whatever this formula I'm putting here, whether it is true, then it should show me true. If it is false, then it should show me false here. So I've written both these true and false in double quote. Yeah. I press enter, and now I'm getting here the answer true, because 30 is less than 50. This is correct. So it is true. Okay. Now, instead of this true and false here, suppose if I want to get the answer either 1 or 0. If it is true, then it should show me the answer 1. If it is false, then it should show me the answer 0. So that also I can do it over here. Yeah. So if I type here in the form in the cell, that is E8, if I type here if, press enter, and then if I write down here whether I select here E2 is greater than D2, suppose. Okay, if I select here if equal to if bracket E2 greater than D2, comma. Now what I want to get the answer, either I want to see 1 or I want to see 0. That's my requirement. So comma, and then I put here 1, comma, 0. Now see, I'm not putting here 1 and 0 into double quote because they are numbers. So numbers will never be placed in double quote. Only the text is put up in the double quote. Yeah. So if this is true, then I want to see 1. If this is false, then I want to see here 0. Okay, I complete the bracket. Okay, press enter. And here now I'm getting the answer 1, because what I've checked here, I'm checking here whether E2 is greater than D2. Whether 50 is greater than 30, the answer is correct. It is true. So that's why I'm getting here the answer 1. Okay. Similarly here, if you want to check here, suppose if you check here whether 50 is greater than 30, if it is true, then you want to see the answer pass. And if it is false, then you want to see the answer fail. Yeah, so just like what we had written here in double quote true and false, similarly you can also write down here pass and fail. Yeah, you don't have to change anything. You have to just write down here that if whatever this equation you are writing, if it is true, then you want to see the answer for pass, and if it is false, then you want to see here the answer fail. So you can also change the text here. Yeah, you can change the text here. Then we have here pass and fail, but it is written in capital letters. Okay, it is written in capital letters. So see here we have some that same word pass and fail. but this pass and fail is written in the title text or title case. Okay, title case, as you know, that the first letter is always yeah, first alphabet is always capital here. So this is pass and fail. So what I want to do, that in this cell here, in this cell, I want to write down the if function, and I want to give the reference to these two cells. Okay, I'll not type here directly that if 50 is greater than 30, then it should show me the capital pass, and if it is 50 is not greater than 30, then it should show me the title fail in double quote. Okay, that I don't want to do. What I want to do, I want to give here the reference, that please go to this cell if it is true, otherwise you go to that cell if it is false. Yeah, so I want to refer these two cells here, and plus I want to see this pass and fail in capital letters. Here the pass and fail is in the title case, but I want to see actually here the answer in pass or fail in capital letters. So how we can do that thing? Yeah, so let us take this example, equal to if, press tab button. Now I'll check this whether 30, that is D2, is, let's say, less than equal to what? E2, suppose. Okay, you can go for any condition here. I'm going for the condition here if D2 is less than or equal to E2. Whether 30 is less than or equal to 50, I put comma. Now what I have to do, I have to, if it is true, suppose if this is true, then what I want to see the answer, pass. And that pass has to be written in capital letters. And where is my pass and fail written? My pass and fail is written in these two cells, G1 and G2. In G1 it is written pass, in G2 it is written fail. So there I want to refer to these two cells here. Yeah, so after comma, I write down here what? I select here G1, G1, if it is true, comma, if it is false, then it should show me whatever is written in G2. Okay, so equal to if bracket, if D2 is less than or equal to E2, comma, if this is true, then it should show me the value from the G1. In G1 it is written pass, so it should show me here pass, or it should show me here G2. Whatever the value is written in G2, G2 is written fail, so it should show me here fail. Yeah, so I can also refer to the another cell here. Bracket complete. Formula is ready, press enter, and now here we are getting the answer pass. Because we have compared whether 30 is less than or equal to 50. Yes, 30 is less than 50. So this is pass, but this pass is written in title case, because this here also it is written in title case. But what we want to do here, we want to see the pass and fail in the capital letters. So here we have to just change here, instead of this simple G1, I have to write down here one function which is known as upper function. Upper. Upper will convert the text into the capital letters. Yeah. So upper, press tab, G1 bracket G2. Sorry, G1, yeah, upper bracket G1 bracket complete. So whatever is there in the G1 cell, that is pass, with the help of the upper function, it will show you in the capital letters. And this is what we want to have over here. Pass and fail, we want to have it in capital letters. Okay, so if D2 less than or equal to E2, comma, upper bracket G1, and then similarly here also we can write down here upper bracket G2. So upper bracket what? G2 bracket complete. See, remember here that in case of whenever we are having so many brackets within the Excel, you must have seen that we are having different colors for different brackets. The inner brackets are always in red color, green color, blue color, while the outermost bracket in Excel is always black color. Yes, sometimes when I ask this question, when I'm conducting the trainings on Power BI and Tableau, I always ask this question, that what is the color of the outermost bracket in Excel? And many people who have been working for Excel for last 20 years, sometimes they also don't see this thing. Yeah. Most of them will definitely answer this question, but many of the people, they don't see the color. Yeah. Why this color is important here? Because whenever you are starting with so many brackets, let's say you are starting with black bracket, then blue bracket, green bracket, red bracket, finally you have to also complete those brackets at the end. So when you are completing the bracket, as soon as you get the black bracket at the end, it means that your formula is ready. Your formula is completed. Yeah, that's why this color of the bracket is very, very important. Yeah, sometimes we are having a very long formula and sometimes we get confused that how many brackets I have to complete at the end. Yeah, it is dependent on the color. Black bracket, as soon as you get it, it means your formula is ready. Yeah, so check this formula equal to if bracket d2 less than or equal to e2 comma upper of g1 comma upper of g2 bracket complete, press enter, and now here we are getting the answer pass in capital letters. Yeah, so for capital letters we have to use the function upper. Yeah, for the lower case we have to use the function lower. Suppose if I write down here instead of upper, if I write down here lower, yeah, then it will be lower of g1. Yeah, so it will be small letters. Okay, and then uh, one more function is over here. Suppose here if I'm writing small letters pass. Okay, in this cell, that is G6 cell, I'm writing here pass. Yeah, let me make it bigger for you. So this is pass, but this pass is written in small letters. Now, if it is written in small letters, and if I want to convert these small letters into title case, not upper letters, I want to convert these small letters into title case. So here, what I can do, instead of lower, I'll write down here one function which is known as proper. Proper of what? Proper of this G6. Yeah, this is G6. So proper of G6, press enter. And now you see here it is written in title case. P is capital and then A double S, that is in small letters. So whenever you want to have the text in the proper in the title case, yeah, then you have to use the function proper. If you have to have it in the capital letters, you have to use the function upper. If you want to have it in the small letters, you have to use the function lower. Yeah, so please remember these functions if you have not used up till now. Proper, lower, and upper. Okay, similarly, we can use here yes and no. Just like pass and fail, we can also have yes and no. Now, here in this situation, what we want to do, that whatever the logical test we put it over here, if it is true, then what it should do here, it should add both the numbers, D2 plus E2. What is D2? D2 is 30, E2 is 50. So it should add both the numbers. And if it is false, then it should show you 0. Okay, so you can also put here the formula inside the if function. If the value is true, please add both the numbers D2 plus E2. If the value is false, you just put 0. Yeah, so that also you can do it over here. So here in this cell, I write down equal to if. Let us take one logical test. Let's say 50, whether 50 is greater than 30. So equal to if bracket E2 greater than D2. Let us check this logical test, comma, comma. Okay, so if E2 is greater than D2, if it is true, then what you want to do? You want to add both the numbers. That is D2 plus E2. So you can write down here after comma D2 plus E2 directly. Yeah, after comma here you write down D2 plus E2, comma. If this is false, then you have to write down here 0. Yeah, if this is false, E2 is not greater than D2, then you have to get the answer here 0. Okay, so this also you can do it over here in the if function. bracket complete, press enter, and here the answer is 80. Why it is 80? Because we checked here whether 50 is greater than 30. Yes, 50 is greater than 30. And then we can use here. Can we use the sum equation? Let us try here. Instead of, let us try here sum bracket. Let us select these two cells here, D2 colon E2, bracket complete, press enter. Yes, it is also used. Sum can also be used here. Okay, you can sum here two cells, three cells, four cells also. So you can also use the sum function, average function, mean function, mass function, etc. Yeah, suppose if I write down here mean of D2 colon E2, press enter. So minimum of 30 and 50 is 30. Yes, I can also use the mean function, mass function, etc. Yeah, so all these things you can do it here. Similarly, we can also get the answer in the date format. Yeah, so suppose if whatever the logical test we put, yeah, if we are having this, we are using here the function today function. What is today function? Suppose if I write down here today, yeah, it has to be completed in two brackets here. Yeah, after today you put the two brackets, press enter. So today will show you the today's date. Today function will show you the today's date. So today's date is 27th of April 2025. Yeah, depending upon your country, it will show you in that. Yeah, it will show you the date format based on your country. So this is how we write down in Germany 27.04.2025. Yeah, here we use dot. Yeah, but it is written like DDMMYYY. So this is today function. Today will always show you the today's date. Now suppose if you save this file and if you open this file tomorrow, then tomorrow it will show you here 28th of April 2025. So this thing will change automatically. It will take the system date. Yeah. So tomorrow if you open, it will show you 28th of April. So this is today function. Similarly, we have another function which is known as now function. Now. Yeah. Now bracket complete equal to now bracket complete. Press enter. So what now will do? Now will show you the today's date and the current time. Today's date and current time. In Germany just now it is 6:37 p.m. Okay, so it will show you the today's date and the current time. Now see, it is currently showing me 1837. Now within few seconds it will become 1838, but it will not become 1838 automatically. I have to again press the enter button here. Yeah, let us wait for some few seconds here. Okay, so it should be now 13. Yeah, now it is 1838 here in my system watch. So now what I'll do, I will double click over here. So I'm getting here now. Okay, now function, if I press again enter, now it is showing me here 1838. Yeah, so I have to press that manually. Or if I open it tomorrow, suppose tomorrow morning, let's say I open it at 10 o'clock, then it will show me the tomorrow's date and it will show me 10 a.m. here. Yeah, so that is known as now function. Now function will show you both the date and the current time, while today function will only show you the today's date. That's all. So here what we want to do, that suppose if we put here the logical test and if the logical test is correct, it is true, then it should show me the today's date. If the logical test is wrong, if it is false, then it should show me today plus 10. Today plus 10 means it will add 10 days into my today's date and then it will show me that particular date. Yeah, today is 27th, it will add 10 days, so it will be 37. 37 means it will be 6th of May. Yeah, so it will show me the so it will be 7th of May. Yeah, so let us try here equal to if bracket let's say I select here D2, whether D2 is greater than E2. Suppose this is my logical test. If D2 greater than E2, comma, if it is true, suppose if this is true, then what it should show you? It should show me the today's date. So I write down here today, bracket complete like this. Yeah, today and two brackets. If it is true, then it should show me the today's date. If it is false, then it will show me today plus 10. So I have to write down here like this, today plus 10, bracket complete. Okay. If it is correct, it will show me the today's date. If it is wrong, if the equation is wrong, then it should show me the today's date plus 10. Yeah. So bracket complete, press enter. And now here it is showing me 7th of May 2025. Yeah, because today's date is 27 plus 10, this is 37. And in April we are having 30 days and plus 7. Yeah, so we can also get this kind of date also as a value if true or value if false. Yeah, so I hope that this is clear. Yeah, we have done a lot of different variations here. We have also seen that how to take the cell reference here. We can also go to a particular cell, get the value if it is true or if it is false, and then we can put here these things here. Any questions if you are having related to the if function, you can let me know. Yeah, if function is one of the most important function here. Now, if the if function is clear, then let us go for the nested if now. So now here, what we want to do that here also we have to prepare a mark sheet. So we are having the marks of various students here. Yeah, these are out of 100, just to let you know. And now I have to get here the result. And this is the criteria here. If they are scoring the marks less than 40, then it should be fail. If it is greater than 40, it is pass. And if it is greater than 60, then it is distinction. Yeah. So here, suppose if I see this Rahul marks, it is 25. So 25 means it is less than 40. So here Rahul's result will be fail. Yeah. Similarly here for Akshay, yeah, he is passing. Okay. Likewise Amir, yeah, he's getting more than 60. So he is getting here distinction. So let us use the if function here, and we have to use all these three conditions here. So I write down here equal to if, press tab. Now see what we have to do. We have to select this cell here, that is D6. Okay, D6. Now first of all, I'll check whether D6 is greater than 60. Yeah, I'll check whether first of all the marks of Rahul is greater than 60, comma. If it is greater than 60, then what we have to get the answer? Then the result will be distinction. Yeah, because here it is written greater than 60 means distinction. So if this is true, then comma, then I have to write down in double quote because distinction is a text. So I have to write down in double quote. So I write down here distinction. Yeah, in double quote I'm writing here distinction, comma. Okay, now if Rahul marks are not greater than 60, then definitely we have to check another condition here now. Okay, now maybe if Rahul marks, if this is false, suppose if this is true, then it will be distinction, but if this is false, then I have to write down here again if function. Yeah, after distinction, comma, I have to write down here again if function, because now I have to check whether Rahul marks are less than 50, less than 40. If Rahul marks are less than 40, then definitely he is failing. Yeah, otherwise Rahul will be passing, because if Rahul marks are not less than 40, if Rahul marks are not greater than 60, then what does it mean? That Rahul marks are between 40 and 60. So it means that Rahul is passing. So first of all, what I'll check here, the second condition, comma, if I'll write down here D6, whether D6 is less than 40. Initially, I checked whether D6 is greater than 60. If yes, it is distinction. If it is false, then it will check another condition here. If D6 less than 40, comma, if this is true, if Rahul marks are less than 40, then what should be the result? Result will be fail. So I write down in double quote. Yeah, don't forget this double quote here, and also don't forget the comma. So comma and then double quote, I write down here fail, comma. Now, if Rahul marks are not less than 40, and already we have checked here that Rahul marks are not greater than 60, then it means that Rahul marks are between 40 and 60. So here finally what we have to write down, we don't have to check here again if condition. Yeah, because here we have already checked two things. Either he is failing or he is having distinction. If he is not failing, if he is not having distinction, it means that the Rahul is passing. So after comma, I have to write down in double quote pass. Double quote complete. Yeah, comma, double quote. We have to write down pass. Now we have to complete the bracket. So I complete one bracket. You see, once I have completed one bracket, it is red color still. I complete another bracket, and as soon as I put here another bracket, it is now black color. So now I have to stop here. Okay, as soon as I get the black color, I have to stop here. So this is the formula. If D6 is greater than 60, then distinction. See, here also I can change the pattern. I can first of all check whether Rahul marks are less than 40. Then I can check whether Rahul marks are greater than 60. Yeah, I can switch these positions of this rule or the logical test here. Okay, I press enter, and here now we are getting the answer fail. Yeah, that is correct. Let me drag the formula. You drag the formula down, and now here you are getting the answer. Akshay is passing, Amir is distinction, Sanjay is failing, Prem is distinction, Vijay is passing, Madhur is failing, and distinction. Babita is having distinction. Yeah, so this is correct. Now here, the formula which I have written here, this is correct. But now, what is the problem here? I'll show you now. Suppose here, currently, what are the how much Rahul is scoring here? 25 out of 100. Now, instead of 25, suppose if I am the data entry operator, instead of 25 by mistake, I write here 125. Suppose instead of 25, I am writing here by mistake here 125. I press enter. When I write down here 125, the answer is still distinction. Yeah, and that is correct because it is greater than 60. So definitely it will be distinction. But you cannot get 125 marks out of 100. So this is wrong. Yeah, this here it should show me some kind of error. Or it can show me here that yeah, these marks are more than 100. But here currently based on my formula, whatever I've written over here, it is showing me distinction. So according to the formula, this is correct, but overall the scenario is wrong. Or suppose instead of 25, suppose by mistake if I write down here minus 25, suppose I'm putting minus in front of minus in front of 25, I press enter. So what is the answer here? Fail. So this is correct as such. Yeah, because 25 is less than 40, so it is failing. But you cannot get 25 minus 25. Yeah, you can get 0 only out of 100. Okay, but you cannot get minus 25 here. So sometimes if the data entry operator is committing this kind of mistake, then the result will be also wrong. Yeah. So if we are having these kind of condition here, then definitely there are full chances that you may get or you are creating a wrong mark sheet here because of this simple formula. Yeah. So let us go to the AND function now here. Yeah. So now here in this AND function, you can see that we are having again the same situation. And here now we are having specific criteria. If the marks are greater than or equal to 0 and less than 40. So now here we are putting these two criteria greater than or equal to 0 and less than 40, then it will be failing. If the marks are greater than or equal to 40, and less than 60, then it is passing. If the marks are greater than equal to 60 and less than 100, I would say that it should be less than equal to 100. Yeah, you can definitely get 100 also. So here I am changing the criteria less than equal to 100. Then it is distinction. And here it is written the fourth condition, which is very, very important, that if the marks are less than 0 or, here I'm using the word or, not and. If the marks are less than 0 or greater than 100, then it should be invalid. You should get here the answer invalid. So as soon as you see the word invalid, you will come to know that yes, something is wrong here. Yeah, either I've entered the marks wrong or something like that. So now what we'll do, we will put all these conditions in the if function here by using the nested if concept here. Yeah, so let us try over here equal to if bracket. Now see, I have to select here Rahul marks, that is F6. Now see what I have to do. I have to put here two conditions here. I have to check whether Rahul marks are greater than or equal to 0 and less than 40. If both these conditions are fulfilled, then the result will be fail. If Rahul marks are greater than equal to 40 and less than 60, if both these conditions are fulfilled, then it will be pass. So here we have to we have to check both the conditions. That's why we are using here AND function also. So here equal to if. Now the logical test, what I have to write down here, I have to write down like this, and so equal to if bracket and, press tab, and now I have to write down here that criteria, that Rahul marks F6 should be greater than equal to 0. Yeah, it should be greater than equal to 0, comma. Again, I write down here F6, and F6 has to be less than 40, bracket complete. Okay, so here I'm using the AND function also, because AND function, why I'm using it, because I have to fulfill two criteria, this and this. Okay, so equal to if bracket and bracket what, F6 is this one, Rahul marks 60. I'm checking whether Rahul marks are between 0 and 40. Yeah, 0 and less than 40. If this is true, yeah, if this is true, comma, then what will be the result? I can take this cell here, C6, because C6 is having that answer fail. And what I'll do here, see here, if you want to put here dollar sign, because you have to fix up this cell, this fail here, you have to fix up here, you have to write down here $C $6. So what you can do, you can click inside this cell here. Let me try. Yes. You can, after writing here C6, now you want to put here $C $6. So what you can do, you can press the key known as F4 key. Function F4 in your on your keyboard, you press F4 key. Sometimes you may have to press function key and the F4 key, or you can directly, in my case, I'm directly pressing the F4 key. So if I press here F4 key, you see here it is automatically writing $6 $C $6. If I again press the F4 key, it is showing me C $6. That is the mix reference. Again, if I press F4 key, it is showing me $C6. This is also a mixed reference. Again, if I press F4 key, it is again showing me simple C6. Yeah, so if you don't want to type specifically manually the $C $6, after writing C6, you can press F4. And now automatically it is writing here $C $6, comma. Okay, so if this is true, if Rahul marks are between 0 and less than 40, then it will give me the answer fail. Fail is in the C6 cell. Now, if this is false, suppose Rahul marks are not between 0 and 40, then what I have to do? I have to check another condition, that is for the pass. So I have to put here again if function, bracket. Now what I have to do? I have to again write down if function, bracket, AND function. And inside the AND function, I have to write down here F6. F6. Now I have to write down the second criteria, that it should be greater than or equal to 40 and less than 60. So F6 has to be greater than equal to 40, comma, F6 less than 60, bracket complete. Okay, so I'm putting here the second formula now, second criteria here, second criteria row, that is greater than or equal to 40 and less than 60. Okay, now if this is true, if Rahul marks are between 40 and 60, then what should be the answer? The answer has to be pass. The result has to be pass. So I put here comma, I select this cell C7. But what I have to do? I have to write down here, instead of C7, I have to write down here $C$7. So I press F4 button, and now it is written here $C$7, comma. So if Rahul marks are between 40 and 60, it will be pass, which is written in C7 cell. But if Rahul marks are not between 40 and 60, then what? Then we have to go to the third condition here. Now we have to check whether the Rahul marks are greater than or equal to 60 and less than or equal to 100. Yeah, so after $C$7, comma, I write down here if function. Inside if function, I have to write down here and function, and inside the end function, I have to write down here F6 is now what we have to check here. We have to check now this criteria. F6 is greater than equal to 60, comma, F6 is less than or equal to 100, less than or equal to. Okay, so I'm taking this third criteria here, F6 if bracket end bracket F6 greater than equal to 60, comma, F6 less than or equal to 100, bracket complete, comma. Yeah, don't forget to put the comma. Now, if Rahul marks are between 60 and 100, then what should be the answer? The answer has to be distinction here. Distinction. So I select this distinction. Distinction is C8. Yeah, comma C8. I press F4 button. So it is $C$8, comma. Now, final thing. If Rahul marks are not between 0 to 40, if Rahul marks are not between 40 to 60, if Rahul marks are not between 60 to 100, then by default it will be invalid. Then it will be invalid. So after this C8, $C$8, comma, I write down, I select this cell now, that is C9. I again press F4 button, and now I have to complete the bracket. 1, 2, and now 3, because I'm getting the black color here. So 3 brackets you have to complete at the end. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm also pasting this formula in the chat window. If anybody wants to use this formula, you can also get it from the chat window here. Yeah, but this is the final formula, and understand the logic here. Okay, so here we have used the if and function because both the criteria has to be fulfilled. Then only it will either show me pass or fail or distinction or invalid. Yeah, press enter button, and now here you are getting the answer distinction because it is greater than or equal to 60. And if I drag the formula down, I get all these answers. Yeah, Vijay is passing, Madhur is failing, Babita is distinction, Prem is distinction, Sanjay is failing, etc. Now see here, what is the advantage of this particular this formula here? That suppose if I put here Rahul marks are currently 60, okay? So instead of 60, if I write down here 160, suppose by default or by mistake, okay? If I write down here 160, press enter, you see here it is showing me invalid. Okay, this is invalid because you cannot have more than 100. So this is invalid. And instead of 60, if I write down here minus 60, suppose. If I type here minus 60, press enter, it will be still invalid. Yeah, if Rahul marks are exactly 0, then it is failing. Okay, but if here if it is, if I'm writing here -1, press enter, then it is invalid. Yeah, so this is the beauty over here. So you can have to use this kind of condition here. Yeah, rather than just putting the condition less than 40, less than 60, greater than 60, whatever. Instead of that, you can have, if you are having this kind of condition, then this will be much better. Okay, so here you will not have any kind of problem. Immediately, if you see invalid, you'll be able to understand that yes, something is wrong here. Yeah. So this is the AND function here. Similarly, we can also use here OR function if I want to fulfill only one of the criteria, either criteria 1 or criteria 2, then I can use here OR function. AND function will fulfill both the criteria, while all function will fulfill any one of the criteria. Yeah, so this is all is on AND function. Now we go to the NOT function here. What is NOT function? NOT function means it will give you the opposite thing. Suppose here we are having true. Not of true will be false. Not of true will be false. And not of false will be true. So I'll show you here equal to not bracket, and you have to always take in the not function, I have to always take the logical thing, either true or false. Equal to not, I select this cell B8, bracket complete, press enter. So here the answer is false. Not of true is false, and here if I type not bracket false bracket complete, press enter, it is true. Yeah, so not will just give you the opposite thing, you can say like that, but it is always used for the logical thing. Could you please use it on the data set? Which data set you are talking about? Okay, any data set, let me check it here. Yeah, I have to check it here. Let me complete this portion. Okay, maybe next time I'll come up with a uh, another example here. I would say yes, you are. I have understood your thing that what you want to have it here. Yeah. But let me complete this portion here. Yeah. So if error here. Yeah, after not function, we are going for the if error here. See, not function, I would say that we are not using just simply a not function. Okay, we are normally taking it as a part of, let's say, a formula. Yeah, we are taking it a combination with any other function here. So normally we don't use like equal to not of true is false or not of false is true. We are trying to use it in a combination with other example, other function here. So I'll try to identify that example and I'll try to show it in the next session. Yeah. Now we come to the if error here. Okay, if error function. So there are here actually two kind of function I would like to show you. One is known as if error and another one is known as is error. Is error function. Okay. One is if error, another one is error. Yeah. So suppose here we are having the some kind of text, numbers, logical things, and this is that error. Okay. What is this error here? It is division by 0. So sometimes you must have seen that if you are dividing anything by 0, then it is giving you infinity. So that is an error. Okay. So if you are having, let's say in one of the column, you are having some few places, you are having some error and you want to identify that whether it's an error, then here you can use, first of all, I'll show you this is error function and then we'll come to the if error function. So is error will identify the error, whether it is there or not. Okay. So what I'll do now in this cell, I've created one extra column here. You can also create these kind of extra column is error. And now here in this cell, I'll write down equal to is error, is error. Let me make it bigger for you. Okay, so here I'm writing. Okay, so I'm typing here equal to is error. Now in is error, I have to take the value. Yeah, there is only one argument, that is value. So I have to select this cell here. I have to check it here whether this is an error. This is not an error. This is the text. So equal to is error bracket what? I have taken here this C6 cell. I want to check here whether it is an error or not. Bracket complete. Press enter. And here what we are getting the answer false. False means this is not an error. Yeah, so is error is always checking whether there is an error or not here. Now what I'll do, I will drag this formula down, and when I drag the formula down here, I'm getting true because this is an error. Yeah, this is identified as an error. Hashtag div slash 0 exclamation mark. This is an error. While all the other things are either logical values or numbers or some text. So here everywhere it is written here false, 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 and here this is written true. So is error will give you the answer either true or false. If there is an error, it will show you true. If there is no error, it will show you here false. This is what is the function of is error. Yeah. Now, if this is clear, then we can go for if error. Let us see how if error is different from the is error. So here also, if I write down equal to if error, okay, if error, if the is the function name. In the if error, now you can see that here we are having two criteria. Okay, value and value if error. So what I have to check? Equal to if error bracket. I select this cell, that is C6, comma. Now, if this is an error, suppose, then what you want to show? Okay, what kind of thing you want to show here if there is an error? So value if error. So I can write down in double quote, this is an error. Double quote complete. Okay, I want to, if there is an error here in this particular cell C6, then I want to get the error message. This is an error. Yeah, or I can write down anything else. I can write down here 0, or I can write down here true or whatever. Yeah, in this second portion. But just now I'm writing here the text. This is an error in double quote. Bracket complete. Press enter. And here what I'm getting? Data analytics. So if there is no error, then it will show you exactly that same word over here. Here it is data analytics. Here also it will show you data analytics because there is no error here. Yeah, let me drag the formula down. So here also it is 100, 100, true, true, false, false. But now this is an error. Yeah, this is an error. So that's why here it is showing me the text. This is an error. Yeah. So what this if error will tell you, if error will identify the error also. And plus, whenever it's identify the error, then if you want to highlight with some number or some kind of a text message, then you can write down the text message in that if error. While is error will always identify or will always tell you whether there is an error or not. If there is an error, it will show you true. If there is no error, it will show you false. Yeah. So this is the major difference between is error and if error. If error will also identify the error, but instead of showing you that true or false, it can also show you this kind of error message. This is an error, or you can get some numbers here. Yeah. So this is the difference here between the if error and the is error. Got it? In Excel, error always start with hashtag, that is yes, that is true. Normally, yeah, it starts with that hashtag, yes. Yeah, so there are various kind of error. This is one of the error type, but there can be other errors also. Yeah. Okay, so now if this is clear, then let us go to the next thing. This is very interesting now. So we go to the next sheet here, which is known as formula auditing. Formula auditing here. So what we are doing here, that we are having in the formula auditing sheet, we are having here the products. There are three products here: chair, table, and desk. Then we are having their quantity, we are having the price, and then we are calculating the total. So 3125, what is 3125? It is 125 multiplied by 25. That will give you 3125. If you double click here in the cell D2, if you double click, it is written here formula equal to B2 multiplied by C2. Yeah. See, suppose, see, when you see these kind of text, sorry, when you see these kind of numbers, sometimes you have to double click and then you will be able to see the formula. But suppose if you want to see in the whole sheet that where the formula is available, then there is one special button here. I'll show you. If you click on this formulas tab, go to the formulas tab. In the formulas tab, we are having one button here in the formula auditing area that is known as show formulas. Okay, so go to the formulas tab and you click here this button show formulas. If I click it, yeah, as soon as I click it here, you can see that I am getting here the formula. Yeah, whatever the cells it's having the formula, it will show me that formula. Yeah, so this is a very, very important button here, show formulas in the formulas tab. If I again click this show formulas button, again I'm getting the text here or these numbers. Yeah, now I'm not able to see any formula because I've clicked that show formulas again. Yeah, so here we have done this calculation. Now we are calculating the text here. How the text is calculated here? It is 3125 multiplied by 8%. 8% of 3125, it is 250. If I double click here, what is written here? Equal to $E $8, that is this one, multiply by D2, that is D2 is this one. Yeah, so it is giving you the answer here 250. Similarly, it will be $E$8 multiplied by D3 3240. It will give you the answer here 259.2, and similarly it will be 104.4. 1305 of 8%, it is this one. Yeah, so this is fine. Now here in this formulas tab, you can see here we are having here these two things in the formulas tab, that is trace precedence and trace dependence. Okay, these two things. So what I'll do, I will select this cell here. You select this cell D2. Okay, select this cell D2, and then you go to the formulas tab and you click this button trace precedence. You click this button here, trace precedence, in the formulas tab, and now as soon as you click the trace precedence, it will now show you these two errors. Actually, there are two errors here. One arrow is coming from 125 to 3125. Another arrow is coming from 25 to 3125. What it is showing me here, that for this D2 cell, the precedence means the earlier cells are these two cells, because how you get this 3125? You are getting this 3125 by using these two cells, 125 multiplied by 25. So these are your precedent cells. So if you want to see that how this formula is calculated, from which cells it is using to do this kind of calculation, yeah, then you can click here this button trace precedence. Yeah, if I put my pointer here, then here it is written trace precedence. Show arrows that indicates which cell affect the value of the currently selected cell. Use control plus this bracket to navigate to precedence of the selected cell. So if I want to know that which cells are used to calculate this 3125, then I can click on the trace precedence. Yeah, similarly, if I select this cell 3240, if I click trace precedence, it will show me this arrow. If I click here 250, suppose 250, and if I click trace precedence, then 250, how I'm getting this 250? I'm using this 3125, and I'm also using this E8 cell. Okay, so see, these two arrows are coming over here in the 250 because these two cells are precedents. Yeah, so this is what we mean by auditing. Yeah, you can see here what is this section here known as formula auditing. Yeah, so this is how you do this thing. Okay, now if you want to remove these arrows here, then you are having this button here, remove arrows. Yeah, you can also, if you click this drop down here in the remove arrows, you can go for remove arrows. You can remove precedent arrows, you can remove dependent arrows. Currently we are having precedent arrows. I can click on this remove precedent arrows, or I can also use remove arrows, and now all the arrows are gone. Yeah, so trace precedence means it will show you from which cell this answer is coming. Yeah, similarly, I can select this cell 125 or this cell B2. I can select this cell B2, and now I can click this button known as trace dependence. What is trace dependence? Trace dependence means show arrows that indicate which cells are affected by the value of the currently selected cell. So where this cell is used, 125. If you want to know where this cell is used, then you have to select this cell B2, and you have to click now this button known as trace dependence. If I click this button trace dependence, so I can see that this 125 is used in 3125. Okay, definitely 125 is used in 3125 cell. Again, if I click this trace dependence, again, if I click it trace dependence, then now you can see that 3125, yeah, this 125 is indirectly also used in calculating 250. 125 is also indirectly used in calculating 250. Indirectly, I'm using the word indirectly, not directly. Which is the direct cell which is affected by 125? It is 3125. But 250 is also affected by this 125 indirectly. Okay, because 3125 is calculated from 125, and to calculate 250 we are using 3125. So overall indirectly 250 is affected by 125. So whenever you want to see that this cell is affecting which cell, then you have to go for the trace dependence. And if you are selecting one cell, and if you want to know that from which cell it is doing the calculation, then you have to go for the trace precedence. This is the difference here. Yeah. So just use all these, both these options. Select one cell, check trace precedence or trace dependence, and you'll be able to understand this thing. Yeah. As such, I've given this clarification. And whenever you want to remove the arrows, click on this remove arrows, and all the arrows are gone. Good. So this is trace dependence and trace precedence. Now here I'd like to show you one more function here. Yeah, now there are two things which are remaining, and then we'll wind up the today's session. So we are now having here formula text. Now see, what is this formula text here? See, suppose if you are having, let's say, one sheet, and that sheet is Excel sheet is containing lot many formulas. Yeah. So what you want to do, you want to create one kind of an index. Yeah, you want to tell the user that okay, I've used so and so formula in this whole sheet. So you want to create a index kind of thing. Okay, or table of content. Just as we are creating the table of content, you want to create a table of the formulas. So normally, suppose if I here I have put the formula in this cell, that is B2 to B2 multiplied by C2, and similar formula I have also used in this D3 cell and D4 cell. Here I have used another formula, that is here I have used equal to $E $8 multiplied by D2. So this is another formula. So what I want to do here in these two cells, I want to create here a list of formulas. And I want to showcase that I have used these formulas here. So whenever you want to showcase here the formula, then I have to use here the function which is known as formula text. Yeah, as such, I have shown you this button here, show formulas. If I click on show formulas, I'll be able to see all these formulas in the whole sheet. Okay, but that is not a convenient method. So what we can do here, we can create here a list of formulas. So I write down here equal to formula text. Okay, the function name is formula text, and inside the formula text, I have to use the reference. Let me select this cell here, D2 cell, where I've used one formula. So equal to formula text bracket D2. You can write down here D2, D3, D4 because they are having the same formula. So D2 bracket complete, that's all, equal to formula text D2 bracket. And now you are getting here the formula. So suppose if I write down directly here like B2 multiply by C2, if I directly write down here and if I as soon as I press enter, it will show me here this number. It will not show me the formula here. But what I want to see here, I want to see the formula itself. So whenever you want to see the formula, then you have to write down here you have to use the function here known as formula text. Got the point? If I want to show also this formula here, which I have used for the text calculation, I can write down in this cell equal to formula text. Formula text bracket what? Bracket I take here E2, E2 bracket complete. Yeah, I've taken here E2 bracket complete, press enter, and now here I'm getting that formula. Okay, here I don't have to click the show formulas here. Okay, when I click on the show formula, then here it will be showing me this formula text bracket E2 equal to formula text bracket E2. But if I don't click on the show formulas, it will show me the formulas in the text form. Yeah, it will show me the formula in the text form here. So this is the function known as formula text. Yeah. The last thing for today, which is again the interesting part here, that is evaluate formula. Evaluate formula. Now see, you must have seen these kind of, let's say, calculation equal to 8 multiplied by 2 plus 9 minus 8 multiplied by 4. Okay. So here we are having these kind of calculation, and what I was saying here that sometimes we are getting confused that from where we have to start. So board mass principle you must be knowing. Yeah. Uh, board mass, B stands for bracket. Yeah, brackets of brackets, then I think so O stands for something, but D stands for division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. Okay. Order of powers, yes. Order of powers, yes. So B for bracket, O for order of powers means something greater than yeah, about two or three or something like that. And then we have division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So we have to use this formula here. Yeah, this principle here, board mass principle. So now here we can also check that how Excel has calculated this thing, how Excel has used this calculation. So see here the answer is 23. Yeah, when you do this calculation, the answer will be 23. So suppose if I want to know that how Excel has done this calculation, what I can do, I can select this cell G4. Okay, please select this cell G4, and then you click this button here, evaluate formula. In the formulas tab, you click this button here, evaluate formula. Select the cell, which one? G4, where 23 is written. You click this button, evaluate formula, and then here you will be able to see this box. Okay, this dialog box. First of all, it is showing you here then it will do this multiplication, 8 multiplied by 2. Now see here, you can also go for 8 divided by 4. Yeah, because it is starting with the division. You can also go for 8 divided by 4, but you can also go for 8 multiplied by 2 also. So here it is showing me that it is 8 multiplied by 2. Yeah, it will do the first thing here. Then what I have to do, I have to click on this evaluate button. If I click evaluate button, then 8 multiplied by 2 is 16. Then it will add the 16 to 9. Again, I click on evaluate. So 16 plus 9 is 25. Yeah, you'll be able to see in your diagram, in your that dialog box, okay, because this is very small. And then it will take here 8 divided by 4. Next thing, I click on evaluate function. 8 divided by 4 is 2. And finally, I get here 25 minus 2. I click on evaluate function, evaluate button, and I get finally here 23. So this is how I can evaluate this kind of formula, which is coming first, which is coming second. Yeah, that I can do it here. Okay, suppose let me put here bracket. But it will do, let me put here this bracket. Okay, bracket. And now if I click this evaluate formula, okay, here also you can go for anything. Yeah, 8 by 4, 8 by 2. Okay, so here you can click evaluate, 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 and then finally it will give you the answer here. Yeah, so this is how you can evaluate any formula. See, one more thing here, you can see that here here it is written like this, equal to 8 multiplied by 2 plus 9 minus 8 divided by 4. Now the question will come that why here it is not showing you the answer 23, because here the same formula is written equal to 8. Okay, the same formula is written, but here it is giving me the answer 23, while here it is not giving me 23. Here it is showing me the whole formula. Why? Because if I double click here, you can see that there is a comma here or some quote here. If I put here quote, and then if I write down here this thing, then it will be showing me like this. It's a one kind of a text here. Suppose if here also if I put here quote, single quote, I press enter, you see it will be shown like this only. So this is the power of that quote, single quote. If I remove that quote, if I press enter, now it will be showing me here 23. Okay, so this is another example of you can use if you want to see show the formula here. Yeah, you can put here a single quote in front of equal to, and then it will be shown as a text here. Okay, so first of all, we'll start with this pivot table. So here we'll be taking the three major topics, that is pivot tables. Then we'll go for the topic of slicers, and then we'll go for the topic of pivot chart. Okay, so pivot tables, pivot charts, and slicers. These are the three major topics over here in this particular file. So let us start with our pivot tables. Yeah, so those who have not opened, please open this file, pivottables.xls. So here, as you can see that we are having here 6 sheets. So we are having the creating sheet, the first sheet, where we are having this table. So this is a, you can say a salesperson or the sales table of a furniture manufacturing company. Yeah, assume that there is a big furniture manufacturing company, and whatever the sales they have done, or whatever the sales their salesperson has done, all the details are over here. So here we are having the salesperson's name, then what kind of products that they are selling to their customer. So here later on we'll see that there are 5 products of furniture. Then these are the, here we'll be seeing the region. So there are 4 regions over here. We have northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Then these are the customers. Now see, these are not the final end users. Yeah, so these are the, you can say the retailers. Okay, so suppose if the furniture manufacturing company, they don't directly sell to the end user. Okay, they sell through the retailers. Okay, so these are all the retailers. Here also we'll see that there are 5 retailers over here. Then this is the date of selling. Okay, so here it is simply written date, but if you want, you can also change the title to sales date. Then this is the item cost for each of these items like media, moire, bamboo and table, yeah, individual item cost. Then we have the number of items. Yeah, so here if you want, I can also change this title of number of items. Okay, instead of number items, I have changed it to number of items if you want to do it. Okay, it's not compulsory. So these are the number of items which are sold. Let's say this is the person Terry Mello, and Terry Mello has sold 12 media armoire to this BNB spaces on so and so date. Okay, so these are the 12 number of items. So now finally we have the total cost, or you can also say total revenue, that is 12 multiplied by 340.95. Okay, now as you remember in my last session that in Germany we use here comma instead of dot. Okay, so just I would like to reiterate that point. So here this is a decimal number here, decimal point. So 12 multiplied by 340.95, it is coming to this 4091.40. And likewise, we are having this data set. Okay. So if we go down in this table, so you can say that there are 909 records. Okay. 910 it is shown over here, but the first record, it is of the columns. We are having the column titles. So that's why there are 909 records. So I would say that this table is not so big also, not so small also. Yeah. Then apart from that, we are having here the manipulating sheet, date grouping sheet, other grouping. We'll also take a topic of grouping here, then slicers, pivot chart, etc. Okay, so there are these 6 sheets over here. So introduction to pivot table. Okay, so just now I'm assuming that you don't know anything about pivot table. So let us understand what is pivot table here. So what is pivot table? It is a data summarization tool that is used in the context of data processing. Just remember these 3 words. If anybody asks you in interview, what is pivot table? Define pivot table. If you see these 3 words, if you say these 3 words, it's done. Data summarization tool. It's a tool which summarizes the data. Okay. We'll see also how it is done practically. So whenever we are doing the processing, let's say if I talk about this particular file, okay, this particular table, that is this total around 900 plus records are available. Now see, suppose if I tell you that okay, please tell me that how much sales has been generated by this person, let's say Robert Owen. Okay, so when I say that okay, I want to know the total sales done by this Robert Owen. Okay, then you have to check here that how many records are of Robert Owen. Okay, and then what you have to do, you have to add these numbers here. Let's say this 13. Okay, so 13 plus whatever another number is there. Yeah, so you have to add all those numbers and then you'll be able to tell me that okay, Robert Owen has this many sales. Okay, so it will take a lot of time. Okay, and here you are having 1,000 record, but suppose if you are having 10,000 record or if you are having 100,000 record, then it will take a lot of time. Okay, so let me show you one pivot table example. If you go on the right hand side here, yeah, in this creating sheet, just go on the right hand side. And when you go on the right hand side, you can see here a pivot table. Yeah, this is a pivot table. Yeah, so here we can see all the salesperson. Just to tell you that there are 12 salespersons over here. And these are all those products that we know. Okay, so there are 5 products here: bamboo coffee table, bamboo end table, Captain recliner, chameleon couch, media armoire. Yeah, and then here I can see their numbers, the total sales. Okay, now remember that these sales here, if you see this date, sales date, it is having the record of 2 years. Okay, it's a very old record and it's a dummy record. So it is having the record of 2014 and 2015. Yeah, so 2 years record are available here. So here, if you want to know that okay, how much sales was done by Robert Owen, okay, I told you that thing. So Robert Owen has sold 846 products in 2 years. Okay, that is what I can tell you over here. Now, if you want to check individual sales here, Then Robert Owens sold 157 bamboo coffee tables, 120 bamboo end table, 150 Campton recliner, and so on. Yeah. So see the size of this pivot table, very, very small. Okay. We were having 900 plus records, but now that has been made compact into this 12 to 13 record, say 12 records over here. Yeah. So now it is very, very easy. Even if you are having, let's say, 10,000 record of the same salespersons, then also the number of records that you'll be seeing here will be of 12 salespersons only. Okay. So that is the advantage of a pivot table, that it does the data summarization. Okay. So remember those three words, these three words here: data summarization tool. Very, very easy. So pivot table is a data summarization tool used for data processing. Then it is used to summarize, definitely, because it's a data summarization tool. So it is used to summarize. We can do the sorting also, that also I'll show you. Reorganize, group. We can do the grouping here. That is an important topic here. Then count also we can do. Total we can do. Average we can do. All those things we can do it in pivot table. Yeah, so all those things I'll be showing you practically. Then this third line, you just remember over here, it allows its users to transfer columns into rows and rows into columns. Okay, those who are totally new to pivot table, don't worry. You just remember this line. Yeah, that whatever is available in the rows, now what is rows, what is columns, that we'll see further. But here it says that whatever is available in the rows, we can put it into columns, and whatever is available in the columns, we can put it into rows. So that transfer we can do it, but we'll see practically. Now the important part comes over here. This is what I was telling you. Necessary conditions to be fulfilled before creating the pivot table. Yeah. So this content, I don't remember that from where I got it, but definitely I got it from a particular, from a one website only. So, but I really, I have full regards for that person who has created this thing. Maybe he must have also got it from somewhere else. I don't know, but this is very, very important. And most of the YouTube videos will not have this thing. Yeah, I know this thing personally. So let us see these things. Necessary conditions. So necessary conditions, or you can say mandatory conditions. Okay, whatever the conditions that I'll be showing you here, this condition has to be checked by you before you create the pivot table. So don't be in a hurry. Remember this thing. Don't be in a hurry to create the pivot table, because as I said earlier, that creating the pivot table will not take less than 1 minute. Okay, so it is very, very easy. But before you jump to creating the pivot table, check these conditions of your that raw data or your main table or data table, whatever you say. So the first condition over here, it is what Shambhu has also said here, that is each column of the data table must have a title. Each column of the data table must have a title. So let us go further here. So see, in our case, let us go to this creating sheet on the left hand side. So here we can check, we have to check that each and every column should have a title. See, sometimes it is possible that you get a raw data and maybe one or two columns may not have the title. Okay, now you'll say that, okay, Samir, how it is possible? But suppose by mistake, I have deleted that title. It is possible. Yeah, we are humans. Remember that we are humans. So we are bound to commit mistakes. Okay, we are not robots. So humans will commit this mistake. So you have to check here. Each and every column should have a title. Okay, header, or you can say like header. So this is one thing. Then I will keep this presentation like this only, because I'll not make it full screen. Now the second condition is over here. That is, the column title should be written in a single row. The column title should be written in a single row. So see here, these titles are very, very small. Yeah, salesperson, product, region, customer, date, etc. So titles are small, but sometimes the titles are very long enough. So when the titles are long enough, then what we have a tendency that we write down the titles into two rows. Let's say here, if I want to write down the title, total number of employees. Okay, and then in the next line I write down here, working in marketing department, suppose something like this kind of title I'm having. Okay, so what I feel that, okay, this is a very long title, so let me divide into two rows here. Now if you are having these kind of title, and if you want to create a pivot table from it, then pivot table will ignore, okay, or it will have a problem. What I'll suggest you, that whatever the necessary condition which I'm telling you over here, later on, today, tomorrow, whenever you get some time, you check this condition. That suppose if you don't follow one of these condition also, what will happen? What kind of error you will have? Okay, so please check it. Yeah, this will give you a good understanding here. So here, if this kind of situation is there, that where you are dividing the title into two records or two rows, then what you have to do, you have to keep it in one row only. Okay, just like our Bollywood titles are available, yeah, long titles, yeah. So they can create those kind of long titles, but here if we are having long title, we put it into one row only. Okay, it should have only one row. So this you have to remember. Okay, in our case, all these titles are small, so we don't have any problem. Then the third condition over here, that is, in a column, all the items should be of the same data type. I repeat, in a column, all the items should be of the same data type, that is numbers, dates, or strings. So what does it mean? That here, if we come to this particular example, so suppose here you are having salesperson. Okay, you are having salesperson, so salesperson means these are all text. If you ask me data type, then definitely the data type here is the text data type. Okay, so this salesperson column should only contain the text data type. No numbers, no date. Okay, or no boolean character, that is true and false. Similarly, product also, it's a text data type. Yeah, region also text data type, customer also text data type. So you have to check it here. Okay, now how to check this thing? You can go for the data. In the data tab, you are having the filter button. Okay, or if you want to get here the filter button, then the shortcut is Control Shift and L. Control plus Shift plus L, or if you can directly go to the data tab and click this filter button. So here, when you click on the filter button, you'll be able to see the elements. Okay, so suppose if customer column is having some date or some number, you'll be able to see over here. Yeah, if you are having a small table, then you can check it manually also, like this, scrolling up or down. But if you are having a very large table, then better you click this filter button and you can check it over here. Yeah, so all the columns should have the same data type. If you are having a date column, then date column should have only date, no numbers, no text, and so on. Yeah, so that is the here the third condition. In a column, all the items should be of the same data type. Then the fourth one here, that is, the data table should not contain any merged cells. There should not be any merged cell here. So if I go to this table, and suppose if I'm having the merge table over here, or merge cell. Okay, so like this. Okay, so this is a merge cell between the product table and the region table. So if you are having this kind of situation, you have to unmerge. You have to make it separate. Okay, you cannot have the merge cell over here. So this is not allowed in your data table if you want to create a pivot table. Yeah, so this has to be remembered. So let me undo. Yeah, so this is the fourth condition. The data table should not contain any merged cells here. Then the fifth point over here, that is, the data table should not contain subtotals or grand totals. So if you are having a subtotal here, let's say in here, last time I showed you how to create a subtotal. So here, if I create like this, some kind of subtotal, yeah, I'm having one extra record here. And here I try to create some kind of subtotal for the total cost, then this is not allowed. Okay. So you have to remove all the subtotals, and even if you are having the grand total at the end also, that grand total has also to be removed. Yeah. So no subtotals, no grand totals are permitted here in the data table, in your this main table or data table. Okay. If it is there, you have to remove it. Okay. So the data table should not contain subtotals or grand totals. The sixth point over here is empty rows or columns should not remain within the table. So you should not have any kind of empty row or empty column. If an empty row or column remains, Excel will treat the table as two different ones. So now what is this 6 point here? Suppose if you are having this table, okay. Now let us assume that I create one. I'm having here one uh, blank row, or sorry, one blank column here. Okay, so there is a blank column. So what it says that if you see any blank column or blank row or an empty row or empty column, you have to remove it. Why you have to remove it? Because if I'm having these kind of blank column here, then what Excel will consider, Excel will consider that, okay, so Excel, what it will do, it will consider that this is one data table and this is another data table. Okay, so it will consider here two data table. Actually, it is not two data table. It is only one data table. But the problem is that here we are having a blank column. So this is not accepted. Okay. Excel will treat these two as a separate data table. And then if you want to create a pivot table, then you can create one pivot table from these three columns and another pivot table you can create from this another table. But this is not what we want. We want to have the pivot table from the whole table. So remember that whenever you are having this kind of situation where you are having a blank column or sometimes you may have a blank row also, you have to remove it. You don't keep those things, okay? So let me remove the blank column over here and now it is gone. Now Excel will know that, okay, now this is one table only. Okay, Excel will know that this is one table only. Yeah. So this is what is written in this 6 point here. That is empty rows or columns should not remain within the table. The last point over here is if you see the starting lines here after creating a pivot table. Okay, so remember that whatever the 6 points which I showed you just now, these 6 points you have to check it before you create the pivot table, but the last point has to be checked after creating a pivot table. So after creating a pivot table, do not change the titles of the fields in the data table, otherwise the pivot table values will be deleted. So what it says that if I go to this data table, now let us assume, okay, currently we have not created a pivot table, but let us assume that I've created a pivot table. So suppose if I've created a pivot table from this table, then suppose if I'm having a feeling that, okay, here the title is salesperson, but I don't like this title. I want to change the title to salesperson name or name of salesperson. Okay, I want to change the title over here after I create the pivot table. So if I change this title after creating the pivot table, then my pivot table will be showing me wrong data. You can check it what happens. Yeah. If we change the title, then what happens? Let us see this thing. Yeah. Today also we'll see together. Okay. That what happens? What if is there any error which is occurring in the pivot table if I change this title later on, or what happens? Okay. So actually, if you want to really change the title here, what I suggest that you change the titles first of all, wherever you want to change these titles, and then you create the pivot table. So then you will not have any issue. Yeah. So this is the 7 point over here. Okay, there are two desirable conditions. Okay, so up till now we have seen the necessary condition that you have to always check. Okay, but now there are these two desirable conditions. If you are following this desirable condition, it is fine. Otherwise, it will not create that much of problem. So what is the first desirable condition? Unique names for each column. So Excel is suggesting you that you should have unique names for each column. In bracket it is written, when two fields are given the same name, the title of the second field will be appended at end with 2, that is salary 2. So in this example, we don't have any uh, two columns having the same name. Yeah, all columns are having the different name. Now see, sometimes you may have a situation where, let's say you are creating a salary table, and the salary table, we have one column which is known as, let's say, gross salary, and we have one more column known as the net salary. Okay, so actually gross salary and net salary, you know very well that both are different. Yeah, but sometimes, let's say if I'm the data entry operator, I don't care about the titles. Okay, so what I do, that I, by mistake also, I give here the title salary, and another column also I give the same title salary. So remember that if two columns are having the same name, salary, salary, yeah, first of all, you should avoid this kind of situation. But if, let us assume that there are these two columns having the same title, then what Excel will do, that when you are creating a pivot table, then this first column will be treated as salary only, and the second column title will be written as salary 2. Okay, so two word will be two alpha number will be put placed here when you go in the pivot table. Okay, not over here in the main table. When you create a pivot table, then one, you'll see the title salary, and the other column will have the title salary 2 in the pivot table. Yeah, so this is the desirable condition, but I will surely suggest that you have to give different names. Okay, so gross salary and net salary, you cannot put salary and salary together. Okay, it has to be given a separate name. And the second desirable condition is that complete data for all records. Yeah, you have to ensure that, or you have to see that your main table is having the all the cells which are filled up. Okay, now sometimes if some of the cells are empty, that's fine. Okay, few cells are empty. First of all, what I do, that I suppose if I'm getting the sales data, and if I feel that, okay, there are so many cells, empty cells are there in the table, then I give this sheet back to the sales department. I tell them that, okay, please fill up these blank cells. Yeah, because they know the data very well. Okay, I cannot do any kind of assumption here. Okay, so I send it back to them, and then they will fill up those blank cells, and then they will give it to me. But suppose if there are some few blank cells here and there in this table, then you should not worry. You can keep it blank also. Okay, or you can, let's say, fill up with value like 1, okay, or something else. You can design your own, let's say, logic, and you can put something in the blank cell also. If you keep it blank also, then also no issues. Yeah, so these are the two desirable conditions here. So finally, this was a small presentation about pivot table. So let me close it, and now let us start with the pivot table here. Yeah, so you come to this creating sheet. Now, to create a pivot table, what you have to do, you have to first of all select any one cell within this data table. I repeat, please select any one cell, any random cell within the table. Okay, after you select any one cell within the table, then you have to go to the insert tab here. Okay, so go to the insert tab, and in the insert tab you have to click this button. The first button is there, that is known as pivot table. Okay, so go to the insert tab and you click this button, pivot table. Now see, if you click this icon also, that's also fine. Yeah, this icon, you can click it, or if you click on the drop down, then in the drop down here, pivot table drop down, you are having here from table oblique range and from external data source. Now see, external data source means, suppose if you want getting the, if I suppose that if I click on external data source, then I have to go to the, let's say I'm getting the data from SQL Server. Okay, so my data is available in the SQL Server. I want to bring that data. So here, if I click on choose connection, then I have to go to that connection. Currently, I cannot show you this thing, but yeah, I have to create a connection with the SQL Server, and then from the SQL Server, I bring the data over here. So that is what we mean by the external data source or any other data source. Okay. Now in this case, we have to go for from table oblique range. Normally you will use this first option only, from table oblique range. Okay, so in the pivot table, I click on from table oblique range. Now you can see here that as soon as I select here from table oblique range, you see that here this whole table is automatically selected. Can you see this dotted line here? Yeah, this dotted line. So we are it is automatically selecting the table. So that's why I told you initially that whenever you are creating a pivot table, you have to select one cell within this main table. If you select any outside cell, then it will not be able to create a pivot table. Yeah, so you have to select one cell within the table. Now we are having this dialog box, that is, it says here select a table or range. So see, it has automatically selected this whole range here. How it is written here? Creating. What is creating? Creating is the sheet name, as you can see below. Creating exclamation mark, and then it is written here $A$1. What is $A$1? $A$1 is this cell, the first cell here. Okay, so my table starts from the first cell, $A$1, till what? $H$910. What is $910? Yeah, if I go down, then I'll be able to see the last cell here. Okay, so what I'm saying that, okay, you select the whole table, the data table from A1 till H910. Okay, H column is the last column, as you can see here. So the last cell of the H column is my last cell of the whole table. So from first cell to the last cell, that is what I'm selecting the whole table here. Okay, so here we don't have to change anything. We have to keep it like this only, table oblique range. Now it is asking us that choose where you want the pivot table to be placed. So new worksheet or existing worksheet. Now I can also create a pivot table here in the creating sheet. If I want to do it, I can do it below this main table, or we can also go for the new worksheet. Okay, so let us go for the new worksheet. It is better. So we go for the new worksheet here only. Table oblique range is this one. So I have not changed anything in this dialog box. I have kept everything same. And now what we do, we click on the OK button. Okay, just click on in this dialog box, OK button. Now when you click on OK button, now what you see here below, you see here sheet 1. Yeah, now a sheet 1 is created because we told Excel that we want to create a pivot table in the new worksheet. So new worksheet has been created. Currently it is known as sheet 1. And now you can see here on the left hand side that this is your blank pivot table. This is a blank pivot table because here we don't see any data. So it is blank. Yeah, you can say that this is like a skeleton. Okay, it's a skeleton. And now in this skeleton, I have to put the data. Okay, if anybody is finding any problem in creating the pivot table, let me know. Yeah, I can show you. I can also give you the access to the, yeah, you can share your screen and you can let me know. So a new worksheet has been created. A blank pivot table has been created. Now, if you see on the right hand side here, this area, right hand side, what is written here? Pivot table fields. Okay, pivot table fields here. So in the pivot table fields, we are having all these columns here, which are there already in our table. Salesperson, product, region, customer, date, item cost, number of items, total cost. So these are all our columns, or you can say it like fields. Now here below, you can see this another area, this one, that is drag fields between areas below. So here you can see that there are 4 areas or 4 windows, you can say like that. Filter section, column section, rows section, value section. Yeah, below this pivot table fields. So now whatever the fields which we are having over here on the upper area, that we have to use it, and we have to fill up here these 4 blocks. Okay, and then accordingly our pivot table will be created. So let us start here. So we will start with a simple pivot table. See, I want to know that how many products are sold by different salespersons. Okay, so I want to do the analysis between the salesperson and the products. Yeah. So what we'll do now? Come on the right hand side. In the right hand side, you see, if you are seeing, if I'm creating the pivot table for the first time, what I'm doing, I'm selecting this salesperson. Okay, select the salesperson with your mouse, and then you drag it, and then you put it over here. You drop it here in the rows section. Take the salesperson, come down, and then here you drop it in the rows section. Yeah, so now you can see here that I'm having the salesperson field. Yeah, take this field and you drop it over here with the help of the mouse. Yeah, so now you can see here that we are having here all the 12 salesperson, and they are all placed in a row. Yeah, because we have put the salesperson field in the row section. Now what we'll do, we will take the product because I want to do the analysis between the salesperson and the product. So I take the product over here and then I drop it here in the column section. So take the product, put it in the column section. Very easy. So here we can see our pivot table is now getting created. So we are having the bamboo coffee table, bamboo end table, captain recliner, chameleon couch, media armoire, and finally we are also having a grand total here. Okay, so 5 columns, 5 products are seen here. That's fine. Now here we have to put something in this blank area. Yeah, here. So this blank area has to be filled up. So we have salesperson in the row section, product in the column section. Now here we have to put some values here. So what we'll do now, we'll drag this number of items. Okay, number of items, we'll drag it and we put it here in the values section. Okay, drag the number of items and you put it here in the value section. So now here we are getting those numbers. Yeah, these are the revenue figures here. Okay, so very easy. Now one thing, before we analyze this data, you can see that here it is written number of items, and if I drag this in the value section, then you see what is the title here. Here in the value section it is written here sum of number of items. It is doing the summation here, aggregation. Yeah, so it is not simply here number of items in the value section, it is written here sum of number of items. Yeah, so that is what we see over here. Yeah, so now, yeah, this is the figure for the sales figure for the 2 years for each of the salesperson. Yeah, I can also see here on the right hand side, this is the grand total. Now remember that there are two grand totals here. Yeah, one grand total is over here and another one grand total is over here below. Okay, what is this grand total known as? This is known as row. Okay, I'll also put my, yeah, row grand total here. Yeah, so this is the row grand total and this is the column grand total. Okay, sorry, I'm writing by my mouse. Okay, so column grand total and row grand total. Yeah, this is the whole row and this is that total 524, and here we have these particular values in the column, and this is the column grand total here. Yeah, so now if you ask me that, okay, who is the salesperson who has given the highest sales, then I can see here that here we are having this Sam Rame. Sam Rame is having total 1068 sales in 2 years. Okay, 2014 and 2015. So he is the best salesperson here. And if you ask me that, okay, which salesperson is having the lowest sales, yeah, then here I have to, I can see here this person here, Scott Mac, McCulloch, okay, McCulloch, okay, so sorry if I'm not spelling it right, but Scott is having 438 sales over here, okay. Now see, sometimes here, suppose if you are having, let's say, 50 salesperson, and if you ask me that, okay, which salesperson is having the highest sales, so it will sometimes it will be very difficult. Yeah, here I can see immediately, because only this salesperson is having around 1000 plus sales, so I can tell that, okay, this salesperson is having the highest sales. But sometimes if the figures are very nearby, and if I want to see that which salesperson is having the highest sales, what I can do, here I can do the sorting. Okay, here I can do the sorting. So what I'll do, you can see here, I'm selecting one cell within this grand total. Select any one cell within the grand total. Right click, right click, and here you go to sort. Okay, select one cell within the grand total. Right click, go to sort, and in the sort you are having smallest to largest or largest to smallest. You decide. Let's say if I go to largest to smallest, I click on sort largest to smallest, and now here I can see that Sam Rame is having the highest sales. He is on the top, while Scott is having the lowest sales. Okay, so I can also do the sorting here in the grand total. Now there's a question here: is it grand total always auto populate for every value? So yeah, grand total is coming automatically. Okay, but I'll also show you that suppose if you don't like to see these grand totals, you can also remove it. Yeah, it is also possible. You can remove these two grand total. But initially, when you create a pivot table, then by default this grand total will come, and both the grand total will come: row grand total and column grand total. But I'll show you how to remove these two things. Okay, so here this is a good thing. We are having the full data here. Yeah, great, thank you. Now, uh, if you ask me that, okay, Samir, I want to do the analysis between the salesperson and the customer. Okay, I want to know that how many products has been sold by different salesperson to different customers. So see, now I want to do the analysis between the salesperson and the customer. So now see, once this pivot table is created, then you can do wonders over here. Yeah. So here on the right hand side area, in the pivot table fields area, you can see that I'm already having in the row section salesperson. So I'll keep the salesperson as it is. And now in the column section, I don't want to keep here product. What I want to do, I want to bring here customer. Okay, so I can remove, I have to first of all remove this product from this column section. So what you can do, you can use your mouse, yeah, select this product with the help of your mouse in the column section, and then you drop it outside like this. Okay, you drop it outside like this. So now the column is blank here. Now what I do, I bring here the customer from the top area. So I bring here the customer from the top area, and this I put it here in the column section. Okay, so bring here the customer in the column section. And now here you can see these 5 customers here: B&B Spaces, Ellington Design, Fabulous Homes, Home Emporium, Home USA. And now you can see their individual sales. And overall the sales will be same. Yeah, these figures will be always same. But only these figures will change depending upon the product or depending upon the customer. Yeah. So see, once you create the structure of pivot table, then you can play with it. Okay, just like a small child, we can play with this thing and we can analyze the data very quickly. That's the beauty of a pivot table. So here we have taken the salesperson, the customer. Now suppose if you tell me that, okay, uh, I want to do the analysis between the product and the customer. Okay, product and the customer. So customer we are already having here in the column section. Then the row section, I'll remove this salesperson because now I don't require the salesperson. So in the row section, I remove the salesperson. And now I want to do the analysis between the product and the customer. So I'll bring here the product from the top area, drag the product, and you put it over here in the row section. So product in the row section here, customer in the column section, and the number of items we are already having in the value section. So now here you can see that we are having these 5 products, okay, 5 products and 5 customers. And this is their analysis. Which product has been sold to which customer and in how many numbers? Yeah, that we can do the analysis here. So total 515 bamboo coffee tables has been sold to BNB Spaces in the 2 years. Yeah, so these are the numbers, total numbers over here. Total number of bamboo coffee tables are sold are 1612. Then comes this one, this one, this one, etc. So this is the analysis between the product and the customer. Similarly, I can also do the analysis between the region and the customer or region and the product. Yeah, you name it and we can do the analysis. Now, if you remember that in the presentation, there was one point. Yeah, that so in the presentation, there was a point that if I want to, yeah, if in the pivot table, you can transfer uh, the things from rows to columns and columns to rows. Okay, there was one point like that. So here also you can see that just now the product is available in the row section, the customer is available in the column section. Now I can change the position here. So what does it mean? That I can drag this product, I can put it here in the column section, and this customer I can bring it over here in the row section. So see, I've done the swapping here. Initially customer was here in the column section and product was in the row section. Now I've swapped. Okay, like this. Okay, so this is possible. Anything which is available in the row section, that you can put it in the column section. Anything which is available in the column section, that you can put it in the row section. Yeah, so all those things are possible here. Yeah, so little bit the things will change. Yeah, this format will change little bit definitely, because now here you are having all the customers in the row section and your products are available in the column section. But you can do this swapping very easily. Here you can see that we are having here the row labels and column labels. Okay, so this is coming by default, row labels and column labels. Now see, I don't want to see these row labels because see, what are these things? These are the products. Okay, so here, sorry, these are the customers. So here I want to see the title customers. And here instead of column labels, what are this one? These are my products. So here I want to see the title as product. But by default here I'm having row labels and column labels. So if you want to change these titles here, then there are two methods here. One method is this, that I can double click here. Let's say I select these row labels and I can write down here customers, something like this, customers. Okay, just select the cell over here and you just type in customers. Okay, this is one method. Similarly, I can do the same thing for these column labels. Instead of column labels, I can type here directly products. Yeah. Now, what is the second method here? Direct method. So second method is this, that see now here, if you create a pivot table and if you select one cell within the pivot table, then you can see here on the top area, we are having here two tabs on the top area, which is known as pivot table analyze tab and design tab. So suppose if I click outside over here, let's say this cell, okay, this is a blank cell. I'm outside the pivot table. So here I don't see those two tabs here, analyze tab and design tab. I don't see here because I'm outside the pivot table. And also you can see here on the right hand side, I'm not having that panel. Just now I was having that panel, but now I'm outside. So I don't see this panel. If I again select this cell here within the pivot table, now that panel is back. And here those two tabs are also back. Now one more thing here, before I forget, that suppose by mistake, if you click, yeah, if you click this cross button here, this one here, yeah, suppose if I close this pivot table fields by mistake, yeah, I click on the cross button. Okay, so now this is gone. Now even if you are within the pivot table also, your right hand side panel is gone, so you cannot do anything here. So what you have to do now, if you are having this kind of situation, you have to go to this pivot table analyze tab. First of all, you have to select one cell within the pivot table. This is one thing. Then you have to go to the pivot table analyze tab. In the pivot table analyze tab, you are having one button over here that is known as field list. Field list here. So you have to click this field list here, and when you click the field list, your this pivot table fields list is back. Okay, so just remember this button here, very important. Sometimes people they forget this button and then they are lost that, oh, I by mistake I have removed this pivot table fields panel, so what should I do? Don't worry, you select one cell within the pivot table, go to the pivot table analyze tab, and then you simply click this button field list, and this is back. Okay, so now if this is clear, so now what we have to do, that I don't want to see these row labels and column labels. Instead of that, I want to see the proper titles like customer and product. So here I go to the design tab. Okay, go to this design tab here on the top area, and the design tab, you click this button that is report layout. Okay, go to the design tab here, and you go to the, you click on the report layout here. So once you click on the report layout here, in the report layout, you are having here 5 options. Actually, there are 3 options which are very important. Show in compact form, show in outline form, show in tabular form. Okay, so there are three forms here: compact form, outline form, and tabular form. So currently, whatever this form that you are seeing here, this pivot table form that you are seeing, this is known as a compact form. By default, it is always compact form. Now you click on the outline form here. Okay, so show in outline form, you click it, and when you click on show on outline form, you can see that now the title is coming automatically. See, I did not typed anything here. The title came automatically. So you remember this option in the design tab, report layout, show in outline form. Now there is another option known as tabular form. Tabular form. Okay, so if I click on this tabular form, show in tabular form, again the answer is same here. So now the question will come that what is the difference between the outline form and the tabular form? So if I go to the outline form here, in the outline form, you can see that here we are having blank area. Yeah, here within the pivot table, this is a blank area. But if I go to the tabular form, then here you can see that there are these grid lines. So this is like in a form of a table, as it tells you the tabular form means it is in the form of a table. Yeah, so this is the difference here. But in both the cases, whether you select here outline form or tabular form, in both the cases, you'll get the title automatically. Okay, so these titles will come automatically here. So you remember this button, report layout. Good. So this is done. Sorry. Yeah. Now let us come to this particular button here. Yeah, that is in the report layout. Sorry, in the design tab, we have one button here known as grand totals here. Okay, grand totals. Now, yes, I was talking about this grand total here. Yeah, let me make this pivot table a little bit smaller. Yeah, so here we are going to the design tab. In the design tab, we are having this grand total button. Now, if I click this grand total button, then I'm having here 4 options in the grand total in the design tab: off for rows and columns, on for rows and columns, on for rows only, and on for columns only. Okay. So what I told you earlier, that this grand total, these two grand totals, that the row grand total and the column grand total, they are coming by default here whenever you put the any value. But if you don't want to see this grand total, then also it is possible. You have to go to this grand total button in the design tab, and here you have this first option that is known as off for rows and columns. Okay, you select this off for rows and columns, and now you see both the grand totals are gone. Now definitely currently I'm out of the pivot table. I have to again select one cell within the pivot table here so that I get this panel. Okay, so now I cannot see any grand total. If I want to get it back, now you know the option here on for rows and columns. It will bring all those both the grand total over here. Then I'm also having an option that if I want to see only the row grand total, I can select this third option on for rows only. If I select this on for rows only, I can see only the row grand total. There is no column grand total. And if I select this last option on for columns only, I see only the column totals. I don't see any row grand total. Yeah, so you decide what you want to see here, whether you want to see both the grand totals or one grand total, yeah, row grand total or column grand total, or you don't want to see anything. You have these options over here. Yeah, so remember this button, grand total. Yeah, I will click here just now on for rows and columns. Okay, so let us give the sheet name here. Okay, sheet name. Instead of sheet 1 here, let us write down here first pivot table. Okay, I give here the sheet name, first pivot table. Double click, you know the how to put the sheet name. So double click and you give the title here, sheet name here, first pivot table. Let us put this, yeah, as you are now, you know how to do this thing. So let us do one thing, that here in the this particular pivot table, up till now, yeah, I put up one value in the row section, one value in the column section. Now we can, as you know, that now we can also put here two fields in the row section. We can also put two fields in the column section. Both are possible. So let me put here customer, and then I put here, let's say, let us do one thing. I remove this customer here. Okay. I put here region, first of all. No, I put here salesperson, first of all, in the row section. And now I put here region. Okay. So what I'm doing here, that region, so salesperson I put up here, first of all, in the row section, and region in the row section. Okay. And in the column section, I've taken here product only. Yeah. So now you are getting these kind of pivot table. So see now what is happening, that most of this, most of the salesperson, they are working in one region only, except there is one salesperson who is working in two regions. Yeah, if you see here, this Leonard Warren, he is working in two regions, Northeast and Northwest, while other salespersons are working in only one region. So you can see that here, this is one of the pivot table. Okay, and there are also a lot of subtotals here. See, when you put two fields, either in the row section or in the column section, then you will have subtotals also by default. Okay, see, there are the subtotals here. Now, rather than looking like this, see, this pivot table is not looking good. Yeah, very hodgepodge, I would say. So what we can do, that rather than first of all taking the salesperson and then the region, what we'll do now, we will put first of all the region and then the salesperson in the row section. So here I change the position of these two fields in the row section. I'll drag the salesperson, I'll put it here below the region. Okay, so first of all, I kept here region now, and now in the salesperson, and now you can see here that we are having the region, that is Northeast region. In the Northeast region, we are having the 4 salesperson. Then Northwest region is having 3 salesperson, Southeast region is 2 salesperson, and Southwest region is again 4 salesperson. Yeah, so this is looking better. Yeah, here, as I said, that you are having the subtotal. Okay, this is Northeast subtotal, Northwest subtotal, Southeast subtotal, and Southwest subtotal, and plus we have the grand total also. Now suppose if you don't like this subtotal, you don't want to see this subtotal, then it is also possible to remove this subtotal. We have to go to the design tab. Okay, go to the design tab and then you click the first button here, that is subtotals. Okay, so go to the design tab, subtotals button, the first button. If you click it, then there are three options here in the subtotal. Do not show subtotals. So let us select this option, do not show subtotals. So now you see that subtotals are gone. Okay, so that is do not show subtotals. Now if you want to see the subtotals, then here there are two options. Show all subtotals at bottom of group and show all subtotals at top of group. Now let us use these two options here. First of all, if I select this option, show all subtotals at bottom of group. So if I click the second option, you see that the subtotal is at the bottom of the group. Yeah, this is one group. And now the subtotal is showing you at the bottom of the group. The third option here is show all subtotals at top of group. If I select this third option, show all subtotals at top of group. Now see here, I don't see the change. You see, even if I'm selecting this third option, there is no change here. The subtotal is still showing me at the bottom of the group. It is not showing me at the top of the group. Now, what is this format here? Yeah, when you see these lines, what is this format? This is a table format. Yeah, if I go to the report layout, then this is our tabular form. Now let me select here outline form now. Let us play with this form. Instead of tabular form, I select here outline form. Yeah, outline form. You see, now I select here outline form. Now in outline form, this is the outline form here. Okay. If I select here compact form, yeah, show in compact form, if I select here, now see, this is something different. Compact form. Okay. Compact form means here I can see in one column only. In one column I'm having the region name and the salesperson. Okay. But if I go to here outline form, in the outline form I am having two columns here, one column for region, one column for salesperson. So there are two separate columns here in the outline form. And similarly in the tabular form also we are having the same thing. Okay, tabular form also we are having the same thing here. So let us go to outline form, and now in the outline form let us play with these subtotals. You see here, now you see the subtotal here. I have selected here outline form. This is outline form. Yeah, this is outline form. And in the outline form, you can see that I can see the subtotal at the top of the group. You see here, Northeast. This is the subtotal. Yeah, so I can see on the top of the group. If I select here, show all subtotals at bottom of group. If I select the second option at bottom of group, so see now subtotal is shown at the bottom of the group. So here these options are working. Top of the group and bottom of the group, it is working for the outline form here. Okay, tabular form it is not working. If we select here compact form, yeah, let us select here compact form, and now in compact form I can see here show all subtotals at top of group. So this is top of group, and if I select here show all subtotals at bottom of group, so it is coming at bottom of group. So this top of group, bottom of group, they are available for these two forms only, compact form and outline form. For tabular form it is not working. Yeah, so you decide what form you want to select. I'm not saying that compact form is wrong. Yeah, it is also a great option here. Yeah, that will make your, yeah, this thing will be put up in one column only here. Okay, so this is the thing here. Yeah, so here we have seen these various options like subtotals, grand totals, report layout. We also have here blank rows here, blank rows button. What it says, insert blank line after each item and remove blank line after each item. So let us select here this option in the blank rows. Blank rows are available in the design tab. So let us select this option, insert blank line after each item. I click it, and now you see we are having a blank line here. Blank line means a blank row is created here. Yeah, so now this is not looking very hodgepodge. It is now segregated. Yeah, so this is a blank line has been created by clicking this option, blank row and first option. If you want to remove it, you can click on this remove blank line after each item. So blank line is gone, blank row is gone. So in the design tab, we have seen all these buttons here. Then here we have this pivot table style options in the design tab. So we have row headers. Yeah, if I remove this tick mark, yeah, you can let me select here outline form. Okay, I go for outline form, let's say, and if I remove the row header, yeah, you can see that some lines are gone here. Okay, the row header lines are gone. Then if I click here column headers, if I remove the tick mark here, you see this blue color is gone. If I remove this tick mark, column headers. Yeah, so it is some kind of style is going on here. Okay, it is not removing anything here, any kind of title, but yeah, it is just removing this color here, column headers. Then we also have here banded rows. Yeah, banded rows, you must have seen that if I click these banded rows, you see here the dark white combination. Yeah, so this is that banded rows. Then if I click here banded columns, this is the banded columns. Normally we don't use banded columns, we use more of banded rows, but you can decide. Yeah, you can also keep both the things, but both the things will is not looking good like this here. So this is banded rows, banded columns. You can also remove it. And then here it comes pivot table styles. Yeah, so here you can give different colors. You see, these are light colors, medium colors, dark colors. Yeah, you can decide. Okay, so various kind of colors can be given here. Yeah, so that is what we mean by the pivot table styles here. Good. So these are all about the design tab. Now see, suppose if you want to remove this pivot table, suppose, yeah, you have created the pivot table, now you want to remove in one shot. Then here we have one button known as clear button in the which one here? That is the pivot table analyze tab. You have one clear button. So if I click on this icon here, if I click it, yeah, or I have to click it here, clear all, suppose, okay, clear all. If I click it, then the pivot table, the whole pivot table is gone. Okay, so this is like removing the pivot table, and now I have to create the pivot table again. Okay, let me go for undo button here. My pivot table is back. Yeah. Okay, I can also move this pivot table here. You can see this pivot table, move pivot table. So suppose if I want to move this pivot table to, let's say, manipulating sheet or to date grouping sheet or any other sheet, I can click on this move pivot table, and now I have to select here whether I want to move it in the existing sheet or another sheet. Yeah, you can decide here. Okay, and here we have the pivot table name also here in the analyze tab. We have here pivot table name. Now suppose, what is this pivot table name here? See, whenever it happens sometimes that you are having, let's say, 2 3 pivot tables in one sheet only. Okay, there are 2 3 pivot tables. Now every time what it will do, it will give these kind of name: pivot table 1, pivot table 2, pivot table 3. Now suppose if you are not happy with these names, you can give your own name here. Okay, let's say this is the pivot table of region and the salesperson, the product. You can give some kind of pivot table name here. Yeah. rather than putting just like pivot table 1, pivot table 2, pivot table 3. Okay. So these are some of the options. Some options we'll still see further here. See in this pivot table, okay, suppose if I see one value, let's say this value, okay, this is a very small value here, 19. What is 19? 19 is the number of products or number of bamboo coffee tables which are sold by this person Terry Mello. Okay, so Terry Mello has sold only 19 bamboo coffee tables in 2 years. Yeah. Now suppose if I'm doing the presentation and if my boss sees this value 19, okay, the other values are bigger. So if he tries to see this value, then he will have a doubt that no, something is wrong here. It should not be 19. It should be more. So then he will ask me that, okay, Samir, can you tell me that how you got this 19 here? Yeah. So if I want to explain him or her how this 19 has come, what we have to do now, you see here what I'm doing here. I'm just double clicking this particular cell where this 19 is written. You just double click. Okay. So I double click here, and when I double click, I get here another sheet. You see here it is written here detail 1. So this is the sheet, and now in the sheet I can see here everywhere it is written Terry Mello, Terry Mello. The product is bamboo coffee table. Terry Mello is part of the Southwest region. Now definitely these customers are different. Okay, these are the date, item cost, and then this number of items. You see here, if I add all this number of items, 3 plus 3 6 plus 8 14, 14 plus 2 16, 17, 18, 19. So see now I can show my boss that how I have got this 19 here for Terry Mello and bamboo coffee table. Yeah, I can show these transactions here that based on these 6 transactions, yeah, Terry Mello has just sold 19 bamboo coffee tables in 2 years. Yeah, I don't have to do any kind of explanation here. So, and once you are done with this explanation, if you want to keep this sheet here, you can keep the sheet or you can just remove it. Yeah, I right click and I click on delete and delete. Okay, so now the sheet is gone. So here you can select any one cell here, any random cell. If this is 145, I can, if I want to go into the detail of 145, then I can select this cell and double click. And now I'm here, I'm getting all the records of that 145. Yeah, if I add all this number of records, I can see here below, it is written here, sum 145. Yeah, so remember this thing, double click. Okay, double click that cell and you will get the data behind that particular cell. Now let us go to the date grouping now. This is important. Please come to the sheet here, date grouping. Okay, date grouping sheet. So now we'll switch over to another topic which is known as grouping. So in the date grouping sheet, you can see that this is already a pivot table. Yeah, because here you can see on the right hand side, we have put up the date in the row section and region in the column section. Okay, and in the values we have taken here sum of number of items. Yeah, now one more thing before I forget here. Let me show you one more thing. See here in this table, I'm in this or in my earlier table, pivot table. Now here, if I see this value section here, value section. In the value section, what is written here? Sum of number of items. So whenever I drag any numerical field and whenever I put it into the value section, automatically it will do the summation automatically. Okay. By default, it will be always summation. But suppose if you don't want to see the sum, you want to see the average of number of items, then what to do? Okay, so if you want to convert these values in the value section, if you want to convert it into average of number of items, it's very easy. You have to click here this drop down in this value section Okay, so click the drop down in the value section. In the drop down, you are having here various options. Yeah. Then here you have one last option in the drop down that is known as value field settings. Value field settings. You have to click this option, value field settings. And then in the value field settings, you get this dialog box. Again, I'm repeating what you have to do. You have to go to the value section, click this drop down here in the sum of number of items, and then you select here value field settings, options, last option. Then this dialog box will come up here, and now you can see that these are the various summarization things that we can do it here. Sum, count, average, mean, max, product, standard deviation, etc. If I want to do the averaging here, I can select here the average. Automatically, you can see the title here. Title is changing. Yeah, you can also customize this title. Yeah, but I'm keeping here average. You see, if I select here max of number of items, mean of number of items. If I select here average, I click on OK button, and now you see everything is average. This is average number of items. Yeah, so you have to remember this drop down here, and you go to the value field settings here. Another option is that suppose if I want to convert back into the sum. Yeah, I don't like this average. I want to go back to the sum of number of items. What I have to do? The second method is that you select one cell within the table. Why it is coming over here? Yeah, you select the cell within the table, then right click here, right click, and when you right click, you see here one option, summarize values by. Summarize values by. So here you go to summarize values by, and currently it is showing you average. Again, you select here sum. Okay, summarize values by. You select here sum, and now the sum is back. Yeah, so either you can do it over here directly on the pivot table, select one cell, right click, summarize values by, and you can change the things here. Or you can go to the right hand side here, value section, and click the drop down and go to the value field settings. So you decide what you want to do. Yeah, so this is important. At any point of time, see, initially it will be doing the sum, but after sum, you can change it to average, mean, max, count, etc. So let us come to the date grouping here. So in the date grouping sheet, we can see that this is already a pivot table. Yeah. Now, if you see the length of this pivot table, see the pivot table is very, very lengthy. Yeah, it is having more than 450 records. So though this is a pivot table, but it is very, very lengthy. It's a date wise, yes, multiple dates within the year. Yeah. So these are the individual dates. That's why it is showing you a very long pivot table. But see, suppose if I'm the sales manager, yeah, I'm your manager, and I'm not interested in all these individual date wise sales here. I want to know how much was the total sales in January 2014. Okay, or I want to overall see the sales in the first quarter. First quarter means January, February, March. Yeah, I'm interested in that kind of analysis. I don't want to see individually how much was the sales on 6th of January, 7th of January, yeah, or 24th of January. Yeah. So now what we have to do that whenever you are having such kind of date field, and when you put the date field in the rows section, or let's say in the column section, normally you put it in the rows section only. So then it will be showing you the individual dates. Now what you have to do, you have to go for the date grouping here. You have to group the date into months, quarters, and years. So how to do the date grouping? Very easy. You have to select here one cell in the date column. Select any one date in the date column. Very easy. So once you select any one random date in the date column, then what you do, you right click here, right click, and when you right click, you have here one option known as group. Okay. So select one cell within the date column, right click, and then you click this option group. When you click group here, then here you are getting this grouping dialog box. Okay, you have here the grouping dialog box. In the grouping dialog box, it is showing you first of all that when the date is starting here, the starting date is 6th of January. See here, this is the US format, but here it is showing me in the German format. That is 6th of January 2014. That's the first date. And the ending date is 31st of December 2015. So as I said that I'm having here the data of 2 years, 2014 and 2015. So here I'm getting the starting date and ending date from this date column. Now below it is asking me that, okay, you want to do the grouping, but based on what? What kind of grouping you want to do? So here you can see that months is already selected by default. Now I also want to do the grouping on quarters and years. Quarters and years. Yeah. So now here you select all these three things: months, quarters, and years. Okay. So select these three things. You click on OK button here, and now your grouping is done. You see, first of all, it is 2014. Then you are having the quarter. Then you are having the month. Yeah. In my case, it is showing me in German format. Yeah. Then you are having here 2015 again quarters, and then again the month. Yeah. See now you see that pivot table. It's very very small. Yeah. Initially we were having 400 plus record. Now it has been made compact into around 40 records here maximum. Yeah, so this is known as grouping. So you have to do the grouping here, then it is easy. Yeah, now here if you don't want to see this subtotal, you know how to remove the subtotal. Go to the design tab, subtotal, do not show subtotal. Okay, subtotal, do not show subtotal, so subtotals are gone. See, now we are having only the grand total, row grand total in the column grand total. So here we are having the year, quarters, and the month. And now if you see here in the rows section, see in the rows section, you are now having three fields. Initially, we placed only the date column in the rows section, but now here we are having years bracket date, quarters bracket date, months bracket date. So these three things have come automatically because we have done the grouping. So now I can see here that how much was the sales in the Northeast region in January. Yeah, in January 2014, that this is the thing. Yeah, I think so. You have already created this thing earlier. So this is now easy. Now here you can see that we are having this minus sign in front of the quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. So what is when you see the minus sign, it means that now you can collapse. Yeah. So suppose if I want to see the overall sales of quarter one 2014, I can click on this minus sign here, and now I can see the overall sales of various regions in the quarter one. I can click this minus sign. Now it is plus sign. Okay. Similarly, I can also click this quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. So this is what we see here. Now, whenever I see here plus sign, it means that I can expand. So when I click on plus sign, expand, 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 expand. Okay. Now it is expanding, and now I can see all the months here. Yeah. Similarly, I can also click this 2014, this minus sign. It will collapse, and 2015 also it will collapse. Yeah, so now I can see both this overall sales in the various regions in 2014 and 2015. Now there is one more method here. If you want to now, let's say, expand. Yeah, currently it has been everything has been collapsed. Now if you want to expand, another method is that you can also select one year. Yeah, I select here 2014, right click, and when you right click here, you have this option expand oblique collapse. Select one year, right click, and in the right click you go to expand oblique collapse. In expand oblique collapse, you are having here expand, collapse, expand entire field, collapse to year date, expand to quarters date, expand to months date. Suppose if I click on expand entire field, if I click on expand entire field, You see, everything get expanded. Okay, I can see all the quarters, I can see all the month. Yeah. If I select this 2014, right click, expand oblique collapse, and now if I click this option, collapse the entire field. Collapse the entire field, everything get collapsed. Yeah, so this is also possible here. Rather than clicking the plus sign, minus sign, you can also right click and you can select here various options. Okay, you can try these various options on your own whenever you get some time. But this is what we are having the advantage. Okay, so I wanted to show you here this grouping, date grouping. Okay, let me expand here. Now, here, suppose if you tell me that, okay, Samir, I don't want to see this quarter column here. I want to see the month and the year. Okay, so if you are already having here the quarter and you don't like this quarter here, then you can also remove the quarter. Yeah, very easy. You have to select, let's say you can select one quarter or 1 year or 1 month. Any one thing is fine. Let me select here one quarter. Right click, right click, and now I go to this group option again. Group. Select one quarter. Right click, click on group. When you click on group, then here you can see the same dialog box that we saw earlier. Now, suppose if I don't want to see the quarters, I want to see the years and month, then what I have to do? I have to click these quarters here again. I click here the quarter, so now it is not selected. Only the years and months are selected. Click on quarter. And now, once months and years are selected, I can click on OK button. And now you see the quarter is gone. Yeah, now you don't see quarters, you see month and year. Very easy. Again, if you want to bring it, that quarter, you have to select either 1 month or 1 year. Anything is fine. I select 1 month here, right click, group, and here now in the dialog box, I select here quarters, click on OK button, and now the quarter is back. Now suppose if you don't like this title here, what is the title here? Years bracket date, quarters bracket date, months bracket date. If you don't like this title, you can also change here the title. Yeah, you can select this title here, and you can double click. When you double click, you can remove this date field. Just put here year. In quarters date also, you can double click and you can remove this date part here. Just keep quarters. And similarly for the months also, double click and you change the title here like this. Okay, so now this is looking better. Years, quarters, and months rather than years bracket date, months bracket date, quarters bracket date. Yeah, and here also on the rows section, you are having those three records, those three fields here: years, quarters, and months. Yeah, this years, quarters, and months. This is what we created. It was not available in the data set here. This is what we created here. Okay, so this is about the date grouping. Now, whatever we have gone for this topic of date grouping, we can also do the same thing for the other grouping here. Okay, come to the other grouping sheet here. Other grouping. Now, if you go to the other grouping sheet, you can see here one pivot table. This is also pivot table where we can see the product and the region. Okay, other grouping. Now here also I can do the grouping of the region, let's say. Suppose if here we are having these four regions, so northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Now suppose if I want to see the overall sales of the northern region and overall sales of the southern region, that is also possible. Yeah, so I can select here, I can create here one group known as northern region, another group known as southern region, and then I can do the analysis. So in the other grouping sheet, if you want to create here a group of northeast and northwest, what you have to do? You have to just select these two titles here. You don't have to select the whole column. You have to select just these two titles here, Northeast and Northwest. Okay, select these two titles, Northeast and Northwest. Right click and click on group. Click on group. So see, when you click on group, you see here group 1. It is coming here automatically, group 1. In group 1, you are having Northeast and Northwest. This is the subtotal of the Northeast region, Northeast and Northwest region. Then Southeast and Southwest, they are still separate. Okay, we have not done the grouping, but we'll do the grouping very soon. Okay, but just now what is happening that as soon as you do the grouping, again the same problem, the subtotals are coming up here. If you like the subtotals, you can keep it here, or I go to subtotals in the design tab and click on do not show subtotals. Do not show subtotals, the subtotals are gone. Okay, so group 1 is created, that is Northeast and Northwest. They are clubbed together. Now similarly, we can also select here Southeast and Southwest. So I select here these two cells where Southeast region and Southwest region is selected, is written. You select these two cells, right click, group. You see? So see, now there is a group 2. This is group 1. This is group 2. Now instead of group 1 and group 2, I can write down here, instead of group 1, I can write down here North. Okay, select this cell, group 1, and you type directly North. And group 2, I'll write down here South. That's all. Okay, North, South. And now if I want to see the overall sales of the northern region, I can click on this minus sign here in front of North, and now I can see the overall sales of the northern region. Similarly, I can click on this minus sign in front of South, and this is the overall sales of the southern region, and this is the total sales. That's all. Again, if I want to expand, I can click on the plus sign, and now everything is expanded. Yeah. So remember that grouping it's not compulsory that you can do the grouping in the date field only. You can also do the grouping for the region, for the product also. These two products, suppose if you want to create here, if you want to combine these two products, that is bamboo coffee table and bamboo end table, you want to put it into a new category known as bamboo tables. Yeah. Then you can select these two tables, right click, group, and the grouping is done. Yeah. Yeah, region, see, first, see, normally see region 2, in the region 2, if you click the drop down here, then you are able to see only north and south. If you select here this region and if you click on the drop down, then here you can see northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. So this is for the filtering process here. If I want to see only the data of north, I can click on this drop down. I select here north. I click OK button. I can see only north. Okay. Now this region, if I want to select if I want to see the data of only northeast region, I can click here this drop down and I remove this select all. I select this northeast region, OK button. Now I see only the northeast region. So this is only for the filtering process. Yeah. Okay. So as I said earlier, that you can do the grouping for any field. You can also do the grouping. Yeah, you can also do the grouping for the salesperson or the grouping for the products also. Suppose if you just one last point and then we'll go for a break. Suppose here you want to do the grouping of the bamboo coffee table and media armoire. Suppose you want to put these two things, bamboo coffee table and media armoire in one group. Now see, if these two things are together, then I can select these two products, right click, and I can click on group. This is very, very easy. But suppose if I want to do the grouping of bamboo coffee table with media armoire, so both the products are written separately. Okay, There is a distance over there. So what I can do, I can select this bamboo coffee table first of all. If I want to group it with media armoire, I have to press the control button. Press the control button on my keyboard, and then I select this media armoire. So see, now both these two products are selected. Right click, and then I can do the grouping. Okay. So if two fields are far away, you can select one field, press the control button, select another field, and then you do the grouping. Yeah. Likewise, you can also select here three fields, four fields also, just by pressing the control button. If they are together, then I can select these three fields together. I can create a group. Yeah. So this is our pivot table, and now I want to show you one thing. Uh, See, once we have created the pivot table from this main table, that is from the creating sheet. Now, suppose if I modify this particular sheet, let's say if I change some values here, okay, in the numbers, if I change some numbers here, then will that effect come into this first pivot table? Let us check this thing, okay. So suppose if I go to the creating sheet, now the creating sheet, if I see this particular record, okay, this record here of Sam Rame. So Sam Rame has sold three products, three bamboo and table to this particular customer. Okay. So Sam Rame has sold these three products, three bamboo and table to this customer, Home Emporium in the Northeast region on so and so date. And accordingly here we are getting the pivot table here. Yeah. So pivot table currently if I see the Sam Rame, then Sam Rame has sold total 1068 products. Okay, in the 2 years. And what was this one? It was bamboo and table. Okay, so bamboo and table he sold 199. Okay, in 2 years, Sam Rame. Now what I'll do that I will change this number in the creating sheet. I'll come back to the creating sheet, and now here I change this number of Sam Rame. Instead of 3, I will now type here 4. Okay, I change this value. Instead of 3, I type here 4. I press enter. So when I press enter, so now this is the new record. I have changed instead of 3 to 4. Now if I come back to the first pivot table, you can see that it is still showing me 199 only. Actually, it should show me now 200 because I have added one more number. So here it should show me 200, but it will not be showing me 200. It is showing me the old value 199. So remember that if you are changing anything in the main table, after you created the pivot table, if you are changing anything in the main table, then the change will not come here automatically in the pivot table. What you have to do, you have to refresh this pivot table. Okay, refresh. So either you can go to the pivot table analyze tab here. Just go to this tab here on the top area. Okay, and in the tab pivot table analyze tab, you are having here one button known as refresh button. Okay, refresh. If I click on the refresh, I can go for refresh or refresh all. Currently we are having only one table, so we'll go for refresh here. Okay, refresh. What happened? Okay, refresh. So now I have to bring that number of items back here. Okay, now see this has changed little bit. Let me make it sorting. Sort largest to smallest. So see now here I can see that it has become 200. Okay, initially it was 199, so I click on the refresh button in the pivot table analyze tab, and now it has become 200. This is one method of refreshing the pivot table. Now let me go back to the creating sheet. In the creating sheet, I change that same number. Initially it was 3, I change it to 4. Now again I change it to 3, suppose. Okay, so now again I select this number, I put it 3, press enter. So now this is 3 for Sam Rame for bamboo and table. If I go back to pivot table, now it is still showing me 200. It should now become here 199. So I have shown you this particular button here, refresh button in the pivot table analyze tab. Another method to refresh this pivot table is to select any one cell. Yeah, it is not compulsory that I have to select only this cell where I want to see the change, but I can select any one cell here, right click, and now I can see here refresh button, refresh here. So if I click on refresh, so see now this has become again 199. Okay, so remember this rule that whatever you do the changes in the main table or the data table, that changes will not come here directly to the pivot table. Okay, it will not, it is not an automatic process. So you have to come to the pivot table, you have to click on the refresh button, and then you can see the new data here. Okay, so this is a small technique but very important technique here, refresh. Okay, so now let us go to the slicers topic over here. Slicers, come to the slicers area, slicer sheet here. Now see, what is a slicer? Slicer is also one kind of a filter only. Yeah, whenever we want to see some specific data, we do the filtering of the data. Yeah, so slicer is also one kind of a filter only. Now before I start with the slicer topic, I would like to play with this area, this one. See, up till now we have not used this filter option here. So we'll be playing with this filter here, this window. Yeah, we have already used row section, column section, value section, but up till now we have not put anything in the filter section. So in the slicer sheet, we are having this pivot table where we are having the salesperson and the customer. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to filter this pivot table by let's say putting over here in the filter section. I want to put here, let's say region. Okay, I select this region field and I put it here in the filter section. Okay, so put the region in the filter section, and now here we see on the top area here that we are having here a filter. Okay, when you put anything in the filter section, that field will be shown over here on the top of the pivot table. Yeah, so this is the filter here. Region, currently what it is showing you from outside, region is all. So all regions are selected here. Yeah, currently there is no filter as such. Now what we'll do that if I want to do any filtering process here, I click on this drop down here in the filter panel, this drop down. And I click on the drop down, I can see here northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Okay, click the drop down here. So suppose if I select here northeast, I click on OK button. Now I can see these 4 salespersons who are working in the northeast region. Yeah, this pivot table will get filtered because I have selected here northeast region. And also from outside I can see this my selection that I have done. I have gone for northeast. Again I click this filter button. Instead of northeast I select here now southeast. I click on OK button. I can see these 2 salespersons over here. Okay, so this is done. Yeah, so now I can also see here from outside southeast. Now suppose if I want to select here 2 regions together, then below you can see that it is written here select multiple items. So if I want to select here multiple items, I have to put here the tick mark in this drop down, sorry, in this box, checkbox. So I select here this select multiple items, I put the checkbox, tick mark here, and now I can select here, let's say southeast and northeast, suppose. 2 regions I select, I click on OK button. I can now see here all the salespersons together. Okay. But now what is the problem here? When I select here more than one region, from outside, I can see these kind of title, multiple items. Okay, so I can now understand it. Okay, I've gone for the multiple selection. Now, which item I've selected, I don't know. Yeah, whether I've selected northeast and northwest, or northeast and southeast, or northeast and southwest, I don't know from outside. I have to go down, I have to go inside the pivot table here. Sorry, I have to go inside this filter button here, and then I can see here that okay, I've selected here northeast and southeast. Yeah, so that is the one of the issue with the filter. that I cannot see from outside that which items I have selected. If I'm selecting only one item, one region here, I can see the name. But if I select more than one region, it will be showing me like these multiple items. Yeah. And again, if you see that if I want to change anything in the filter, I have to click the drop down here. Then I have to select any one region or two regions. Then I have to click the OK button, and then the filtering process will take place over here. So in filter, the process is little bit longer. Yeah, I have to perform here 2 3 steps, and then I'll be able to see the filtering process over here. So that is one of the, or there are two drawbacks of this filter. First of all, this multiple items is a drawback. Which items I have selected, I don't know. And plus, I have to perform here 2 3 steps so that I can filter the data. Okay. So let me go back here, all. Okay. So all the things are done. Now let us remove this filter. Okay. I don't want to see this filter. I remove this filter. So I drag it out. Okay. This region, I drag it out. So now the filter is gone here. Okay. Drag the region filter from the filter panel. Now we will go for the slicers. Okay. So for slicers, what we'll do, first of all, you select within the pivot table. Yeah, I'll show you two methods of creating the slicer. First of all, you select one cell within the pivot table. Then you go to the pivot table analyze tab. Okay, pivot table analyze tab, click it. And within the pivot table analyze tab, you can see this button here, insert slicer. Insert slicer, you can select this. You can see, click this button here, insert slicer in the pivot table analyze tab. Click the insert slicer button. When you click it, when you click this insert slicer, then you are having here the various fields or various columns that we are having currently in our data set. Yeah, salesperson, product, region, customer, date, blah, blah, blah. Now it is asking you that, okay, you want to create slicer for which field? You can create here 2 slicer, 3 slicers, 1 slicer. Yeah, so creating number of slicers is not an issue. So let's say I want to create a slicer for salesperson. So I put here the tick mark. I want to go for, let's say, customer. Yeah. I want to go for region also. Okay. And if I want to go for, I can also go for here product slicer. Okay. So 4 tick marks I'm putting over here: salesperson, product, region, and customer. Yeah. You can also create some more slicers. So 4 tick marks I've done here: salesperson, product, region, and customer. I click on OK button. And now our slicers are ready. You see, initially the slicers will be kept one above the other. Now I have to separate out. Okay, I have to drag it over here. Let's say one slicer, I put it over here. Yeah, region slicer, I put it over here. You can also put it on the at the bottom area here, no problem. Product also, I put it over here. Yeah. Then I say salesperson plus slicer, I put it over here somewhere. Yeah. So these are my 4 slicers. Okay. You can also create a slicer by going to the insert tab here. The first button here, sorry, the second tab here, insert tab. And the insert tab, you are also having one button known as slicer. This is another method. Going to the insert tab and you click this slicer button. Okay. Now see here, what I have to do, first of all, I have to select one cell within the pivot table, go to the insert, click on the slicer, and now these fields will come up. So if I select one cell outside the pivot table, and then if I go to insert slicer, it will show me something else. Yeah. So the important point is that you have to select one cell within the pivot table, then only you click this slicer button in the insert tab. So this is another method here. Good. So now let us play with this slicer. You can click outside this pivot table. So we are having customer slicer, region slicer, product slicer, and salesperson. If you want, you can also make it smaller like this. Okay, make it smaller. Yeah. Let's say I don't want to see this product slicer. Yeah, let me remove this product slicer. Let's say I keep only these 3. I also bring the salesperson slicer over here. Yeah. So I keep only three slicers: customer, region, and salesperson, suppose. Now, once you select this slicer, yeah, suppose if you select the slicer, then if you see on the top area, you are having the slicer tab. Okay. When you click on the pivot table, you have two tabs, that is pivot table analyze tab and the design tab. When you select the slicer, then you are having the slicer tab, only one slicer tab. Okay. So that you have to remember. So if I select this slicer and then if I click on the slicer tab, then here we are having various options in the slicer. Okay. Now, in the slicer tab, you can see here this area, this portion. First of all, we'll see this thing. So here we are, it is written here columns in the slicer tab, columns equal to 1. Currently for this slicer, customer slicer I've selected, height, width, and again we have here height and width. So there are here two height and width. The first height and width here, it is written here below buttons. Okay. So whatever this button that we have here, this button, this is one button here. So its height and width is written over here. So you can adjust the height and width if you want. Yeah, you can make it bigger, smaller. Yeah, all these buttons here. So this height and width is of this button, one button. And this height and width, now you can understand that this height and width is of the whole slicer. Okay, so if I want to increase the slicer height and width also, I can change from here, this height and width. Clear? So this is what is height and width. Now, what I'm having here, one problem, or I would not say problem, but one small thing here, that if I see here salesperson slicer. Now see in the salesperson slicer, I have to scroll up and down. Why? Because there are 12 salespersons here. Here we are having five products, sorry, five customers, regions are four, so the slicer size is very small. But here in the salesperson slicer, I have to scroll up and down. Now, if I don't want to scroll up and down, then what I can do, I can make the slicer bigger. Yeah, I can increase the height of the slicer like this. Okay. So now you can see that my scrolling bar has gone. But what is the issue now? That it has become very long. Okay. So I don't like this kind of slicer. Now, just now I'm having only 12 salesperson, so the height is this much. Okay. Can slicers be created for a pivot table? Yeah, normally it is created for pivot table. Yes, it is connected with the pivot table. Yeah. Let us see here. Suppose, let us see here. Let us try here. We can also try for this kind of normal table. If I select this table and if I go to insert slicer, let us see. You see here, I'm not getting any those options here. I'm not getting the column option here. Okay, here definitely I will not have the pivot table analyze tab where I can click on the insert slicer. But here the issue is that if I click here one of the cell within this normal table and click on slicer, I don't get those options of the columns. Yeah. So definitely I cannot create here a slicer for this a normal table. It has to be always created for the pivot table. Yeah. Now what we do that okay, we were in the slicer topic. So now what I want to do that I don't want to see this long pivot table, sorry, long slicer. So what I can do, I can also extend it horizontally. Instead of extending vertically, I can also extend it horizontally. So for that purpose, what I'll do, I will select this salesperson slicer. I will go to the slicer tab, and here we have this option known as column. Columns, currently it is one column. So it is known as a one column slicer. But what I can do now, I can increase the column. I can make it to two column or maybe three column if you want. Let us make it to three column. And now you see that now there are three columns here in this salesperson slicer. You have to select the salesperson slicer, go to the slicer tab, go to this columns area, and instead of one, you make it to two or three. Okay. And now you have to what you have to do, you have to expand this slicer, make it smaller, and see now it is very, very easy. So see, in one shot I can see everything. I can see my pivot table also, I can see my slicers also. Yeah, and now this is very convenient for me. Otherwise I have to go down for the salesperson slicer. Yeah, so this is known as column slicer, three column slicer here. Yeah, go to the slicer tab and increase the number of columns. Okay, good. So this is done now. Now let us play with the slicer. That's the purpose. Okay, so first of all, you can see that here I'm having the 5 customers. So let me play with this customer slicer. So if I click here, if I select here BNB spaces, if I click BNB spaces, I can see only the data of BNB spaces. Can we make it a drop down list? Unfortunately not. I think so. Here in the slicer option, we don't have the drop down option. No, we do not have the drop down option here. Yeah, but for if you want to create a drop down, then we have another method here. Yeah, so we can that I'll be showing you in a concept known as data validation. Data validation. Okay, so that we can try to in that another topic, but here we don't have the drop down option here. Yeah, good. So now if I click here BNB spaces, I can see only the data of BNB spaces. Then if I click here Ellington design, then I can see only the Ellington design likewise. Okay, so I can select here by default, I can select here only one customer. By default, I'm using the word by default. Yeah. Now, if I want to remove this selection, suppose if I've selected here BNB spaces, if I want to remove the selection, I can click here this small button here on the top right corner here, that is clear filter. Okay, I click this option, this button, and when I click this button here, this small button, then my all the whole data is back. Okay, so this is for clearing the selection. Okay, now suppose if I want to select here 2 customers, then what? Or 3 customers. If you want to select here more than one customer, then you have to press the control button on your keyboard. So let's say I want to select here BNB spaces and home USA, then I select here BNB spaces customer. I press the control button here on my keyboard and then I click here home USA. Okay, so now I have selected here BNB spaces and home USA by pressing the control button. Yeah, so here I can see both the customer data here in the pivot table. If I want to select here more, again I press the control button, I select here fabulous homes. And now I'm having here 3 customers. Okay, so you have to remember this control button for multiple selection. Yeah, but now what is the advantage of this slicer now? Do you see any difference here between the slicer and the filter? Yeah, what advantage we get with the filter or slice, sorry, or let's say slicer? See, whatever the 2 drawbacks I told you for the filter, the same drawbacks are not available in slicer. They are now here positive points. Yeah, because here I can see even if I'm selecting here 3 customers, yeah, yes, we are able to see what is being filtered. Yeah, so this is the major advantage of slicer. Yeah, that we can see here what we have selected, and plus it is also very convenient. Yeah, I have to just click this button and the data is filtered. That's all. In the filter option, I have to go to the filter, select the option, click on OK button, and then the filter will take place. But here it is very easy. So definitely slicers are much more convenient. And remember that whenever you are creating a dashboard in Excel, then you have to you should provide these kind of slicers here. Tomorrow, once you will learn this, once this Excel is over, and then you will, yeah, I think so. In your area, you are having in your course, you are having the Tableau course also. So in the Tableau also, you'll be able to see these kind of slicers. But Tableau is having another look and feel effect. Okay. Even in case of Power BI tool also, there is a concept known as slicer. Okay. So now you will be able to understand slicer very well. once you switch over to Tableau or let's say Power BI. Okay, but this is the major advantage of the slicer and slicer here. Now let me remove this selection. Now see here, if I now play with the region slicer here, so suppose if I select here region Northeast, you see here as soon as I select here Northeast region, I can see here in the pivot table those 4 salesperson who are working the Northeast region. Also, if you see here, this my salesperson slicer. See, I have selected here Northeast. So I can see here Meg Benson, Leonard Warren, Susan, and Sam Reme, both these 4 salesperson, you can see that the colors are dark blue, while the other salesperson's colors are light blue. So what does it mean? That these 4 salespersons are part of the Northeast region. Okay, see, I have not done anything because region slicer and the salesperson slicer, they are automatically connected. Yeah, we are not doing any connection here. So if I click here Northeast, whoever are part of the Northeast region, they will be highlighted by the dark blue color, and the other salespersons who are not part of the Northeast, they will be highlighted in light color, light blue color. If I click here Northwest region, then I can see here that these are the 3 salespersons of the Northwest region. Okay, Scott, Dottie, and Leonard. If I click here Southeast, 2 people, Southwest, 2 people. Yeah. See, once I select here Southwest, I can see this 4 salesperson. Now, if I click here this person Emily, okay, if I click Emily, I can see only the data of Emily. If I click John, I can see the data of John. Terry, Terry. Robert, Robert. Yeah. So I have to select here region, and then I can click here salesperson. I can see only the data. Okay. Let me remove the selection here. Clear filter, clear filter. Okay. So this is done. Now we have one more button here. If you see this button, yeah, these are the 3 buttons here. Yeah. So this button, what is this button here? Okay. If I put my pointer here on this button, it says multi-select. Okay, multi-select. So let us use this button. This button is also used for multiple selection. If I want to go for, let's say, if I want to select here 3 customers or 2 customers, I can also click this button here. Okay, so let us play with this button for the customer. So if I click this button here, multi-select, you have to just click this button. That's all once. Now you see the effect. Once this button is active, once you have clicked this button, now see currently I'm able to see all the 5 customers, their data. Now if I click on this BNB spaces now, okay, if I click on BNB spaces, now you see what has happened here. In my pivot table, the data of BNB spaces is removed. And now I can see only the data of these other 4 customers. You see the effect here, how it is doing? Initially, when this button was not active, and when we were clicking on BNB spaces, it was showing me here only the data of BNB spaces. Yeah. But now if this button is selected, multi-select, and now if I click on BNB spaces, then the data of BNB spaces is getting removed from the pivot table. So here the effect is different. Yeah. So you have to decide whether yeah, when the people they click the button in that slicer, whether you want to keep the data or you want to remove the data from the pivot table. If you want to keep the data of that selected item, then you don't have to select this button. But if you want to remove the data from this pivot table, then you have to click this one, this button here. Wonderful. Yeah. Okay. So this is the effect. If I now remove the if I now click this Ellington design, so now you see that Ellington design is out. If I click Fabulous Homes is out because this button is active. So this button will remove the data from the pivot table. Yeah. Again, if I want to bring all the data, I have to click the same button here, clear filter, and now all the data are back. Okay. And if you don't want to use this button, you have to click this button again, and now you see that it is now white color here. Okay. When the button is not selected, it is white color. If I select the button, now it is yellow color. You can see this button here, yellow color. Again, I click this button, now it is white color. Yeah. So this is that button here, multiple selection. Okay. So I have shown you two options of multiple selection. Either you press the control button and then you select the slicers. Okay. That will keep the data within the pivot table. And if you want to remove the data from the pivot table, then you have to click this button. You have to make this button active. Good. So this is slicer. Now here slicer also, if I go to the slicer tab, you can see that I can also apply the different colors here to the slicer. If you want to make your report very beautiful, you can give here different colors. You are having two options, light color and dark color. So suppose if I select this customer slicer, and here I can give some orange color, light orange color. Yeah, this region slicer I can give some yellow color. Salesperson slicer I will keep it here green color. See, it looks a little bit beautiful. Yeah, I'm not saying that every time you have to do this thing. It depends, but yeah, you can give some different colors here to this slicer. Okay, so you can play with these slicer styles here. Now, one small technique I want to show you here, that is, uh, you focus on this region slicer, suppose. Okay, in the region slicer, if I click here northeast region, yeah, northeast region, I can see that here these four salesperson, their color are dark green, and the other salespersons are light green. This I've already explained you. Yeah. Now see, what is the problem here? That I'm getting confused, or maybe my user gets confused. Yeah, because it is showing me here all the salesperson. Yeah, but yes, definitely it is distinguishing based on the color intensity. The dark color will show me that okay, they are part of the northeast region, and the light color will tell me that they are not part of the northeast region. But let's say the user will come to me and the user will tell me that okay, Samir, I don't want to see those salespersons who are not part of the northeast region. I want to see only those salesperson who are working in the northeast region. I don't want to get confused. Yeah, so please remove all these other salesperson from this salesperson slicer. Yeah, that's the requirement which has come from the user side. So it is possible. Yeah, I can remove all these others salesperson from the salesperson slicer who are not part of the northeast region. Yeah, so let us now, that technique is very, very good enough. What we have to do? We have to select the salesperson slicer. Okay. Just now I have already selected northeast region, so I can see these four salesperson. They are shown in dark color. I want to keep only these four salesperson in the salesperson slicer. So you select the salesperson slicer, go to the slicer tab on the top area. In the slicer tab, you click this slicer settings. Okay, click the slicer settings here. So select the salesperson slicer, go to slicer tab, and you click the slicer settings button. Once I click on the slicer settings button, yeah, this button here, I get this dialog box. Here it is showing me the name of the slicer. So this name of the slicer is salesperson because I've selected it. Yeah, caption is this, blah, blah, blah. Now here, if you see on the left hand side here, what it says here, item sorting and filtering. So first of all, it is showing me the sorting here. What kind of sorting is available? Either it is ascending or descending. Yeah. So you see here that how these four salespersons are shown initially. They are shown in the alphabetical ascending order. You see that Benson, it starts with B, then M, then R, and then W. Yeah, so you can decide that how you want to see the salesperson or how you want to see the customer, whether you want to see it in alphabetical ascending order or descending order. So here you can change the things. Yeah. Now coming to this area, this one, this is important now. So here there are some tick marks and there is one tick mark which is not here. Let us understand these three tick marks here. First of all, what is this first tick mark here? It says visually indicate items with no data. Visually indicate items with no data. What does it mean? That here in my salesperson slicer, this Dottie, Emily, John, Terry, currently they are not having any data. Why they are not having data? Because they are not part of the Northeast region. So that's why they are shown visually with a different color. They are shown in a different color, that is light green color. That is what is written over here. Visually indicate items with no data. So here it is showing you in light green color. So this is that tick mark. The second tick mark, it says show items with no data last. Show items with no data at the last. So these salespersons who are not part of the Northeast region, they are shown at the last. And those salespersons who are part of the Northeast region, they are shown first. That is what is this tick mark. Okay. The third tick mark says show items deleted from the data source. So if there is any item which you have already deleted from the data source, if you want to show here also, still you want to show it, you can put this tick mark. Yeah, and if you do not want to show any deleted item, then you remove this tick mark. Okay. So these are the three tick marks here. Now there is one more tick mark here, which we have not done. What it says here, hide items with no data, and this is important. Yeah. So what I do that, suppose if you don't want to see all these salespersons who are not part of the Northeast region, then you have to just put this tick mark here. Just put this tick mark here, hide items with no data. Now you see the other tick marks are disabled. Only this tick mark is now active. You put this tick mark and now you click on OK button and the salespersons are gone. Yeah. Very, very important technique here. Yeah. Sometimes see here you are having only 12 salesperson. Tomorrow you will have 50 salesperson. So 50 salespersons, yeah, some will be highlighted, some will not be highlighted. Why you are creating such kind of confusion for your business users? Yeah. So remove those tick marks, remove those salesperson who are not part of the region. Sometimes you may have slicer, that is you are having a region slicer or let's say continent slicer, and there is a country slicer. So if you click on, let's say North America, you should be able to see only USA, yeah, Canada, Mexico, etc. Yeah, and there will be other countries also. So suppose if you are having 200 countries, your 200, yeah, your slicer will show you all the 200 countries. Yeah. So to remove those confusion, keep only those things which are relevant for a particular continent or relevant for particular region. So you take care of these slicer settings. But you have to select that slicer where you want to apply that effect. Okay. Because here we have not selected the region slicer, we have selected specifically the salesperson slicer. Because in the salesperson slicer, I don't want to see those salesperson who are part of that particular region. Yeah? So that is this tick mark here, very, very important. Hide items with no data. Okay. So I think so that's all for the slicer here. Good. So slicer is done. Now let us go for the final topic in this particular sheet. Okay. Today I think so I'll not be starting with the topic of lookup functions. I think so. Okay. Maybe what we can do, you can also open that file because macros, I would say that it's a smaller topic. Yeah. So just open the macros file. Yeah, along with this one. Lookup functions will take it tomorrow because it's a bigger topic. So definitely I'll not be able to cover today only. So open a macros file. Let us come over here to the last topic, pivot chart. Okay. Now in the pivot chart sheet also you can see that here we are having the same table that we have used that we are having in the creating sheet. So the data is same for the pivot chart. Now here we'll be creating a chart. Okay. And then I'll be playing with the chart. Just like the pivot table, we'll be also creating a pivot chart and then we'll be playing with the chart. Yeah. So If you want to create a pivot chart, then there are two methods here. What is the method? What are the two methods here? The first method, in the first method, you will first of all create a pivot table from the main table or from the data table. So from the main table, you create a pivot table, and then from the pivot table, you create a pivot chart. This is one method. In the second method, what you do, that from the main table only, you directly create a pivot chart. Okay, so there is one indirect method and there is one direct method. Main table to pivot table to pivot chart. And in the other method, from main table, you're directly creating the pivot chart. So what I'll do, I will show you the second method, direct method. Yeah. So in the direct method, you select one cell within this main table, just like pivot table also what we are doing. Select one cell within the table. Then you go to the insert tab here. Again, same thing, insert tab. Okay. In the insert tab earlier, we had clicked this button pivot table, but I'll not be clicking now pivot table. What I'll be doing, I'll be clicking now here this button, pivot chart in the insert tab. So go to the insert tab, and here somewhere in the middle area, you'll be seeing this pivot chart. Okay. If you click this pivot chart here, this drop down, then there are two options here, pivot chart and pivot chart and pivot table. Okay. Now, as such, both these options are exactly same. Okay. You'll see this thing. So let us click here. In the pivot chart, I click the first option here, pivot chart. Okay. So we click this pivot chart here in the insert tab. Now here, when you click on pivot chart, you can see that now the whole table is selected. As you can see, the dotted line, it is selected. And here also you see the similar things just like pivot table. What it says here, create pivot chart. Here, this is the table oblique range. So see, it is giving you the sheet name, and then within the sheet name, it is written $A $1 colon $S $910, just like pivot table. Here also it is asking you, where do you want to create the pivot chart, in the new worksheet or the existing worksheet? So let us go for new worksheet. Okay. I go for the new worksheet. See, suppose if you select here existing worksheet, then here you have to select the location, because if you want to put your pivot chart somewhere over here, then you have to select one cell, a blank cell, where you want to paste that pivot chart. So I have to go for here location. I have to tell Excel that where I want to have the pivot chart. But let us go for new worksheet here. New worksheet. I'm not changing anything over here. I click on OK button. And now here you can see that we are having sheet 2. Okay. So we can give some name to the sheet 2. Now in the sheet 2, you can see one important thing. First of all, what happens here, that we are having a pivot table and we are also having pivot chart. So remember one thing, that whether you go with the direct method or indirect method, in both the cases, pivot table will also be created and the pivot chart will also be created. Okay, you cannot skip that pivot table here, even if you go with the direct method. Yeah. So both the things are created here. Though we clicked on the pivot chart only, but the pivot table is also created here. That's the point. So now here in this thing, this is the pivot table. So this is the pivot chart. Currently both are blank. Pivot table and pivot chart are blank because there is no data here. Now we see on the right hand side here, pivot chart fields. Just like pivot table fields, we are having pivot chart fields here. The fields are same, as we know. Here also below, we have those 4 boxes: filters, legend, axis, and values. Now see, values and filters we also have in the pivot table. But here in the pivot chart, we have here axis, bracket categories, and legend, bracket series. So only these two things are changing. But actually, if you see, what is axis? Axis means rows. In pivot table, we are having rows. So here it is written as axis, but both are same. And instead of columns, we are writing here legend. But again, legend and columns are same. Okay. So just the titles are a little bit different, but the concept is same only. So let us create a pivot chart here. Yeah. So what we do, we drag here this salesperson. I put it in the axis area. That's the row area or axis area. Yeah, so I put the salesperson in the axis. In the legend, I put, let's say, product. Okay, so I take the product, I put it in the legend. Now you see here, simultaneously, your pivot table is also getting created and your pivot chart is also getting created. Yeah, what we can do, because currently they are overlapping. So I'll select this pivot chart, I'll put it below somewhere here. Okay, so that I can see both the things together. Yeah, so just bring this pivot chart below the pivot table. Now currently it is blank, no data. Yeah, means there are no values here. So what we do now, in the value section, I take the same thing, number of items. So number of items, I put it in the value section, and here also it does the same thing, sum of number of items. Yeah, and as soon as I bring the number of items to the value section, both my pivot table and pivot chart are created. Yeah, if anybody is having any issue creating the pivot chart, let me know. See, both the things are created. Let me make this pivot chart bigger like this so that I can see all the columns very clearly. Yeah, this is a column chart. Okay. In the on the x-axis, you can see that we are having those 12 salesperson. Okay, and for every salesperson, we are having 5 columns because there are 5 products. Yeah, so there are 5 columns. So how many columns total we are having? 12 is a 60. So 60 columns we are having here. This is very, very tough. Okay, so this is your pivot chart, and above you are having the pivot table. Both are created. Now see, in this case, pivot chart, suppose if you select the pivot chart, you can now see here on the top area, we are having here 3 tabs for pivot chart. Yeah, just select the pivot chart, go to the top area. We are having here three new tabs: pivot chart analyze tab, design tab, and format tab. There are so many options here in the pivot chart. What I'll suggest you that I'll not be able to show you everything here. So once you create the pivot chart, then you can play with these options. Okay, it's very, very easy. Just play with it. Okay. So we are having these 3 tabs over here for the pivot chart. For pivot table, we are having 2 tabs, and for slicer, we are having 1 tab. Yeah, remember this thing. Now in this pivot chart, you can see that I have already told you that we are having here 60 columns. Okay. Now, so to analyze these 60 columns is very, very tough. Yeah, suppose if I want to compare the data of, let's say, Terry Mello with Susan, it's difficult. Yeah, because I have to compare each and every column. It's not easy. So what I'll do now, that I want to change this chart. Currently it is a column chart. Now you must have seen that stake column chart. Yeah, stake column chart means you are putting the stake one above the other. So I want to convert this column chart into a stake column chart. Yeah, so that is very easy to compare. So if you want to change the chart here, then you select this chart and then you go to the design tab. Go to the design tab here. And the design tab, okay, click the design tab. In the design tab, you have one button known as change chart type. Change chart type here. Okay, so click this button, change chart type in the design tab. And when you click on change chart type, you are having this dialog box which says change chart type. And here you can see on the left hand side, you are having different kind of charts which are available in Excel. Yeah, column chart, line chart, pie chart, bar chart, area chart, etc. Okay. In the column chart also you have various options, 7 options. That is, this is the clustered column chart. Then this is the stake column chart, 100% stake column chart, 3D clustered chart, 3D stake column chart, 3D 100% stake column chart, 3D column chart. If you want to create a bar chart, then this is the bar chart. Okay. Area chart, pie chart, line chart, so many. So let's say I go to the column chart. In the column chart, I don't want to see so many columns. I want to click this option here, second option, that is stake column chart here. Okay, so you click this option, stake column chart. And now you can see here this take column chart. You can review. And then once you select the second option, you have to click this OK button here. And now this chart has changed to the take column chart. See, now those 60 columns have been converted into 12 columns only. Yeah, because there are 12 salespersons. So for every salesperson, we are having these various colors. Yeah, this is the legend. So if I put my pointer here, then I can see here that for Sam Rame has sold 239 bamboo coffee table. Then this is 199 bamboo end table. Yeah, 214 Captain recliner and so on. Okay, I can put this one. Yeah, and whatever this value that you are seeing here in this white box, that is known as tooltip. Remember this word tooltip. This you will also use it in Tableau and Power BI. Yeah, this white area where you see that data. Yeah, this box here, that is known as tooltip. TOOL tooltip. Yeah, this is very important because it will give you the data. Okay, so this is that pivot chart. Any point of time, if you want to change it, you can come over here in the design tab, change it. You can also change. You can also go for the chart styles here. You see here. You see, once you put your pointer here on this different chart styles, this is changing. See, this is looking very good, dark color. Okay, like this. Yeah, you decide. Okay, suppose if I select this style, dark style here, yeah. Then one more thing here, that uh, now if you select this chart, pivot chart, you can see these two buttons here, plus and this brush icon here. Okay, if I click on the plus sign here, in the plus sign, I can see here chart elements. Yeah, just select the chart. You can click plus sign here on the right hand side, or maybe sometimes it's on the left hand side. It depends. Yeah, but here if you click on the plus sign here, you see the chart style. So you can see that there are some tick marks which are already there, like legend, grid lines, axis. Suppose see this is that legend on the right hand side. If I don't want to see the legend, I can remove this tick mark and the legend is gone. Okay, let me put the legend again here. Okay, now if this legend, currently the legend is on the right hand side. If I don't want to see on the right hand side, if I want to see on the top area, all these things I want to put it on the top area, I can go to this legend in the chart element. I can click this arrow button here on the right hand side of legend, click this arrow button, and now I can see here various options. Like this is right, then this is top, left, bottom, and some more options. You can try these more options. This I leave up to you. Okay, but I can decide. Let me put it on the top. So see, now it is little bit better. This legend. Okay, click this arrow button here. Okay, then there are some grid lines here. You can see that this for every uh, number of items here, 200, 400, 600, I can see this grid line. Okay, if I don't want to see the grid line, I can remove this grid line here, simple. And now there is no grid line here, but actually we require the grid line, it is better. Okay, then we go to this axis. Okay, if I remove this axis here, you see if I remove this axis, you see nothing here on the x-axis and y-axis. Let us click on axis. In the axis also I can click on this arrow button. Yeah, I can click on this arrow button axis, and here we have primary horizontal, primary vertical. Yeah, if I want to see only the horizontal, I can select here horizontal. I can remove this tick mark from the vertical. You see that now there is no vertical grid line here. Yeah, so just play with it. Okay, then we have here chart axis titles. So see, if I put here the tick mark axis title, so see here we can see the axis title. So what is this? What are this one on the x-axis? I can double click here. Yeah, after I get the axis title, I double click here. I remove this axis title, and now I can write here salesperson. Okay, on the x-axis it is salesperson. Okay, and on the y-axis I can double click here and I can write down here total number of items. Okay, so this kind of title I can select here. These are the axis title. Okay, I can also click on the arrow button. I can also decide which axis titles I require, whether I require only x-axis or y-axis. Yeah, this is axis title. Then we go to the chart title here. Yeah, this chart is not having a title, so I can click this chart title. As soon as I select this chart title, I can see this chart title here. Okay, this I can remove it and I can write down here stick column chart. Yeah, I can also give a long title here. Yeah, this is I'm giving a very simple title. Let's say stick column chart. Yeah, this is the title of the overall thing. Then we can also go for data labels here. See data label. This is not looking good. Let me make it bigger. Yeah, so these are the data labels here. Yeah, data labels also I can select this arrow button. I can decide that where I want to put the data labels. Center, center in inside end, inside base, data call out. Yeah, you can play with these options here for the data labels here. Okay. Whenever you want to do any specific changes in that particular chart element, you have to click this arrow button and then it will show you the option here. Okay. If you don't want to see the data labels, remove the tick mark. Then we have another option known as data table here. If I tick mark this data table, I can see whatever the chart it is showing me, I can see it in the form of a table also. That is the data table here. Okay, here also data table I can have with legend key, no legend key. You see, with legend key means it will show me these colors, and no legend key means it will not show me here any color here. Yeah, in this table. Then we have error bars here. Normally error bars, yeah, to show some percentage, how much is the change and all those things. Normally I'm not using that much of these error bars. Yeah, but you can play with it. Okay, so these are the chart elements here. Plus, if you want to do any further changes here, you can also go to here this option format chart area. I can go for fill. Yeah, I can create a border here. Let's say if I select here a normal light color here, let's say this kind of color here, then let me select here solid fill. Yeah, this is gradient. I can also do lot of changes here. I can also put in the background a picture, okay, or some kind of texture here or pattern fill. So there are many options here. Okay. Yeah, border also I can create here a solid line, gradient line. Yeah, border. So you can decide many things here. Yeah, just play with these options here. So many options. Yeah. And finally, we have this chart style. Yeah, if you see this, whatever this chart style you see on the top area in the design tab, if you want to see here also, you can click on this brush icon here, and here I can see all those chart styles which I can see on the top. Okay, so this is the chart style, and I can also go to the color here. In the color, I can decide the color palette. Yeah, what kind of color palette I want to see here, colorful or monochromatic. Yeah, there are so many options here. Yeah, these are the color palette here in the color option. Yeah, I can go for this option, this option, this option. Yeah, so this is that style and color. Yeah, I can also go to this button here. See the same, this style and color, it is also available over here. Yeah, this is the style and this is the color. I can also click this button here and I can get the same options here which I'm getting here. Okay. So this is all about the pivot chart and pivot table. Now, one thing. Yeah, before I switch over to the another topic. Yeah, that is uh, if I change the pivot table, my pivot chart will change, and if I change the pivot chart, my pivot table will change. You have to remember these lines. Okay, see, pivot table and pivot chart, they are always connected with each other, they go hand in hand. Okay, so let me show you here that if I change this pivot chart, suppose if I have selected this pivot chart, let me change it. So okay, let me currently it is showing me the salesperson and the product. Now I remove this product from the legend. Okay, and now let me bring here the customer. Suppose I bring the customer in the legend. So see, now I'm having these 5 customers here in the pivot chart, and I'm having this 12 salesperson. And now if you see that my pivot table is also changed. My pivot table is also showing me the salesperson and the customers. Yeah. Now if I select this pivot table, okay, and then I can see this pivot table fields. Now in the pivot table, I'm having the salesperson and the customers. Now let me remove this salesperson here from the row section, and the row section I bring here, let's say a product. Okay, so product and customer, I change my pivot table, and automatically my pivot chart is also changing. Okay, so that is the advantage that you get here. Yeah, if you change one thing, the another thing will change. Even if these values, if suppose if you refresh this pivot table, automatically the pivot chart will also refresh. Okay, for pivot chart you don't have to change anything. If you refresh the pivot table, the pivot chart will also automatically change. It will show you the new value here. We can slicer to the chart. Yes, we can do the slicer. This is also a great topic. Okay, so let me create here very quickly the slicer. I want to show you one more technique here. I think so today, even if you don't start with the macros also, don't worry. Yeah, but this topic is important. So see, I'm having here pivot table and pivot chart. Okay, now let us create here slicer. Okay, so I select either pivot chart or I select here pivot table. Anything is fine. Let me go to pivot table analyze tab, slicer. Now let me select here. I've taken here what product and customer. So let me select here, let's say product and region, suppose. Yeah, I create here 2 slices, product and region. I click on OK button. Okay, so these are my 2 slicers, product and region. Okay, I make it smaller. Now, let us play with this slicer. Okay, so I select here bamboo coffee table. Okay, bamboo coffee table. So now you can see that this slicer is affecting both the pivot table and the pivot chart. You see, both are getting filtered here. If I click here bamboo end table, then here it is showing me bamboo end table. Here also it is showing me bamboo end table. Yeah. If I click here region, suppose northeast region, then see this data is changing. Northwest region, southeast region, southwest region. So see here it is filtering both the things. Yeah. Now, one thing which I want to show you here, that is uh, just hold on. Let us do one thing here. I will go to this slicer. Okay, let me just focus over here. Now you don't have to do anything. If you want to do it, it's fine. But otherwise, you focus on this particular example. See, in this slicers page, we have created these 3 slicers here: customer slicer, region slicer, and salesperson slicer. Okay. Now what I'll do that here I'll be creating one pivot chart. Okay. Now one thing I can do it, I can create the pivot chart from the pivot table here. This is one thing. But what I'll do now, I will go to this pivot chart sheet. Okay. And I'll be creating the pivot chart from this particular table, and I will put it in the slicer page. Okay. I'll put it in the slicer page. So let me select one field here, one cell. I go to the insert tab. I click this pivot chart. Okay. And in the pivot chart, I will go to the existing sheet. Okay. Existing sheet means not this sheet. What I'll do, I will click this arrow button here. If I want to put here in location, I will click this arrow button here. And now I will go to the slicers page. In the slicers page, I will click here this particular cell. Okay. So I'm creating the pivot chart from the pivot chart sheet, and I'm putting here in this slicers page here. Okay. Just focus over here. So I'm selecting this cell, and now you can see here it is showing me slicers page, exclamation mark, $a, $23. This is the cell name. Okay, so once I've selected this one, I can click on this again, this arrow button, this small down arrow button, I can click it. So I'm back over here. Okay, so you can see that my existing worksheet is slicers sheet and $a, $23. Okay, here I'm not changing anything here on the top area. I click on OK button, and now I get here both pivot chart and pivot table. Okay, so let me create here one pivot chart here. So I bring here customer in the axis, and I bring here let's say product in the legend, and number of items in the value section. Okay, so here what is happening that now I'm having how many things here? I'm having this pivot table, second pivot table. This pivot table is connected with this pivot chart. Okay, so this is fine. Yeah, let me convert to the stake column chart. Okay, so this is pivot chart, and there are two pivot table. Okay, this is the situation now. Now see, these slicers, they are connected with which pivot table? This pivot table, the first pivot table. Let us try again. If I click here BNP spaces, okay. If I click here BNP spaces, I can see here only the data of BNP spaces, okay. Or if I click here, let's say Northeast region, I can see only the effect on the in this particular pivot table. But you can see that here, this is not changing. This second pivot table and the chart is not changing here, even though I'm selecting the slicer. Okay. So currently all these three slicers are connected with this pivot table. They are not connected with these two, the second pivot table and the pivot chart. Now, definitely I will not be creating the same slicer for two different pivot chart or two different pivot table. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because people will get confused here. So what I want to do that I want to connect all these three slicers to this pivot table also and this pivot chart also. Yeah? So that when I click on this one of these slicer, it will have the effect on both the pivot chart and the sorry both the pivot table and the pivot chart. So now how to connect? Let's say I'll show you one example here how to connect this customer slicer to both pivot table and pivot chart. So now you see what I'm doing. I'm selecting this pivot. I'm selecting the slicer. I select the slicer, then I go to the slicer tab. Okay, select the customer slicer, go to the slicer tab, and now here we are having one button known as report connections here. Report connections, okay. So I click on this report connections here. Okay, report connections. When I click on the report connections, I can see here. Now see here, what is the problem? You see the problem here? that if I click on the report connection, I am having here how many pivot table? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Now definitely here it is not showing me. Let me. Yeah. So that is the problem here. So I'm not get now I'm getting confused here. That what is my pivot table name here? This one. What is this pivot table? What is this pivot table below? So what I'll do now, first of all, I'll select this pivot table. Okay, I'll go to the pivot table analyze tab. Okay, I'm selecting this pivot table. I'm going to the pivot table analyze tab. So currently, what is the name of this pivot table? It is known as pivot table 10. Okay, I'll give here some name. I'll give here some name. First pivot table, or I can give some other name also. Okay, let's say salesperson versus customer, something like this. Okay, so this is the my pivot table name for this pivot table. Okay, now what I do, I go down and I select this pivot table. What is the pivot table name here? Pivot table 3. Instead of that, I'll write down here customer versus product. Okay, that is the name of this pivot table here. And this is my pivot chart. I select the pivot chart. I go to the pivot chart analyze tab and let me give here some name. And here also I give the chart for customer and product. Okay, so I've given the name. So see, sometimes this naming is very, very important, because if you are creating so many pivot table, and if you want to then connect the slicer to the to that particular pivot table, you will get confused whether it is pivot table 1 or 2 or 10. So now here I have given all the names. Now I select this slicer here, and this slicer I want to connect with everything. So I select the slicer, I go to the slicer tab. In the slicer tab, I click this button here, report connections. Okay, and when I click on this report connections, now I can see here the names, that is the salesperson versus customer. But now why I'm not seeing the other pivot table? Okay, that is very, very tricky. Normally here I should be able to see this thing. Mhm. Let me, yeah, normally this thing we have to get it here. Mm, let me select here region, slicer, report connections. Do we need to save the changes here? I save the changes here, that's fine. Uh, yeah, see here it is done. Here also I've given the name properly, name, chart for customer. But now slicers, report connections, because see here it is also giving the sheet name here. So currently in the slicer sheet, it is giving me only one, that is salesperson versus customer. Normally here it should give me the two more tables here, because this pivot table 8, it is in the other grouping sheet. Yeah, and pivot table 7, it is in manipulating sheet. So here it should be given, but I don't know. But normally if you want to connect, yeah, my point over here is this, that suppose if you want to connect the same slicer to other pivot table, then here you have to go to the report connections and you have to put the tick mark here. That's the point. Okay, so you can decide that I want to connect this slicer to which pivot table. Yeah, if there are 3 4 type pivot tables, I can decide whether I want to connect with all the pivot tables or 2 pivot tables or 3 pivot tables or 1 pivot table. Yeah, so that options I'm having here. That was my point here. Yeah, so that is that button known as report connections. Okay, so this is what you have to remember. I have to again check it that why it is not showing me here. Maybe if I create in pivot chart, then it may work here, but I'll click it. Okay, so this is what we are having the things. Okay, sometimes I don't know why it is not, why the data is going here. Number of items. Okay, creating sheet, first pivot table, date grouping. Yeah, sheet 2. See, by default, if you are creating both the pivot table and the pivot chart, and then if you are creating the slicer, then slicer will automatically get connected with both the things. Okay, it will get connected with the table also, pivot table also, and it will get connected with the pivot chart also. By default, it will go like this. Okay, so I would say that overall, this is the pivot table and pivot chart and slicers. So see, this is that project related to that e-commerce. Okay, now see here, uh, because see what happens that I'm conducting the MS Excel course for PGBA, postgraduate in business analytics, and there is one another course which is known as PGDA, that is data analytics. So the project is same, but little bit the contents are different. Content means that expectations are different. So here this is that what you have to do, that I think so in your case PGBA, you have to create one. Okay, you have given me the thing. Just hold on. So this is a combo box, and then in the combo box, these are the 4 categories here. So we have auto and accessories, electronic, fashion, and home and furniture. So what is expected that if I click on here auto and accessories, or let me select here electronic. You see here when I select here electronic, then both these charts will change. It will show me the data of only electronic category. If I click here fashion, then these 2 charts will change. Okay, if I click on home and furniture, these 2 charts will change. Okay, this is not expected from you. This these are the individual total sales, total quantity and profit. This you don't have to create, and this also you have to not create here. This one, this histogram, this is known as histogram. Yeah, if time permits, I'll be able to explain you this histogram. Otherwise, these 2 things are not expected. What is expected is this combo chart, sorry, combo box, and these 2 charts. Okay, so we'll be discussing in detail about this project. This is one project, and another project is related to the restaurant tips prediction, where you are already having the data, and then you have to do the prediction of the tip, that how much tip is expected. So there in that restaurant tips, we'll be using the statistics. Okay, so in the on the last day, I'll be taking some few topics of statistics, and that statistics you have to go for correlation, regression. Yeah, that thing has to be applied for the second project, that is the restaurant tips. Yeah, yeah. So this is all about those 2 projects here. Yeah, so projects will be going for the final day, the last day. On the last day, I'll start with the project only, and then once I complete the project discussion, then we'll be getting it. Okay, we'll be starting with this topic that is known as lookup functions.xls. Okay, lookup functions here. So in this lookup functions, I'll be showing you 5 functions. One is known as VLOOKUP, second one is known as HLOOKUP, third one is known as XLOOKUP, X, okay, X for Christmas. So X lookup, and then we are having the index function and the match function. Okay, so total 5 functions are over here. Yeah. So let us start with our first function that is known as VLOOKUP. Yeah, so you go to the first sheet here. Yeah, please come to the first sheet here. And here you will be going for the, we'll be starting with the VLOOKUP first of all. Okay, one of the most famous function in lookup functions. So VLOOKUP, come to this sheet. Now in this VLOOKUP function sheet, you can see that we are having a table where we are having the employee ID, first name, last name, department, and the pay rate. So we are having some employee IDs here. Uh, there are these three cells which are not having any employee ID. I've kept it purposefully empty here. Then we are having their first name. First name I've already brought over here. Now we want to get here the last name of this employee ID 1054, department, and the pay rate. So I want to fill up this whole table. Yeah. Now, uh, see, if you want to fill up the whole table, you have to have some kind of a reference. Okay, you have to have some kind of a raw data set from where I can take the data and I can put it over here in this blank table. So for VLOOKUP function sheet, we'll be using this another sheet. Yeah, please go to the another sheet that is known as master employee list sheet. Okay, so come over here, master employee list sheet. And in the master employee list sheet, we are having the actual data, the full data. Okay, so here we have employee ID, last name, first name, department. Okay, we are having email ID, phone extension, building. Here, if you see the email ID, it is having the initial part of the email ID because normally, as you know, that if you are working in an organization, then at the end it will be written @microsoft.com or yeah, AT&T.com, something like this. Yeah, so that's why here the initial part has been taken. Then their phone extension, location, hire date. Then this is the pay rate. Okay, so this is the per hour rate which is given to different employees here. So this is the table, yeah, main table. Now we have to fill up all these details in this VLOOKUP function sheet. Yeah. So what I normally do, okay, means suppose if I want to fill up this table manually, then what we can do, we can take this first of all 1054 ID. Okay, then I search this 1054 in this main table, that is this master employee list sheet, and then here I see this 1054, and then I want to know its last name. So 1054 last name is Smith. So I remember this Smith, and then I come to the VLOOKUP function sheet, and here I type manually Smith. Okay, I type manually here Smith. So this is a manual process. So likewise, I can fill up this whole table maybe within 5 minutes, not more than that. Okay, or maybe less than 5 minutes also. So it's not a big thing here. But now let us assume that here we are having 10,000 record, and I have to fill up the details of this all these 10,000 employees. Yeah, they have to put up their last name, department, and pay rate. So if I want to do it for the 10,000 employees, it will take a lot of time, and plus I'll get tired or I'll get bored also. Yeah. So manual process is not working properly over here. So now what we'll do, that if we want to fill up this table, then we have to go for the function which is known as VLOOKUP. V stands for vertical lookup. Okay, vertical. Remember the short form, this full form here. V stands for vertical, and the another function that is known as HLOOKUP, that H stands for horizontal. Yeah. So we'll also see the difference between these two functions, vertical lookup and HLOOKUP. Yeah. So there are some basic differences. So let us start here with this particular thing. That is, I want to get here the last name of this employee ID 1054. Yeah. So now let us understand again that manual process. So if I want to write down here the last name of this 1054 ID, what I do first of all, I take this employee ID. Okay, I remember this employee ID 1054. Then I go to the master employee list sheet. Then here in the first column, I search 1054. Okay, so I search here 1054, and then as soon as I get here 1054, then I go horizontal. First of all, I go vertical because I have to search the employee ID. So I go vertical down, and then once I get the employee ID, then I go horizontal. Okay, then if you ask me, okay, Samir, what is the last name of 1054 employee ID? I will say it is Smith. What is the department of 1054? It is AT. Okay, here some short forms are written AT, HR, okay, maybe accounting or something like that. So this I'll tell you AT if you ask me department. If you ask me what is the pay rate of 1054, I'll say okay, it is $11.25 per hour. Yeah. So this is the process that we are doing it here. Now similarly, we'll be doing the same thing with the help of the function known as VLOOKUP. So here in this cell, first of all, let us start now the process. Okay, so you select this cell D3, and now here we type equal to VL. We type only VL, so we get that VLOOKUP below. Okay, equal to VL, type we get VLOOKUP. We press tab button. Okay, after we get VLOOKUP below, we press tab button, and now here we are having equal to VLOOKUP. Now in the VLOOKUP function, we are having here 5 arguments. Okay, sorry, 4 arguments, not 5 arguments, 4 arguments. That is lookup value, table array, column index number, and range lookup. So there are 4 arguments. So I have to fill up these 4 arguments. Now here, if you see this argument range lookup, it is written in bracket. So as you must be knowing that in case of Excel, if anything is written in bracket, any argument is written in bracket, it means that it is not compulsory. I can ignore that argument, okay, or I can keep it blank here. Yeah, the other things are important. This lookup value, table array, and column index number, these are important for me. So let us start writing here the things. Now see, normally I can type here easily all these arguments, but what I'll suggest you that whenever you are understanding this VLOOKUP function for the first time, okay, or any function for the first time, then I will suggest you to click this fx here. You see this fx here, fx function, yeah. So once you write down here equal to VLOOKUP bracket, then you have to click this fx. This is much more convenient to write down the argument. Yeah, so click this fx here, and when you click this fx, you get this dialog box. Okay, click this fx and you get this functions arguments dialog box. So here you can see that these 3 arguments, that is lookup value, table array, and column index number, they are written in dark, they are written in bold colors, okay, black color. So it means that these 3 arguments are compulsory. I have to write down something over here. While the 4th argument, that is the range lookup, that is not compulsory. Okay, so I can ignore this range lookup here. So now it is asking you lookup value, that which value you have to look up. So here, as I said, that if I want to know the last name of this employee ID 1054, then 1054 will be my lookup value. Okay, I have to look up this value, and then I have to search it in that big table, and then I tell that lookup function that please give me the last name of this employee ID 1054. Okay, so that is what I'll be doing here. So lookup value, you have to select this cell, that is B3, where this 1054 is written. So you have to select this cell B3, and once you select this cell B3, you get here B3, lookup value is B3, and here you get that number 1054. Yeah, B3 is equal to 1054. So lookup value will be B3, select it. Now you go to this table array. Okay, so in the table array, you can click this box here inside the box. Okay, click inside the box table array. Now what you have to do? We take this 1054 and then we go to the main table. So after clicking inside this table array, this box, you go to the next sheet here, master employee list sheet. So see, as soon as you go to the master employee list sheet, here it will show you table array and then the master employee list sheet is written. Yeah, this is the reference. So table array, master employee list sheet. Now, what you have to do? Here you have to select the whole table. You have to tell VLOOKUP that please search 1054 in this whole table. Okay, not that column only, not that employee ID column, it has to search in the whole table. Yeah, so here we have to select the whole table. So after getting this master employee list sheet, you have to select the whole table. Now there are various ways of selecting the whole table. One method is this, that you select this, click this A1 cell, okay, where this employee ID is written, you click this A1 cell. And once you select this A1 cell, then what you have to do now? Now there are shortcut keys. Okay, I'll tell you some shortcut keys. So after selecting this A1 cell, you have to now press Control plus Shift plus down arrow key. Okay, on your keyboard you are having up arrow key, down arrow key, left hand side key, right hand side key. Okay, so you have to use those arrow keys. So after selecting A1 cell, you have to press what? Control plus Shift plus down arrow key. So all these three keys you have to press it together. Okay, so Control Shift and down arrow key. Control Shift and down arrow key. So now what happens here, that first column is selected. The employee ID column is selected. Okay, but we don't want to select only the employee ID column. We have to select the whole table. So after pressing Control plus Shift plus down arrow key, now if you want to select all these other columns, what we have to do? We have to now press Control plus Shift plus right arrow key. Control plus Shift plus right arrow key. So I press here Control Shift and right arrow key, and now here you can see that the whole table is selected. Okay, this is one method here. You select one cell, A1 cell, the first cell, then you press Control Shift and down arrow key, and then you press Control Shift and right arrow key, and then the whole table is selected. You can also do it in a reverse manner. You can first of all select A1 cell, and then you press Control Shift and right arrow key. Okay, you can also press initially Control Shift and right arrow key. So what it will do, that it will select here the first row. If you select the first cell and then you select, then you press Control Shift and right arrow key, then the first row is selected, and then onwards you have to press the another shortcut key, that is Control Shift and down arrow key. So this will also give you the same thing. Yeah, so either you press the down arrow key and then you press the right arrow key, or you press the right arrow key and then you press the down arrow key. Both will give you the same answer. Okay, so here this is what we have to do. Okay, so now you can see here table array, and then remember that here master employee list sheet, it has to appear only once. Sometimes what happens that when we are switching between the two sheet, then this master employee list sheet will be written two times or three times, it depends. Okay, but here this master employee list sheet has to be written only once. It has to come only once here. Then exclamation mark is written here, and then comes A1 colon I38. What is A1? A1 is the first cell here, and if you go down, yeah, here we are having this I38. Okay, this is your last cell here, I38. So we are telling Power Excel that you select from A1 cell till I38. So the whole table is selected. So here, table array, we have selected the whole table from A1 to I38. Now, if I go above, sorry, yeah. Now, if we go over here on the top area, now see here, it is asking you column index number. Okay. So now we have told Excel that okay, you take 1054. go to this table and you search 1054. So it will search 1054. Yeah, it is over here, the first record here. Then now we have to tell Excel that, okay, what we want in return, whether we want to know the last name, first name, department, email ID, yeah, building, location, whatever. So we have to tell that specifically to Excel. So now what we want in return, we want to have in return last name of this 1054. So what is the, now it is asking you, here we don't have to write down the column name, last name or first name. Here it is asking you column index number. So remember that the first column will always have the column index number 1. So our employee ID column is having the column index number 1. Last name will have column index number 2, and so on. Okay, so it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pay rate will have the column index number 9. Got it? Now see, sometimes it happens that you have started the table from the second row or third row. Let's say here before this A column, you are having some blank columns here. So you should not worry that whatever is available on the left hand side of this table. Okay, you remember that whichever is your first column in your table, that column will have the column index number 1, and then you have to give the other column index number. Okay, so now here what we want to have in return, last name. So last name column index number will be 2. So here in the column index number, you have to just write 2, numerical 2, no sheet name, nothing, only number. So column index number here will be 2, numerical 2. And now as soon as you write down here numerical 2 in column index number, you see here, you are getting the answer here. See, Smith is the answer. It is showing you already the Smith as an answer. Okay, so you should be getting here Smith. So just check here, lookup value is this B3. Table array, you have to go to the table, master employee list sheet, and then you have to select the whole table from A1 to I38. And then you have to write down here column index number 2. Why? Because you want to have in return the last name of the employee. Now, as such, we have got the answer. Okay, but before I click this OK button, I also want to tell you about this range lookup. Okay, so let us understand this range lookup. So you click inside this range lookup, click inside this box, range lookup. Now, as soon as you click inside this range lookup, you can see here below, it is written here some information, that is, okay, that is what is written here. Range lookup is a logical value to find the closest match in the first column sorted in ascending order equal to true or omitted, and find an exact match equal to false. Now what is this one? Here it is telling you to either write true or false. Now what is true and what is false? False means that suppose you want to have an exact match. What do you mean by exact match? See, I want to know the last name of the employee ID 1054. Okay, I'm not interested in any other employee ID. I'm interested in only employee ID 1054. So here I'm telling Excel that please give me the last name of only 1054 employee ID. Okay, that is known as exact match. Okay, so if you are very specific that no, I want to have the employee, I want to have the last name of employee ID 1054, then here in the range lookup, you have to write down here false. False. Okay, false means you want to have exact match. But if I write down here true, true means it is telling you here true is equal to closest match. Okay, or approximate match. It is also known as approximate match. So what is approximate match? That suppose in my database, okay, now just listen to me. In my original database, suppose if I'm not having 1054, suppose, okay, I'm not having 1054 employee ID record, and now here I'm trying to search 1054 in this table, lookup for table. So if I go for here range lookup equal to true, it means that I'm very flexible. If you don't find the record of 1054 in the main table, then please show me the data of 1053 or 1052 or 1055 or 1056. So whenever you are little bit flexible, yeah, with the answer, then you can go for here true. Okay, but normally we try to have exact match normally. Okay, so here you can write down true or false, true for approximate match and false for the exact match 1054, or you can also write down here 0. If you write down here 0, 0 means false, or you can write down here 1. Okay, 1 here. Yeah, so 1 means true. When do we use true? Any example in real time? Okay, so see, sometimes let's say uh, I'm having a age range. Okay, suppose if I'm having one column which is having the age range, that is yeah, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, likewise. Okay, now I'm say my age is currently 49. So now I want to know that I'm belonging to which particular age range. Okay, now see, in the age range column I'm not having exactly 49. Okay, or sometimes I can also give one example that I want to let's say uh, yeah, I'm having some salary. Yeah, I'm earning some salary, let's say 5,000 euros. Okay, now I want to know that I'm belonging to which particular salary. Okay, salary range. Suppose there is a salary range, let's say let's say between 1,000 to 5,000. Okay, or 5,000 to 10,000 or 10,000 to 15,000. Okay, so in this approximate, what it will do, that it will not be able to find out exactly my salary. Let's say it is 4,500. Okay, now 4,500 is not available in the salary range. It is 5,000, not 4,500. But yes, I am nearer to 5,000. Okay, so whenever you are having these kind of situation where you don't find your exactly your salary in in that column, then you can go for the approximate match. Okay, so it will go to the nearest value, and it will show you that nearest value, that okay, your salary is around 5,000. Okay, so that is what we mean by the approximate match. Yeah, because you don't find that same value in that column. Okay, where you are comparing. Okay, so when you are not having that kind of exact value, you already know in advance. Okay, that is what you know, that okay, that is what is available, that you know in advance that this value may not be matching in that particular column. So okay, I'm not interested in the exact match, I'm interested in the approximate match. So if it is 4,500 salary, it will show me that okay, your salary will be around 5,000. Okay, so that is where we can use this approximate match, or true, you can say like that. Clear? Okay, in this case we want to have the exact match. Yeah, so that's why I want to know the last name of 1054 only. Okay, now see here, if you don't write anything, suppose if you keep it blank, then by default it will be true. By default this will be true, means approximate match. Now see, remember that whenever I say approximate match, now let us understand here that if I write here, suppose true. Okay, true. So true means approximate match. Now, if I want to know the last name of 1054, now 1054 data is already there in my main table. So when I go for the approximate match, don't think that it will ignore that 1054 data. Okay, it will not ignore the 1054 data. If you are having the data of 1054, it will surely give you the last name of 1054. But in case your data set is not having the data of 1054, then it will give you the last name of 1053 or 1055 or 1056. Yeah, so if the data is already there, then it will always give you that value. Okay, it will always give you the last name of 1054. Yeah, it will not skip. Yeah, so even if I write down here true, you can see that it is still giving me the answer Smith. if I don't write anything, as I said earlier, that by default also it is true or 1, okay, then also it is the answer, it is Smith. And even if I write down here false here, it will still give me the answer Smith only. So in this case, whether I write true or false, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, but in some of the cases it may differ. Yeah, but remember that if the data is there, it will always show you the value. It will not go for the approximate match then. Okay, so let me keep it here blank. In this case it doesn't matter. And now I'm getting the Smith answer. If we modify 054 to different value, we can check different value. Yeah, you can try. Yes, you can try it here. Yeah, yeah, you can try here. So range lookup, we will go for here. Yeah, so here this I've already explained. So let us click on OK button now. Everything is fine. I click on OK button, and now I get here the answer Smith. Okay, Smith I'm getting over here. Now once we get this answer Smith, now definitely what we have to do, we have to drag the formula, because I don't want to write down the formula for all this employee ID. So let us drag the formula, and now here we are getting the last name. Okay, just drag the formula. Let us check randomly. 1078. Okay, 1078, the last name is Habsburg. Okay, so I go to here, this table 1078, the last name is Habsburg. Okay, then I select here the last one here, that is yeah, 1368, and the last name is Wu. Here also it is 1368, and the last name is Wu. Okay, so this is fine. Yeah, this is correct. Now here definitely we are having here NA. Yeah, because we are not having here any number. That's why it is showing you here in both the columns, first name and last name column, NA. Yeah, so this is the thing. Okay, now we have got the answer. Okay, now what you do, that I'm giving you approximately 5-7 minutes. You get here, yeah, you get here, you try to get here the department for this 1054, and also you write down here the formula for getting the pay rate for 1054. Okay, so please write down here just now only. You can try here. Write down the lookup function for getting the department, and you write down here the lookup function for getting the pay rate. And then once you write down the formula, you drag it, okay, and then you check everything. Okay, so normally when you type here, let's say equal to VL, press tab button, and once you get this portion equal to VLOOKUP bracket, then you have to click this FX button. Okay, then you have to click the FX button here, and then this window will come up here. Now see here I'm typing, I was just trying to do some modification here, that if I type here, if I remove that data of 1054, and instead of 1054, if I write down here 1053, okay, I'm removing that data of 1054, and I'm typing here 1053. Now see in the VLOOKUP function sheet, you can see that here it is written Smith. Okay, here NA is written, and I'll tell you why it is written NA, but here still we are getting the data of 1054, and the answer is Smith. So here in this data set, I have converted 1054 to 1053. Okay, now if I type here 1055, suppose 1055, then here I'm I'm not getting anything. I'm getting here NA. Okay, let me do one thing, that here in this formula, after 2 I write down here false. Okay, false. If I write down here false, it is written here NA. Okay, NA. Now let me go here again, and I write here 1054. 1054. Here I get Smith. Okay, because it is false, it is exact match. And now if I type again to 1053, press enter, let us see what happens. It is now NA. Yeah, because here I have gone for the exact match. I have written here false. Okay, if I convert it into true, that is approximate match, press enter, it is still showing me Smith. Though here it is 1053, it is still showing me. Yeah, so it will go to the next lower value. That is what I can understand here. Yeah. So this is about the, yeah, so I hope that you have done this exercise. If anybody, yeah, is not able to get it here, yeah, here the whatever you have done it for the last name, you have to do the same thing for the department. Only what you have to do, you have to change the column index number. So column index number for the department will be 4, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And for the pay rate, I've already mentioned that the column index number is 9. So just you have to change here in these two formulas, you have to just change the column index number. The rest things are exactly same like this formula. Okay. If you double click here, you will see the formula here. Yeah. So that's the thing. Good, done. I will go to this button here. There is a small button here. Okay. Or I can also click this drop down here. In the drop down, I can click here currency, and as soon as I select here currency, in my case by default it will be euros. Okay, but suppose instead of euros, if I want to convert it into dollars, then I can click this button also, and now I can select here English United States. Okay, I click it, and now I get the dollar sign here. Yeah, so you have to select the cell, go over here, and you can select here currency. Okay, or sometimes accounting is also fine. And then if you don't find here your, because normally it will, suppose if you are in India, it will take the rupees. If you are in US, it will take definitely dollars. But if you want to change the here the currency, you have to go over here to this button, click on here accounting, or you can also select here currency. Okay, and then in the accounting or currency, you can select here the currency here, whichever currency you want. Yeah, so that is what we can do here. Yeah, here the formatting here in this main table, the formatting was already done. That's why. Yeah, good. So let us go ahead that now uh, let us focus on this particular cell. Okay, these three empty cells. So what I'll do now, that in one of this empty cell, that is B11 cell here, I'll be typing again here the same number 1054. See, 1054 I'm already having here. The same number I'll also type here in this cell B11. Okay, so I type here 1054. Okay, I type here 1054. So definitely here I should be getting Howard, and here I should be getting Smith as the last name. Let us see. So I type here 1054, I press enter. Now you see the problem. Okay, what is the problem here? Here I get Howard. This is correct. But here I'm still getting NA, and here also for the pay rate I'm getting NA. And maybe here also you will get NA. Yeah, here I have not typed the formula for department, but here also you will get NA. Why? Okay. See here, if it is 1054, I should be getting here Smith. So what's the problem? So let us analyze this problem. That here, see, let me again double click this particular Smith where I've typed the formula. So I double click. When I double click, you can see here it is written equal to VLOOKUP bracket B3. This is B3, comma. Yeah. Yes. B3, comma. Then master employee list sheet. That's the sheet name. And then you see the range here. This is very, very important. The range is A1 to I38 in the master employee list sheet. We have selected from A1 till I38, and this 2 is the column index number. Yeah. So you just focus on the range A1 to I38 for Smith. Okay. Then I go to Gonzalez. Gonzalez, if I double click, you see that now this range has changed. It is now showing you from A2 to I39. If I go to Scott, I double click, it is A3 to I40. Now, why this is happening? Because we know that we are having here relative reference. Okay. We have already understood relative reference. So whenever I don't put any dollar sign, when I drag the formula, A1 will become A2, A2 will become A3, and so on. Okay. So here we are having that relative reference. And if I go to this cell, yeah, this cell, that is D11 cell, where I'm having here currently NA, if I double click, you see the range here. What is the range here? A9 colon I46. Now you just go to this table. What it says? A9. A9 is this one. A9 till what? I46. Okay, I go down, down, down until here. So this is my table range for this one. For this cell, D11 cell, this is my table range. Now in this table range, I'm telling VLOOKUP that please give me the last name of 1054 employee ID. Now see, 1054 employee ID is over here. So 1054 employee ID is outside my range. So definitely it will not give me here any value. That here I'm telling VLOOKUP, I'm giving one value of employee ID and I'm telling that please give me the last name of this 1054. But currently this 1054 is outside my range. Even this 10556 is also outside my range. Okay, all these values are outside my range. So definitely it will be getting confused. Okay, so that's why here this NA is coming. Error. Okay, here also NA is coming. Now why here Howard is coming, that also I'll come back very soon. So now what we have to do? See whether I want to know the last name of 1054 or let's say this 1333 or 1999. In every case, my table range has to be fixed. It cannot change. Okay, it will be always A1 to I38. Okay, I cannot change this table range. It will always start from A1 and it will go till this I38. So that's why now what we have to do here, in this cell, you open this D3 cell, double click, and now here we have to fix up the range because range should not change. Yeah, my table range will be same only. But what is the issue here? When I drag the formula, there is a relative reference and the range will change. So how to fix up the range? Very easy. Just now I told you that F4 button, you can select here. You can click here. Either you can click between A and 1, or you can click here, or you can click out after A1 also. And now you have to press F4 button. Okay, or sometimes you may have to press function and F4. Okay, in my case, I don't have to press function key and then F4 key. I can press directly F4, but in some keyboards, I know that you have to press the function key and then F4. So I press here F4. So see, as soon as I press here F4, now it is showing me $1. If I press again F4, it will show me $1. This is the mixed reference. If I press again F4 key, it will show me $8.1. Again, if I press F4 key, it will again show me normal A1. Yeah, so I have to press here this F4 key. Yeah, so let me press here F4 key again. And this is what I want here. I want to fix up both the row and the column. So here it should be $A1, sorry, $1. Similarly, I also have to click here, I38, either in between or somewhere outside. And now I have to press again the same F4 key. I press F4 key, and now here it is $I38. Or you can also manually type here. Okay, it's not compulsory that every time you have to press F4 key. F4 key is a shortcut key, but yes, If you want to type manual also, you can type here. So please check the range here in the D3 cell. Master employee list sheet, exclamation mark, and then it is written here $A $1 colon $I $38. This is very, very important. Okay, again you press enter button. This answer is correct. Okay, Smith is correct. Now you have to again drag the formula. Okay, again drag the formula, and now here you are getting that Smith. Okay, you are getting here Smith. Similarly, here also you have to do the same thing. In this two formulas also, here I have not written here for department, but for pay rate, I'll do the same thing. I'll write down here $A $1 colon $I $38. Press enter. I drag the formula, and now here I'm getting that answer 11.25. Is it clear, this concept? Yeah. See, this lookup value will change because this is lookup value here. It is B3. Here it will be B4, B5, B6, B7, B8. This is fine. But my overall table range, this table will be fixed for every employee ID, whether I search 1054 or whether I search 1333 or whether I search 1999, this table will be always same for everybody. So that's why I have to fix the table. Yeah, if I'm writing this VLOOKUP function here for only one time, and if I'm not dragging any formula, then even if I don't type here this $sign, it is fine because I'm not dragging the formula. But here in this case, I'm dragging the formula. That's why I have to write down here specifically this $sign. Okay. So same thing you do it here for the department also and for the pay rate also. Yeah. And why here I was having here hovered, because in this example I had already written $A $1. And here if you see that in this lookup value also I had written here $B11. Why I've written here $B11 in the lookup value? Because what are these cells here? B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, B10, B11. So I have told you earlier that whenever you are having either the column which is common or either the row which is common, with the thing which is common, you have to put the $sign. So here I can also write down here in this last name, instead of typing just B3, I can also put here $B3. See, if I don't put any $sign also here, then also it is fine. But for safety purpose, let us keep here $B3. Yeah. So I'm fixing up also the lookup value. Okay, but I'm not fixing the whole lookup value. I'm just fixing the column, that is B column, because it is getting repeated B3, B4, B5, B6. Yeah, and if I don't type anything also here, fine, no $sign. I press enter, still I'll get the answer, even if I'm dragging the formula down. So VLOOKUP is fine. Now, what is the issue here with this VLOOKUP? Okay, so let me show you here now. See, this employee ID column in the main table. What is the position of this employee ID column? First position. Okay, the column index number is over here. Okay, right to left search on here. So here now, if I change the position of this employee ID column in the main table I'm talking about, okay, so let me cut this column here and I put it somewhere over here. Okay, so see, now what I've done here, I've changed the position of this employee ID column. Initially it was at the first position, now it is at the third position. Yeah, in the main table I'm talking about. Now if I go to the VLOOKUP function sheet, you see here everywhere NA. The whole thing is disturbed. Yeah. So remember that this is the condition for VLOOKUP, that whichever is your VLOOKUP, or in whichever column, you want to search your lookup value, that column has to be always at the first position. This column, employee ID column, it is also known as lookup column. This is known as also lookup column. This value here, it is known as lookup value. And in this master employee list sheet, this first column, employee ID column, where we are searching that employee ID, that is also known as lookup column. So lookup column has to be always at the first position. This is the major condition of VLOOKUP. And all the other columns has to be on the right hand side. Okay. So this is one of the issue with the VLOOKUP. Yeah. Remember this issue. Now a question may come here that suppose in this master employee list sheet, suppose if I'm having two records of employee ID 1054. As such, practically it will not be possible, because as you know that one employee ID will be given to only one employee. Even in the organization, you must have seen that if that employee leaves, suppose if this Howard Smith leaves, then his employee ID will not be given to any other new employee ID. Okay, because his employee ID is fixed now. Even if he leaves tomorrow, if the company wants to extract the data of 1054, yeah, it will get the data of this Howard Smith. Yeah, so this 1054 number will not be given to any other person. But let us assume that 1054 we are having over here, and somewhere down below also we are having here 1054, suppose. So there are two records of 1054. So now VLOOKUP will give you the data of which record. So remember that VLOOKUP will always search in this first column, and it will always give you the record of this, or it will always give you the answer of the first record. Whichever comes first, it will give you the answer. It will not go down then. Okay. Even if somewhere here below we are having 1054, it will not go to this value or this record. It will always go for the first record, whichever comes first, it will show you the value. Okay, so this is another thing that you have to remember. Okay. Also, a question may come that, let's say here I am having employee ID 1054. Okay, now what we tell this VLOOKUP, please take this 1054 employee ID, and then you search in this whole table. Actually, we are selecting the whole table. We are not selecting only one column. We are selecting the whole table. So now the question may come that suppose if this 1054 is also available in another column, the same number. Let us assume that you are having here in this phone extension, you are having instead of 113, you have number 1054. So see 1054 is over here also, let's say, and it is over here. So let us go to the VLOOKUP. You can see that still we are getting Smith here. So remember that even if your other column is having that number 1054, it will not be getting disturbed over there. Okay, because even though we have selected the whole table for this employee ID 1054, it will always search in the first column only. It will always search in the first column. It will not go to the other columns to search 1054. Clear? So even I'm having here 1054, it will not affect. Yeah. So this is another thing which you have to understand. Yeah. So now I would say that VLOOKUP is clear. This is one of the most favorite function of the Excel people, and this is a very old function. I would not say this is new. It's very old. Yeah. So VLOOKUP is ready. Now let us go to the third sheet here, that is HLOOKUP. Okay. Once we have understood VLOOKUP, now understanding HLOOKUP is very, very easy. So you go to the HLOOKUP function sheet. So here you can see that we are having a small table where we are having some product code, which is written XP200, let's say. And then here we want to get the warehouse 1 inventory, warehouse 2 inventory, and warehouse 3 inventory. Already warehouse 1 inventory is written over here, 150. And now we have to get here warehouse 2 inventory and warehouse 3 inventory by using the HLOOKUP, horizontal lookup function. Now from where I'll be getting this data? I'll be getting the data from the next sheet. So as you can see in the next sheet, we are having this master inventory list sheet. In the master inventory list sheet, we are having this small table just for the reference purpose here. So here, these are the product code. Product code is XP100, 200, 300, AX10, AX25, AX50. And then these are their warehouse 1 inventory, warehouse 2 inventory, and warehouse 3 inventory. Okay, so this is our main table for this H lookup. Yeah. So suppose if I want to know this XP200, what is the inventory in the warehouse 2? So I have to go over here, and this is XP200. And now here I can see that the warehouse 2 inventory is 110. And here I should be getting that number 110. Yeah. So let us type now H lookup. So here we type equal to HL. HL, that is we get H lookup. Press tab button. Press tab. Now here also you can see that we are having here 4 arguments, just like VLOOKUP. But what we'll do, we will not type directly here. We'll click here FX. Again, click FX here. So here you get the same thing. Now what is the difference here? You see that what is the difference here in the H lookup? Here it is written row index number, not column index number. So only this is changing. In the VLOOKUP we were having column index number. In the H lookup we are having the row index number. But the lookup value, table array, range lookup, they are exactly same. Yeah. So what we do, we start with the lookup value. What is the lookup value? Whatever we type here, the product code, this will be my lookup value. So here you have to select this cell B3. Select the cell B3. So that is your lookup value here. It is written here XP200 currently. Then comes table array. So you click inside this table array box. And now what you have to do? You have to go to the main table. So after clicking inside the box of table array, you go to the master inventory list sheet. And now you see here we can simply select the whole table with a mouse, okay? Because this is a very, very small table. So simply I can select this whole table like this. Okay, select the whole table with the help of mouse. So now here it is written table array, master inventory list sheet, and then it is written here A2 colon G5. It starts from A2 cell and it goes till G5 cell. So this whole table is selected here. Now comes interesting part, that is row index number. Now see here, the row index number of this product code row, it is 1. Row index number of warehouse 1 row is 2, warehouse 2 row is 3, and warehouse 3 row is 4. Okay. So see here, even if I'm having here a blank row, I have to ignore that blank row. I have to always start from where the table is starting. So product code row is 1, warehouse 1 row is 2, and so on. Okay. So here I want to get the warehouse 2 data in my other table. So its row index number will be 3. From the top it will be 3. Okay, so row index number is 3. And now here you automatically get that answer 110. Okay, that we have seen. Range lookup, if you want to write down here 0 or false. If you want to have exact match, I can write down here exact match. So I write down here 0, which is equal to false. Okay. Yeah. That's all. So lookup value is B3. Table array is master inventory list sheet. Exclamation mark A2 colon G5. Row index number I've typed here 3. And range lookup is 0. Click on OK button. And now here we are getting the answer 110. Now see here, if I want to get the warehouse 3 inventory, yeah, let me do one thing. If I want to drag the formula down, before I drag the formula, what I'll do? We will fix up the table range. So let us double click here and let us fix up this range. Instead of A2, we'll write down here F4. So $A, $2. And instead of G5, I'll press A4 and I'll write down here $G, $5. Okay, because I want to fix the range. Okay, press enter. So here I'm getting 110, that is fine, but now let me drag the formula. When I drag the formula, I get here NA. It's 4, not 3. Okay, so this is first thing that is here, because see, for the warehouse 2 inventory, the row index number is 3, and for warehouse 3 inventory, sorry, warehouse 2 inventory, the row index number is 3, and for warehouse 3 inventory, the row index number is 4. So here, if I write down here instead of 3, I write down here 4. Okay, this 0, it is for this thing. Okay, so 4, I press enter, still it is NA. Why it is NA? Because now I have to focus over here. The lookup in the warehouse 2 inventory, I typed here B3, so this is correct. This is my B3. Yeah, but now when I drag the formula, then B3 will become B4. So what we have to do now? You are correct that we have to put here, we have to fix up this cell, because see, this cell is common. Whether I want to know the warehouse 1 inventory or warehouse 2 inventory or warehouse 3 inventory, whatever I type here, whatever the product code I type here, it will be common for all these three warehouse inventories. Okay, so instead of just fixing up dollar $B3, or instead of fixing up only the column, we'll be fixing up both the things. That is because we have to fix up the whole cell. And you know that whenever we want to fix up the whole cell, we have to go for the absolute reference. Yeah, so here we have to type in what? Dollar $B, $3, press enter. And then see, again, I would suggest you that whenever you are going for H lookup, do not drag the formula. Okay, because you have to do many changes. So instead of doing those changes in this formula, better you type the formula. That will be much easier, because see, now even if I drag the formula, again I'm having here 110, because why? Because here this 3 was there. I have to again change it to 4. Okay, so it is now dollar $B, $3, master inventory list. This is the range which I have fixed up, and then I have to type here 4 at the row index number, comma 0, press enter, and now I'm getting finally 115, which is this value. Okay. So normally in the horizontal lookup, we don't drag the formula. For V lookup, it is perfect. We have to just fix up the table range, and then we can drag the formula. There it works. But in the H lookup, because we have to change the row index number, we have to fix up the lookup value also. It is a tedious process. See, we are having two functions, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Now, VLOOKUP is much more popular than HLOOKUP. Okay, the professionals, Excel professionals, they seldom use HLOOKUP. They use more of VLOOKUP. Yeah, because see, both the functions are almost same. Yeah, just in one case we are having row column index number, in another function we are having row index number. But the question will come that why VLOOKUP is much more popular than the HLOOKUP. Yeah, sometimes if you ask the people who are using VLOOKUP, if you ask them that okay, do you know HLOOKUP? Maybe they may not, they may have forgotten that HLOOKUP, because they are using daily VLOOKUP only. The reason comes over here. See, this is my table for the HLOOKUP. Now you see how this table is created. It is created horizontally. Okay, all my titles are over here. Okay, you can say that these are my row titles, and the table is laid horizontally. Now, do we work with this kind of table? The answer is no. We work with this kind of table, vertical table. Yeah, we are having the title over here on the top area, and then we are having all the record. This is how we work. Yeah, so these are the normal table that we work. That's why VLOOKUP is much more popular than the HLOOKUP. This is the reason. So 99% you will be always working with the VLOOKUP. Yeah, my purpose here is to show you that HLOOKUP so that you don't forget it. But remember that after 2 years also, you will be working still with the VLOOKUP only. VLOOKUP is useful for large data set. No, so even in case of H lookup also you can work with the large data set, but I'm talking about the table layout. Okay, we are not that much comfortable with the horizontal table. We always work with the vertical table. That's the point. Okay. Now, if we look up and H lookup, now see in H lookup also remember one thing, that in the H lookup is also having the same problem, just like we lookup. That this first record or first row where you are finding this product code, this record or this row has to be always on the top. It has to always it should be always the first row. Suppose if you change the position of this first row, okay, then your H lookup function will not work. So whatever the drawback which I told you for VLOOKUP, the same drawback is also there for the H lookup. That the lookup, this is your lookup record. This lookup record will be always at the first position, always on the top. Yeah. So this you have to remember. Yeah. Now, if VLOOKUP and H lookup are clear, and we also saw the drawback. Okay. So now I would like to introduce you to another function which is known as X lookup. X. Okay. This is a great function. Yeah, it is I would not say so new, but it has been there since last 2 to 3 years minimum, I would say. And I know that in many organizations, yeah, I have been conducting the trainings in many different organizations here within Europe. So whenever I'm uh, let's say I remember that I was conducting the trainings for the Deloitte company, okay, Deloitte Consulting, as you know. So they are having their branch office in Switzerland also. They are having the branch offices all over world. But I was invited to conduct this Excel training, advanced Excel training in their Zurich office. Okay, they are having Zurich office, and I also conducted one training in their Geneva office in Switzerland. So in the Zurich office, I asked the same thing, that have you worked with X lookup? Okay, they most of them said they said no. Yeah. So let us understand what is this X lookup now here. So what we'll do, that we will go to this VLOOKUP function sheet, and here I would like to show you one example, yeah, with the X lookup. Okay, here in the VLOOKUP function sheet. So here we type XL. Now I know that many of you may not have this function. Why? Because it depends upon the version. If you are having 2019 version, or if you are having, I think so, Microsoft 365, if you are having the account, then definitely you will have this X lookup. But if you are having 365, yes, Excel 365, this will work. But if you, yeah, first of all, you just check here in your Excel. If you type here XL, do you get X lookup here? If you get X lookup, means it means that it is there. But if you are having old version, that is Excel 2013 and Excel 2016 version, then 100% this is not available. I think so. Somewhere I read that you have to download some kind of a package for writing that X lookup, but I will not suggest you to download that package, because you never know that what that package is containing. Okay, but that's why I always tell you that please go for the latest version of Excel, especially Excel 2021 version, or yeah, 24 version, or even this Excel 365. Yeah, so then it will allow you to work with more new functions here. So if you are not having this X lookup, don't worry, you can see over here. So I have written here XL. I press tab button. So I get here X lookup. Now in X lookup, you can see that there are many arguments. Yeah, there are at least 6 arguments here. So what we do, we click on FX. Okay, click on FX here after writing X lookup. So these are those arguments here. Okay, so here we have 6 arguments, that is lookup value, lookup array, return array, Now here we have three arguments which are not compulsory, that is if not found, match mode, search mode. Yeah. So I would not go for this thing, that is the uh, not compulsory this thing, okay, which are optional. I'll focus only on these three things, okay. I can also show you these three things also, but it will take a lot of time, okay. And definitely today, after this lookup functions, we have to switch over to the count functions. After count functions, we have to go for the macros. So there are a lot of topics today. Yeah, but at least I want to show you here how to use this X lookup. Maybe later on you can just try to research, okay, and then you can also learn more. But my current purpose is to show you the demo of X lookup. Yeah. So here we are having three major things, three compulsory things, that is lookup value, lookup array, and return array. That's all. Okay. So lookup value. Lookup value will be this one. I'll go for 1054. So lookup value is B3. Now you see here what is the title written. In the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, we were having here the title known as table array. Table array, okay. Now here it is written lookup array. Now see, table array and lookup array both are different. Table array means I have to select the whole table. Lookup array means I have to select that lookup column only. Okay. That is the employee ID column will be my lookup column, or I can also say it as lookup array. So remember that whenever you are working with these kind of functions, you have to see the wordings. Lookup array means lookup column, where I'll be searching that employee ID number, and table array means I have to select the whole table. And sometimes you may also have the wording array, simple array. Okay, it will not be written table array or lookup array. It will be written array. Array means whenever you see the word simple array, then it in that case you can select the whole table also, you can select the column also, one column also, okay. So you have a flexibility when that array is written. But here in this example, lookup X lookup, we have to go for the lookup array, that is the lookup column. So now I for lookup array I click inside the box, and now we go to that table. Sorry, we go to the master employee list sheet. In the master employee list sheet, what I have to do? Lookup array. I have to select that column where I'm having the employee ID. So now here what we'll do, we will select this A1 cell, and then I press what? Control Shift and down arrow key. You press Control Shift and down arrow key, okay? Because you have to select the whole column, you press select the A1 cell and then you press Control plus Shift plus down arrow key. So see here it is written master employee list sheet A1 colon I38. If you want, you can also fix up here directly. So I type here F4, and here also type here F4, okay, because I want to track the formula down. So that's why I'm typing here directly $A$1 colon $A$38, okay, by pressing that F4 key. Okay, so return lookup array means I'm selecting the lookup column, the first column where the employee ID is there. Now comes here return array. Return array. So it is asking you that now what do you want to have in return? So in the return array, what I'll do, I will go to the master employee list sheet. And now what I want to have in return, the last name. Okay. What I can do, I can also click here on the top area. If I want to select the whole column, I can select this from the top area. When I select from the top, it will be written like this, B colon B. Yeah. In the lookup array also, I can select from the top. So then it will be written here A colon A. Yeah. So return array, I select from the top. This is what I want in return. Sorry, we want to have here department. Okay. So I'll go for here, select this master employee list sheet, and I'll select this department column, because in my case I want to have the department. Okay, so it is D colon D. Okay, well, let us do one thing. Let me type here, just hold on. Yes. What you do that if you have done here in one column, if you have selected from A1 to A38, then in the return array, I'll be typing here D1 to D38. Because see what was happening here, that here I had typed here A1 to A38, and then what I did here in the return array, I selected that D column. So then it was not giving me this answer here. So what I'll suggest you, that better you select from the top table. Okay, let's say if I go over here, let me do it again. So for the lookup array, you click from the top area, this one, A column. Similarly, for the return array, if you want to have in return department, I will click from the top, and now here I'm getting D colon D, which I want in return. And now you can see here the answer 80. Okay, for 1054, the department is 80. If you select here last name, you will see the last name here. If you select the pay rate, you will see here the pay rate. So see here it is very, very easy. Lookup value, then you want to search that lookup value in which column. You select that employee ID column, that is your lookup array. And then it is asking you that what value you want to have in return, whether you want to have the last name or department or email or pay rate. You select that whole column in the return array, and that's all. Okay, these other three things are not compulsory. Here I get the answer, I click on OK button, and now you get here the 80. Okay, let me, yeah, here, see here it is written A colon A and D colon D. So even if I drag the formula down, you see I'm not having any problem. Okay, there is no problem because I have written D colon D. So this is X lookup. Okay, now the major advantage of X lookup. What is that advantage? Now you see here, just focus on my screen. Now I'm changing this employee ID column. I'm changing the position of employee ID column. So I select this employee ID column, cut. I put it somewhere over here. Okay. So now I've changed the position of the employee ID column. Now what I'll do, I will change the position of this department also. Yeah, this department I will cut. I'll put it somewhere over here. Okay. So what I've done here, I have changed the position of both the column, that is employee ID column and the department column. So definitely it should give me here NA, NA, NA. So see here, last name is getting disturbed, first name is getting disturbed, pay rate is getting disturbed, but my this column is not getting disturbed. Here I am still having all the answers because here I have used X lookup. So I hope that you have got the answer that why people are now shifting to X lookup. Yeah, even if you change the position, it doesn't care. Yeah, in X lookup, it is not compulsory that your employee ID column has to be at the first position. Your employee ID column can be at the last position also. Yeah, right to left or left to right. Yeah, anything is fine. Yeah, so you should not worry. Sometimes the people may change this data set and then your VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP will get disturbed. But if you are using XLOOKUP, no worry. And remember that XLOOKUP can also be used in place of HLOOKUP. So XLOOKUP is a substitute of both the functions, that is VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Yeah, as such, we are having these two separate functions, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. But with this XLOOKUP, you can use it in both the condition, for the vertical table also and for the horizontal table also. Okay, so those who are having the access to this XLOOKUP, you forget now VLOOKUP. Okay, you think that it is now past. Yeah, this is what you had learned in the I don't know 60s or 70s or 80s or 90s. Yeah, forget that VLOOKUP and start using XLOOKUP. I always promote XLOOKUP. Okay, I'm not getting any money out of it. Yeah, Microsoft is not giving me any sponsorship here, but yeah, I like this XLOOKUP. Very, very powerful. And plus, I have not shown you those three options, those three optional arguments. They are also very good enough. But let me see. Later on, if I get some time, then I'll try to show you, but I don't just now. I want to focus on other topics here. Okay, but at least I have given you the small sample of XLOOKUP. Yeah, try to little bit search about that optional things. Yeah, they are also very good, but at least with the major things, it's very easy. Okay, so XLOOKUP. Go for XLOOKUP now. Yeah, XLOOKUP also here for the HLOOKUP. If you want to type here, yeah, I can give the same example here. In the if I want to know the warehouse 3 inventory with the help of XLOOKUP, I can type here equal to XL XLOOKUP. I click on FX button here, and then lookup value is this one, B3. Lookup array, I have to go to the master inventory list sheet, and now what I have to do, I have to select this row. Select this first row here, product code. Okay, so it is written 2:2. What I want to have in return, I want to have the warehouse 3 inventory here. So I go back to master inventory list sheet and I select this whole row, the third row, third warehouse 3 row. I select like this. And now you can see here my answer is 115. Okay. I click on OK button. So I get this 115. Now you see here, if I change the position of this product code, cut. And if I put it over here, paste. Okay. I change the position of the product code. I go over here, you see that these two are getting disturbed because here I've used the H lookup, but here I'm still getting the answer because I've used here X lookup. Yeah. So this is how you can use the X lookup also for the horizontal table. Okay. In one of the company, when I was teaching them this X lookup, yeah, I promoted just now what I told you that you start using X lookup. So I was talking to some young people in that company. So yeah, during their tea break and all those things. So I asked them that, okay, you start using XLOOKUP. They said that Samir, the problem is this, that I like XLOOKUP because you have taught us. Okay, so we'll start using XLOOKUP. But what is the problem that my manager is still using VLOOKUP? So I said, okay, it is fine that your manager is still using VLOOKUP, but then you can show them, yeah, you can show him or her this XLOOKUP that okay, this is what I've learned. So yeah, mostly he or she will appreciate this thing. But they say that no, my manager is very stubborn. My manager says no, let us use VLOOKUP only. Okay. Sometimes it is possible that you are showing to your client and you say that okay, here I've used a new function. You can also learn this function. But sometimes your clients are also not flexible. It is possible. Yeah. But I would do in this case, I would be very insisting. Okay. I will show them the advantages of this X lookup, why this VLOOKUP is there. Okay, so this thing VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, XLOOKUP. Now let us go for the next two functions one by one, and probably by that time we'll be able to wind up. So we'll be able to go for the break. Yeah. So there are two more functions here. You come to this index and match function sheet. So there are these two separate functions. Okay, index function and match function. So what is the index function here? In this index and match function sheet, I have written here the definition of index function. It returns a value at a specific position. It returns a value at a specific position. So let us understand this one. So here in this cell, that is C4 cell, let me make it bigger for you. So in the C4 cell, I type the formula equal to index, press enter. Okay. Now here we will type fx. After writing index function, we'll type here fx. Okay. Now here, when you click on fx, you are having here two options here, array and reference. Normally we'll go for array here. There's the table. Okay, sometimes I try to search for a use case where we'll also use the reference, maybe in the next session probably. But just now we'll go for array. 99% you'll go for array only option. Select this array. After clicking on FX, I click on OK button, and now here I'm getting this dialog box. In this dialog box, there are three arguments. Two arguments are compulsory, that is array and row number. And the third argument, which is not compulsory, that is column number. Okay, now see here, what is the word written? Array. So now you understand that what I told you earlier, that whenever this word array will come, it means that either you can select the column, one column only, or you can select the whole table. You have a flexibility here. Yeah, I'll tell you in which situation you have to select the column and in which situation you have to select the table. So here, array. So what is my array? I have to go to the next sheet here. You see that below, after this index match function sheet, you are having the last sheet here. So select this last sheet here, index match master employee list sheet. So here this is coming up here in the array, index match master employee list sheet. Now what I have to do, let us go for a situation where I select the whole table. Okay, first of all, I'll show you the situation where we select the whole table. So we select this whole table in the last sheet. So now let us go for Control A. I select here A1 cell, and let us press Control A. So the whole table is selected here, Control A. So now here it is written array index match master employee sheet A1 colon I38. Okay, if you want to fix up, I can type here F4, F4. Okay, so A1 $A $1 colon $I $38. So I have selected the whole table here. Now I have to write down here row number and column number. So what is this index function? In the index function, I will say to the index function that please go to this table, and in this table you go to the fifth row and let's say the fifth column. Okay, go to the main table, and in the main table you go to the fifth row, and in the fifth column, so whatever the intersection of the fifth row and the fifth column is there, whatever that value which is there, you give me that value. Okay, because see, one row and one column will create one cell. So whatever that cell is there, and whatever the value is within that cell, you give me that value in return. This is the index function. So here I have suggested the table that okay, please go to this table, okay, on this next sheet, and now I have to give the row number. So suppose if I give randomly some row number 5, row number 5. Now see here, even though I have written here row number 5, which is compulsory, as I said that column number is not compulsory, but still I'm not getting here answer. What does it mean? That now I have to also give the column number. So let me give the column number. I give the column number, let's say 8. Okay, or let me give the column number 5, suppose 5. So see, row number is 5, column number is 5, and now I'm getting some answer. We'll check what is this answer. Okay, so I've selected the whole table. I've given the row number 5, column number 5. I get the answer. I click on OK button, and now I get this answer. Cheryl key, Cheryl whatever. What is this one? Let us go to this main table. Now in the main table, I said fifth row. Fifth row is this one. Okay, so I said that please go to this table, go to the fifth row, and then in the fifth row, you select the fifth column. So this is this fifth column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the fifth column. And the intersection of this fifth row and the fifth column is this one, the email ID. Okay, Cheryl. And whatever this email ID which I'm getting here, that I'm getting it in return here. So this is the index function. Okay, so in the index function, it returns the value at a specific position. I'm specifying my position by typing the row number and typing the column number. And whatever the intersection of that row and column is there, whatever that value it is written over here in that particular cell, that value, I'm getting it written here. This is known as index function. Clear? Yeah. Now let us type here another thing. Okay. In this cell, I type. Now see here, I'm just now ignoring all these things. Okay. Just now we are not focusing on this employee ID. You forget this employee ID. Employee ID will be using in the match function. But just now in the index function, I'm just giving the table, row number, column number. That's all. Now in this cell, I'm typing again here equal to index, press tab, I go to fx here. As I said earlier, by default will be going for array. Select array, I click on OK button. Now array. Now I'll give you another situation where in the array, as I said that either I can select the whole table or I can select one column. So in the array, now I'll select one column only, not the whole table. Okay. So in array, I'll go to this new sheet, next sheet. So this is my sheet name, the next sheet name, index match master employee list sheet. And now what I'll do, I will select this column. Let's say I select the first name here, first name column. Okay, I select the first name column like this. So it is written here C:C. Okay. Now here I'll be giving the row number. So let's say row number I type here 10. 10. Okay. So see, as soon as I type here 10 number, 10 row number, and I've selected only one column, you see immediately I'm getting the answer here. Even though I've not written the column number, I'm still getting the answer. So see, remember that column number is compulsory when you are selecting the whole table. When you are selecting only one column, then only you have to specify the row number. Okay, then column number is not compulsory here. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show you, the difference between the selecting the whole table and selecting the one particular column. Yeah. So here I have typed row number equal to 10. I'm getting this answer Linda in that first name column. Let us check. Column number I'm putting empty. I click on OK button. I'm getting here Linda. Let me go to over here. And now if I select this first name, and I have to select the this 10th row. Okay, so first name column I already selected in the array, and now I say okay, what is available in the 10th row? So 10th row it is Linda. The name of the first name is Linda in the 10th row, and that is what I'm getting over here, Linda. So this is known as index function. Okay, a question may also come that where we'll be using this index function. I'll come back to that point once I show you the match function. Then we will see the combination of index and match function. The combination of index and match function is much more popular. Yeah. Normally we don't use these two functions separately. We use it together, and that also I'll show you. Maybe probably after the break also. Okay. Good. So index function is ready. Now let us very quickly see the match function, and then we'll take a break. Now in the match function, what it says here, returns numeric position of a value. Returns the numeric position of a value. So you can say like this, that match function is just opposite to the index function. Okay. In the index function, I tell that, okay, please go to this table and this row number and maybe this column number, and you give me the value in this particular cell. That is the index function. In the match function, what I say that, okay, this is my employee ID number 1054. Can you tell me the position of this 1054 employee ID in the employee ID column? So here it will be giving me the position of this 1054 employee ID in that employee ID column. So match function is just opposite to the index function. Yeah, let us see here. Here in this cell D4, I type equal to match, press tab button. Then we click FX button here. In the FX, now you see that these are the three arguments in the match function. Lookup value, lookup array, and match type. Now here comes the lookup value. So I have to select here this one number 1054. This is my lookup value, that is B4. Now what is the next thing here? Lookup array. See the word lookup array means I have to select the column only, no table. So I click here lookup array. Now where I'll be searching 1054? In the next sheet. I go to the next sheet here. So lookup array, it is index match master employee list sheet. And now what I have to do? Lookup array, I have to select this column only. Which column? Employee ID column here. So I click from top. When I click from top, I'm getting here A colon A. And you see here, automatically I'm getting the answer 2. What is the answer 2? See, employee ID, this word, it is written in the first row and 1054 is coming in the second row from the top area if I see. So the position of 1054 in the employee ID column is 2, 1 and 2. So I'm automatically getting the answer 2. Even though I have not typed here match type, still I'm getting the answer 2. Let us see quickly what is this match type. Match type here. Match type also here we go for the approximate match and exact match. Okay. But here we have three options 1, 0, and -1. Okay. So 1, 0, and -1. Okay. So if you want to have exact match, you will go for 0. Okay. As we have seen earlier, if you want to have exact match, it will be 0. Then in the lookup function, we were having 1 if you want to have the approximate match. Now here we are having 1 and -1, two options. What is 1? Match finds the largest value that is less than or equal to the lookup value. Okay, so it goes to the next higher value. If you are finding for 1054, but if you are not having 1054, it will go to the find the largest value that is less than or equal to the lookup value. So it will find the next lower value. So suppose if you are finding 1054 employee ID, but if 1054 is not available, it will search for 1053 or 1052. Yeah, it finds the largest value that is less than or equal to. Okay, so it will find here 1053 or 1052 if 1054 is not available, and -1 will be find the smallest value that is greater than or equal to the lookup value, greater than or equal to the lookup value. So if I'm not having 1054 in my data set, then it will search for 1055 or 1056. Okay, so this is here we are having three conditions: 1, 0, and -1. 0 is exact match, and 1 and -1 are approximate match. But 1 will give you the data of 1053 or 1052 if 1054 data is not available, and -1 will give you the data of 1055 or 1056 if 1054 is not available. So here we are coming back. Okay, and match type I'm keeping it empty or maybe 0. Let's just now. Still the answer is 2. I click on OK button, and now I'm getting here 2. It is showing me the position. And if I drag the formula down, I get here the position of these other employee IDs also. Okay, 1509. If I go over here, I'm getting the answer. I'm getting the position is 18th position here. You see the 18th position. This is what I'm getting here. So here in the match type, I'm using all this employee ID. But for the index function, I'm not using currently this match employee ID here. Good. Yeah, so let us go for it. So here I have removed all these numbers. Now here I'll be using the combination of index and match function, and then we will also see that what is the benefit of this combination. Okay, and where we can use it. So here in this cell, let's say D4 cell, I'll type equal to Now see, whenever I want to use the combination of index and match function, so first of all, I have to always start with the index function. And within the index function, I'll be using the match function here. Yeah. So equal to index. Okay. Press tab button. Then I click this fx here. Fx. In the fx, I'll go for array by default. Okay. Array default. I click on OK button. And now here it is asking me the array. Okay. Array. So what I'll do now here, that in the array, I will go to this index and match master employee list sheet. Okay. And now what I'll be doing here, that in this array, I'll be, see, I want to have in return, yeah, I'll be taking one employee ID 1054 and I want to have in return this last name. Okay, last name column. So I'll select this column here from the top area. So array, and I'm writing here index match master employee list sheet and B colon B. I'm selecting only this B column in the array for the index. Now in the row number. Okay, so I click in the row number. Now in the row number, okay, I'll be writing the match function here now. Okay, match function. So within the row, I'll write down here match. Yeah, normally you write down in the capital letters here. Row, in row, I write down here match, bracket. Okay, bracket. Now in the match function, what we'll do, that we will take this cell 1054. Okay, 1054, so that is B4 here. B4, comma. Okay, I'll put here semicolon, but you put here comma. Okay, then I'll be writing here the see, in the match function we are having the lookup value and the lookup array. Okay, so B4 comma, and then I'll be taking the lookup array for the match function I'm talking about. So for the array, I go to this index and match function sheet, and now where I have to find 1054 over here in this A colon A. Okay, so A colon A. So in the match function, I've already written the lookup value, lookup array, okay, comma, comma, and now I have to write down here the match type, whether it is 0, 1 or -1. I will go for here match type 0. Match type 0. I want to have exact match of 1054. So A colon A, comma, 0, and I have to complete the bracket, curve bracket. I have to complete it. I have to complete the curve bracket. And see, now as soon as I complete the curve bracket, I'm getting the answer Smith. For 1054, I want to know the last name. So I'm writing here I'm getting here the answer Smith. Yeah, column number is not important here because I have selected here only the one column in the array. So column number is not required here. If I select the whole table, then I require the column number, as you know. So column number, I'm keeping it blank and I'm getting this answer Smith. I click on OK button and I get here Smith. I drag the formula down, and for every value, all this employee ID, I'm getting the answer. Okay, let me show you again here. First of all, what I want to do, that here I want to write down the I want to know the last name of this employee ID 1054. That is my target, with the help of the combination of index and match function. Yeah. So here in this cell D4, I'm typing, yeah, as such we have used the fx here, but I'm typing here equal to index bracket what. First of all, I have to write down I have to select that column from the index match master employee list sheet which I want to have it in the return. That which value I want to have it in return. If I want to have the last name in the as a return value, I have to select the last name column. If I want to have the department as the return value, then I have to select the department column. Are you getting it? If I want to have the pay rate as the return value, I have to select the pay rate column. So here I have selected the B column B, that is the last name column in the main table, comma, and then after this I have typed the match function. What will match function give me? The match function here, it will give me the position. Position of what? Position of that 1054. Okay, 1054. So match function, match bracket. In a match function, I have to take the B4. Here I cannot show you that B4, but B4 is the cell where that 1054 is written, comma. Then where I have to search that 1054? In the employee ID column in the main table. So here now I have to go to this master employee list sheet. Okay, sorry, index match master employee list sheet, and here I have to select the whole column, employee ID column, where I'll search 1054, comma 0. What is 0? 0 is that is exact match. 0 is exact match. Complete the bracket, and then I get this answer Smith. Okay. So what I'm doing here, that in this table, first of all, if I want to know the last name of employee ID 1054, so what I'm doing here, I'm selecting this column, last name column in the index function. Now I have to return one last name. So it will ask me that, okay, you want to know the last name of which particular row number, whether you want to know the last name of row number 2 or row number 3 or row number 4 or row number 5. So row number, how I'll get it? I'm getting the row number by using the match function. What match function will do? Match function will take this number. It will search here in this particular column, that is employee ID column. Once it will get this number, once it will get this employee ID number, then match function, what it will do? It will return the position of this 1054. It will return the position of this 1054. So if once it gets the position number 2, so what is the 2? 2 will be used as a row number. 2 will be used as a row number in the index function, because in the index function I have to select the column or the table, and then I have to write down the row number and sometimes column number also. So but row number is compulsory in the index function. So how I'll get the row number? Row number I'll be getting from the match function. And once I get the row number equal to 2, that is 1054, then it will go over here in this column, and then it will give me the answer Smith. Okay. Yes, now this is the good question here. What Majid is asking, what is the difference between this combination and X lookup? First of all, I would like to ask you, everybody, including Majid, that uh, okay, let me show you the difference first of all. Okay, or let's say, is there any difference or not? So see, once you use this index and match function here, yeah. Now I'll show you the advantage of index and match function compared to VLOOKUP. I'm comparing it just now with VLOOKUP. So if I go over here, and now let me show you, I change the position of this employee ID column. Okay, so cut, and I paste it over here. Okay, so I have changed the position of employee ID column. If I go to the index match function, you see that I'm still having the answer Smith. Even if I change the position of this last name also, okay, cut and paste. So see, I've changed the position of the last name, I've changed the position of the employee ID. Still, you can see that I'm getting the answer Smith. So the first thing that you have noticed over here, that the combination of index and match function is solving the problem of VLOOKUP. Okay, so index and match function combination is much better than the VLOOKUP and the HLOOKUP. This is first thing. Okay. So it's a great combination. Definitely X lookup. Because see, when I was explaining you this combination also, if you are hearing this thing for the first time, definitely it will take, yeah, it is not easy to understand this combination as such. Yeah, that I'm taking that last name column, and then I'm taking the match function. With the match function, I'm using I'm getting the row number, I'm combining it with that last name column, and then whatever the last name I'm getting, that I'm getting in return. So see, understanding this index and match function is not easy. Yeah, separately if you understand, it is easy, but when you go for the combination, it is little bit complex. So that's why up till now, before this X lookup was founded, up till now, people were using the combination of index and match function to solve that issue of the VLOOKUP. But once the X lookup came, then people they started forgetting that index and match function. And I would also suggest you to always focus on X lookup. Just now, my target was to show you this combination, yeah, that how to use it. But now, after X lookup, because see, X lookup is very, very easy to understand. Okay, take the lookup value, search it in lookup column, and then you have to select the column which you want to see it in return. Yeah, that's all. No other things. Yeah. So actually, I wanted to show you this X lookup after this index and match function, but unfortunately, I showed you earlier. So, but overall, you have got the idea that which is better for you. Okay. So you can still use index and match function. I'm not having an issue, but I would say that sometimes you have to focus on many things in this index and match function, but XLOOKUP is far, far better. Okay. So let us stop over here in this. Yeah, we have gone through all the 5 functions here in the lookup functions. Okay. So now if this is fine, yeah, so let us quickly save this file. Okay. You can save the file here and close the file. Okay. And now let us go to the this another sheet that is known as count functions here. Please open this file from the from the LMS here, that is count function.xls. Keep it open, and as I said earlier, that you also open that macros file. Okay, my target is to complete both the things here because these count functions are easy. Yeah. So count functions, yeah, this is another file. In the count functions, we are having here 3 sheets, that is the basic functions, count if, and count ifs. Okay, basic functions here, where we'll be seeing these 3 functions here: count, count a, count blank. Then we have count if. In the count if, we'll be going for count if, sum if, average if. And then in this count if sheet, we'll be seeing count ifs, sum ifs, average ifs. Yeah, so total 9 functions I'll be showing you one by one here. Yeah, so let us start with this one. Basic function. So here we are having first of all count function. So here we have a simple example where we have some date, some number. Yeah, number also we are having 2 types of number, that is whole number and the decimal number. We have here a boolean thing, that is true or false, and there is some error here. Okay, this is like a divisional error. So now if I want to count all these things, okay, so here in this cell B9, if I type here equal to count, count, and then if I select all these cells here, okay, count equal to count bracket A2 colon A6 bracket complete, okay, equal to count. I select all these cells A2 to A6, press enter, and what we get the answer here, 3. Okay, so simple count function will count if you are having some date, some some value here, okay, some numbers here. Okay, it will not count this boolean character true or false. Normally here it is considered as boolean. Okay, it will not count the errors. If there is any error like this, it will not count. Okay, so this is the normal count function here, 3. Yeah, suppose if I delete this true, suppose if this is empty, yeah, then also or let me make this empty, 45. If I make this empty, okay, So see, if this is empty, then it will count only these two things. It will not count even the empty cells here. Okay. So count will simply count these dates or numbers. Then we have count A. So count A, if I write down here, count A, press tab, and in the count A, if I select all these cells here, A2 to A6, count A, bracket complete, press enter. So see, count A will count everything, whether it is having boolean, numbers, decimal number, date, or even error also is also there. Error is also counted here. Okay, so see, every function is having its positive points and negative points. Okay, they are having their own limitations. So this count will count everything. But suppose if I remove one of the cell here, one of the value, if I delete it, then definitely count A will show me 4 only. It will not count the blank cells here. Okay, so it is 4. So this is count A, then count blank, as the answer suggests you that count blank, if I select all these cells here, yeah, bracket complete, press enter, count blank will be 0 because there is no blank cell here. Yeah, but if I remove these two cells here, yeah, there are no values in these two cells, so count blank will be 2. Okay, count will be 1 because it is counting only this one. Here count A will be 3 because it is counting this, this, and this, and count blank will be 2 because these two are blank cells. Okay. Okay, so these are the various things over here. Okay, count, and count blank. Now let us go to the next sheet here, which is known as count if. Okay, count if. So in this particular sheet, you can see that we are having a table where we are having the categories. So we are having categories like furniture, textile, home. Yeah, I think so. Overall, we are having these kind of categories here. Let me uh, click on the data and filter. Okay, so here we are having 4 categories, that is furniture, home, lighting, and textiles. Okay, then department, we are having here various departments like bath, bedroom, dining, entryways, kids room, kitchen, living room. Yeah, so these are all those things which are related to our housing. Yeah, then we have some products, we have their size, color, price, then how much products are sold, and then finally the revenue. Yeah, revenue is equal to price multiplied by the number of items which are sold. Yeah, so this is a table here. Yeah, it's having approximately how many records here? Around 300 records. Yes, around 300 records, because here it is written 303, but these upper 3 rows are not having any data. Okay, so it is starting from the 4th row. So 300 records are available and we are having this thing. Yeah, now here we have to fill up this table. Okay, so here we are having those various departments that we have seen over here in this particular column, B column. And what I want to know now, that how many number of records are available if the department is equal to kitchen. So total, how many records are over here? 300 records I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not talking about the number of items. I'm talking about the number of records, you can say, or number of, yeah. Let us write down here, instead of items, I write down here records. Okay, so I want to know, out of these total 300 records, how many records are for kitchen, dining, bedroom, living room, etc. Yeah, so here what we'll do, we will go for here a function that is known as count, because count will count the number of records in the table. So here I'll write down equal to count, press tab. Okay. Now see, I don't have to simply count the number of records. I have to count the number of records, but for the department equal to kitchen. So there is a condition here. Yeah, there is a condition. If I have to count the total number of records, it will be showing me here 300. But I want to know that out of 300, how many records are for kitchen, how many records are for dining. So that's why we cannot use the normal count function, because we cannot put the condition. So what we'll do now, instead of count, we will use one function that is known as count if. Okay, so first of all, we'll use the simple count if, and then later on in the next sheet, we'll be using the function count ifs. Okay, ifs. But just now we'll use the count if, press tab. Now in the count if, what it says here, range and criteria. There are two things, range and criteria. So what I'll do in the range here, I can select here, let's say this dining table. Okay, sorry, this B column here. Okay, B column. Or let me select one thing. Let me do one thing here. Okay, we can also select here B colon B, comma, and now criteria. Criteria is this kitchen word. Okay, so this is my criteria. So it is J4. This is the J4 cell. So equal to count if bracket B colon B, comma, J4, bracket complete. Press enter. And now we are getting here 45. So there are 45 number of records for the kitchen category. Let me show you again, equal to count if bracket B colon B. I've selected the column where I'm having the department. So I'm selecting that whole department column, and then I'm selecting the criteria. Criteria is this criteria, that department has to be equal to kitchen. So that is J4. Bracket complete, and get here 45. Let us check over here. If I select here department, and if I select here department kitchen, okay. So here, yeah, if I count these numbers here, it should be 45. Yeah, below it is written here. Yeah, somewhere below it is written here. Yeah, that is 45 of 300 records found here. If I do the filtering here, kitchen, department equal to kitchen, I get here the numbers, 45 of 300 records found. Yeah, so this is correct. Our answer is correct here. Okay, so 45 is correct. Now what I do, I drag the formula down and we get these numbers. Yeah, if I make the total here equal to sum, and if I make all these totals, let us see, it should be 300. Yes, it is coming to 300 here. Yeah, if I total all these values. So count will count the number of records here in the table. Yeah, and this is here we have used the count if, because there is a condition. Yeah. Clear? Now similarly here, what I want to do, I want to count the total revenue for the kitchen department, total revenue for the dining department, total revenue for the bedroom, and so on. So here I want to do the summation here, summation. Okay. So this is the revenue column, and I want to do the summation of all these values when department is equal to kitchen. Normally, if I use the sum function, then sum function will add all these values, but in the sum function, I cannot use any condition. So that's why here we want to do the total, we want to calculate the total revenue for the department equal to kitchen. So here I type equal to what? Sum if, not sum ifs, sum if. Press tab. Now in the sum if, we are having here three things: range, criteria, and sum range. Okay. Now first of all, what I'll be doing? Range. What is the range? See, where I'll be finding this kitchen word? I'll be finding the kitchen word in this department column, because in department column only I'm having that kitchen word. So this is my range. This department column is my range. Okay, so here in the equal to sum if bracket range, I'll be selecting this column B colon B. I select this B column from the top. So I'm getting here B colon B, comma. Now criteria. What is my criteria? Criteria is this one, J4. Okay, so I have to take this criteria J4, that is kitchen, and I have to search in that B colon B, comma, and now sum range. Which column I want to sum? Okay, now where is the so which column I have to sum? I have to sum this column, H column, because I want to calculate the total revenue. So my sum range will be this one. If I click this one, H colon H. Okay, this is my sum range, bracket complete, and that's all. Okay, so in the sum if we are having three things: the range, the criteria, and the sum range, which column I want to sum. So equal to sum if bracket B colon B, comma, J4, that is my criteria, comma, and H colon H, that is this column which I want to sum. Press enter, and I get this number here. Okay, if I drag the formula down, I get the other numbers here. Okay, so this is the sum if. It adds all this value. Yeah, suppose if you want to total all this number of items sold, that is also possible with the help of sum if. Yeah, it will all add all this total number of products which are sold for each of the department. So in this case also you have to use the sum if. Yeah. So sum if is clear, then we go for the average if. Average. What do we want to calculate here? Average cost per item. Okay, average cost per item. So here, yeah, let me write down here equal to average if, press tab. Now I want to calculate the average cost per item. So this is my price per piece price. It is this one, this column, the F column. Okay. So overall, I want to know that what is the general average cost per item. Okay, for each of the department here. So let's say in the kitchen department, we are having various products. Some are costing you $500, some are costing you $600, some are costing you $700. So I want to know the average cost of all the items which are available in the kitchen department. Okay, so I'll add those prices 400 plus 500 plus 600 and then divided by 3, and that will give me the average price per item in the kitchen department. So equal to average if. In the average if also we have to write down the range, criteria, and the average range. So range I have to select the B column B, because here I'll be searching the department. So B column B, you have to select that column, B column, comma, criteria. Criteria is this one, kitchen, J4, comma. Now average range, that what do you want to average? I want to average this price column here, that is F column. Okay, so F colon F, bracket complete, and that's all. So B colon B, comma J4, comma F colon F, press enter, and here we get the average cost per item. See, in kitchen department, it is just costing 26.3 US dollars. If I drag the formula down, yeah, you see that living room is the items in the living room are costing more. Definitely, we know this thing. Yeah, we are having sofa and yeah, various kind of those chairs and all those things. So that's why living room item cost is higher. Okay, and then we are having the dining, Then we are having the bedroom, okay, entryway, kids room, and so on. Sometimes I have a feeling that kids room are much more expensive, yeah, than the elders room. Because there are so many things which we have to put up in the kids room, yeah. And there, though there the size and all those things are smaller, but they are much more expensive, yeah. So these are the three examples of the average if, sum if, and the count if. Okay, I'm going to the third sheet here, count ifs. Okay, count ifs here. So now this is the thing that we'll be using in the project, the first project, especially the sum if. So here we are also having an example, simple example. If you understand the concept, then it is very easy. Here we are having some names, then the number of days, and then we are having some kind of numbers here. Let's say some sales number, you can say like that. Yeah. Now here I'm having two conditions or two criteria. That is, the day has to be Monday and the name has to be John. Okay, here I have highlighted these two records of John and Monday. Yeah. So John Monday 10 and John Monday 90. Okay, so there are two records over here for John and Monday. Okay. So now what I want to do, I want to first of all sum of numbers belonging to Monday and John. I want to do the summation. And there are two criteria here. Day is equal to Monday and name equal to John. So here now in this cell, that is F1 here, I'll be writing the formula equal to sum ifs. Sum ifs, press tab. Now in the sum ifs, now see here the sum if is little bit different. Okay. So here it is asking me first of all the sum range, that which column you want to sum. Okay. In the normal sum if, the sum range was coming at the end. But now in this sum ifs, the sum range is coming first. So which column I want to sum? I want to sum this D column because these numbers I want to sum. So in the sum range, I'll be selecting this column, D colon D, comma. Then now it is asking me criteria range 1 and criteria 1. Criteria range 1 and criteria 1. So I'll be taking the first criteria range 1, that is this one, that is the name. Name I'll be searching over here in this B colon B, comma. So criteria range 1 is this column. Now what I'll be searching here, where is my criteria? Criteria, you can select this cell here, let's say John, this cell, that is G2 cell. So this is your criteria 1, G2, where John is written. So I'll be taking this John word and John name, and I'll be searching over here. That is my criteria range 1, criteria 1, comma. Now I'll be writing criteria range 2 and criteria 2. What is my criteria range 2? Criteria range 2 is now this C column, where I'll be searching the day. So my criteria range 2 is C colon C, comma, and criteria 2 is this one, Monday. I'll be searching Monday in the days column. So I'll select this cell G1, and that is my criteria 2. And you can see here that similarly here I can bring here 3 criteria, 4 criteria, 5 criteria. So in some ifs, average ifs, you don't have any kind of let's say restrictions on the criteria. Okay. You can have 2 criteria, 3 criteria. You can also put here 1 criteria also. Whatever we have used with the sum if, in the sum ifs also I can put 1 criteria and I can get the same answer. It's possible. Yeah. So I have placed here criteria 2. Now I don't have any other criteria range and criteria this thing. Complete the bracket. Okay, so see, this first one is the sum range, D colon D. This column I want to add. Criteria range 1, that is this B colon B, where I'll be searching the name, and my name is written where? What thing I want to search? John. Then I'm having the criteria range 2, that is this days column, where I'll be searching the days, and which day I'll be searching? I'll be searching this Monday. Okay, so that is G1. Bracket complete, press enter, and here we get the answer 100. Okay, 100, because it is 90 plus 10, 100. Very easy. Okay, so this is some ifs. Some ifs. In your project, you'll be using this some ifs. Yeah. Then comes here next thing, that is count of numbers where they have John and Monday. I want to count the number of records where name is equal to John and day is equal to Monday. So I'll be using here which function? Count ifs. So here in this cell, I'll be writing equal to count ifs. In count ifs also, now see, in count ifs, I don't have to write down the sum range or average range. No, because I have to just count the number of record where name equal to John and day is equal to Monday. So here I'll be directly starting with the criteria range 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2, etc. Yeah. So criteria range 1 is this one. I can also select this one. You see that if I select this one also, days as the criteria range 1, that's also fine. Comma. Now if I'm selecting here this days as the criteria range 1, then my criteria 1 will be this one, Monday. Yeah, then I have to be very cautious here. So G1 will be my criteria 1, comma. Now criteria range 2. Criteria range 2 is now, let's say, this names column, that is B colon B, comma. What is my criteria 2? Criteria 2 is this one, John. I have to search John. So that is G2. Okay, so I can change this position of this criteria range 1 and criteria range 2. Bracket complete. Okay, bracket complete. Press enter. And now I'm getting here 2. Yeah, there are only 2 records here. Okay, are you all with me? Good, thank you. So count is clear now. We are having 2 records here of John and Monday. Now finally we come to the average of numbers belonging to Monday and John. Yeah, so here what should be the answer? Yeah, without putting the average function here, what can be the answer here in this cell? It will be, yeah, what is the answer here? 50. 50 here. Okay, let us see here. Equal to average ifs, average ifs. Then I have to write down the average range, which average I want to range, or which range, sorry, which range I have to average. So that is this D colon D. Yeah, now I have to take the average of this one, comma, criteria range 1. Criteria range 1 is, let's say, if I select this names column, comma, criteria 1, it is this one, John, comma, criteria range 2, that is this days column. Yeah, now you are very clear. Okay, days column with the criteria range 2, and then I have to select the Monday as the criteria 2. Criteria 2. Bracket complete. Okay, so just like some ifs, average ifs is also easy. Yeah, press enter, and here we get the answer 50. Okay, 90 plus 10, that is 100. 100 divided by its average 2. Number of record is 2, so it is 50. Yeah. So this is how we are using the count ifs, sum ifs, average ifs. Yeah. And in the all these sum ifs, count ifs, average ifs, you can put many criteria. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 10 criteria. I think so. You will not have more than 3 or 4 criteria, I would say. Yeah, in the normal days here. Okay, so this thing we are done. Count ifs, count if, and basic functions here. Yeah. So please save the file here. Save the file. Close the file. Yeah, and now we are going for the final topic for today, that is known as macros. Yeah, this is, though it is a small topic here, but very, very powerful, macros. Yeah, so first of all, you please open this file, that is macros.xls. Yeah, we'll be using this file macros.xls. Yeah, so just open it. So this macros.xls file, it is containing these 3 sheet here: HR list, sales and profit, and pricing sheet. Yeah, so we'll be starting with this HR list sheet here. HR list here. So here in the HR list, we are having the, I think so this sheet we have already seen somewhere earlier. But here we are having the, yeah, I think so we saw in that this topic here, that is the freezing and splitting. I think so, yes, freezing and splitting. Yeah, we use the same sheet here. So we are having the employee name, department, building, blah blah blah. Okay, so this is the HR list here. Now let us understand what is this macros. If you are hearing this macros for the first time, so this is the presentation which I've already uploaded in the LMS. So let us see this presentation here. First of all, short presentation. So introduction to macros. What is a macro? So macro is an action or a set of actions that you run as many times as you want. Okay, just now let us take this sentence as it is, that it is a action or a set of actions. Either you will have one action or you will have many actions here that you can run as many times as you want. If you have tasks in MS Excel that you do repeatedly, we can record a macro to automate those tasks. So let me give you an example, that if you are having one Excel sheet, and in that Excel sheet you are doing some calculations, okay, and that Excel sheet is a monthly sales file. Every month a new Excel file is generated where you are having the sales data. So let's say you are having January 2025 sales data sheet, and you have done some calculations, okay, in that sheet, and you are ready. Now in February you will be getting the February sheet, or at the end of the February you will be getting the February sheet. So again you have to do all those calculations in February sheet. Likewise March, April, May, June. So every month you have to do the same thing again and again. Now let us assume that you are having, let's say you have performed around 100 to 150 steps in that one file. So every time you have to do those 150 steps again and again. Yeah, that's a very tedious process. So here we are having the support of macros. So what macro is doing, that macro will record all your steps. First of all, you have to do the recording of the macro. So you have to tell macro that what steps you are performing in your one file. You will record those steps. And then when you have the second file, and when you want to perform those same steps in the second file, you have to just run the macro. It is said that you have to just run the macro. When you run the macro, then within few seconds, I'm using the word within few seconds, the job is done. Yeah. Every month you have to do the same thing. Just run the macro, and you are not wasting your time. Okay. So that is what is the purpose of a macro. Macro is used for your repeated task. Yeah. Nowadays we are having all this AI technology which are used for the repetitive task here. Okay, because humans are, yeah, humans, they want to focus more on those very creative tasks. So whatever are repetitive, let us make it automated. Yeah. So Here, macro is used for automation. Now, uh, we'll see further that what are the things that we have to take care in macros, and then I'll show you the practical part here. So when we create a macro, we are recording our mouse clicks and keystrokes. So see, when we are doing the recording of the macro, yeah, you have to be very particular. Yeah, suppose if you are clicking here and there, okay, let's say you have started the recording of your macro, and then you are clicking here, there, you are opening one sheet, you are going to one tab. Yeah, whatever the movements you are doing within the Excel sheet, everything is getting recorded. Everything is getting recorded. Okay. So normally, suppose if I'm recording a video or audio, suppose if I'm recording a video, okay, let's say sometimes you must have seen that the reporter is saying something on the mic, and then people are going from the back and they are doing some kind of action and all those things. Yeah, so that is also getting recorded. You cannot avoid those things. Yeah, or suppose if you are somewhere at a very busy place, so whatever the noise of the vehicles and all those things, that also it's coming. Yeah, so here also in the case of recording of the macro, if you are clicking something on the keyboard, that will also get recorded. Okay, it will not record any voice. Okay, if you're typing something, it will not record the typing uh, voice here, or the typing noise, I would say. Okay, but it will record all the movements of your mouse and your keyboard. Okay, whatever you are typing. So that's why you have to be a little bit particular when you are recording the macro. Once you have recorded the macro, then you can use it freely. Yeah, so this is one thing that you have to take care. After we create a macro, we can edit it to make minor changes to the way it works. So once I record the macro, now suppose if I want to add some further steps, then I can do the editing of the macro only. Yeah, I can do the editing. But now I would like to give you one information that if I want to edit a macro, yeah, then I have to use one software which is known as Visual Basic. You must have heard about Visual Basic. It's a very old software. So with the help of Visual Basic, I can do those editing part. Now see, Visual Basic is not easy to learn. Yeah, I have also learned almost like 10 to 15 years back when I was doing one of the computer course. So Visual Basic, you have to understand the syntax, you have to learn the syntax, you have to remember those syntax here. So what I suggest you that nowadays, if you are learning Visual Basic, it will not help you anyway. Yeah. Do not try to waste your time in learning that particular tool, which is very, very old and not that much in use. Okay. Suppose if there is a possibility that I use some Python and I can do some editing of the macro, then learning Python is important nowadays. Yeah, but learning that old technology Visual Basic, I will not recommend you. So I'll also show you another technique that how you can edit the macro. Yeah, but normally the editing of the macro is done by that software known as Visual Basic. Yeah. Then what it says here, macro saves lot of our time when working with MS Excel data. Definitely, because macro is used for your repetitive task. You just press some button, macro will run, and your job is done. Yeah. Macros can have 50 steps or 100 steps or more. So see, if someone asks me, okay, Samir, how many steps I can record in macros? As such, there is no figure. Yeah, there is no restriction here. You can record one step also. You can record 5 steps also. You can record 500 steps also. Okay. But normally, I know that you will not have more than 100 to 150 steps, I would say. Yeah, in general situation, I've seen. Yeah. But there is no limit in the number of steps that you can record in macro. Okay. Now the last point is very, very important here. What it says here, before creating macros, we have to be clear about what steps we would like to perform in a sequence. Now what is this point? Before creating the macros, we have to be clear about what steps we would like to perform in a sequence. So let us assume that you want to record 50 steps. Okay. Now, definitely you will not remember those 50 steps. I would not say that it is impossible, but it is difficult. Yeah, you can remember 10 to 15 steps that you want to perform, But remembering those 50 steps, yeah, you have to click here, you have to put some formula, then you go to this sheet, put another formula. So remembering all these steps is not easy. So what is my suggestion here, that when you want to record more number of steps, yeah, then you write down all those steps on a piece of paper. Yeah, you can also type in on Word file or anything, but you create a flow, that okay, my step number one will be this one, step number two will be this one, step number three will be this one, and likewise you write down those steps on a piece of paper. Okay. How it will help you, that when you start the recording of the macro, then you are clear. Yeah, you see, okay, in the paper, that okay, step number one, you go to this particular cell, write down this formula, then step number two is you go to this cell, you write down this formula. So you are very clear, because see what happens, that when you are recording the macro, suppose if you make a mistake, yeah, it is possible, we are humans, I always say this thing. So when you are recording the when you are committing a mistake, so definitely you will delete that cell, or you will delete that formula, you will again write that same formula again, or little bit different. So even if you are deleting, yeah, that particular formula, that will also get recorded, that will also get recorded. So that is what you have to take care. I'm not saying that it is a big problem, but yes, those things will get recorded. Yeah, so that's why what I always say, that if you are having more number of records, try to put it on a piece of paper, so you are very clear. Yeah, and your recording will take place very fast. So this last point is very, very important. Before creating macros, we have to be clear about what steps we would like to perform in a sequence. See, sometimes you have to also understand the sequence, that this will come first, this will come second. Yeah, because simultaneously you cannot do two, three steps together. You have to go in a flow. Now the last sheet for today, last slide here. Now see, when we are recording the macro, I'll also show you practically. We have to give the name to a macro, because normally if you don't give the name to the macro, then Excel will give the name like macro 1, macro 2, macro 3, macro 4. That is the default characteristic of Excel. Yeah, but I would suggest you to always give a proper name to the macro. So macro name, if you are giving the name to the macro, then macro name cannot begin with a number and not contain any spaces. So that's why if I'm giving the name, let's say formatting cells, suppose that is my name of the macro. So I have to write down, initially I have to start with the text thing. Okay, I have to start with the text, and then I can put some number, formatting cells 1, formatting cells 2, formatting cells 3. I can write down, I can give that kind of name, but I cannot write down 1 dash formatting cells, or 1 underscore formatting cell. I cannot start with the number. And also remember that when you are giving a very long name of the macro, okay, so when you are giving a long name, macro used for creating, or sorry, macro used for formatting the cells, yeah, so between the two words you cannot keep a space. Let's say I give the name macro used for, okay, so between macro and used, these two words, yeah, I cannot give a space. I have to either put dash, or I have to put underscore between the two words. Yeah, that is what it is mentioned over here. Macro name cannot begin with a number and should not contain any spaces. And specifically, I'm saying the spaces between the two words. Yeah, so I can write down like this, that is macro underscore used underscore for underscore formatting underscore cells. I have to use underscore between the two words. Yeah, so this you have to take care. Macro can have a long name, just like our Bollywood name. Okay, long name, you can have it. But I will not suggest you to give a very long name. Try to put a proper name. Naming can be based on what things we want to accomplish with macro. Now, how to give the name? Yeah, just like in many of the culture, especially let's say if I talk about the Indian culture, that whenever a name has been given to a person, that name is having some meaning. Okay, so just like that also here, whenever I'm giving the name to the macro, the name should highlight that for what purpose I've created that macro. If I see that name also, I can understand, okay, I've created this macro for so and so purpose. If someone else also sees that macro name, that person will also be able to understand that, okay, the purpose of this macro is this one. Yeah. So accordingly, you have to give the name. Yeah. So I think so. This is the small thing from my side. Now let us go to the practical thing here. Okay, come over here. This is a very small demo. Sorry. Yeah. So here we are having the HR list sheet. Now I'll be giving you one simple example. What is the example? That here, suppose I select one random cell. Okay, I select one random cell here, and now I want to do some formatting here of this cell. So I select this cell where it is written account management. Okay, account management. I select this cell, and now in this cell, I will make it bold, italics. I will give some font color here, fill color. Okay, and maybe I will give here some border, thick border here. Okay, so I've given here some thick border. So I've applied five formatting steps here: bold, italics, font color, fill color, and this thick outside border. Okay, this is just a small example here. Now see, the same formatting I want to also do, let's say over here in this cell, in this date, the same formatting. So again, I have to apply here bold, italics, yeah, font color, fill color, and this thick outside border. Now see, if I'm doing it one or twice, it is fine. Otherwise, I'll get bored here. Yeah. So now what we want to do, we want to record a macro which will record my these 5 steps. Okay. And then whenever I want to run the macro, I can run that macro and my job is done. Yeah. So now let us start with the actual part. Running, applying the, so first of all, recording the macro. So what we'll do now, first of all, very, very important step, you select one cell within the table. Yeah, you can select one cell, two cells, it all depends. I say I'm selecting one cell. Please select one cell here where you want to apply the formatting. So select one cell and then you go to the view tab. Go to the view tab. After you select one random cell here, go to the view tab. In the view tab, you have to click this button, macros. Okay, go to the view tab. You click this button here, macros. When you click on the macros button, then here you have 3 options actually. But these 2 options are more important here: view macros and record macros. Okay, if I click on view macros, you can see that I don't have any macro because we have not recorded any macro. So this is empty here, view macros. Okay, view macros is empty here. Now what I'll do, I will start recording the macro. Okay, so select here record macro. Again, I'm saying this sentence again, that you please select one cell within the table, because I know that people are committing this mistake. In the previous batch, I've seen this thing. Yeah, if you don't select one cell within the table and then if you record the macro and then when you apply the macro, you will have problems. Okay, you select one random cell within the table, go to view tab, macros, and now we will be clicking this button, record macros. Okay, so I click this option, record macro, and now here comes the record macro dialog box. Here it is written macro name. What is the by default name? Macro 1. Now definitely if you are recording one macro, you can go for this name macro 1, no issues. But if you are recording 5-10 macros, then definitely it makes sense to give a proper name to the macro. Yeah, so here it is written macro 1. I don't like macro 1. I'll remove this word, this name, and now I'll write down the name of the macro. So I want to write down here the name, formatting underscore cells, because I told you that I cannot start with the macro name with a number, and also I cannot have the space between the two wordings. two words. Okay, so that's why I've written here formatting underscore cells. Okay, so name is given. Now comes here the shortcut key. Now, why this shortcut key is required for this macro? Because whenever I want to run the macro, I require the shortcut key. Yeah, so shortcut key has to be given here. So see, by default, it is already given here. It is starting with control. Okay, control key, control plus something. Okay, control plus something. So it is suggesting you. Now see here, whenever you are giving the shortcut key, so see, you know our some of the normal shortcut keys. Yeah, Control V for pasting, Control C for copying, Control X for cut. Okay, Control P for printing. Okay, Control B for bold, making it bold. Okay, italic. So these are the normal standard shortcut keys that we are using. Now remember that whenever you are giving the shortcut key to a particular macro, do not give that shortcut key that you are regularly using in Excel. Do not give the shortcut key that you are using regularly in your Excel. I'll give you an example. Suppose if you give the shortcut key that is control V to this macro, what will happen that whenever you want to run the macro, you will go for the shortcut key control V. But sometimes when you want to paste anything, you have copied something and you want to paste something, and if you press control V, it will not paste the things, it will apply the macro. Yeah, because now you have applied the shortcut key control V to that macro. So remember here that whatever the shortcut key you are giving here, you have to give that kind of shortcut key which you are not using on a regular basis. In Excel, you know that there are lot many shortcut keys. There are shortcut keys starting with control plus some alphabet. We also have lot of shortcut keys that I today I told you two shortcut keys, that is control shift and down arrow key, control shift and right arrow key. Yeah, there are so many shortcut keys related. Okay, there are so many shortcut keys where you use the control plus shift. Okay, or sometimes we use shift enter or shift and alter or control alter. Yeah, so many shortcut keys are there, but definitely we don't use all the shortcut keys. So here now what I'll suggest you that normally we don't use those shortcut keys where we use control shift and something. Very rare we use that thing. So here now what we'll do, inside this box, you click inside the box, and now I will give a shortcut key that is control plus shift plus, let's say, alphabet L for lion. Okay, I'm not using or I'll give you M, suppose M, control shift and M for Munich, suppose. Yeah, okay. So here I'll click inside the box, and now what I'll do, see, control is already there. I don't have to press the control button. I have to now press shift and M. Okay, M for Madrid or M for Munich. So shift and M. When I press on the keyboard shift and M, you see that now the shortcut key is now created here. Control is already there. You don't have to press any control key. You have to just press shift M or shift N or shift O. Okay, maybe there must be some shortcut key for that thing, but we are not using it. Yeah, so I've given here the shortcut key control shift and M. Okay, yeah, now this is important, this area. That is what it is showing me here, store macro in. Okay, now we have to store this macro, we have to save this macro somewhere. So in the store macro in, if I click this drop down, then there are three options here: personal macro workbook, new workbook, and this workbook. Okay, now what are these options here? New workbook. First of all, new workbook means I'm storing this macro not in this my current workbook but in the new workbook. Okay, where I may use it. Okay, this workbook is clear that I want to use this macro only in this workbook, so I'll be also storing this macro in this workbook. So this is clear. Now the third option, this is important, that is personal macro workbook. Now suppose, see, I gave you that situation that you are have every month you are having their sales file, and in every file you want to use that same macro again and again. Yeah, you don't want to use the macro only in one file. You want to use that macro in various files that you'll be creating. So in that kind of situation, you have to store the macro in where? Personal macro workbook. So it's a common place, and from that common place you can access that macro for any of the Excel file. Yeah, if you use only in this workbook, then definitely I cannot use the same macro in another file. Okay, if you want to use these macros multiple times in various workbook, then you have to select this option, personal macro workbook. Clear? Let us select here this workbook. Okay, I don't want to use it in another workbook. I select here this workbook. Now here comes the description. So description means here I can write down that for what purpose I have created this macro. Yeah, so what I told you earlier in the presentation, that you can give a very long name to the macro. But what I told you, that don't give some long name to the macro. You can give a standard name to the macro, because suppose if here it is written formatting cells. Okay. Now what kind of formatting I'm doing, that I can describe over here. I can write down here that this macro is used to format any cell with bold, italics, yeah, font color, uh, font color, fill color, and uh, thick outside border. Okay, so here I can describe everything. Yeah, here if you write down the whole story also, it will not be a problem. So that's why you can give some shorter names normally. Yeah, it will give you some indication. But what is this exactly, this formatting cell, that you can describe over here. Okay, and it's not compulsory that you have to give here some description. You can also keep the description blank, no issues. But let me keep here some description. So see, important part is this macro name. Macro name cannot start with the number. It should start always with the text. And between the two words, you have to put the underscore or dash. Shortcut key you have to give, and please you use only those shortcut key which you are not using on a regular basis. You can assign that kind of shortcut key. Store macro in, I've already explained you, this workbook, new workbook, or personal workbook. Description, it's not compulsory. If you want to write down, you can write down here. Now you see here, before I click OK button, I have to be now ready. Yeah, because now once I click on OK button, it means that now my recording has started. Yeah, so I click on the OK button now. So now my recording has started. Now what I do, I've selected this cell already. Now I have to go to the home tab. I can also use the shortcut for control and yeah, making this bold and all those things, but I'll go to the home tab. I click this bold, italics, yeah, font color, fill color, and I select here this thick outside border, suppose. Okay, so here I've done all those formatting. Okay, currently my recording is done. Yeah, yours recording is also there. It is going on. So I've done all those steps here in this cell. Now what I have to do, I have to now stop the recording, because I have to stop it. Yeah, it's already on. So for stopping, I have to again go to the view tab. Go to the view tab. In the view tab, you have to click the same button here, macros. And now when you go to again view tab and you click on macros, then here you'll be able to see button known as stop recording. Initially here it was written record macros. Now here we are having a button which is known as stop recording. Yeah. So I click on this button, stop recording, and now my recording is stopped. Okay. So go to this view tab, click on the macros button, and here you'll be able to see the second option as stop recording. Click it, and now the recording is stopped. So now our macro is done. Good. So recording is done. Now what we have to do, we have to apply the macro or we have to run the macro. So what I'll do now, I will select one random cell. Let's say I select these two cells, suppose these two cells here. I can also select two cells or three cells. I select these two cells and now I want to apply the formatting here in these two cells. So what I have to do, I have to run the macro. So for running the macro, what I have to do, I have to I have to go for the shortcut key. So I have applied the shortcut key here, Control plus Shift plus M. So Control Shift and M. Sorry, I have to close this one first of all. This is always a problem. Yeah, I'll be now pressing here Control Shift and M, and now you see this formatting is done. I hope that your macro is also working. Yeah, whatever the shortcut key we have given to that macro, just select one random cell here, or one or two cells here, or three cells. Select one random cell and just press the shortcut key. Okay, so I can apply anywhere over here. Let's say I select these three cells. I go for Control Shift and M. So see here also the formatting is done. Yeah, likewise, I can go on and on. Yeah. So this is macros. Yeah, here I've given a very simple example where we have recorded these 5 steps only. But normally, whatever the calculation that you are having, you can go for the calculations, you can do the formatting, you can put the value from one cell to another cell, whatever you want to do. Yeah, you can record everything and then you run the macro in the another sheet and then it will work perfectly. Yeah, it will save your time like anything. Yeah, this is a great concept here, macros. Now, suppose if you want to change that macro, if you want to edit the macro, yeah. So if you want to edit, you can go to this macros button, okay, macros button, and here we are having view macros. If I click on view macros, so here I can see that macro name formatting cells. Now it is there. Now if I click on edit, okay, if I click on edit, then here what it will do, it will open up this one, Visual Basic. Yeah, you must have also be able to see that thing in your case. What I've done here, I've gone to this macros button and I've clicked on view macros. In the view macros, this macro is already selected, formatting cells, and I've clicked this edit button here. Once you click on edit button, then you are having this, yeah, this kind of Visual Basic. Now see here, there is some kind of coding. Yeah, so you have to first of all learn this coding, and then you can do the editing part. So this is a very tedious process. And also, as I said, that if you learn this Visual Basic, it will not help you in future, 100%. Yeah, so I don't recommend you to learn this Visual Basic. Yeah, before 10 years, this was one of the good software which you could have learned. But now, in this AI world, no one is using Visual Basic. Okay, so if you know this coding, then you can do some editing part over here. Yeah, but what I suggest that if you want to change anything in the macro, what I suggest, you delete that macro, the old macro, record a new macro. That will be much easier rather than learning the software and then you do the things. Yeah, learning the tool will take another 1 month, and then if you if you do the editing of the macro, I think so you will waste your time. So what I do, I go to macros, view macros, and then here I select that macro. I can click on delete button. Macro is deleted, and then again I record the macro. That is much easier, I would say. Yeah. From here also I can run the macro. Suppose if I select this cell here, okay, I select the cell and I click on run. Sorry, just I'll do it again. I select this cell here. I go to macros, view macros, and I select this macro. I click on run button here, run. So see now this is another option. But when you know the macro, the shortcut key, then it is easy. Yeah. And sometimes sometimes if you forget the shortcut key, then what happens? Yeah, this question may come in your mind that, okay, Samir, I've created 10 macros. Now I don't remember the shortcut key. What should I do? Then what you can do, you can select, yeah, definitely you will come over here to this macros, view macros. Yeah, you will be able to see all your macros here. Now, suppose if you don't remember the shortcut key of this formatting cells macro, you can select this macro and then you can click on uh, options here, options. Okay, select the macro, click on options. When you click on options, then here you can see that shortcut key, Control Shift and M. Yeah, select that macro and you click on this options button, and here you see the shortcut key. Okay, so this is the method here. Can we undo the macro applied to a cell? Unfortunately not. We cannot undo the macro. That is one of the drawback of macro. Here, whatever these things I have applied, I cannot undo. You see here, if I click, I cannot click this undo and redo button. You see here, it is disabled. So you have to be very, very particular about this macro. Yeah, just for the sake of applying the macro, you start applying the macro and then you say, oh, I've committed a mistake. What should I do? Nothing can be done. But now here, what can be done? Yeah, one of the solution that suppose if you have not saved the file, yeah, up till now I have not saved this file. So I've created the macro, I've applied the macro. Now I have not saved the file. So what I'll do, if I want to remove this macro, whatever this thing which I've applied here, if I want to remove the macro, I will just close this file. I'll close the file. It will ask me, do you want to save the changes? I say don't save, don't save. Yeah, now what I'll do, I will open that file again. Let me open that file again. Okay, so macros. Okay, let me open that file again. So see, when I bring that file again, you see, I don't see any macro here. Okay, I don't see any macro here. But now what is the problem here? If I go to view tab and if I go to macros and view macros, see, I have lost that macro because I did not save that macro also. Yeah. So what could be done here, that you create the macro, you record the macro, you save the you save this file with that macro, and then when you apply the macro here and there, and if you see, if you feel that, oh, I have done some mistake, then you just close this file, do not save it later on further, and then when you open it, then you will not be able to see here any kind of macro applied. Okay, and then but still here you will be able to see the macro here, yeah, in this macro list. Okay, but what I have done, I did not save that macro. Okay, by saving that file, so I've lost that macro. But actually, one of the advantage that I get here, that I don't see any application here of this macro. Yeah, so that is what we have to, you have to be very, very careful when you apply the macro. Yeah, it is, you cannot undo. Once you have selected that shortcut key, yeah, then you cannot undo. Okay. Now today we'll be starting with the first important topic, which is known as what if analysis. Okay, so please open this file, what if analysis.xls. Yeah, so we'll start with this what if analysis. In the what if analysis here, if you open the file, then you'll be able to see these four, let's say the uh, portions of what if analysis. Yeah, so we are having the goal seek, then solver, scenario manager. It is also known as scenario manager or scenario, and then we have the data table. Yeah, so one by one we'll be going through this thing. So what if analysis is also one of the important topic, and normally when I'm conducting the advanced Excel training for the corporate people here in within Europe, then this is one of the topic which I take. Okay, So I think so. I must have told you earlier also that in my advanced Excel course, normally in the industry, yeah, in the companies here, I conduct one day only because they don't have that much of time. So normally what they do that I conduct for one whole day, and one whole day I complete pivot tables. Yeah, pivot tables means it includes everything: pivot tables, pivot charts, slices, etc. Then I take the topic of macros, then lookup functions, this what if analysis, and then if time permit, then I go for the other things. Okay. So what if analysis is very, very important, especially it is more important for the people who are working in the finance department, but definitely you can apply in any other area. Yeah, so it is not having any restriction that it can be applied only in the finance, but it can also be applied in marketing, HR, production, etc. Yeah, once you understand these four things in what if analysis, then you'll be able to identify that, okay, what is my use case and where I can use this what if analysis. Okay. So I hope that you are all ready, yeah, with this what if analysis file. And also simultaneously, you also open the two other files which I've already mentioned. That is the text to columns. That will be the next topic after this what if analysis. So text to columns.xls, that file you open. And we also open the third file that is known as sort and filters.xls. That will be the third topic for today. And hopefully, if we complete these three topics on time and we are having some little bit of extra time, then we'll go for I want to show you some of the charts that we can create in Excel charts. Okay. Okay. So now let us start with this goal seek. So what is this goal seek here? Yeah. So if you understand this word very well, yeah, goal seeking. Yeah. So we want to seek a particular goal. We want to achieve a goal here. So let me give you one demo here. So if you go to this goal seek, the first sheet in this what if analysis, then here on the left hand side, sorry, on the right hand side, we are having here two examples. I'll take these two examples here and then you'll be clear. So here we are having this small table, you can say like that. So we are having some interest rate, which is 3.5 percentage here. Then term, you can say that this is like a house loan. Okay. And the house loan is for a period of 60 months. This 60 represents 60 months. Yeah. So yeah, so 5 years you can say like that. Okay. So 60 months here. And then we are having this annual interest rate. This is 3.5 percentage here, annual interest rate. Okay, it is not monthly, it is annual. And then we have some principal amount, that is 24,000 rupees. And then now here already the payment, or you can also say that this is like an installment. Okay, because if you are taking a loan, definitely you have to repay that loan. So this payment, it is like just like you are repaying the loan or you are going for the installment, you are paying the installment. So here this is already calculated. Yeah, if I double click here, this 437, if I double click, you can see that we are having one formula. We are having a function which is known as PMT function. PMT function is used to calculate the installment for your loan. Okay, so it is equal to PMT. Yeah, if you double click here in this J4 cell, so PMT bracket what? Now PMT function is having the three arguments which are compulsory. That is rate, that is the interest rate, then NPR, that is the number of period, and then we are having PV, that is the principal value or principal amount, you can say like that. Yeah. So first of all, we have to take the rate. Now see here, I have written equal to PMT bracket J1 slash 12. Now why it is 12 slash 12? Because I'm dividing this 3.5 percentage by 12. Yeah, because why it is 12 here? Because this our term period, it is written in 60 months. Okay, it is given in months here, the 60. So if this is in months and if the annual interest rate is in yeah, it's an annual interest rate that is per year, then definitely I cannot use both the things together. So I either I have to convert these months into year, or I can convert this 3.5 percentage, which is annual interest rate, I can convert it into monthly interest rate. So that's why what I've done here, that 3.5 percentage I've divided by 12 to convert it into monthly interest rate, comma. Then we are having NPR, that is number of period, that is the 60. that is J2. Okay, 60 is written in J2, and then comma, and then it is written here principal value, that is the principal amount. Principal amount is written in this J3 cell. So see what I've done here, I've written here minus J3. Now normally I can also write down here plus J3. Yeah, if I remove here minus also, then also it is fine. Yeah, it is not compulsory that I have to put minus J3. I can also remove that minus. Now see, suppose if I remove this minus here from the J3, and if I press enter, you see that the answer is same 437, but now that 437 is written in bracket. Yeah, normally you see that whenever we are having yeah, in the profit and loss account, you must have seen that the loss is always shown in a bracket, or maybe you have to let's say, yeah, sometimes some people they put it in red color if it's a loss. If it's a profit, then it is shown in green color, but normally people they put it in bracket if it is a loss. Now here payment, or you can say installment, why it is a loss to you, because you are paying it. Yeah, nobody likes to repay the amount. Yeah, so because if we get money, we are all happy, but if I have to pay anything, yeah, I may not be happy. Yeah, so that's why this 437 it is written in bracket. Now suppose if you don't like this bracket here, then you put the minus sign in front of J3. So let me double click here, this 437, and here at the end point here where it is written PV, principal value, I have written here J3, that is this cell. I just put here minus J3. Minus J3, that's all. Press enter, and now you can see that the answer is same, but now the bracket is removed. Yeah, so you can decide whether you want to have the bracket, then don't put minus sign. If you don't want to see any bracket here in the installment, then you put minus sign before the principal amount. Okay. Now, this is what is the function which I explained to you about, the PMT function. We'll also use it in this data table. Yeah, that's why I explained you this PMT function. We'll be using it in this last sheet here that is known as data table. Now, what we have to do here, and what is this goal seek here? See, just now, if I'm going with the principal amount of 24,000, yeah, you can say rupees, dollars, euros, whatever you want to give the currency. So suppose if I talk in let's say in euro. So if I take the loan of 24,000 euros, yeah, and I have to repay it in 60 months, and the annual interest rate is 3.5 percentage, then every month, yeah, every month I have to pay 437 euros, let's say. Yeah, so this is what bank will give me this answer. Okay, whatever I've given the information, yeah, they will say, okay, based on your information, every month you have to pay 437 euros. Now suppose if I have a feeling that okay, 437 it's a small amount for me, yeah, I can pay more also. So suppose if I say to the bank that okay, I can pay, let's say here 600 euros per month. Yeah, my capacity is to pay every month 600 euros minimum. Now I want to know that if I pay 600 euros per month, and if this principal amount is same, if I'm keeping the principal amount same, 24,000 euros, then I want to know that what should be my term period. Yeah, term period will reduce because if you are paying more every month, yeah, 600 euros, 600 euros, if you are paying more, yeah, if you are paying every month, then definitely this term period will reduce because currently you are paying only 437 euros. If you pay more, then this loan can be completed early. So I want to know what will be my term period if I pay the installment of minimum 600 euros. Yeah. So my goal is to achieve the installment of 600 euros. Now to achieve this goal, what I have to do? Okay. So what will be my term period? That is what I want to know here. And that's why we are going for the concept known as what if analysis here. In the what if analysis, we'll go for this concept known as goal seek. Yeah. So now what to do here? You select here this cell. Okay. Select this cell J4. Okay. This one. So you select this cell J4, and after you select the cell J4, then you go to the data tab. go to the data tab here. Yeah, data tab. And in the data tab, you can see this button here. Okay. So select this J4 cell where you want to change the value. Yeah. You go to the data tab and you click this button, what if analysis. Now see, if you click this drop down here, what if analysis, you can see that we are having only three things here in the what if analysis: scenario manager, goal seek, data table. Yeah. Now here we have four things, four sheets here: goal seek, solver, scenario manager, and data table. Now solver we are not finding here, but you can see here in my case, there is this solver. Now how I got this solver, maybe some of you may not have this solver button here separately, but I'll tell you how to get this solver button. Okay, first of all, we'll complete this goal seek, and then we will, say when we'll switch over to the solver concept, then I'll show you how to get this button here in the data tab. Okay, but here just now what I have to do, I have to go to this what if analysis here, what if analysis drop down, and I have to click here goal seek. So you click here goal seek, and now here you are getting this small dialog box. Yeah, goal seek dialog box, and here it says set cell. Now what is the set cell? Set cell is this one, J4. I've already selected, but if you have not selected, then in the set cell you select this cell J4, and this J4 will come over here. Okay, so this cell I want to set. I want to set to a particular value. So set cell is J4, that is this one, then to value. Now I want to set to which value? As I said earlier, that I can also pay 600 euros per month as an installment. So here in the to value, you click inside this to value and you write down here, let's say 600. Yeah, you can give more installment. So to value is 600 euros or 600. Just now you write down 600 here. Now it says by changing cell. Now which cell you want to change? You want to change this term period. Okay, you want to know what will be my term period if I'm paying every month 600 euros. Okay, so now in the by changing cell, you click inside by changing cell, and now you select this cell J2, this one J2 where the 60 is written. So by changing cell is J2, and it is written like this dollar J $2. That is the absolute reference. Yeah. So set cell is J4, that is this one 24,000. Sorry, 437. That's the J4 cell. To now this we want to set to which value? 600. By changing which cell? This one J2. I want to know what will be my term period if I pay every month 600 euros. Yeah, so that's all. Goal seek is very simple. I click on OK button. And now when I click on OK button, you can see that now this payment or installment amount is now 600 because that is what we wanted to have. So if I pay now 600 euros per month, and if my principal amount is 24,000 euros, then you can see my term period has now reduced. Initially it was 60, now it has reduced to 43. Yeah, I hope that you are all able to understand this thing. Okay, because definitely if I'm paying more, my term period will be reduced. Yeah, then I have to pay few installments here. Yeah, and the rate of interest is same, 3.5%. So that is not changing. This rate of interest is keeping it same, but this has now reduced. Suppose if I want to play more, again I can do the same thing. Now see here it is telling you in this goal seek status. So it says here goal seeking with cell J4 found a solution. Target value was 600 and current value 600. So this is what we wanted to adjust this value. Instead of 437, I wanted to adjust to 600. So that is my target value. And currently it is also showing you 600. So current value is also 600. Now here you can see this OK and cancel. So see, suppose if you like this solution, suppose, yeah, you are now final that, okay, I want to keep it 600 only. If you like this solution, then you can click this OK button. Yeah, so it will show you here 600 only. But if you want to still play with these numbers, yeah, then you can click on cancel. Yeah, if you want to play further here, you can click on cancel. When I click on cancel, you can see that it has come back to that 437, the original figure. Yeah, again I can do the same thing. Again, I click on what if analysis, goal seek. Yeah, set cell is J4. Okay. Now, suppose if I want to reduce this installment amount, I'm having a feeling that I cannot pay 437 euros. Let's say I want to pay 350 euros, suppose, per month. Yeah. So this I want to reduce to 350 euros. So set cell is J4. This one to value I'll put here 350. To value is 350. And by changing cell, now by changing cell, I'll keep the same cell here. This one, J2. I want to know because now see now I what I'm doing I'm reducing the installment amount, so definitely my term period will increase. Currently it is 60, but now it will increase. Let us check. Yeah, so set cell is J4, to value is 350 euros. This one I want to reduce it, and by changing cell is J2 here. Okay, and what I do now, I click on OK button. So see if I click on OK button, then here you can see that if I reduce my installment amount to 350 euros only, then my term period will be then 77 installments here, or 77 months. Yeah, earlier it was 60 only, now it will be 77. Clear? Yeah. Are you able to understand the concept of goal seek here? So remember here that in the goal seek I can adjust only one value. Okay, I can adjust here either the term period, or I can adjust this yeah, I can change this value 3.5 percentage, or principal amount, or payment, whatever. Yeah, I can adjust only one value here. So that's the drawback of goal seek. Yeah, once we'll see other methods, then you'll understand that the other methods are far, far better. But normally, if you want to play in this kind of situation, then you can go for a goal seek here. Okay, am I making sense here? Yeah, I'm not getting any feedback. Yes, okay. Yeah, if anybody, yeah, we'll now see another example also. Yeah, so don't worry if you are not able to understand just now, we'll go for another example. We'll go with the same example here. Let's say uh, I'll click here cancel now in this goal 6 status. I'll click on cancel. I want to go back to the original value. Click on cancel. Now what I want to do here in the same example, I want to know that if I pay here, if I'm paying the installment of let's say 700 euros. Okay, if my capacity to pay every month is 700 euros, then I want to know that if the term period is 60, if the rate of interest is 3.5%, then I want to know that how much will I get the loan? Yeah, for how much amount will I get the loan? Because if I can more, if I can pay more installment, then definitely bank will be happy. Yeah. Here, especially I have seen in case of Germany, and definitely it must be there in other countries also, that suppose if I want to take a house loan, then they will be asking you a lot of questions. They will be saying that okay, how much if you are just now, let's say I'm living on a rented place, so they will ask me that okay, how much rent you are paying per month. Okay, then are you having any expenses related to your children's education? Yeah, so yeah, if you are paying any special fees for your children, so that also I have to tell them. Then I have to tell them about my this electricity, gas, and other expenses, and yeah, the miscellaneous expenses like this yeah, food items and whatever I purchase, yeah, the grocery items. So then they will what they will do that they will know that okay, they will definitely come to know that okay, how much I'm earning per month, so what is my net salary, and out of that net salary they deduct all these expenses, and then they will see that okay, how much you can repay, yeah, how much will be your how much you can pay for that installment, and accordingly they will decide that for how much amount of loan you will be yeah, it will be approved. Yeah, so that is how the things are done. Yeah, normally in every country this is the thing. So here uh, what I want to know that suppose if my paying capacity is more, then I want to know that how much loan amount I'll be getting. Definitely it will be more. Yeah, it will not be 24,000. If I want to change this value, it will not be 24,000. It will be more if the term period is same, if the rate of interest is same. So let us go for another scenario here. So what we'll do, we will select this J4 here. See, J4 you can also select later on. It's not compulsory that I have to select first of all and then only I click the what if analysis goal seek. I suppose if I've randomly selected this cell, suppose if I go to what if analysis goal seek, then here you can see that my set cell is L4. Set cell is this L4. Okay, now L4 I don't, this is not my set cell here. What I'll do in the set cell, I can click this arrow button here, up arrow. I can click it. And now what I'll do, I will select this one, J4, or I'll remove this one first of all. L4, I'll select here J4. Okay. And then once I select here J4, it will return here $J $4. And now I click this down arrow button here. Once I click the down arrow button, you see set cell is now J4. So see here, if you have not selected J4 initially, then you may have to carry out these one or two extra steps here. So that's why I say that first of all, you select that cell where you want to change the value. Okay, so that's why, and then you click this dialog box, goal seek. So set cell is J4 and to value, let's say I keep again the same value, let's say 600 euros or 650, suppose. Yeah, 650 euros. I can repay the amount. Now by changing cell. Now in the by changing cell, I want to select, I want to know the principal amount, that how much more principal amount I can get it. So by changing cell, I'll select this cell J3. J3. So J3 is written here by changing cell J3. Yeah, that's all. Set cell is J4, to value is 650, and by changing cell this time I want to change this cell J3, not J2. Okay, so J3, I click on OK button, and now I can see here that if I'm ready to pay 650 euros per month, then I can get a loan of 35,730 euros. Yeah, so this is how you can know these things. Okay, so if you want to keep it, I can click on OK button here. Let's say if I want to keep this solution, I can click on OK button, and now the solution is there. Yeah, this is one example. Now let us go to this another example. So here we are having the marks of marks of one of the student in various tests, or you can say subject here, subject 1, subject 2, subject 3, subject 4, so on. So 7 subjects are there. Now the student has got marks in the 6 subjects. Yeah, that is 92 are all are out of 100. So 92, 79, 98, 82, 86, 91. Okay, so 6 subjects marks we already know. Now currently the average of these 6 subjects is 88 marks, the average marks. Okay, now what, suppose if I'm the student, okay, so I want to know that, let's say if I'm not happy with this 88 percentage marks as an average marks, but I want to achieve the average of 90 marks, suppose. So suppose if I want to maintain an average of 90 marks, not 88 but 90 marks, and okay, so now I want to know that how much marks I have to score in the test 7 or subject 7, so that I can achieve the average of 90 marks, not 88. Okay, so if I know in advance that, okay, I have to, let's say I have to get minimum, let's say 95 marks in the test 7, then I will accordingly prepare myself. Yeah, so that is the use case here, that I want to know that how much I have to score in test 7 if I want to achieve the average of 90 marks, not 88. So what we do here, we select this cell here, 88, select this cell, that is J14, where it is written 88. You click on what if analysis, goal seek. Okay, goal seek. So here set cell is J14. This is my J14 here. Set cell is J14. Then to value. To value will be what I want to achieve here, that average of 90 marks. So two value I'll write down here 90. Two value is 90. By changing cell. By changing cell, which cell I want to change? I want to change this cell, test 7. So I select this cell, J13. Okay, so by changing cell is J13. Okay, so that's all. Set cell is J14, two value is 90. By changing cell is J13. Click on OK button. And now you see here it is taking a lot of time. Yeah, there was some calculation which was going on in the background. So test 7, you see here that if the student wants to maintain an average of 90 marks, then that student has to score 102 out of 100. Okay, now this is not possible. Yeah, I worked, as I mentioned you earlier, that I worked as a professor for 15 years. Yeah, definitely it is not possible. Yeah, you have also been a student also in your career. So 100, 102 out of 100 is not possible. 100 out of 100 is possible. I don't know whether I said this thing to you, but one of my student, he got 100 out of 100 in the finance subject. Yeah, so that is possible. But 102 is not possible. Even the person has written excellent. Yeah, the handwritings are very, very beautiful. But I cannot give extra 2 marks for that handwriting. So now what I'll do, that 102 is not possible. So what I'll do, that I will click on here cancel in this goal 6 status. Now what I'll do, let us keep it here 88 only. I don't want to change this value. I want to maintain an average of 88. So I want to know now that how much marks I have to score in test 7. Yeah, so we select this cell where it is written 88. What if analysis goal 6. So set cell is J14. Now two value, I'll keep it here 88. I'll write down here 88. I want to keep the same value. So I'll write down in two value 88. And by changing cell is same. That is this one, J13. Yeah, J13 is by changing cell. Yeah, so I'm very clear that I'm happy with this 88 marks average. Okay, so if I want to maintain an average of 88, then how much marks I have to score in test 7? So this is the thing. Goal 6 I've done. Click on OK button, and now it shows me here that I have to score only 88 marks out of 100. So this is a big relief for me. Yeah, because see, if you see the other marks except this test 2 where I scored only 79, but the other marks are very good. Yeah, 92, 98, 82, 86, 91. So 88 marks I can achieve easily. Yeah, so if I'm happy with the solution, I can click on OK button here, and that is what is goal seek analysis. Yeah, goal seek. Okay, so goal seek, the use cases of goal seek are very, very simple, like this kind of thing. Okay, you want to achieve a target and you want to know, okay, what will be the value of this so and so cell here, then you can use this goal seek here. Okay, so goal seek is ready. Now we go to the little bit complex thing now, that is solver. Okay, let us go to the solver here. So for solver, as I mentioned here, that you should have this solver button in the data tab. Okay, it's a separate button here, solver button, so that you should have. Are you having the solver button in your Excel? Okay, so some may have, some may not have. So don't worry. I think so many of you may not have that solver button. So no issues. Thank you for your reply. So now I'll show you first of all how to get the solver button here. Yeah, so please see the step here, and this you have to do it only once. Then whichever Excel file you open tomorrow, that all the Excel files will be having the solver button. Okay, not only this file, all the other files will also have the solver button. So whatever I'm showing you this process, you have to do it only once. Yeah. So let us now add first of all the solver button, and then we'll be able to apply this solver in this solver sheet here. Yeah. So let me do one thing here. Yeah. So first of all, what we'll do that to add this solver button here, you click on the file tab, the first tab here. Okay, click on the file tab here. Yes, you have to go for the add-in. Yes, thank you. So file tab, and then in the file tab, you have to go to options. Go at the bottom area, options. And once you click on options, okay, file tab. In the file tab, you click on options. In the options, you will get this dialog box here, Excel options. In the Excel options, you have to click on add-ins here, add-ins below. Okay, add-ins. And in the add-ins, you are having here, uh, yeah, so in the add-ins, you have to go for this Excel add-ins only, Excel add-ins. Click on go button here, Excel add-ins, click on go button. And then when you click on the go button, you are having here, yeah. So here you are having the solver add-in. And also what I'll suggest you that you also add this analysis tool pack here, because analysis tool pack will be using in the project tomorrow. Okay, so you will be able to see this analysis tool pack that you click it. Okay, not this analysis tool pack VBA, that will not use it, but this analysis tool pack that you click it here, and then you also add here solver add-in. Okay, so put here these two tick marks here, other tick marks are not required. And after you put these two tick marks, you click on OK button here. Okay, solver add-in and analysis tool pack, both the things you have to tick mark. Click on OK button, and now you will be able to see here solver button. Yeah, I hope that now you should be having solver button here. If still you are not having, let me know. Okay, did you get the solver button here? In the data tab, okay, check in the data tab. Yes, okay, good. Yeah, so this you have to do it. Can you please show again? Okay, what I've done here, you go to the file tab here, the first tab, file tab. In the file tab, you click the options, file tab options, and then in the file tab, and then you click on option, then you'll get this Excel options dialog box. In the Excel options dialog box, you have to click here add-ins, add-ins, and in the and once you click on the add-ins, then you have to click here. Okay. Okay, just hold on. So in the add-ins, yeah, you have to click here. You have to go to this manage Excel add-ins, and the manage Excel add-ins, you click on go button. When you click on the go button here, then you'll be able to see this dialog box here, add-ins dialog box, and here you have to select analysis tool pack. This is for another thing. Yeah, in your project tomorrow, I'll be showing you how to put the combo box. Yeah, combo box. So for using that combo box, you have to have this analysis tool pack. So analysis tool pack, you put the tick mark here. And for solver add-in, you have to also put here tick mark in solver add-in. Okay, so these two things, you put the tick mark, click on OK button, and then the solver will be there. Now you are asking me question for the Mac. What I'll suggest you, because I'm not a user of Mac, so just check on Google, yeah, that how to get the solver button in Mac. Yeah, and definitely there'll be something. Yeah, some buttons here and there must be there. Yeah, Mac is also having. Okay, okay. Ritika, you are using Mac. Okay, okay, okay. Then it is fine. Yeah, because I don't know about Mac. Yeah. So if Mac is also having the same options, then you can go for it like this. Yeah. Okay. So solver button is now over here. Okay. So please now let us come back to the solver option here, solver sheet here. Now what is the solver sheet here? So here you can see that in the solver sheet we are having this small table where we are having the gross revenue here within the gross revenue we are having the sales and shipping. So and this here we are having a very small data of January, February, and March. So we are having these 3 months data. Yeah. and the sales data is there, shipping data is there. Then we are having the cost of goods sold, where here we are having the goods expenses, yeah, freight, miscellaneous, and then we are having the total cost of goods sold, and then we are having the gross profit. Yeah, so those people who are having Mac, you can check this thing, which has been said by Nikita. Okay. Yeah, and you can help each other. Okay, those who are already using Mac, and if you know the solution, you can help it. Yeah. Click on the tools menu at the top of your screen. In the tools drop down, select Excel add-ins. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Yeah. So maybe I will give you, let's say, I'll give you 2 minutes just now. Okay. Just complete this portion because I don't want to go ahead if you are already in the process of downloading. Yeah. So those who are using the Mac, and if you have done everything, got the solver button, then you can let me know. Okay. And simultaneously, please also add the this thing, that is the what, that analysis tool pack. Okay. Because tomorrow we'll be using it. So if you are also having that analysis tool pack in the Excel add-ins, then please also select that part also. Yeah. So that tomorrow you don't have to do it again. Yeah. So those who are Mac users, you can just let me know if you are done with this solver button, and then I can go ahead. Yeah. Good. So then, if you are ready, then let us go ahead. So see what I wanted to say here, that we are having here this kind of table. Okay. And we are having the data. Now we are having here the overall, the first quarter gross profit here. The gross profit here also it is written to 258,760, and here also the same value is written 258,760. Yeah. So currently, if we go with these kind of data, then we will be achieving a gross profit in the first quarter equal to 258,760. Yeah. Now what we want to do here, that we want to, let's say, achieve. Yeah, I'm not happy. Let's say if I'm the sales manager, or if I'm the VP sales, that I'm not happy with this particular gross profit for the first quarter. Let's say I want to have minimum 265,000. Yeah, gross profit, not 258,000. Okay. So now suppose if I give you this target, okay, let us assume that I'm your manager, and I've given you the target that, okay, please achieve minimum gross profit for the first quarter equal to 265,000. So now what you have to do here, this is also, this solver is also similar to goal seek, but now what we can do here in the solver, that in the solver I'll not be able to change only one value, I can also change here many values together. Yeah, in the goal seek what happened, that I wanted to achieve the target of 650 euros as the monthly installment. So I wanted to know that, okay, how much principal amount I can get it more, or how much term period will be there. Okay, either this or this. I cannot know both the things together. I can know this thing or I can know this thing. That is the goal seek. So in the goal seek, I can change only one parameter, but in the solver, I can change many parameters. So suppose here, if I want to achieve the gross profit is equal to 265,000, yeah, then I want to know that, okay, how much sales I'll be achieving, how much will be my shipping cost or shipping revenue, how much goods I can achieve, and how much freight and miscellaneous expenses I can have. Okay, so here I can also change the values of five things together. Yeah, sales, shipping, goods, freight, and miscellaneous. Or I can also go for two also, or I can also go for three also. Yeah. So that is the advantage of a solver. Yeah. So now let us start using this solver. Yeah. So what you have to do now, you have to click this same button, solver, which you have got over here. Okay, in the data tab. So you click this solver button here, and when you click the solver button, When you click the solver button, then here you'll be getting this dialog box here that is known as solver parameters. Yeah. Now see, I'll be going very step by step here. Yeah, it's a long process. So in the solver, in this dialog box, first of all, it is asking you set objective. Okay, set objective. So uh, in the set objective, what I will be doing, I'll be selecting this cell here. That is my what is my cell here? E14. Yeah. So this cell E14. Yeah, E14. I'll select this cell. So here it is written. Set objective will be now showing you $E$14. Yeah, just select this cell where this 258,760 is written. So set objective over here to what? Max, mean or value of. So suppose if I say, okay, minimum I want to achieve the gross profit equal to 265,000 minimum, suppose. Then I can select here minimum, or I can say, okay, maximum I want to achieve this much gross profit. Or if I say that no, I want to achieve exactly 265,000 euros or $265,000. Okay, in the first quarter. If I'm having an exact value, if I want to achieve exact target, then I'll select here value of. Yeah, otherwise you can select here that okay, I want to have achieve minimum this much value or maximum this much value. Then accordingly you can select this value. Okay, I will select this one first of all, value of. Okay, later on, see, once you understand this concept of solver, then later on when you have, yeah, whenever you have time, you can play with this minimum and maximum, and then you see that what answers you are getting. Okay, just now we'll go for value of. So set objective E14, that is this one, this cell, yeah, that is 258,000 something, that I want to achieve. I want to set the target of how much value in the zero here, where it is written here zero. I'll write down here 265,000. Yeah, you can give your own value. I'm not saying that every time you have to give this value here. Yeah, I'm giving here the value of 265,000. So this much gross profit I want to achieve in first quarter. Yeah, this is the target which I've received. Now here it is asking you by changing variable cell that which cells you want to change. So here what I'll do, I will select the sales, shipping, and let's say goods. I want to change three values. Yeah, or three variables. So here in this